Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 372, The Akatsuki Organization's Gathering. Chapter 372, The Akatsuki Organization's Gathering. Leader, did you need something from me? The moment he sensed Nagato calling for him, Kenichi entered the familiar illusionary projection space and spoke at once. But as soon as he arrived, he realized something was different. There were far more people here than usual. He turned and looked around. Well then. Most of the Akatsuki members were present. Even Obito had shown up. Only his teacher, Orochimaru, was absent, which immediately made Kenichi curious about what Nagato intended to do. I called all of you here today to announce a change to the Akatsuki organization's plan. Nagato swept a glance over Kenichi, and there was a faint trace of disdain in his eyes. Although he had already formed a partnership with Kenichi, he knew very well that one or two people with ulterior motives were still hiding inside the organization. Because of that, he showed no unusual reaction and spoke to Kenichi with the same cold attitude as always. Kenichi only shrugged and stood there waiting for Nagato to continue. At the same time, he spotted Sasori and Deidara. Sasori gave him a small, to be fair, with the Rinnegan in his eyes and the ghetto statue trembling faintly beneath everyone's feet, he was intimidating enough to make even the calmest person uneasy. As for Kenichi, he naturally knew what lay beneath them. That thing was the ghetto statue, the Ten-Tail's empty shell. But Nagato was his ally now, so there was no reason for him to say anything. Uchiha Shin, however, seemed to have received a signal from Obito. Though the resentment was still plain on his face, he shut his mouth in the end. Obito, still wrapped in his Toby persona, let out a foolish little laugh and continued acting like an idiot, though his mind was clearly elsewhere. Once the space fell quiet again, Nagato took a slow breath, glanced once more at Kenichi, and spoke in a frosty tone. From this point on, the Akatsuki organization's base will be moved to the land of waterfalls. All future mission handovers will be carried out there. That was the first announcement of the gathering. Nagato had killed Danzo, one of Konoha's elders, and there was no way Konoha would simply let that pass. Retaliation was inevitable, so he needed to move first. If this had happened before, he would have already begun preparations to collect the nine-tailed beasts. Although the Akatsuki's foundation still was not stable enough, once Konoha's attention had already been drawn, he might as well have chosen open rebellion. But after reaching an agreement with Kenichi, Nagato now had other thoughts. Kenichi had already given him the rough outline of his plan, and Nagato intended to draw Konoha's full attention onto himself. That way, while Konoha was fixated on the Akatsuki, Kenichi could move against the hidden mist village much more smoothly. The land of rivers would be more convenient, wouldn't it? Kakuzu asked with a frown. He did not like the land of waterfalls. It's closer to the major nations. It will make accepting high bounty missions faster, Nagato replied. Kakuzu clicked his tongue, but said nothing more. Being from the land of waterfalls did not mean he felt any attachment to it. His only real attachment in this world was money. As long as there was enough of it, he would not mind slaughtering the hidden waterfall village itself. And the second matter? Nagato continued through the agenda. Kenichi listened quietly. Most of it was still about relocating the base and pulling Konoha's attention toward the organization. But the final item truly surprised him. And the last matter. In the absence of large bounty missions, the organization is permitted to raid wealthy merchants and daimyo. Nagato narrowed his eyes as he delivered the order, and the entire space fell silent. Kenichi raised a brow. What exactly was Nagato thinking? In Kenichi's view, the ninja world had always had a very odd problem. The status of the wealthy was far too high. This was not to say merchants and daimyo did not deserve some status, but rather that Kenichi could not understand why, in a world where ninjas existed, people who held power far beyond conventional warfare still allowed ordinary nobles and merchants to sit so high. Did they really think money could control everything? The ninja world was strange in that way. Someone like Hashirama or Madara did not need merchants or daimyo to fund them. If they wanted to, they could sack the land of fire in the morning and spend the night sleeping in the daimyo's palace in the land of water. Their power was contained entirely within themselves. They did not need money to become stronger. That was very different from Kenichi's own technological path, where every major leap required massive funding. Scientists needed capital. Ninjas did not. All a ninja really needed was food, water, and enough time to train chakra. From that perspective, the wealthy and the daimyo of the ninja world should have long since become little more than ornaments in front of powerful ninjas, much like certain merchants in Kenichi's previous life who had all the money in the world but no real political power. And yet, from the Sengoku era until now, the position of merchants and daimyo had remained oddly stable. Even now, the appointment of a kage still required a daimyo's signature. Even if that signature was just for show, it still said something about the daimyo's status. Wouldn't that make the entire ninja world hunt us down? Kakuzu asked, frowning even more deeply. For a man obsessed with money, Kakuzu had certainly killed and robbed his share of targets, but even he had never been brazen enough to directly raid wealthy merchants and daimyo like this. Kenichi could not help glancing at Nagato. See. Even the money fanatic knows there are lines you do not casually cross. What in the world are you thinking? Then make sure you do it cleanly. Nagato sounded utterly unconcerned, and that only made the rest of the room grow even quieter. The last person who dared to do that got killed by an elite squad from 5 hidden villages, Kakuzu added. He had lived a very long time, and he knew many things. The last madman who tried that had been Kage level, proficient in both wind and lightning release, and he had still died in the end. The bounty on that man had been so absurdly high that Kakuzu himself had wanted to rush over and claim it. In the end, however, the 5 great nations had sent elites, and the rakeage of the hidden cloud had shamelessly taken the bounty in the end, with Killer Bee at his side. Whether you do it or not is your business. But if you do, turn over a share of the funds to the organization. In exchange, the organization will provide protection. Nagato glanced at Kakuzu. He honestly had not known that story before now. What he did know was that the bounty station itself had actually been jointly funded by the 5 great nations and the 5 great hidden villages. Yes, jointly funded. It sounded ridiculous at first. After all, the ninjas of the 5 great nations were practically all on one wanted list or another, yet they had still cooperated to establish the thing. Kenichi licked his lips. He was short on money himself these days, but he generally did not resort to outright robbery like this. Not anymore, at least. This time he had an entire country behind him. The land of snow was, for all practical purposes, already his. The gathering ended there. Nagato did not say anything more to Kenichi privately. Clearly, he was still wary of Obito and Black Zetsu. But if that was the case, then what had been the real purpose of calling this meeting today? Could he be trying to draw the ninja world's attention onto the Akatsuki for my sake? Kenichi considered the possibility. Nagato's new orders did fit the Akatsuki's current position. At the same time, they would absolutely make the whole world focus on the organization. Once enough merchants and nobles were robbed, every nation would naturally turn its eyes toward the Akatsuki. And once that happened, it would become much easier for Kenichi to make his own moves without attracting attention. Forget it. I'd better focus on speeding up my research. Kenichi shook his head, then went looking for Koyuki. From her, he selected a sealing specialist who had already been implanted with a parasite and handed that person the dead demon-consuming seal. Can you learn this? Kenichi asked the anonymous land of snow ninja standing before him. He could sense the parasite inside the man clearly. He could also see the worship in the man's eyes. I will do my best, the sealing ninja answered at once, pounding a fist against his chest. Kenichi was not in a hurry. He told the men to study first and report back once he had learned it. After that, Kenichi went off to check on Naruto and Hikari. When he found them, the two were practicing tree climbing. Kenichi's mouth twitched. Had children in the current era become this intense about training? Naruto had only just started learning how to refine chakra, and he was already attempting tree climbing. As expected, Naruto lost his footing and tumbled down. Why did you start tree climbing already? Kenichi asked, stepping forward and catching Naruto neatly out of the air. Brother Amamiya. Hikari came down from the tree, almost jogging across the bark itself, which showed just how good her chakra control already was. Teacher, I wanted to learn from Sister Hikari how to get stronger. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. He had not really climbed at all. He had mostly just relied on momentum to launch himself upward. Kenichi flicked Naruto on the forehead, then handed Hikari a skewer of candied hawthorn he had made earlier. Little Naruto, you don't have much chakra yet. But learning control now is still a good thing, Kenichi said with a smile. He had very little experience teaching students, but he at least knew how Orochimaru had trained him. Brother Amamiya, what are we having for lunch? Hikari asked happily as she nibbled on her candied hawthorn. Kenichi smiled. The two little troublemakers really did help calm his nerves. Hot pot. It's freezing today, he said, scratching his head. This cursed land of snow was always cold. At this rate, they were going to end up eating hot pot every single day. Fortunately, Naruto did not mind, and Hikari never cared much what she ate. She cheerfully ate her share while telling Kenichi all about how she and Naruto had been training. Kenichi listened with an easy smile. Naruto seemed much livelier now. The grief from learning about his parents' deaths had clearly lessened on the surface. But seeing the determination in the boy's eyes, Kenichi knew Naruto had not forgotten it. Kenichi picked up a slice of beef and dropped it into Naruto's bowl. I wonder what path Naruto will choose once his parents are revived, Kenichi thought to himself, licking his lips in anticipation. Elsewhere, Konan spoke softly. Your teacher has arrived. And he brought Tsunade of Konoha with him. The paper butterflies she had set throughout the village had already picked up a faint disturbance. Teacher. Nagato coughed, then slowly rose to his feet. So then. How exactly was he supposed to treat his teacher now? If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 373, Chapter 373, Shinigami. Which squad are you from? Chapter 373, Shinigami. Which squad are you from? How much have you mastered? Kenichi rested his chin on one hand as he looked at the sealing specialist kneeling respectfully before him. The man's face was full of reverence. My lord, I have fully mastered the sealing jutsu you entrusted to me, the sealing nin replied humbly, a trace of fanaticism visible in his eyes. That answer pleased Kenichi greatly. The effects of the parasites were indeed outstanding. No wonder the Sage of Six Paths had wiped them out in the past. Although the parasites had their flaws, if used properly, they were no less useful than the thermobaric bombs and rockets Kenichi had developed. In terms of strategic value, they were arguably even more useful than nuclear weapons. This degree of control over a host reminded Kenichi of those parasite horror films he had seen in his previous life. He had always felt that only unevolved, brainless insectoids would think solely in terms of crushing enemies with numbers. There was nothing wrong with winning through numbers, of course, but only if you actually had the ability to do it. For something like the Zerg in StarCraft, a swarm strategy was ideal. But if it was a species that started from a single worm and had to develop slowly on its own, then the proper path was careful expansion. Parasitize people one by one. Delay humanity's discovery of the parasites. By the time humans realized what was happening, the spread would already be extensive. It was like spotting a cockroach in broad daylight. That usually meant there were already plenty more hiding in the house. It was a pity the Byakugan could see through the existence of parasites. Otherwise. Kenichi paused. That was true. The Byakugan could see them. But what about other jutsu? And if there were some method to release parasite eggs directly into a water source, wouldn't that allow large-scale infection? Now, put on this mask. Then use the Reaper Death Seal. After that, take your own life. Kenichi tossed over a mask and a knife. The ninja caught them without hesitation and began preparing the jutsu. Kenichi also pushed aside his thoughts about future parasite plans and focused on the experiment in front of him. A device had already been fixed to the ninja's head. It was the soul restraint device Amato had developed earlier. Kenichi-kun, do you really think this jutsu allows the user to see the Shinigami? Amato asked from the side. He had also been invited to observe this experiment. Since he had once been to the Pure Land and had a deep understanding of souls, Kenichi felt his presence might lead to some unexpected discoveries. Yes. When I wore that mask before, I saw something that looked very much like the Shinigami. Kenichi rubbed his eyes. He still remembered the moment he had seen the Shinigami with his Mangekyo Sharingan. It had left his eyes aching with exhaustion. At the time, he had stubbornly endured it for most of the day, staring at that door. Later, he had even tried to sketch it out, but he quickly ran into a problem. That door had been three-dimensional, a structure formed from countless points of energy. It was difficult to capture that feeling on paper. Even so, he had done his best, especially when it came to the patterns carved across it. Still, the result had fallen far short of what he wanted. Kenichi felt he would probably need to find someone skilled with computers and have them create proper 3D modeling software. That really is fascinating. Even though I lost part of my memories of the Pure Land, based on what I still remember, I never saw anything like a Shinigami. Nor did I ever get the sense that I was trapped inside someone else's stomach. Amato looked over at the monitoring equipment nearby. The ninja using the jutsu had all kinds of devices attached to him, each one meant to track his vital signs. They all belonged to Amato and had been brought over from the Land of Rice Fields laboratory by Uchiha Shirori. By then, the ninja had completed the Reaper Death Seal. He froze for a moment. To Kenichi and Amato, he was simply kneeling there motionless, like a puppet with its strings cut. Kenichi instinctively looked behind him. According to the anime, the Shinigami should have appeared there by now. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and stared intently, but all he could analyze were dust particles drifting through the air and other ordinary things. There was no strange energy form at all. The instruments show no changes, Amato said, focused on the readings. Nothing unusual had appeared. If there was any difference at all, it was that the ninja's heartbeat had risen slightly. But it was only by 1 to 5 beats per minute, which meant very little. What do you see? Kenichi asked, still watching the test subject carefully. If the men tried to resist or suddenly attempted to seal something, Kenichi would intervene immediately. After all, this jutsu involved souls, and there was no guarantee the Shinigami would spare the parasite living in the man's brainstem. My lord. I saw a gaunt man in white robes. He was smiling at me. The ninja's voice was clearly unsteady now, and even his consciousness seemed to be slipping. The appearance of the Shinigami seems to affect the caster's mind. This may be related to willpower, or perhaps to something else. Kenichi frowned as he wrote the observation down. Hiruzen was not weak, after all. Though he had died in the end, he had still managed to seal Orochimaru's arms and render him unable to use hand signs. If not for his age, Orochimaru's soul might well have been devoured entirely by the Shinigami. Now raise the knife and kill yourself, Kenichi ordered. Amato watched with keen curiosity. He knew very well how he himself had been revived, and he also knew that Kenichi seemed to wield extraordinary influence in this country. That made the whole thing difficult for him to believe. At the very least, Amato was sure that if he ever told someone to commit suicide, they would most likely come at him with the knife instead. And yet, to his shock, the ninja obeyed immediately. He raised the blade and began carrying out Kenichi's command without the slightest hesitation. Amato's eyes widened. At that same moment, he noticed abnormalities in the readings on the instruments. The ninja's brain waves had become erratic. His brain activity is extremely abnormal. Even his neural responses are becoming distorted. Amato recorded the data as he spoke. He did not yet know whether it was connected to the Shinigami or to something else. Kenichi's mouth twitched. It seemed that while the parasites could control a host to a great extent, the host's own mind still remained. It simply stayed buried beneath the parasite's influence. But once matters of life and death became involved, strong resistance still surfaced. Even then, though, that resistance could still be suppressed. At this point, the ninja in front of them was beyond saving anyway. What did you see? Kenichi continued, holding the experiment log in one hand. He had already seen in the anime how Orochimaru had released the souls trapped inside the Shinigami's stomach, but he still needed to document everything for himself. I saw many souls flying out from the stomach of that white-robed monster behind me. It's angry. The ninja's breathing had already become almost inaudible. Only a ninja's strong constitution allowed him to speak at all. An ordinary person would already have died of blood loss by now. Kenichi nodded. It was just as he had expected. That confirmed two things. First, the souls devoured by the Shinigami were still there. At least for now, they still existed in some form. Which likely meant many ninja throughout history had died to the sealing technique. Second, the Shinigami was not some empty container or mindless vessel. It clearly possessed self-awareness. But once summoned into this world through the Reaper Death Seal, it seemed to lose the ability to act freely and could only move in accordance with the ritual. Amato, any changes in the instruments? Kenichi asked. Amato shook his head. Aside from the ninja's vital signs rapidly deteriorating, everything else remained normal. These devices only monitor living functions. They tell us nothing about the soul. If we want to study the Shinigami in the Pure Land properly, we'll need equipment designed specifically for soul observation, Amato said with a sigh. Souls really were astonishing things. He had experienced both death and resurrection. He knew souls were real. He knew the Pure Land was real. He had even once felt the urge to remain there forever. But after being revived, that feeling was gone. Now his body felt just as it had before, with no obvious abnormalities. Kenichi fell into thought. There actually was one ready-made lead. The spirit transformation technique. It was a powerful jutsu, but because of its severe drawbacks, it had been classified as forbidden. Once used, the soul left the body. If that happened, observing the soul directly should become possible. Its flaws, however, were equally obvious. Using it carelessly could easily get someone killed. For now, all we can do is hope the soul restraint device works, Kenichi said, glancing at the machine fitted over the ninja's head. The device had been made to anchor the soul and prevent it from leaving. If, as you say, the soul will eventually be taken by the Shinigami, then this device ought to have some effect, Amato said seriously. After all, that had been its purpose from the beginning. That still requires experimental confirmation, Kenichi replied with a shake of the head. He could not say for certain whether it would work. The Shinigami was still the Shinigami. At the same time, Kenichi sensed the parasite lodged in the ninja's brainstem. With a thought from him, the parasite willingly committed suicide, dissolving into a corrosive fluid that melted the man's brain. Kenichi's mouth twitched. It truly was convenient. This way, even an autopsy would have difficulty revealing anything unusual. The death of the parasite completely killed the ninja as well. After all, his brain had liquefied. Kenichi was quite confident that no one survived that. His heart had already stopped, too. Kenichi then casually dragged in a prisoner, used him as a sacrifice, and performed impure world reincarnation on the spot. Then he formed the final seals. Aren't you worried the Sage of Six Paths might show up if you use impure world reincarnation? Amato asked with a smile. He remembered Kenichi's earlier hesitation about the technique. He had not expected him to make up his mind so quickly. You don't stop using explosives just because they can kill people, do you? Kenichi shrugged. He was surprisingly open-minded about it. If there was something worth worrying about, it was Obito and Black Zetsu. Based on Kenichi's own deduction, those two might have already used impure world reincarnation, and their target was probably Madara. If the Sage of Six Paths happened to possess someone at random and then discovered Black Zetsu, that would be very interesting indeed. Yes. That's exactly how scientific experimentation works. Back when I was developing my ninjutsu deflection device, I shocked myself so badly I nearly died. If I had stopped there, I never would have created it, Amato said with approval. By then, Kenichi had completed the jutsu. But the reanimated body simply lay there in silence, without moving. Kenichi did not rush. He waited a full 5 minutes. Still nothing happened. It failed. The soul restraint device couldn't stop the Shinigami from taking the soul, Kenichi said, shaking his head. 5 minutes was already far too long. Amato had never taken that long to summon before. Even Orochimaru's longest recorded trial had only taken a little over a minute. Then could it be that the Shinigami comes from somewhere else? Not the Pure Land? Amato suggested. But you'd still need proof, Kenichi replied. If the Shinigami was not from the Pure Land, then where did it come from? It certainly was not from some other series about death gods. Amato sank into thought. Kenichi, meanwhile, pulled 2 test tubes from his pocket. Inside them were the remains of the 4th Hokage and his wife, pieces he had obtained earlier from Konoha. Now that the 4th Hokage's soul had been released, it was finally time to test what Minato truly wanted. The 4th Great Ninja War wasn't kicked off by the 4th Hokage, was it? If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 374, Chapter 374, Impure World Reincarnation doesn't shed tears, but a father does. Chapter 374, Impure World Reincarnation doesn't shed tears, but a father does. By now, performing Impure World Reincarnation had become second nature to Amamiya Kenichi. He quickly prepared the 4th Hokage's reanimated body. To avoid unnecessary trouble, however, he deliberately chose a genin as the sacrifice. The strength of the sacrifice affected the upper limit of power the revived dead could display. If the reanimated body was made from a genin, then the resurrected 4th Hokage would be unable to unleash his full strength. That way, even if Minato Namake's proved impossible to reason with, the scale of anything he did would remain limited. Kenichi could send him back to the Pure Land before anything spiraled out of control. After all, aside from his terrible naming sense, Minato was exceptional in almost every respect. His Flying Thunder God technique alone had earned him the title of the Yellow Flash. I wonder whether Amato will actually figure anything out, Kenichi muttered to himself as he refined the details of Minato's body. Amato had already taken away the corpse of the sealing ninja who had released the souls from the Shinigami's stomach. He was apparently planning to conduct further research on it. Kenichi had no objection to that, though he had no idea what Amato thought he might discover. Still, Amato always had his own strange flashes of insight when it came to research, so Kenichi was looking forward to seeing the result. Then, it's time. Kenichi formed the seals and completed the final step of impure world reincarnation. As the technique took effect, the 4th Hokage's body trembled faintly. Then he slowly opened his eyes. I'm. Minato looked around blankly. He remembered being tormented within the Shinigami's stomach. Then, all at once, he had felt himself released, entering the Pure Land. He had been about to go look for Kushina, only to feel a sudden pulling force and arrive here instead. Big brother Minato. Kenichi cheerfully took off his mask and smiled at him. Minato still looked the same as ever. Even with the cracked, ashen texture of an impure world reincarnation body, it did nothing to diminish how handsome he was. You're Amamiya. Minato recognized him immediately. Of course he remembered Kenichi. Back then, under his encouragement, Kenichi and Kakashi had become good friends. Unfortunately, that thought made something click in Minato's mind. Memories he had previously set aside came rushing back. He remembered that he was dead. He remembered the Ninetales rampage that night. But if he was dead, then what exactly was his current state? Minato lowered his head and looked at his hands, a strange sense of discomfort washing over him. This is impure world reincarnation. He recognized the technique at once. After all, he had once been the 4th Hokage. When the third Hokage handed him the scroll of seals, he had specifically warned him about the forbidden techniques recorded inside. Of all of them, impure world reincarnation had left the deepest impression. After all, a jutsu that could bring back the dead sounded overwhelmingly powerful. Big brother Minato, do you remember your child? Kenichi asked with a smile as he poured Minato a cup of tea, then sat down across from him. He had no intention of reminiscing. He went straight to the point. Are you talking about Naruto? Minato blinked. At the mention of his son, his expression softened slightly. He was naturally curious about how Naruto was doing now. And yet, what puzzled him was this. How did Kenichi know about Naruto at all? Kushina's childbirth had been an absolute secret within Konoha. Even Kakashi had only known fragments, and Kakashi was not someone who would spread that information around. Little Amamiya, how did you find out about Naruto? Minato asked curiously. He wondered whether the third Hokage had revealed Naruto's identity after his death, or perhaps informed Orochimaru and the others because Naruto was the fourth Hokage's son. Pure coincidence, I suppose, Kenichi replied with a sigh. The last time I returned to Konoha, I found little Naruto being ostracized by the villagers. They called him a demon fox. He often didn't even get enough to eat. I got curious, so I looked into it. As he spoke, Minato's expression slowly went blank. He heard the words. He understood each one. But he could not connect them to his own son no matter how hard he tried. Who was he? He was the fourth Hokage, the leader of the village. He and Kushina had sacrificed everything, even their lives, to protect Konoha. And yet Naruto could not even get enough to eat. Minato felt completely lost. He even wondered if he had misheard. Wait, what did you say? He asked blankly. Kenichi patiently repeated everything. As the explanation continued, Minato's face gradually darkened. Even then, he still hesitated. After all, this was only Kenichi's account. He had not seen it himself. But confirming it would not be difficult. He had left sealing formulae inside Naruto's body. Among them was a failsafe that would activate if the Ninetales chakra ever leaked out beyond a certain point. That version of himself inside the seal should have seen Naruto's life over the years. If he touched that seal now, he would know exactly what Naruto had experienced. And yet Minato still found it hard to believe. He was the fourth Hokage. He and his wife had died for Konoha. Was their only son truly living such a life? Can I see Naruto? Minato finally asked. Although he did not think Kenichi would bother lying about something so easily verified, he still wanted confirmation with his own eyes. He did not even know what part of himself was still trying to deny it. Of course. When I saw how hard Naruto's life was, I brought him out of Konoha, Kenichi said as he took another sip of tea. That was the entire reason he had gone to the trouble of bringing Minato back in the first place. He was curious too. In the original story, Minato's expression had remained grim after learning about Naruto's life. What had he been thinking then? And what would he think now? Minato stood up at once, then looked at Kenichi eagerly. He was fast, absurdly fast. But right now, he did not know where his son was. Kenichi glanced outside. It was already late. Naruto was most likely asleep by now. Only then did he lead Minato to the sleeping child. The instant Minato saw Naruto, he recognized him. That blonde hair, so much like his own. It was his son. Naru. Minato's hand trembled as he reached forward. He looked at Naruto sleeping soundly. He saw how even in sleep the boy's brows were faintly furrowed. In that instant, emotion surged violently inside him. He remembered holding Naruto as a newborn. So tiny. So small that his entire body had fit within Minato's forearm. And now, he had grown this much. Time really was a wondrous thing. Then guilt came crashing down. He was Konoha's fastest shinobi, the Yellow Flash. Yet he had missed every single one of his son's birthdays. Outside the room, Kenichi leaned against the wall and looked up at the moon. The land of snow had no clouds tonight. Combined with the geography, it gave him a clear view of a brilliant, sprawling night sky. Brother Amamiya, that's... Uchiha Hikari hopped over. She had sensed someone approach earlier, but after noticing it was Kenichi who brought him here, she had quietly deactivated her Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto's father, Kenichi replied. He dug around in his pocket, pulled out 2 lollipops he had made himself, handed one to Hikari, then unwrapped the other and placed it in his mouth. It tasted sweet, though there was a faint bitterness underneath. Probably the preserved plum. Naruto's dad. Hikari blinked. She remembered Naruto saying his parents were dead. So could Brother Amamiya. For a moment, her thoughts ran wild. Inside the room, Minato took a deep breath. He desperately wanted to cry. But he couldn't. For some reason, no tears would come. Slowly, Minato extended his hand and reached toward the seal on Naruto's stomach. He wanted to know. He had to know what kind of life Naruto had lived. The moment his hand touched the seal, he sent chakra into it, connecting with the contingency he had left behind. Then he saw everything. He saw the ostracism. He saw the endless coldness. He saw the villagers looking at Naruto with disgust, saw them ignoring him, saw the few who drew close only to leave him again. He saw Naruto's loneliness. He saw expired instant noodles. He saw spoiled milk. He saw the life Naruto had lived in Konoha. He saw far too much. Outside, Kenichi quietly ground the lollipop between his teeth. The room behind him was utterly silent. He had no idea how much Minato had seen, nor what choice the men would make after this, but he was curious. During the battle with Obito, Naruto's memories had been projected into everyone's minds through ninjutsu. Back then, Minato had remained very quiet. Kenichi had even thought that if Minato had turned around in the next moment and stood beside Obito, it would not have felt strange at all. If Naruto had not grown up into the kind of person he became, if he had not already chosen the path of becoming Hokage, then perhaps things would not have unfolded the way they had. A long while later, Hikari had already started nodding off when Minato finally stepped out. The first thing Minato saw was Hikari leaning sleepily against Kenichi's shoulder, her head drooping. "Big brother Minato," Kenichi greeted him with a smile. Minato looked at him for a moment, then nodded. He had seen enough to understand the relationship between Kenichi and Naruto. Kenichi had become Naruto's teacher. He had no objection to that. Given how Naruto had been living in Konoha, it was already more than enough that there was a shinobi willing to become the boy's teacher. He could also tell that the third Hokage had never truly intended to interfere much in Naruto's growth. It felt almost like neglect disguised as freedom. Though Minato understood the third Hokage's reasoning. Hiding Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was, in a way, a form of protection. But that did not make him feel any better. And more than that. That night, he had seen Naruto wake in his sleep. He had seen him curl up alone in bed after everyone else left. And from that day onward, Naruto never called the third Hokage Grandpa again. "You brought Naruto to the land of snow. What exactly do you intend to do?" Minato asked. His expression was complicated enough that Kenichi could not read it clearly. "Big brother Minato, I want to create a world without war. A world where every child can grow up happy and carefree, without having to fear being killed by enemies," Kenichi said with a smile, while also weaving a bit of chakra into a protective shell around Hikari so she could sleep more comfortably. Minato said nothing at first. He simply looked at Kenichi, and Kenichi calmly met his gaze. "You know I was the fourth Hokage, don't you?" Minato finally said with a deep sigh. Kenichi nodded. He had even attended Minato's inauguration ceremony. "What do you want to do?" Minato asked after another pause. He could not stop worrying about Naruto, and he also understood that Kenichi had not gone to all this trouble just to let him see his son. Kenichi had revived him for a reason. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 375, Chapter 375, No Fourth, Only a Father. Chapter 375, No Fourth, Only a Father. Minato had long understood one truth. In this world, no one would ever be unconditionally good to you except your own family. Even when someone treated you exceptionally well, there was usually some ulterior motive behind it. And even within a family, relationships could still sour, to the point of hatred. Minato had seen miserable childhoods before. He had even seen people whose greatest dream, after growing up in that kind of misery, was to personally turn themselves into orphans. If that could happen even among family, then how much more could it happen between strangers? But even so, Minato had never expected Amamiya Kenichi to be this insane. "To be honest, I never thought you were this kind of person," Minato said as he looked at the sky slowly brightening at the horizon. He took a deep breath, then scratched his head. The world had changed far too quickly. Just moments ago, he had still been inside the Shinigami's stomach, contemplating life, thinking about Kushina and Naruto, wondering what his son would be like when he grew up. Then in the very next moment, he had been dragged out of that place and hauled onto a pirate ship. Yes, a pirate ship. Minato truly felt that Kenichi's thinking was a little crazy. The things he considered were completely outrageous. At the very least, when Minato had been Kenichi's age, he had only been thinking about how to become an outstanding shinobi. His greatest ambition back then had been whether or not he could become Hokage. That was all. That had already been the biggest and wildest dream he had dared to entertain. But Kenichi was different. He was actually thinking about unifying the entire shinobi world. The shinobi world had so many countries. The 5 great nations. The 5 great hidden villages. Wanting to conquer and unify all of them was madness. Even the first Hokage, known as the god of shinobi, had never accomplished such a thing. People always change, big brother Minato. Kenichi casually poured him another cup of tea. Now that Minato had already agreed, the next issue was how to revive him properly. There was no question about the method. At present, there was only one option, samsara of heavenly life technique. Nothing else would work. But that technique required the soul of a shinobi of comparable strength. It was not something that could be used by casually dragging in some ordinary person. Otherwise, the hidden sand village would probably have escaped the land of wind long ago. They could have just taken their strongest fighters into battle, died together with the enemy, then revived them afterward. The fact that they had never done such a thing proved that the technique had limits. "Thank you for taking care of Naruto during this time," Minato said suddenly, breaking the calm before dawn. Kenichi's hand paused for a moment. He looked at Minato in surprise. The man was looking at him seriously, and the gratitude in his voice was genuine. That honestly caught Kenichi off guard. "It's nothing. I like Naruto too. For someone to grow up in that kind of environment and still keep that sort of personality, that's honestly impressive," Kenichi said with a sigh. He meant it. If he put himself in Naruto's place and imagined living the life Naruto had lived, then not turning dark and deciding to erase Konoha with a tailed beast bomb would already count as remarkable restraint. And yet Naruto could still stay optimistic. He could still think about becoming Hokage and earning everyone's acknowledgement. That really was amazing. At least, Kenichi knew he could never be that kind of person. Minato blinked. He wanted to say something, but the words would not come. He held it in for a long while before finally staying silent. Even he had to admit it. His son's personality was absurdly good. But if given the choice, he would rather Naruto never have had to endure any of it. Your first target being the hidden mist is a good choice. But how do you plan to get there? That place is surrounded by sea. You can only go by boat, and that's troublesome, Minato said, changing the subject. Times have changed, big brother Minato. We have airships now. We can just fly straight there, Kenichi said, raising an eyebrow. Minato looked blank for a moment. This was the feeling of suddenly realizing you had been left behind by the times. After Kenichi explained it for a while, Minato finally understood what new changes had appeared in the shinobi world since his death. He could not help feeling a little strange, as though the world had developed a generation gap without him. Anyway, once the time comes, what needs to be done is quickly seize control of the hidden mist and then bestow blessings on all the shinobi there, Kenichi continued, calmly laying out his plan. The truth was, his plan had a major flaw. Prisoners of war. What was he supposed to do with them? The hidden mist had a large number of shinobi, along with the daimyo and all sorts of people with their own agendas. Taking the village by force would be one thing. Ruling it afterward would be the real headache. Fortunately, he had parasites. Those could bypass a large part of that trouble. Still, whether parasites would work on every single shinobi was another question entirely. So Kenichi had already planned on a double-layered approach. Parasites as the guarantee, and emotional leverage as the backup. Families, bonds, loved ones. There was nothing shameful about that. In his previous life, hostage tactics had been perfectly normal in many eras of history. And besides, Kenichi did not think that alone would always be enough. Some people were ruthless enough that if one son died, they would simply have another. To control such people, it was not enough to grab one relative. Their entire household had to be under control. Of course, even then, there was always the possibility of meeting someone like Liu Bang, someone ruthless enough to ignore all of it. Kenichi had preparations for that too. After all, his current strength had already reached the Kage level. If persuasion failed, then he also knew a little bit of hand-to-hand reasoning. Blessings? Minato asked, looking at Kenichi curiously. He always felt Kenichi was hiding something behind that word. Kenichi only smiled and said nothing. There was no way he was going to tell Minato that the so-called blessings were actually parasites, and that anyone infected by them would obey him without hesitation. At least for now, it was effectively absolute. If he told someone to die, they would die. Seen from that angle, it really was terrifying. I'll help when the time comes. But my current body can't bring out much power. Minato said. I'll find a way to revive you properly, Kenichi replied. He was not too worried about that part. He had already thought it through. The only real issue was how to handle the cost. Minato was a Kage level powerhouse. But then again, what exactly counted as Kage level? Far beyond Jonin, certainly. But ultimately, there was no fixed chakra benchmark that automatically made someone Kage class. It was more about combat capability. Might Guy in ordinary conditions was at best an elite Jonin, maybe just a Jonin. But once he opened the 8 gates, he could instantly become something that surpassed the Kage tier altogether. The shinobi world had too many variables that made combat strength difficult to measure under ordinary standards. So Kenichi felt there were only two realistic options. Either find a Kage, parasitize them, and then use Samsara of Heavenly Life technique to revive Minato, or somehow solve the problem himself through further research and use Minato as a way to test the actual threshold of the technique. Can Kushina be revived too? Minato asked, somewhat awkwardly. He knew he was asking a lot. Reviving the dead was never an easy matter, and Minato knew that better than anyone. Truthfully, he had never been especially attached to the idea of being revived. Otherwise, he never would have chosen to sacrifice himself that night. But after seeing how Naruto had lived all these years, regret had taken root in his heart. He wanted to remain by Naruto's side. He wanted to make up for the years he had missed. The third Hokage, no matter what, was not Naruto's blood relative. He could never care for Naruto the way Minato and Kushina could. Of course. Kenichi did not mind the question at all. If he was already going to revive Minato, then reviving Kushina alongside him was no problem. Minato had been the Hokage. Kushina had been a Jinchuriki. Her exact level of strength was unclear, but she should have at least been Jonin level, and her sealing techniques were extremely powerful. If not for the fact that she had just gone through childbirth and had been ambushed by Obito that night, even with the Nine Tails going berserk, it probably would not have escaped her restraint so easily. I'll do my best to help you, Minato said seriously. To him, Kenichi was now a benefactor to their entire family. He had seen the light in Naruto's life. There had been only a handful of people who gave the child warmth, and among them, Kenichi had left the deepest mark. After all, Kenichi had become Naruto's teacher, and he had also been the one to tell Naruto who his parents were. The next one was the ramen shop owner. Then there were the children of the Inoshikacho families. And finally, the third Hokage. But after that night, after Naruto had woken up, his feelings toward the third Hokage had clearly changed for the worse. That was the reason Naruto had been so willing to leave Konoha with Kenichi. The third Hokage had frightened him badly. Then I'll be relying on you, big brother Minato, Kenichi said with a smile. With Minato on his side, dealing with the hidden mist would become much easier. And now, what needed to be done was clear. Revive Minato and Kushina properly. Then complete the Mangekyo Sharingan awakening for the Jonin from the Land of Snow. Once a Jonin awakened the Mangekyo, the next steps should become much smoother. Kenichi felt that an elite Jonin with Mangekyo Sharingan should be enough to count as a suitable sacrifice for reviving Minato. And if even that was still not enough, then maybe the only option left would be to kidnap the third Hokage from Konoha and have him pay the price personally. Was that plan feasible? Almost not at all. The third Hokage was troublesome. He had concerns and attachments, yes, but precisely because of those concerns, he was not easy to deal with. For example, one could use the entire village to morally pressure him. An old and aging third Hokage in exchange for a young and restored fourth Hokage. Kenichi felt the third Hokage might actually accept that trade. But if Kenichi himself were the one proposing it directly, it would not work. The third Hokage would definitely hesitate. Unless Kenichi somehow managed to persuade him with his own rhetoric. But would the old man listen? If it were that easy, then there would be no need to bother with weapons research or developing new jutsu. He could just rely on talk no jutsu to unify the whole shinobi world and be done with it. Big brother Minato, I'll be heading off to continue my experiments. As for Naruto, you can take care of him yourself, Kenichi said after hearing the rustle of clothing from the room behind him. He smiled at Minato, then turned and left. That left Minato standing alone, looking toward the room behind him, at a complete loss, until he saw the sleepy blonde child crawl out of bed and rub his eyes. At that moment, dawn spread over the entire land. Warm light fell across the Land of Snow. It landed on Minato, and it also let Naruto clearly see the man standing by the window. Naruto looked up and saw a blonde man with cracked skin on his face, staring at him in a daze. Naruto. He said softly. At that moment, there was no fourth Hokage. There was only a father. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 376, Chapter 376, Motherly Love Like a Mountain Collapse. Chapter 376, Motherly Love Like a Mountain Collapse. What has the fourth Hokage been doing lately? Amamiya Kenichi rubbed his eyes, stretched, then took a sip from his teacup as he looked at Uchiha Shirori beside him. Reporting, Lord Amamiya. Lord Minato has recently been teaching Naruto together with Lady Kushina, Shirori answered respectfully. Kenichi raised an eyebrow, though he was not particularly surprised. Strictly speaking, he was Naruto's teacher. However, Kenichi's way of raising a student was more about teaching according to aptitude. Once Naruto completed the lessons he arranged, he usually let the boy run off and play. Clearly, though, Minato and Kushina had their own ideas. That unlucky little guy Naruto has secretly complained to me a few times. He said his parents came back, but somehow, his life got even harder. Kenichi could not help laughing when he remembered it. After father and son reunited, Kenichi fulfilled his promise and used Edo Tensei on Kushina, the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Her soul was successfully reincarnated. Nothing strange happened during the process, which made Kenichi feel that the Sage of Six Paths might not care much about what happened in the living world. The last time he had appeared was likely because Amato Sanzu's research had touched upon certain secrets of the Pure Land. Without that reason, Kenichi felt the Sage of Six Paths probably would not have appeared at all. Perhaps only matters involving his mother could truly make him anxious. Although Kenichi still did not know the exact reason, this was good news. He really did not want to face the Sage of Six Paths right now. He did not know what the sage was doing in the Pure Land, but the fact that he had almost no role in the future Boruto era showed that whatever he was doing had little influence on the living world. After Kushina was revived through Edo Tensei, what followed was the moving reunion between mother and son. It was warm, famous, and almost enough to make one forget that Kushina had once been called Konoha's red-hot-blooded habanero. Almost. Her temper was indeed fierce. After learning about her son's miserable childhood, Kushina crushed the iron spoon in her hand into a ball. If Naruto had not tearfully stopped her, and if Minato had not been standing nearby, Kenichi felt this woman might have stormed straight back to Konoha, grabbed Hiruzen by the beard, and asked whether his old bones were sturdy enough. Most of the time, Lady Kushina is the one teaching Naruto, Shirori added. Kenichi nodded. Minato's thoughts were rather similar to his own. Or rather, Minato seemed more willing to entrust Naruto to him. Kushina, on the other hand, clearly wanted her son to become stronger. At the very least, she did not want him to remain like before, when he had to fish just to fill his stomach, relying entirely on luck and sometimes returning empty-handed. If Naruto mastered lightning release, he could at least electrocute fish for food and solve the basic problem of survival. Kushina did not doubt Kenichi's intentions. But as a mother who had missed so many years of birthdays and companionship, the motherly love that erupted from Kushina at this moment could only be described as overwhelming. Like a mountain collapse. Unfortunately, for the current Naruto, Kushina's teaching was a little too advanced. It was like handing calculus to a primary school student and telling him to solve it before dinner. Suffocating was the polite word for it. Still, Naruto, who had never experienced a father's love or a mother's love before, was clearly enjoying his current life. He was the very definition of suffering happily. But with Kushina around, Naruto's burden has also been reduced quite a bit, Kenichi said with a smile. Shirori did not quite understand, and Kenichi did not explain. For Naruto, Kurama inside him was a very troublesome problem. Although Kurama would later become Naruto's partner, the current Kurama and Naruto had no such relationship. In fact, because of Kurama, Naruto's chakra control was extremely difficult. But with Kushina here, Kurama would not have an easy time. Adamantine sealing chains. Ever heard of them? As for whether this would affect Naruto and Kurama's future relationship, Kenichi felt it probably would not. Naruto's personality was genuinely good, and communicating with someone like him was very easy. As long as Naruto and Kurama talked more, Kenichi believed Kurama would still acknowledge him eventually. Unless Kurama truly lost his mind and swore to cut ties with Naruto forever, but that probability was even lower than the Sage of Six Paths being resurrected. Is this batch the last one? Kenichi glanced at the unconscious test subjects in front of him, casually wrote a few lines in his experiment log, then twisted his neck. He had not been idle during this period. Once the Jonin of the Land of Snow had recovered enough, he began the Mangekyo Sharingan awakening experiments. So far, the experiments had all been very successful. There had only been one failure, where the subject's brain had essentially been cooked. Kenichi summarized the case afterward and found that the subject had a heart condition. The intense emotional stimulation during the experiment triggered that heart condition, causing the experiment to fail. Yes, Lord Amamiya, Shirori said respectfully. Parasites had already been implanted into the brains of these Jonin. After they awakened, they needed to be observed for a period of time to confirm that there were no problems before Kenichi could continue his experiments. As for the Chunin and Genin, Kenichi currently had no plan to awaken their eyes. There were not many Jonin in the Land of Snow to begin with. Only 33 in total. So far, only 25 had received the blessing, and one had died. The remaining few Jonin were scattered throughout other parts of the Land of Snow. He would deal with them later. Killing them would be too wasteful. As for making an example out of someone, enough chickens had already been slaughtered. If those Jonin were unwilling to cooperate, they could simply be captured. That would also give Kenichi a chance to experiment with what happened when parasites were implanted while the subject was strongly resisting. If they could still be brainwashed into fanatics loyal to him, then the parasite's potential uses might be even more outrageous than Kenichi had imagined. The Land of Snow really is weak. There are so few jonin. Kenichi clicked his tongue. The Land of Snow was an entire country, yet it only had this many jonin. Konoha had far more, and some of the Land of Snow's jonin were even only special jonin. But that was the reality for small countries. The Land of Snow had already developed quite well by reaching its current state. Shirori did not speak. She simply stood quietly at the side, waiting to serve and receive Kenichi's orders. Kenichi stood and rolled his neck. The Akatsuki had been very quiet during this period, and Obito had not caused any more trouble. Kenichi did not know what that man was planning, but after staying silent for so long, he was clearly preparing something big. How are the materials I asked you to prepare last time? Kenichi asked as he twisted his neck again, then frowned and rubbed it. His neck felt a little sore, probably because he had been doing too much research lately. Reporting, sir. Most of the materials have already been transported to the capital's warehouse for storage. 3 more are still on the way, Shirori answered respectfully. Kenichi nodded. Then it should be soon. However, purchasing those materials had cost a great deal of money. Fortunately, when Koyuki Kazuhana granted blessings to the ninja earlier, several nobles of the Land of Snow who refused to cooperate were wiped out, and a fortune had been seized from them. Otherwise, the Land of Snow's treasury would have been so empty that even rats would cry while moving out. As for those materials, Kenichi could only wait until everything arrived before assembling them. He planned to assemble devices for uranium detection and purification, then officially put nuclear weapons research on the agenda. With nuclear weapons, he would possess truly terrifying power. A weapon whose destructive force and aftermath far exceeded conventional ninjutsu, and one that even had its own advantages compared to Madara's Tengai Shinsei. Tengai Shinsei was powerful, but its coverage and long-term damage to the local ecosystem were not especially significant. Nuclear radiation was different. In his previous life, this thing had been considered disaster level, and its power was astonishing. An atomic bomb's power was already terrifying, but still within a comprehensible range. But what if Kenichi pulled out a Tsar hydrogen bomb? How would the shinobi world deal with that? One had to know that it was a monster whose mushroom cloud rose 7 Mount Everests high, with a blast radius of 1,000 kilometers, and it even caused the Eurasian continent to shift by 9 millimeters. If something like that were dropped in the shinobi world, a single Tsar hydrogen bomb could be called a world-ending strategic threat. At that time, it will be me, Amamiya Kenichi, who acknowledges you, Uchiha Madara. Kenichi's lips curled into a pleased smile. Just imagining himself pulling out a Tsar hydrogen bomb and making Uchiha Madara dance inside a nuclear explosion filled him with satisfaction. Kenichi stood and walked out, while Shirori skillfully began cleaning up the unconscious test subjects. Although all of them had awakened their eyes, the intense emotional shock still left them in comas. Depending on their constitution, the time before they woke up would vary. But once they awakened, they would still have to face Kenichi's trials. And after that, they would become Kenichi's sharpest spears, aimed at the land of water. Kenichi stretched, yawned, and left the laboratory. Not long after stepping outside, he sensed an ominous aura from the distance. But in the next instant, that aura disappeared again. The corner of Kenichi's mouth twitched. Kushina, that teaching method really is. Kenichi felt a little helpless, but he still hurried over. As soon as he reached Naruto's house, he saw Naruto lying weakly on the ground, his face streaked with tears. Beside him stood an extremely enthusiastic Kushina, while Minato looked at his wife and child with a helpless expression. Cough, cough. Kushina, pour Amamiya some tea, Minato said after noticing Kenichi. Kushina immediately turned and saw him. When outsiders were present, Kushina was still very considerate of her husband. Oh, isn't this little Amamiya? Come in, come in. Kushina was very enthusiastic. Naruto, meanwhile, immediately showed an expression that said, I'm saved. Kenichi almost laughed. Still, he walked inside calmly, pretending he had not seen anything just now. Naruto, have you communicated with Kurama today? Kenichi smiled and rubbed Naruto's head. Naruto, looking as if he had just escaped death, quickly scurried over to Kenichi and tugged at his sleeve. Phew, teacher, you're finally here. Today's communication was all right. Little Naruto's relieved expression instantly turned serious. Kenichi did not even need to look to know why. A moment later, Kushina handed him a cup of hot tea. Kenichi smiled and accepted it, then listened as Kushina explained to Naruto how to communicate with a tailed beast. And as he listened to Kushina's philosophy of, if it doesn't listen, beat it up, after one beating, it'll listen obediently, Kenichi silently sipped his tea. Well, leaving aside whether Naruto had the strength to do that, if he really followed Kushina's teaching method, who knew how long it would take Kurama to acknowledge him. But seeing Naruto's slightly empty expression, Kenichi felt much more reassured. Judging from Naruto's face, Kushina's teaching method probably would not have much effect. Big brother Minato, it hasn't been easy for you either, Kenichi said, smacking his lips. Minato showed a gentle smile and shook his head. Although Kushina indeed had some quirks, she was truly a good wife to him. Naruto. I told you, pay attention when I'm talking. Kushina's irritated voice rang out. Then Kenichi saw Kushina grab Naruto by the ear and roar angrily at him. Minato, standing to the side, showed a polite yet awkward smile. Well, Kushina's temper really was not good. It made Kenichi feel a little sympathy for Naruto's current situation, but that did not affect Minato's deep love for his wife. Big brother Minato, how about we go out for a meal? Kenichi glanced at Minato and asked. Minato raised an eyebrow when he heard that, then silently followed Kenichi outside. Kushina seemed unconcerned, but she watched her husband and Kenichi leave with a trace of worry in her eyes. She was not foolish. Naturally, she knew Kenichi intended to discuss something important. Fortunately, she and her husband were currently in an Edo Tensei state. Even if they died, it would not truly be death. So Kushina once again focused on teaching Naruto, becoming even more serious than before. She wanted her son to have more ways to protect himself. Even if she did not know that many methods herself, she still wished she could pull out everything she had and hand it to him. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 377, Chapter 377, Power Divisions in the Ninja World. Chapter 377, Power Divisions in the Ninja World. Big brother Minato, I have a question. Amamiya Kenichi looked at Minato. This was something he cared about a great deal. Although he could verify it through experiments, the cost of those experiments would make even him feel the sting. Oh. What question? Minato asked curiously. During this period, he had come to understand more about Kenichi. The little ninja who used to play with Kakashi had now grown to an astonishing height. That made Minato rather curious about what kind of question Kenichi would ask him. It's like this. How are Kage-level powerhouses distinguished from ordinary Jonin? Kenichi asked. This was the problem currently troubling him the most. After all, if he wanted to revive Minato through one's own life reincarnation, he needed a powerful ninja of roughly equivalent strength. That was the result Kenichi had reached after researching one's own life reincarnation. A genin could not be used to revive a jonin. Even a chunin would struggle unless they were an abnormal case, like some of Konoha's so-called genin. Under normal circumstances, resurrecting a jonin required jonin-level material. This was the greatest flaw of one's own life reincarnation. However, Kenichi had no experimental data regarding Kage-level powerhouses. After all, Kage-level figures were truly extraordinary. The only example he knew from the future was Chiyo sacrificing herself to resurrect Gaara after his death. But Chiyo herself possessed terrifying strength far beyond an ordinary jonin. If not for her grief after the war and her lack of interest in becoming Kage, she would have been fully qualified to become Kazekage. So, at its core, that was also a Kage-level powerhouse resurrecting a Kage-level Gaara. Minato fell into thought. He had never really considered that question. After all, a Kage was a Kage. Those who became the Kage of a village were usually the very best among jonin. But if he truly had to define a standard, Minato had never thought about it in detail. If I had to say, it would be that a Kage can easily kill ordinary jonin. Even when facing several jonin at once, they can resolve the battle without much difficulty. Minato scratched his head. He also found it difficult to explain. During the war, he could rely on the Flying Thunder God technique to wipe out multiple ninja squads with ease. After that, he became Hokage. The corner of Kenichi's mouth twitched. That made some sense, but it also felt as if Minato had said nothing at all. Still, this was probably a problem with the setting of the shinobi world itself. In the earliest period, the gap between ninja ranks had been very obvious. Kakashi had not even considered fighting his teacher Orochimaru, and Gaara's sand had been casually scattered by Might Guy. But in the later stages, the distinction between ninja ranks became far less clear. That was especially true for Naruto and Sasuke, those Konoha genin who did not look like genin at all. Aside from those two, however, most background characters still followed the usual rules. Basically, Kage are selected from among jonin. You could say jonin are the reserve pool for Kage, and the strongest among jonin become Kage, Minato added. I think I understand. Kenichi sighed. How wonderful would it be if the shinobi world divided ranks by chakra reserves? For example, over 100 chakra meant genin, over 1000 meant chunin, and so on. But he also knew that was impossible. Kage, to put it bluntly, were exactly as Minato described. The strongest took the position. At present, there was basically no truly weak Kage. Even the Kazekage who had been killed by his teacher had possessed real strength. He simply failed to withstand Orochimaru's sneak attack. Minato looked a little confused, but he did not ask further. Instead, he returned home. He wanted to spend more time with his wife and child. Kenichi did not mind. He returned to his laboratory, took out his research log marked, one's own life reincarnation, and slowly flipped through it. It seems experimenting is the only way. But experimenting on Minato would cost 1 jonin level consumable each time. That price is really... Kenichi licked his lips. 1 jonin per experiment. What kind of loss rate was that? If he followed his original idea and brought out the strongest jonin in the land of snow for the experiment, success would still depend on probability. If he was lucky and succeeded, he could revive Minato. If he was unlucky, he would have to start all over again, wasting a jonin for nothing. Even if Kenichi made that jonin work and earn money, it would be better than throwing him away like this. But Kenichi had no other method. One's own life reincarnation had no proper experimental records as a ninjutsu. The only experiments available were the ones Kenichi had conducted himself. So, to summarize the current one's own life reincarnation experiments, there is no problem with a stronger ninja resurrecting a weaker ninja, and there is no problem with a ninja of the same rank resurrecting another ninja of the same rank. What the hell is the difference between this and not researching at all? Kenichi threw the experiment log onto the table. Reading this experiment log was practically no different from not reading it. But Kenichi had no other option. Among the few resurrection ninjutsu in the shinobi world, Kenichi only knew one's own life reincarnation. As for Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life technique, it was indeed useful, but it required Nagato's sacrifice. So he could only choose one's own life reincarnation. However, even if there are only a few resurrection ninjutsu in the shinobi world, do I really have no other options? Kenichi pondered. One's own life reincarnation was useful, but its sacrifice was too great. A life for a life. The most troublesome part was that the strength of the sacrificed soul had to be similar. Was there a way to break that limitation? If that limitation could be broken. Kenichi felt his motivation return. In any case, most things had been handled for now. The Mangekyo Sharingan had been awakened, the crops were still growing, and the materials for the uranium extraction and refinement device had not arrived yet. He happened to be in a relatively free period. With that thought, Kenichi rolled up his sleeves and began to perform one's own life reincarnation. Although this ninjutsu traded one life for another, there would be no problem as long as he did not set a clear target during activation. Kenichi could also take this chance to observe it. After performing one's own life reincarnation, there's a slight dizzy sensation. It seems to be coming from the prefrontal lobe. Kenichi frowned slightly. One's own life reincarnation was indeed quite interesting. His Mangekyo Sharingan quietly opened. He wanted to observe whether he could perceive anything in this state, but after a while, he gave up. He could not see anything. It was similar to the sensation when he performed the Reaper Death Seal. After performing the Reaper Death Seal, Kenichi had not been able to see anything either. According to Mr. Sanzu's inference, this should be related to the Shinigami existing in another dimension. Kenichi could only abandon the ninjutsu for the moment. However, his recent activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan was not entirely without gain. At the very least, he had seen how his chakra moved, and how it formed the prototype of a ninjutsu when he performed hand seals. During analysis, I made an unexpected discovery. Analyzing chakra allowed me to observe the structure of ninjutsu. It is complex, but also somewhat similar to programming. Kenichi recorded what he had just seen in his experiment log. The chakra energy points had formed rows of strange shapes, which gave Kenichi a strong urge to study them. If he did not urgently need to solve the problem of one's own life reincarnation, he would definitely begin researching it right away. For now, he could only write it down and leave it for later. Kenichi felt this might be a method for constructing ninjutsu, or perhaps a method for combining them. The use of one's own life reincarnation still requires samples. Kenichi had a bold idea. He summoned 2 chunin who had received the blessing, then had both of them learn one's own life reincarnation. Fortunately, these 2 chunin were medical ninja from the land of Snow's hospital. They had a decent grasp of medical ninjutsu, so they had some talent for learning one's own life reincarnation. After they finished learning it, Kenichi rubbed his hands. It was time to begin the experiment. Is your student really that strong? Tsunade asked in puzzlement as she wiped the blood from Jiraiya's face. She truly could not understand why Jiraiya's student was so powerful. If she had not come with him this time, Jiraiya might have died in Amigakure. That guy had shown no mercy when attacking. Cough, cough. I didn't know about any of this back then. Jiraiya coughed weakly, feeling intense pain throughout his body. He was helpless, and also confused. He did not understand how things had developed to this point. Tsunade sighed as she looked at his miserable state. Jiraiya had 7 holes pierced through his body by his student. Those strange black rods had terrifying destructive and penetrative power, and the enemy's abilities were extremely troublesome. Tsunade had wanted to intervene, but before she could reach him, she was stopped by a woman. That woman threw explosive tags as if they cost nothing, forcing Tsunade to fight while feeling pained. So many explosive tags. How wonderful would it be if they were hers? Those eyes are truly terrifying. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, then slapped Jiraiya's wound, making him howl. His restless hands immediately became much more obedient. The legendary eyes of a sage. And I have a feeling that what we saw wasn't the full extent of their power. Jiraiya coughed awkwardly, then tried to change the subject. At least you're still alive. Let's return to Konoha first. The Akatsuki matter will probably need to be discussed at length. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya and shook her head. Jiraiya's wounds had at least been staunched now. It was about time to return to Konoha. Only with Konoha's professional equipment could Jiraiya's injuries heal faster. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he suffered hidden injuries. After all, Jiraiya was no longer young. Jiraiya coughed weakly. Whenever he thought about what had happened earlier, he felt deeply uncomfortable. After arriving in Amigakure, Jiraiya and Tsunade had been gathering intelligence when they discovered a hidden entrance. The moment they entered, they were attacked. The attacker was none other than Yahiko. Or rather, a puppet made from Yahiko's corpse. At the same time, several other puppets appeared. With Jiraiya and Tsunade working together, they could hold them off while collecting more information. The intelligence Konoha had provided earlier also helped Jiraiya greatly. However, no matter what he said, if the host possesses enough strength, they should be able to break free from the parasitic worm's control. Experiment log. However, the first experimental subject quickly returned to his original state under the parasitic worm's influence and began the reincarnation of the deceased second experimental subject. Amamiya Kenichi recorded the information in his experimental log. In front of him, a man with vacant eyes was mechanically forming hand seals, then casting one's own life reincarnation to revive another ninja lying motionless across from him. That person was Kenichi's second experimental subject. Kenichi had previously thought of a method: teach two ninja to master one's own life reincarnation, then kill one of them and have the other cast one's own life reincarnation on the corpse. In this way, the ninja who cast one's own life reincarnation would die, while the deceased would be revived. Then, the revived deceased would cast one's own life reincarnation on the one who had just died, bringing them back again. It could be said that a cycle of life and death had been achieved between the two ninja. This provided great convenience for Kenichi's experiment. At the very least, it greatly reduced the consumption of materials. Of course, Kenichi also discovered some other problems. Looking at the vacant experimental subject before him, Kenichi fell into thought. He had already performed one's own life reincarnation 7 times, and during the process, he discovered something rather interesting. The more times one's own life reincarnation was cast, the more vacant the caster became. For example, during the first few uses, the first and second experimental subjects had shown strong resistance after casting one's own life reincarnation, actively trying to break free from the parasitic worm's control. But now, after the first experimental subject stood up again, he remained completely motionless. At this moment, the first experimental subject was like a puppet on strings. However, now was not the time to study that. Kenichi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and once again observed the entire process of one's own life reincarnation. Experiment log. During the hand seal sequence, countless chakra energy points spontaneously gathered into a special shape according to the hand seal gestures. So far, the energy composition of all 7 one's own life reincarnation casts has been identical. Kenichi looked at the diagram in his hand. He had drawn it based on the chakra flow he observed through his Mangekyo Sharingan. This made him rather curious. What function did hand seals actually serve in the shinobi world? One had to know that hand seals were basically common knowledge among ninja. But conversely, in the later stages of the Naruto story, hand seal animations were rarely seen. However, according to Kenichi's understanding, it might not be that they were no longer using hand seals, but that their hand seal speed was too fast for ordinary people to see. Just like when Itachi once crushed Kakashi, his hand seal speed was so fast that Kakashi could not see his hand movements clearly at all. Moreover, repeatedly showing hand seals was troublesome, so it was simply abbreviated for convenience. But now, Kenichi had gained a new perspective. To a certain extent, are hand seals equivalent to a method of arranging chakra in a specific way? Can properly arranged chakra perform specific functions according to that method? Kenichi pondered. This felt somewhat like computer programming. A string of code could produce different effects depending on how it was written. So, if the method of arranging chakra could be deciphered, would it be possible to completely eliminate the need for hand seals to some extent? Even if that could not be achieved, the process of forming hand seals could probably be simplified, just as the second Hokage often needed only a single simple seal to cast many ninjutsu. But if it could be simplified even further, would it then be possible to cast ninjutsu directly without any hand seals at all? That would be extremely helpful in battle. It would be covert enough that others would have no idea what ninjutsu you were about to cast. At that moment, one's own life reincarnation continued. In Kenichi's eyes, after the ninjutsu was successfully cast, it transformed into a strange. Kenichi could not quite describe what it was. Hypothesis 1, Rinne rebirth is cast through the Rinnegan. The mysterious energy of the ocular ninjutsu pays some unknown price, thereby exchanging for many souls. Hypothesis 2, the soul of the Rinne rebirth caster itself possesses great value, so it can be exchanged for more souls. Hypothesis 3, the Rinne rebirth caster is powerful enough to forcibly open the Pure Land and achieve resurrection through brute force, but is then taken away by the Pure Land. Kenichi scratched his head. Among these three possibilities, he personally felt that the first and second were the most likely, while the third had a much lower probability. After all, if the caster truly had that much power, why would he still have to die? He could just revive everyone and be done with it. So, the research direction can begin by testing whether the souls of other creatures, or perhaps other objects, can be used as the exchange price. Kenichi became somewhat interested. At this moment, the second experimental subject also began the eighth experiment. This time, he would use one's own life reincarnation to revive the first subject, continuously repeating the process until Kenichi obtained the experimental data he wanted. However, in this experiment, Kenichi also added something extra to verify his idea. Experiment log, the eighth experiment has officially begun. This time, an ordinary person was introduced. At the instant the second experimental subject successfully cast one's own life reincarnation, the ordinary person was killed and simultaneously covered with chakra. In Kenichi's Mangekyo Sharingan, although chakra enveloped the civilian, it did not bring anything back. It simply dissipated. The second experimental subject also collapsed to the ground and lost his life, while the first experimental subject's heartbeat slowly returned to normal. Kenichi sighed. Experiment log, it seems that increasing the number of souls offered is not feasible. Or rather, one's own life reincarnation does not account for this aspect. It cannot attach additional souls for exchange. It's really difficult. Modifying ninjutsu these days is truly no simple matter. Kenichi began thinking about what to prepare for the next experiment. Should he use 5 ordinary people as experimental subjects? While Kenichi was pondering, he suddenly discovered a problem. The first experimental subject was lying on the ground, motionless. Kenichi walked over and glanced at the life monitor placed nearby. The readings were slowly returning to the level of a normal person. Except for the brainwaves. Interesting. Kenichi picked up the instrument and checked it. He quickly found that the instrument showed that at the moment the subject's heart resumed beating, the first experimental subject's brainwaves had recovered for less than a second before permanently ceasing activity. Kenichi tried poking him. Then he directly picked up a kunai and pierced the subject's hand. The subject's brainwaves showed no activity at all. Can he still move now? Kenichi asked. Naturally, he was not asking the experimental subject, but the parasitic offspring inside him. Yes, master. The first experimental subject opened his eyes and crawled up from the ground. His movements were somewhat stiff, as if he was not yet accustomed to controlling the body in this way. What's the situation now? Kenichi asked with interest. Master, this person seems to be dead. No matter how I stimulate him, he won't move, the parasitic worm answered respectfully while controlling the experimental subject. The scene gave off an eerie feeling. Kenichi pondered. This looked somewhat like a vegetative state. The concept of a vegetative state had been a cliché in television dramas in his previous life, especially in the earliest Korean dramas, where car accidents, leukemia, vegetative states, and amnesia were common tropes. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 379, Chapter 379, Uranium Detection and Purification Device. Chapter 379, Uranium Detection and Purification Device. I wonder if my junior sister is still alive. Teacher hasn't lost his temper like that since he used that secret ninjutsu. Amamiya Kenichi sighed. Ever since his teacher used living corpse reincarnation to take Yuki's body, Kenichi had rarely seen him lose his temper. The last time he had gotten that angry was probably because of Jiraiya. But Jiraiya had truly courted death, so it was not difficult to understand why his teacher had exploded. The problem was that Jiraiya seemed to be marching farther and farther down that road. Not long ago, Kenichi had bought a collector's edition of the story of me and Orochimaru that had to be told. The most outrageous part was that, along with the book's release, there was even a custom cup supposedly themed after Orochimaru. Kenichi's expression had been incredibly complicated when he held it. He truly could not imagine what Jiraiya had been thinking. Before, Jiraiya had only been courting death through novels. Now, he had escalated things to this level. If his teacher found out, Jiraiya's life might genuinely become impossible to save. And how brave was that publishing house? They actually dared to produce something like this. His teacher might not be able to do much to Jiraiya for the moment, but could he really do nothing to a publishing house? He could just summon Manda and smash the entire building flat. Still, although Kenichi complained out loud, he had very consciously bought the collector's edition. As for the cup, Kenichi naturally did not use it. Its design was, in a certain sense, extremely unfriendly to human hands. After all, it had a snake-scale texture on the outside. Kenichi truly did not know how to evaluate it. He knew that some people had very special tastes when it came to custom computer operating systems and themed merchandise, but this kind of artistry was far too avant-garde. At the very least, the current Kenichi could not appreciate it. Just thinking about that strangely smooth snake-scale texture made his expression turn complicated. It felt strange just holding it, let alone drinking from it. Still, Jiraiya did have ideas. He had even thought of making cups. As expected, Jiraiya was truly one of Konoha's legendary trio of gambling, lust, and forbidden research. Is there any other information? Kenichi put away his stray thoughts, pinched the bridge of his nose, and asked. There's no especially urgent intelligence. However, recently, there have been rumors in the ninja world claiming that Uchiha Madara was sighted in the land of Earth, Uchiha Shirori replied, shaking her head at first before remembering something and adding the report. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. Now that was interesting. 90% of the people in the ninja world would scoff at this kind of information and assume it was some madman imitating the legendary ninja of the past. But Kenichi knew this might actually be true. After all, Uchiha Madara had been very capable of staying alive, and he had once possessed the Rinnegan. He had only died not that long ago. In a certain sense, Uchiha Madara could be considered a living fossil of the ninja world. Pay close attention to any intelligence related to Uchiha Madara. Also. Kenichi stroked his chin. Uchiha Madara was most likely in an Edo Tensei state right now. In one sense, that meant unlimited chakra, which made him extremely troublesome. Although Kenichi did not know what Obito wanted to do, he had no intention of letting Uchiha Obito have things too easy. If Kenichi did not have so many matters on his plate right now, he would have personally gone to cause trouble for Obito. But even if he had no time to act directly, there were still other ways to make life difficult for Uchiha Obito. During this period, he would begin assembling the uranium detection device, then start mining uranium. After that, he would rely on the nuclear physics knowledge he had studied before to drag the ninja world into a new era of nuclear deterrence. Of course, the path from atomic weapons to hydrogen weapons was not simple. But atomic weapons alone would be enough to give the people of the ninja world an entirely new understanding of science. Issue a bounty request at the bounty station, Kenichi said with a smile, licking his lips. That magical place, the bounty station, was quite useful. Kenichi had previously exchanged Ao's head there for a considerable reward. It had been the kind without the Byakugan, but even so, he had received the money. Those funds had not been used yet. Kenichi could use that money to place a bounty related to Obito and create some trouble for him. As for whether the bounty station would dare accept such a mission, Kenichi did not think it would be a problem. After all, the bounty station even dared to place a price on the head of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Finding someone suspected of being Uchiha Madara should be easy enough for them to accept. The mission is to place a bounty on all relevant clues about Uchiha Madara in the land of Earth. Payment will depend on the authenticity of the clues. If someone can prove Uchiha Madara's identity, they will receive a major reward. Kenichi paused, then took several scrolls out from his sealing scroll. Oh, and hand over these ninjutsu as well. They can also serve as rewards. In the ninja world, what was most valuable? And what was least valuable? Undoubtedly, the answer was ninjutsu. High-level ninjutsu were usually held by the 5 great ninja villages. It was basically impossible for ninja from smaller villages to learn those powerful techniques. This was intellectual property monopolized by the 5 great ninja villages. Because of that, high-level ninjutsu generally had a price but no market on the black market. But why could one also say that high-level ninjutsu were not very valuable? Naturally, because once they leaked into the outside world, they would spread quickly. Ninja were basically human copy machines. After seeing something once, they could remember most of it. This was why the 5 great ninja villages maintained extremely strict control over high-level ninjutsu, rarely allowing them to fall into outsiders' hands. And one of the ninjutsu Kenichi took out this time was an A-rank technique. It was also a fire-release ninjutsu from the Uchiha clan. Great Fire Annihilation. Understood, Lord Amamiya, Uchiha Shirori replied. She showed no reaction to this. She had already learned Great Fire Annihilation herself. Its power was indeed formidable, but it also demanded a high level of chakra control. It was not something anyone could learn casually. By the way, remember to tell them that the A-rank ninjutsu can only be viewed after confirmed intelligence is provided. Otherwise, they can only see the name. The same applies to the other two lower-ranked ninjutsu, Kenichi instructed. He had never trusted something like human integrity, especially not the integrity of ninja. That hellhole of a bounty station would do anything for money. If he handed over the ninjutsu scrolls directly, they might secretly learn them internally first, and that would not do. Money was irrelevant. After all, the bounty station did not lack his small amount of money. But ninjutsu was different. Uchiha Shirori nodded. After confirming that everything was in order, she hurriedly left. She needed to arrange the mission at the bounty station now. There was also a bounty station in the Land of Snow. It was the only one there, and it was the kind of place that rarely received visitors, but it was still much better than having to go elsewhere. So Uchiha Shirori walked into the bounty station and posted the request. How much is this guy's head worth? At a bounty station in the Land of Earth, Kakuzu walked in carrying a black cloth bundle. He casually tossed it onto the counter. Behind Kakuzu followed a masked man. It was Toby. Let me see. Chihaya Oto, special jonin from Sunagakure. The bounty amount is. The staff at the bounty station were already very familiar with this kind of scene. They quickly verified the authenticity of the head, then found the bounty amount and prepared to pay Kakuzu. Inside the bounty station, several ninja were gathered and quietly talking. This was a common sight in bounty stations, and Kakuzu was not surprised. However, while waiting for his money, Kakuzu still listened in. Sometimes, interesting information could be picked up from the mouths of such people. And sure enough, he heard a topic that caught his attention. That's an A-rank ninjutsu. If I could learn it, wouldn't I make a fortune? One ninja said with an envious expression. Stop dreaming. The condition for obtaining that A-rank ninjutsu is finding the exact location and clues of Uchiha Madara, and you need proof. But even ordinary clues about Uchiha Madara can earn money. TSK. Rich people really do think differently, a middle-aged ninja said, taking a sip of sake with a look of disdain. Kakuzu became slightly interested. Uchiha Madara? He knew that name. Recently, there had been rumors that Uchiha Madara had appeared in the Land of Earth. But what era was Uchiha Madara from? Kakuzu had once witnessed Uchiha Madara's kamui, and Madara was a legendary ninja who had even fought the first Hokage. However, Kakuzu was not interested in any of that. The A-rank ninjutsu and the money were the real points. Under his mask, Toby's mouth twitched. What kind of lunatic had come up with this bounty? A bounty related to Uchiha Madara? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? What mission are they talking about? Kakuzu asked the staff member who came to hand over his payment. Oh, that's a recently posted mission. It's a bounty for clues about Uchiha Madara in the Land of Earth. The highest reward is an A-rank ninjutsu, but it requires conclusive evidence. Other clues about Uchiha Madara can also earn different amounts of money, the staff member explained casually. Their bounty station naturally had specialized intelligence personnel responsible for confirming the authenticity of information. That was why the bounty station had such a good reputation. Others paid, and they did the work. The ninja world had always operated like that. What if I capture Uchiha Madara? Kakuzu asked, licking his lips. The surroundings fell silent for a moment. Everyone looked at Kakuzu in surprise, but after seeing him, none of them had any intention of mocking him. After all, bounty stations were never short of madmen or powerful ninja. Who knew which kind Kakuzu was? If he turned out to be a powerful ninja, mocking him would only invite disaster. The employer said that if Uchiha Madara can be captured, the reward is 1 billion ryo, the staff member said without much concern. He had answered this question many times already, and he knew that the person in front of him did have some strength. Rumor had it that Kakuzu had once attacked the god of shinobi and escaped unscathed. 1 billion. Kakuzu suddenly stood up and slammed his hand on the table. Toby, standing beside him, was startled so badly that his whole body shivered. 1 billion was not a small amount. The price on Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, was also 1 billion. Although that was partly because Hiruzen was already old, Hiruzen was still a powerful living ninja. Whether Uchiha Madara was alive was still a question. Toby sighed. He regretted it. He should not have followed Kakuzu. But there was nothing he could do. Since Orochimaru had not been accepting many missions from the organization recently, Nagato had assigned him to Kakuzu. As a result, Kakuzu spent every day working to earn money. Whenever Kakuzu attacked someone, he dragged Toby along as well. Many times, Toby could barely restrain the urge to tear off his Toby disguise and kill Kakuzu on the spot. This guy was truly annoying. He even dragged Toby along to work just to save money on airship fares. Obito was close to breaking down inside. Senior Hoku, perhaps we should. Obito began. He naturally did not want to waste time here. He understood his own situation very well. The so-called Uchiha Madara was just a disguise he had been using. The real Uchiha Madara was not ready to appear yet. After all, even Obito felt faint fear toward the other party's strength. Unless absolutely necessary, Obito truly did not want to release his old ancestor. If he followed Kakuzu to search, wouldn't that be a complete waste of time? And Kakuzu's strength was fairly good. If he really found some clues. Don't worry. We won't waste time, Kakuzu said. He already had his own idea. The leader had said to take on more missions and earn more money, and Kakuzu liked that. In his view, this mission was an opportunity to make a huge profit. Obito rolled his eyes inwardly. It seemed he still needed to find a way to get this over with. He was not following Kakuzu just to search for himself. He had to contact Black Zetsu. The materials are more or less ready now. Kenichi looked at the warehouse in front of him, then took out the blueprints and counted the materials one by one. The quantity was enough. Now it was time to start making his uranium detection and purification device. But having this alone was not enough. Making nuclear weapons was not an easy task. Fortunately, he had many shadow clones. With their help, the process should be much faster, though he still did not know exactly how long it would take. I also need to test the effects of nuclear radiation on ninja. Kenichi licked his lips. Ninja were not ordinary people, after all. Their physical fitness was much stronger. The last time Kenichi saw Hiruzen Sarutobi, the old third Hokage still looked energetic, which had disappointed Kenichi slightly. But he was not in a hurry. Ninja were physically strong, but that did not mean they would not get sick. Otherwise, how had Uchiha Itachi died? It was clearly stated that he had an incurable illness and would definitely die. The only thing never specified was what kind of illness it was. Then I'll leave it to all of you. Kenichi split off his shadow clones. The assembly of the device would also require their help. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 380, How to Build an Atom Bomb at Home. Chapter 380, How to Build an Atom Bomb at Home. How does one make a nuclear weapon? This was a very interesting question. In theory, if someone possessed enough basic knowledge of physics and a broad understanding of modern science, the concept itself was not impossible to understand. After all, certain general principles behind nuclear weapons were no longer absolute secrets. In his previous life, even ordinary people could find simplified discussions of such things if they looked hard enough. But understanding a concept and actually building the thing were two completely different matters. That was precisely why nuclear weapons had become an insurmountable chasm for countless countries. The true difficulty did not lie in knowing that a nuclear weapon existed, nor in understanding its general principle. The true difficulty lay in raw materials, refinement, precision engineering, safety, stability, transport, and countless other problems that could make a country bleed money before it even reached the starting line. I wonder if this uranium detection and refinement device can really separate usable material from uranium ore, Amamiya Kenichi muttered. He was shirtless, focused entirely on assembling the enormous device in front of him. Although he had the blueprints, the process was still difficult. Every step required sufficient caution and precision. Fortunately, this was only the assembly stage. It had not yet reached the dangerous refinement stage. Otherwise, Kenichi would only have let his shadow clone handle it. Nuclear radiation was no joke. To make a nuclear weapon, enough suitable nuclear material was required. Uranium was one of the most suitable options, but ordinary uranium ore could not be used directly. It had to be refined and processed until it reached an extremely demanding standard. That process alone was enough to crush ordinary people. For an ordinary person, the financial cost of making a nuclear weapon was already terrifying. Even for the richest person in the world, the amount of money needed to refine enough usable nuclear material would be staggering. However, possessing the material was still not enough. With the material, one still needed enough knowledge, enough precision, enough equipment, and enough control over every stage of the weapon's construction. Assuming this device can complete the refinement, then what I need next is to solve the detonation structure and stability issues. During this process, radiation exposure can be ignored for shadow clones, since they are not living bodies, Kenichi thought while continuing to assemble the machine. He recalled some of the nuclear physics knowledge he had once read. There were different design approaches for atomic weapons. Some were relatively simple in concept, while others were far more difficult but more efficient. The difficulty, stability, and utilization efficiency of different designs varied greatly. Kenichi was familiar with the names of the two most famous atomic bombs from his previous life, Little Boy and Fat Man. From a pure combat effectiveness perspective, the latter was naturally stronger. However, that did not mean it was easy to reproduce. The more efficient the design, the higher the manufacturing difficulty. How to preserve the materials, how to refine them, how to ensure stability during transport, and how to make sure the weapon would not fail at the critical moment were all extremely troublesome problems. Fortunately, the ninja world has sealing scrolls. That makes storage and transport much more convenient. I can even use summoning jutsu to summon the weapon directly, so transportation isn't the main difficulty, Kenichi muttered. The true difficulty was still production. Choosing which technical route to take is somewhat troublesome. If I consider ease of manufacturing, then the simpler structure is naturally more convenient. But if I consider power and efficiency, I still prefer the more complicated one. Kenichi wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued tightening screws with a wrench. Soon, the huge uranium detection and refinement device was finally completed. After finishing it, Kenichi realized that this device was actually composed of two main parts. One was a detection device similar to a mine detector. According to the blueprint, it was used to search for uranium ore in the wild. The other was the refinement device, used to process uranium ore into usable material. Because of that, it was extremely large, directly occupying an entire courtyard. Kenichi licked his lips. If this thing can refine usable material, then the raw material problem for the atomic bomb will be considered solved. Next, I just need to find enough uranium ore and complete the refinement process. Kenichi rubbed his hands together excitedly. He was very interested in nuclear weapons. After all, in his previous life, this thing had been one of the supreme crystallizations of human technology, an absolutely forbidden weapon. If one day an atomic explosion were truly seen, then it probably would not be long before human civilization restarted. This will save me a great deal of time. If I couldn't refine the material, I would have to figure out the separation process myself. Kenichi twisted his neck. Refining usable nuclear material was not a simple matter. The fact that this device could handle the process saved Kenichi an enormous amount of trouble. Otherwise, he had no idea how long it would take him to refine enough usable material on his own. However, the current problem was finding uranium ore. He hoped there was some in the land of snow. Otherwise, Kenichi would have to search elsewhere. Thinking of this, Kenichi picked up the detection device and went out. First, he needed to find the location of uranium ore before he could use it for refinement. Whether it was good luck or bad luck, Kenichi searched almost the entire land of snow with the detection device before finally receiving a reaction from a mountain in the northernmost region of the country. This location. Kenichi looked down at the permafrost beneath his feet, and his head started to ache. According to the detector, the uranium ore was beneath the land he was standing on. The problem was that this was a high mountain, and he did not know how deeply the ore was buried. Moreover, the entire area was permafrost, making mining extremely difficult. Fortunately, such problems were not especially difficult for a ninja. He could even use this opportunity to train his stamina, which was a prerequisite for cultivating the 8 Inner Gates formation. Although the 8 Inner Gates formation was powerful, it was built on countless hours of brutal training. If someone simply obtained it and trained casually, hoping to kick out a night guy like Might Guy, that would be impossible. They would not even be able to get started. Kenichi wore heavy weights every day precisely to temper his body. After digging for most of the day, Kenichi finally unearthed some strangely colored ore. Yellowish in color. Yes, this should be it. Kenichi looked at the ore in his hand, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. This was uranium ore. With uranium ore, Kenichi had finally opened the door to nuclear weapons. If the ninja world were already at peace, he could use nuclear reactors to promote electricity and advance civilization. But right now, Kenichi could only turn this science, which had the potential to benefit the world, into a weapon. Kenichi narrowed his eyes. With the transformation of the land of snow's Jonin complete, he now needed to begin preparing for the attack on Kirigakure. However, attacking a great nation and a great ninja village was naturally not that simple. Kenichi needed to increase the number of trump cards in his hand. The more, the better. It seems the land of water has very good luck. Kenichi continued excavating the uranium ore in front of him. If anyone was to blame, it could only be the land of water for being too suitable as a first target. After all, that country was isolated overseas. Even though Kenichi now had airships, the land of water was still his first choice for beginning the unification of the entire ninja world. He hoped the production of the atomic weapon would proceed smoothly. If it did, perhaps he could invite the Mizukage to witness the ninja world's first mushroom cloud, making a grand gesture like a domineering CEO setting off an atomic bomb as fireworks. At Konoha Hospital, Jiraiya lay on a sickbed, munching on an apple as he curiously looked at Tsunade, who seemed somewhat distracted beside him. Tsunade, what did the old man say? Tsunade was not the type to space out casually. Since she was distracted, it proved she knew something. And in Konoha, information that could cause such a large emotional fluctuation in Tsunade usually came from the old man. Nothing. I was just thinking that this world is truly strange. Tsunade shook her head. She was much clearer now, but whenever she thought about that matter, her thoughts always drifted elsewhere. Since that brat Anko Madarashi could travel through time and return to the past, then surely it would not be impossible for her, Tsunade, one of Konoha's legendary Sannin, to travel back in time and save her lover and younger brother, right? Jiraiya's expression turned strange. Did you discover aliens? Jiraiya asked curiously. There had always been legends of aliens in the ninja world. The simplest legend was that people supposedly lived on the moon. Jiraiya had even read a novel about aliens coming to the ninja world and having affairs with various women. It was very interesting. Tsunade glanced around. Do you know why Orochimaru came to Konoha to take Anko Madarashi this time? Tsunade asked. Jiraiya shook his head. He only knew that Anko Madarashi was Orochimaru's disciple. As for anything beyond that, he knew nothing. I've seen a top-secret intelligence report, but you can know it too. Tsunade spoke. Jiraiya frowned, instinctively not wanting to listen. Any top-secret intelligence sounded troublesome. But he endured it, because he was genuinely curious. Previously, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, carried out a top-secret mission. At that time, the fourth Hokage sealed a dragon vein containing immense chakra energy. But before that, some problems occurred. For some reason, Anko Madarashi traveled back in time through the dragon vein and met the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Tsunade said excitedly. Jiraiya blinked. Anko Madarashi. Time travel. Dragon vein. When those things were combined, there were simply too many elements. And then? Jiraiya could not help asking. He was also somewhat curious. Going back to the past, what kind of feat was that? Could a normal person do it? Absolutely not. Even the great Toad Sage could only foresee the future, not go back to the past and change the world. Even the Sage of Six Paths probably could not reach that level. And then? If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 381, Chapter 381, Nuclear Weapons are very expensive. Chapter 381, Nuclear Weapons are very expensive. Based on the current refinement rate, the amount of usable material extracted from uranium ore is far lower than expected. Amamiya Kenichi fell into deep thought as he looked at the machine in front of him. The excavation of uranium ore had gone quite smoothly. Although he still did not know how much uranium ore existed in that mountain, the deposit did not seem small. Because of that, Kenichi had been fairly confident about producing nuclear weapons. However, after collecting enough uranium ore and putting it into the machine for refinement, he discovered a new problem. The usable material content in the uranium ore was pitifully low. He had fed a considerable amount of uranium ore into the machine, but the final refined output was so tiny that it almost made him want to laugh out of anger. What kind of concept was this? If Kenichi wanted to create a nuclear weapon with destructive power comparable to the famous weapons from his previous life, he would need an astonishing amount of refined material. And to obtain that amount, the uranium ore required would be measured in terrifying bulk. The number alone made him feel slightly dizzy. Kenichi did not know whether the ninja world had enough uranium ore overall, but for now, he could only rely on the uranium deposit in the land of snow. While a single ton of uranium ore sounded like a lot, in the larger picture, it really was not much. After all, the density of uranium ore was fixed. That fact served as a tiny, pitiful comfort. In that case, I can't afford to waste material. I need to choose the route with the highest utilization efficiency, Kenichi muttered, shaking his head. He could have the people of the land of snow help with mining, but even then, he had to be cautious. The raw material was too precious, and every bit of waste would make his heart ache. An advanced compression-based design, huh? Kenichi pondered. In the nuclear physics books he had once read, there were discussions about different weapon structures. Some were simple, crude, and easier to produce, while others were more difficult but made far better use of the precious material. Kenichi was most interested in the latter. The more difficult design route demanded much higher precision. The structure, synchronization, and energy release all needed to be controlled with extreme accuracy. If any part went wrong, the result might be a failed detonation, or worse, the complete waste of the hard-earned nuclear material. And that would be unbearable. Although hydrogen bombs are more powerful, the production difficulty is even higher. It's better not to bite off more than I can chew. I'll start with an atomic weapon first, conduct a test detonation, and if it succeeds, then I'll consider the next stage. Kenichi recorded his thoughts in his experimental log. He felt this approach was more reliable. Although hydrogen bombs possess terrifying power, the cost was also much greater. If an atomic weapon failed, the loss would already make Kenichi feel suffocated. But if a hydrogen bomb failed, his heart might truly stop for a moment. As for the miners, Kenichi already had an idea. Master, according to your command, I have arranged for some genin who have received your grace to establish a stronghold at the mine. Kazuhana Koyuki spoke respectfully. Kenichi smiled in satisfaction. Yes, he did not need to mine personally, nor did he need to handle transportation himself. He only needed these loyal ninja to carry out the work. Compared with becoming experimental subjects in his laboratory, Kenichi felt that giving these ninja labor duties was already their greatest reward. At the very least, working meant they could live. Not working meant death. Remember to make sure they clearly understand that only this type of ore can be placed in the designated storage area, Kenichi instructed. Refining usable nuclear material was not an easy task. Understood, Master. I have already instructed them that most of the mining must be done using shadow clones, Koyuki replied quickly. She looked at Kenichi expectantly. Clearly, she had followed all his instructions. Kenichi was very satisfied. Uranium ore itself carried radiation. Kenichi had used shadow clones to mine a small amount before, and now it was time to study what effect radiation might have on a ninja's body. In his previous life, radiation was something that made people's expressions change. It had even become a daily topic for many pseudoscientists, who liked to talk about cell tower radiation, phone radiation, and computer radiation. Did those things have radiation? Naturally, they did. But as the saying went, discussing toxicity without considering dosage was hooligan behavior. The radiation from ordinary appliances was often not even as strong as what people received from sunlight. Sun exposure brought more radiation than those things. Uranium was different. Uranium ore itself was radioactive, though the danger was not especially severe in raw form. The refined material, however, was another matter. Its radioactivity could kill cells in the human body, damage genetic information, and even cause cells to become cancerous. Moreover, during the process of making nuclear weapons, the overall radiation danger would only increase. If a nuclear weapon exploded close to the ground, the resulting contamination would also be terrifying. The reason nuclear contamination had not been as severe in certain historical cases from his previous life was because of the height at which those weapons had detonated. Nuclear weapons were not merely powerful. They were also filthy. Now, Kenichi could research whether nuclear radiation would affect the bodies of ninja. As for whether it could, Kenichi believed it could. Although ninja looked like superhumans, they were still human in essence. They could get sick. Otherwise, why would Konoha Hospital exist? Ninja could catch fevers and colds. They could also suffer incurable diseases. Kenichi had checked before, and certain incurable illnesses existed in the ninja world as well. This clearly proved that while ninja had strong physical capabilities, they were far from divine beings immune to all illness. They were still human. Otherwise, Senju Hashirama would not have died. Of course, Hashirama's cause of death had always been a mystery, with no specific explanation ever given. What's the daily mining output? Have the professional miners estimated the total amount? Kenichi asked, suddenly thinking of a crucial matter. To make a nuclear weapon, he needed a considerable reserve of uranium ore. Master, the current estimate is about 20,000 tons of the ore you mentioned, Koyuki answered, licking her lips. Kenichi remained expressionless. 20,000 tons. That should be enough. Such a large quantity of ore should be sufficient to refine the material needed for at least one nuclear weapon. However, to avoid waste, Kenichi felt he still needed to find a way to utilize the other byproducts. Thinking of this, Kenichi hastily left Koyuki's office. If he did not leave soon, he was genuinely worried he might lose control and do something dangerous. Phew. It's not easy being a superior these days. There are simply too many temptations. Kenichi shook his head. Kazuhana Koyuki had never given up on tempting him, which left Kenichi feeling both helpless and amused. If not for her age, Kenichi admitted he might already have given in. Now that the raw material problem is basically solved, I can start thinking about the weapon structure. Once this issue is resolved, the progress of nuclear weapons will become much smoother. Kenichi rubbed his hands together. He had to admit that the machine built from that blueprint was indeed extremely useful. Without that blueprint, obtaining nuclear material of sufficient purity would have been an unbelievably difficult task. Just the raw materials, chemical equipment, and technical requirements would have been staggering. The time consumed would also have increased dramatically. But now, he only needed to consider how to complete the weapon design safely and effectively. For the casing, I could consider referencing the shape of a thermobaric bomb, but it would need to be modified based on the internal structure. It would also be best to add a ninjutsu reflection device. Otherwise, if it gets destroyed by ninjutsu before detonation, that would be troublesome. Kenichi rubbed his hands. The probability was small, but not non-existent. Ninja were a group of oddities, after all. And now that Kenichi had pushed airships into the world, every country and ninja village had a much deeper understanding of air defense. Conventional defensive barriers would have essentially no resistance against a nuclear explosion. And to ensure the operation proceeds smoothly, perhaps I could also prepare a preliminary rocket barrage, and then... Kenichi's hand paused. Wait. Can a nuclear explosion be enhanced by adding chakra? Kenichi thought of a new possibility. Chakra, the most unique energy in the ninja world. He took out a previous book about the application of chakra and explosives. This book mentioned some methods of mixing chakra with explosives to increase their destructive power. It was quite practical. However, that involved ordinary explosives. What Kenichi was working with now was nuclear fission, fundamentally different from conventional explosions. In essence, nuclear fission was energy produced by the splitting of atomic nuclei. The energy released was enormous and completely different from chemical explosions. Simply mixing chakra into the process in a crude way was clearly not feasible. Kenichi recorded this idea. Although he currently had no clue how to approach it, he could try analyzing it later to see whether chakra could improve the utilization of atomic weapons. Forget it. I'll focus on the main structure first. The issue that must be solved is the precision of the detonation process. Every part has to cooperate at the same instant, which requires extreme accuracy. Kenichi picked up his pen and began calculating the problems he needed to solve for this experiment. During this process, he could also wait for the ninja of the Land of Snow to mine enough uranium ore for him. As for the refined byproducts, Kenichi had already instructed Uchiha Shirori to oversee their collection and store them separately in different locations. Those extracted byproducts would also have their uses, but Kenichi's current priority was the atomic bomb. How to utilize the remaining byproducts could be considered later. Naruto has suffered a lot, Minato. At that moment, in the capital of the Land of Snow, Uzumaki Kushina rested her chin on her hand and looked at Naruto, who was taking a nap. The emotions in her eyes were difficult to describe. Minato Namikaze sighed. He understood what his wife meant. His wife clearly held grievances toward Konoha, the village where she had once lived, the village to which she had dedicated her life. In truth, he had grievances as well. Although he had known at the time that being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would make Naruto's life difficult, most Jinchuriki in the villages were treated harshly. But seeing it firsthand still made him feel a deep ache in his heart. This was his child. The village might have had its difficulties, and old man Sarutobi might have had his own concerns, but I am Naruto's mother, Kushina continued. Minato held his wife's hand. He could feel her trembling. Naruto is very happy with his teacher. I must say, young Amamiya is just as I sensed back then. At his core, he is a very kind person. Kushina wiped her eyes. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and combined with Kagura Mind's eye, she had been able to sense that Amamiya Kenichi's heart was not evil. That was why she had trusted him enough back then to entrust Kakashi to him. Minato's mouth twitched. That kid, kind. If he had not seen some reports about Orochimaru before, he might almost have believed it. Although Minato had not finished reading all of them at the time, he knew what Orochimaru had been researching behind the scenes. And Amamiya Kenichi was Orochimaru's student, with a very high level of involvement. But when it came to his son, even Minato had to admit that Kenichi had indeed done very well. If not for Kenichi, Minato might have had to wait a very long time before learning what kind of life Naruto had been living. Moreover, being freed from the Shinigami's belly was also largely thanks to Kenichi. I will help him, Minato said, making up his mind. Although he felt Kenichi's ideas were somewhat unreliable, trying them out would not hurt. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 382, Chapter 382, Little Fatty. Chapter 382, Little Fatty. How do you feel? Kenichi asked gently, pen in hand as he observed the experimental subject before him. The man appeared restless. He clearly felt the urge to kneel and show his respect to the men standing over him, but he forced himself to remain seated, strictly obeying Kenichi's prior instructions to sit and answer his questions directly. I feel very strange, the subject admitted uneasily, his hands rubbing together in a nervous, rhythmic motion. I can't sleep at night. I want to, but my mind keeps racing with weird thoughts. My brain even starts singing on its own. Research note, the substance causes mild insomnia in the target. It is suspected to have a significant lethal effect on brain cells. And when I try to eat, I have no appetite, the man continued, describing his symptoms while Kenichi patiently recorded every word. I feel full after only a few bites, and sometimes my entire body just feels uncomfortable. Research note, reduced appetite. Suspected gastrointestinal issues. General physical discomfort is likely due to radiation damage to the epidermal cells. After the subject finished his description, Kenichi set his pen down and looked over his experimental log with a thoughtful expression. The onset of radiation sickness is even faster than I imagined, but, Kenichi glanced at the man's forehead. A strange cyst had formed there. He had already confirmed that the growth wasn't there previously, it had emerged recently. However, the man wasn't a ninja. Kenichi felt a twinge of disappointment. As the core fighting force of the world, ninjas were his primary concern. He wanted to know how radiation would affect those with chakra-enhanced constitutions, but so far, none of the ninjas had shown any signs of physical discomfort. The man sitting before him was simply a senior miner arranged by Koyuki to work in the pits. To put it politely, he was an experienced worker. In reality, he was just a desperate soul forced to mine for a living. In the land of snow, and the rest of the world, jobs for ordinary civilians were scarce. Those with their own land lived well enough, but most worked for landlords. Those with no other options turned to the most dangerous professions available. Mining was at the top of that list. In the mines of the ninja world, labor protection was non-existent. Efficiency was the only metric that mattered. If a worker died, the overseer simply paid a small pittance to the family and recruited someone else. There was never a shortage of people willing to risk their lives to put food on the table. Because of this, the man in front of him was the longest surviving miner in the land of snow who was still capable of working. Fortunately, Koyuki had provided him with generous compensation, and out of gratitude, he worked diligently for both her and Kenichi. As a result of his long-term exposure to uranium and enriched uranium-235, his body had finally begun to succumb to radiation sickness. Your body has developed several conditions, Kenichi said, looking the men in the eye. A flash of understanding, tinged with a touch of resignation, appeared in the miner's gaze. He likely already knew something was wrong. Humans generally have an intuitive grasp of their own health, and prolonged physical suffering is hard to ignore. I will arrange a hospital bed for you, Kenichi continued, closing his log. You will be hospitalized and receive specialized care. I will cover all medical expenses personally, and I will grant you a subsidy equal to 3 times your current salary. The men froze, stunned. He clearly hadn't expected free medical treatment, let alone a massive bonus. This meant his children's tuition would be paid, and his family would finally have enough to eat. Kenichi didn't care much for the man's internal emotional state. This man was the first recorded patient with radiation sickness. Even if he wasn't a ninja, he provided invaluable data regarding the physical limits of people in this world. Understanding how radiation destroyed human cells was a crucial part of Kenichi's research. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. The man collapsed to his knees, weeping with gratitude. He looked as though he wanted to embrace Kenichi's legs to show the depth of his loyalty. Kenichi offered a kind, practiced smile and spoke a few comforting words, securing even more fervent vows of loyalty from the miner before dismissing him. Once the man was gone, Kenichi pinched the bridge of his nose. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the ninjas in the land of snow, the purification of uranium-235 had been moving forward steadily, despite the logistical nightmares of transportation. After several days of work, Kenichi finally had a sufficient supply. He now possessed 63 kilograms of uranium-235. However, the local ore deposits were already showing signs of depletion. He realized he likely wouldn't have enough material to produce a second bomb from this site alone. This world is still too small. The uranium reserves in the land of snow are limited, Kenichi mused. But I can design the weapon first. Once it's ready, I can set my sights on the land of water, 63 kilograms was enough for a single device. Considering the inherent waste in a gun-type design, Kenichi decided on an implosion-type structure. After days of research and referencing the conceptual diagrams from his nuclear physics books, he had successfully drafted a viable design. The current hurdle is achieving simultaneous detonation, Kenichi muttered, frowning. Once that's solved, production can begin. He had considered using chakra to trigger the detonation, but that presented a major problem: proximity. To manipulate chakra for such a precise explosion, one would have to be far too close. The chain reaction following the implosion would be near instantaneous. If he was within range to fuel the blast with chakra, he wouldn't survive the result. After weighing his options, he realized the answer was simple: a shadow clone. A clone could stay behind to trigger the device, and its eventual destruction would have no physical impact on his true body. As for the neutrons needed to initiate the blast, that was the easy part. Uranium-235 was constantly decaying and releasing neutrons on its own. While the material wouldn't spontaneously detonate without reaching critical mass, its constant decay meant that the enriched fuel had a shelf life. The shadow clone is truly a versatile tool, Kenichi said with a faint smirk. Good for training, and even better for detonating nukes. With that problem solved, the next step was constructing the casing and obtaining plutonium, a necessity for an efficient implosion-type bomb. Using plutonium allowed for a much lighter explosive charge while achieving a higher yield. According to his references, only about 4 kilograms of plutonium were needed, provided the configuration was precise. Plutonium is already a byproduct of the uranium-235 purification process, Kenichi noted. It just needs to be separated and refined. If I didn't need these as weapons, a nuclear reactor could solve the land of snow's energy crisis overnight. A reactor could generate immense amounts of power, but the energy from fission was nothing compared to the potential of nuclear fusion, the same process that powered the sun. For now, however, power plants weren't the priority. Kenichi began the process of manually assembling his first atomic bomb. For safety, he remained at a distance, allowing a shadow clone to perform the assembly according to his blueprints. If anything went wrong, the clone would simply dispel, and Kenichi would remain unharmed. The assembly was delicate and difficult. After several minor adjustments and corrections, Kenichi finally stood before the first nuclear weapon in the history of the ninja world. It looks a bit like a thermobaric bomb, just rounder, Kenichi said, examining the device. The outer shell had been adapted from the design of a thermobaric bomb, though adjusted to accommodate the internal components. The weapon looked remarkably unimpressive. Its plain, somewhat rough shell gave it a bulky, fat appearance. There was nothing about its exterior that suggested it held the power to level a city. Its lack of precision in the casing was an unfortunate byproduct of being handmade, but Kenichi had ensured that the internal plutonium sphere, the heart of the machine, was as perfectly spherical as possible. Without a perfectly symmetrical implosion wave, the uranium-235 wouldn't react fully, and the weapon's true potential would be wasted. How does it feel? Can you detonate it simultaneously? Kenichi asked the shadow clone standing beside the device. It's doable, the clone replied, sitting casually atop the bomb. But I'll need to wrap the plutonium sphere in chakra beforehand to ensure the timing is perfect. Kenichi stared at the bomb, a sense of surrealism washing over him. It was hard to believe that such a mundane, ugly object possessed such terrifying, world-altering power. What are you going to name it? Another shadow clone asked, pen poised over the experimental log. It needed a designation. With the data they had gathered, they could replicate the process anywhere as long as they had the materials. Little Fatty, Kenichi decided. In his previous life, Little Boy and Fat Man were the only nuclear weapons ever used in combat. Little Fatty felt like a fitting tribute to that legacy. I thought you'd go with something like Miss Ball, the recording clone grumbled as he wrote down the name. Kenichi shrugged. While Miss Ball might have had some personal significance, Little Fatty just felt right. He took a deep breath. The preparations were complete. Now, the only question was where to drop it. The hidden mist village? That would certainly be effective, but killing a mass of ninjas would deplete the very population he intended to eventually press into his own service. The capital of the Land of Water. It was a major population center, but it was filled with civilians and lacked a significant ninja presence. The strategic shock value might not be high enough. Kenichi hesitated. He needed a target that would provide maximum psychological deterrence, something that would force the hidden mist to surrender with minimal further bloodshed. Attacking the heart is always better than a long siege, Kenichi thought. The speed at which he annexed the Land of Water would determine how much time he had to prepare before the other four great nations noticed his move. He had to be decisive. I finally understand why Nagato chose to destroy Konoha, Kenichi murmured, his eyes scanning the map. Konoha was the strongest village. Destroying it served as a warning to everyone else and removed the biggest obstacle in one fell swoop. That's the spot. Kenichi's finger landed on a specific location on the map. He had made his choice. He would use this place to demonstrate the true power of Little Fatty, but he still had some final arrangements to make. He had to ensure that when the dust settled, the Land of Water would be his. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 383, Chapter 383, Edo Tensei Pot-Hokage. Chapter 383, Edo Tensei Pot-Hokage. Nagato, we. Conan looked at her friend, wanting to say something, yet not knowing how to begin. Don't worry. I have no intention of killing our teacher. At least, not yet. Nagato naturally understood what Conan wanted to say. He shook his head, then controlled the 6 paths of pain to slaughter the enemies before him on the battlefield. It was a Konoha ninja squad, one responsible for rotating shifts and guarding the border of the Land of Fire. The client had offered a high bounty for them, and Nagato had accepted the mission. After all, the Akatsuki organization's development still required a great deal of money. As for who had issued the mission, Nagato had no interest in knowing. A ninja fought for certain reasons. That was the fate of ninja. Before the founding of the hidden villages, battles between ninja had been even bloodier and more brutal. Conan fell silent. Whenever she closed her eyes now, she could still remember that day in Amigakure, the day she attacked her teacher and saw the bewilderment in his eyes. Thinking of that, Conan could not help but sigh. Whenever she saw Jiraiya, Conan could not help remembering those happy days of training long ago. Back then, she, Yahiko, and Nagato spent every day together. Sometimes they did not even have enough to eat, yet they were still happy. Conan did not want to attack her former benefactor. But she had no choice. Jiraiya had infiltrated Amigakure to gather intelligence. In essence, he had come to uncover information about them. For the Akatsuki organization, and for Yahiko, that had been the only possible choice. Fortunately, Jiraiya had not died. At that moment, Konan noticed Nagato's expression stiffen for an instant. Then his attacks became even more ruthless. The Konoha squad immediately suffered heavy casualties, which made Konan somewhat curious. What had happened to her friend? Are you planning to begin your plan? In the land of snow, Minato was drinking tea with Amamiya Kenichi. He looked at the young men in front of him with some surprise. He had not expected Amamiya Kenichi to put that insane plan into action so quickly. And Amamiya Kenichi was serious. He truly intended to unify the entire ninja world. This was something even the first Hokage had never accomplished. Yet Amamiya Kenichi actually planned to realize such an enormous dream. More or less. Amamiya Kenichi nodded. The food reserves in the land of snow were nearly exhausted, but the cold-resistant wheat had yet to fully mature. If Amamiya Kenichi did not act quickly and occupy the land of water, which had much better weather and agricultural conditions, the ninja army of the land of snow would soon face the troublesome issue of lacking logistical supplies. Of course, living off the enemy was an option. But that was not a long-term solution. Furthermore, with the initial completion of Little Fatty, Amamiya Kenichi also needed somewhere to verify whether the nuclear bomb he had designed could truly detonate. However, Little Fatty was far too special for Amamiya Kenichi to casually use it in a simple test. He needed an actual battlefield. Because of that, attacking Kirigakure was also a good choice. Otherwise, if he wasted it on some empty plain or valley, even Amamiya Kenichi would feel heartache. Besides, the uranium ore stored in the land of snow was no longer enough to produce a second Little Fatty. He needed to find new sources of uranium ore. Minato calmly took a sip of tea. As an Edo Tensei body, he did not need tea or food, but drinking tea like this seemed to steady his thoughts, so he did it anyway. His gaze fell on the courtyard next door. There, Kushina, whose Edo Tensei form still carried a soft and lifelike warmth, was telling Naruto a bedtime story. Little Naruto blinked happily as he listened. It was clear that Naruto was in a good mood, and Kushina was in a good mood as well. Are you sure you want to fight temporarily with your Edo Tensei body? Amamiya Kenichi glanced at Minato. He had previously revived Kushina, of course, by using living corpse reincarnation. As for his personal research into resurrection ninjutsu, it was still ongoing. For now, there had not been any particular progress. If anything, his research had given Amamiya Kenichi a deeper understanding of the Pure Land. The Pure Land was special in certain ways. Souls would naturally enter the Pure Land after death, but for a soul to leave it, something had to be paid. Living corpse reincarnation used one person's soul to exchange for another person's soul. The exact nature of that exchange still required further verification. Yes. Although this body is different from my original one, it actually gives me an advantage in battle. Minato lowered his gaze and looked at his body, his expression turning slightly strange. Was this body easy to use? Naturally, it was. There was no need to fear death. He could attack without restraint. But after all, it was not his original body. It was an Edo Tensei body, so certain functions were naturally absent. On the day Kushina had been revived, Minato had looked at his wife's watery eyes that night and felt heat surge in his heart. After all, a brief separation made reunion sweeter, did it not? But he truly lacked that ability now, so he could only make Kushina temporarily endure it. Otherwise, that night, Minato felt he might very well have given Naruto a younger sibling. Fortunately, Kushina quickly shifted her attention back to little Naruto. That allowed Minato to breathe a sigh of relief. However, if we really do take down Kirigakure, I still hope to be properly revived as soon as possible, Minato said, making a small request. Amamiya Kenichi was noncommittal about it. He had originally planned to revive Minato, but Minato himself had refused. Minato believed that a body unafraid of death would be useful in the upcoming battle, making it easier for him to perform the 13th style of the flashing whirlwind dance roar. Although Amamiya Kenichi felt that Minato's naming sense was quite poor, he still had great confidence in Minato's strength. With Minato and Nagato's 6 paths of pain, Amamiya Kenichi could not imagine what ability Kirigakure had to resist his attack. But before that, I still need to make other preparations. Amamiya Kenichi stretched, tapping his fingers lightly against the table as he fell into thought. A peaceful ninja world was clearly not suitable for his next plan. After all, attacking Kirigakure was no small matter in the ninja world. But the scale of an event also depends on the political environment at the time. When the entire world is as still as stagnant water, even the smallest ripple becomes the focus of attention. But if heavy rain is falling everywhere, no one will notice a few more ripples. Amamiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes. He understood this very well. If the ninja world was at peace, then the moment he attacked Kirigakure, he would instantly become the focus of the entire world. The other 4 great ninja villages would definitely send people over. They might even unite to attack him, then rescue Kirigakure from his oppression. Of course, saving the village would certainly not be free. But if the ninja world was already in chaos, then an attack on Kirigakure would no longer seem so unusual. The other 4 great ninja villages would not have much energy left to deal with it. That was what it meant to fish in troubled waters. "Shirori, come here for a moment." Amamiya Kenichi called out, and Uchiha Shirori quickly walked over, standing respectfully at his side. "Disguise yourself, then take an airship to the land of lightning." After that, Amamiya Kenichi lowered his voice and gave Shirori instructions. Shirori nodded after hearing them. She did not need to think about Amamiya Kenichi's purpose. She only needed to carry out his orders. Minato listened from the side. Amamiya Kenichi did not avoid him, so Minato heard everything. As someone who had once served as Hokage of Konoha, he quickly understood what Amamiya Kenichi wanted to do. "Are you planning to frame Kimogakure and make Konoha go to war with them?" Minato frowned. He quickly grasped the surface of Amamiya Kenichi's plan. Kimogakure and Konoha had always had a poor relationship. Conflicts between the 2 villages had never stopped entirely. Even after the 3rd Great Ninja War ended, Kimogakure and Konoha still had some friction. Yes and no. Amamiya Kenichi shook his head. Although Minato had understood the superficial meaning, he clearly had not guessed Amamiya Kenichi's true intention. Then again, Minato had been dead for a long time, so he did not know that the relationship between Konoha and Kimogakure was not as tense now as it had once been. "However, I still have other things to do now." Amamiya Kenichi sighed. Since he had decided to attack Kirigakure, he needed to prepare thoroughly. For example, the Uchiha in the land of rice fields had rested long enough. It was time for them to repay his kindness. Aside from that, all he needed to do was wait for Shirori to complete her mission. The moment the ninja world fell into chaos would be the moment he attacked Kirigakure. The Uchiha. I still remember Fugaku. He was a very thoughtful clan head. Minato held his teacup and took another sip. They've already defected from Konoha and are now living in the land of rice fields. Amamiya Kenichi was packing his things, while Uchiha Hikari stood beside him doing the same. Hikari planned to follow Amamiya Kenichi, which surprised him slightly, though it also made sense. After all, Hikari was that kind of child. She seemed very dependent on him. The world really changes quickly. Minato sighed. He had not expected that, in the few years since his death, the Uchiha clan, once one of Konoha's 2 great clans, had actually left Konoha. He could imagine what a tremendous blow that must have been to Konoha. There have been many other changes too. For example, Shimura, Amamiya Kenichi paused. He had thought of something interesting. Who was Danzo Shimura? Konoha's root. Konoha's pot Hokage. Although that old man, Danzo, had done every kind of dirty deed imaginable, he did possess a certain level of strength. He had also held many of Konoha's secrets. This is interesting. Amamiya Kenichi stroked his chin. He had a bold idea. That old man Danzo was already dead, which meant he could be brought back through Edo Tensei. Danzo himself had decent strength. Since he had once coveted the position of Hokage, his strength must have at least reached Jonin level. More importantly, he knew many, many secrets. Some of those secrets might produce excellent results if revealed. The only problem was whether Danzo would be willing to cooperate with him. Whether Nagato could accept it was also an issue. As for Danzo's remains, Amamiya Kenichi still had some here. Let's revive him first and see. A genin's body should be enough. Amamiya Kenichi rubbed his hands, then found a genin to use as the vessel for Edo Tensei. Before that, however, he sent Hikari out to eat first. Minato could stay. Although Hikari was curious, she obediently went out. Who are you planning to bring back with Edo Tensei? Minato asked, somewhat curious. Danzo Shimura, of course. That old man is dead, and he knows many of Konoha's secrets. Perhaps they can be put to use. Amamiya Kenichi spoke casually, then immediately performed Edo Tensei. Danzo is dead too. Minato looked a little dazed. He had not expected the leader of Root to have died as well. However, Minato did not know Danzo particularly well. He only felt that Danzo had always seemed to hold some opinion of him. As Edo Tensei activated, the face of the body before them gradually changed into Danzo's appearance. However, it was Danzo's original appearance, not the version with transplanted Sharingan. This old man. What is this? Danzo opened his eyes in confusion. He remembered being in the Root base earlier, planning to find a place to retreat and avoid the attacker, but in the next instant. Thinking of that, Danzo reached up and touched his neck. It was perfectly intact. Yo, Danzo Shimura. You're awake. Amamiya Kenichi greeted him with a smile. Only then did Danzo belatedly look at Amamiya Kenichi. His eyes instantly sharpened. Then he saw Minato standing beside him. Minato. Amamiya Kenichi. Danzo was briefly bewildered. But soon, he thought of a certain ninjutsu, one he had seen before. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. Edo Tensei. Danzo narrowed his eyes and looked at Amamiya Kenichi. Amamiya Kenichi, what do you intend to do by bringing me back with Edo Tensei? As Konoha's root, Danzo naturally understood that Amamiya Kenichi would not revive him without a reason. Elder Danzo Shimura, I'd like to ask you something. Amamiya Kenichi looked at him curiously. How much do you know about Konoha? If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 384, Chapter 384, The Wild History of the Ninja World. Chapter 384, The Wild History of the Ninja World. You want to extract Konoha's intelligence from me? Danzo narrowed his eyes at Amamiya Kenichi, his expression dark and difficult to read. Amamiya Kenichi nodded without hesitation. His thoughts regarding Danzo were actually very simple. If he could gain something useful from him, that would be best. If not, it did not matter. He could simply drive a kunai into Danzo and control him directly, then use him as a barely acceptable consumable. After all, Danzo's strength was probably at the level of an elite jonin, perhaps even close to Kage level. If Danzo still had the Sharingan and Izanagi, then his strength would undoubtedly reach Kage level. However, Amamiya Kenichi was not sure about the current Danzo. This old man's strength was difficult to judge, but he had certainly reached elite jonin level at minimum. Otherwise, Tobirama would not have had to choose between him and Hiruzen when deciding who would become the third Hokage. At the very least, Danzo could still be used as part of a suicide squad to attack Kirigakure. In fact, Danzo's very existence would likely make some people in Kirigakure rush forward just to kill him. After all, Danzo had committed countless dirty deeds. It was hard to say whether he had ever done anything immoral to Kirigakure as well. What can I gain? Danzo asked calmly. That made Amamiya Kenichi take a closer look at him. Why did it feel like this old man had changed so much after a trip to the Pure Land? In the past, Danzo would definitely have been thinking about resurrection and then becoming Hokage. Becoming Hokage was practically his inner demon. But the current Danzo did not seem to care much about those things. Had Danzo met Tobirama in the Pure Land? Or had someone else enlightened him? This was truly interesting. It could not be that the Pure Land had some kind of brainwashing effect, could it? You won't gain anything. Amamiya Kenichi shrugged. Danzo could not be revived. If he were revived, Nagato would definitely turn hostile. Compared to Danzo, Nagato was far more important. Although Nagato's strength was also closely tied to the Rinnegan, and without the Rinnegan his strength might be rather ordinary, he was at least still alive and still possessed the Rinnegan. As long as Amamiya Kenichi and Nagato continued cooperating, Obito would have no chance to take Nagato's eyes. Without the Rinnegan, even Edo Tensei Madara would not be especially troublesome. Madara with the Rinnegan was the one who was truly incomprehensibly powerful. That was why Amamiya Kenichi did not dare to act too arrogantly right now. If he could easily defeat Madara already, why would he go through all this trouble? He would simply unify the entire ninja world himself. Heh. Then why should I help you? Danzo sneered. He knew about Edo Tensei. It could revive the dead, but it could not force the dead to reveal intelligence. It doesn't matter if you don't speak. Minato-san is still here. I'll know everything a Hokage of Konoha knows. I called you out only because I wanted to see Root's intelligence. If you're unwilling to talk, then I'll control you and use you as a vanguard. Amamiya Kenichi shrugged. Minato touched his nose. He was indeed Konoha's fourth Hokage. Although his tenure had not been long, he knew most of Konoha's intelligence. The only things he did not fully understand were probably the intelligence of the various clans. And Root's intelligence. Back then, Danzo had been extremely unwilling to give up Root's authority. He had even brought up matters from Hiruzen's era, so Minato truly did not know much about Root. Did you use Naruto's situation to make the fourth Hokage cooperate with you? Danzo glanced at Minato standing beside him. After thinking for a moment, he understood why Minato was willing to cooperate. After all, for the former fourth Hokage, only his son, Naruto, could make him change his stance and stand against the village. If it had been Danzo himself, he would have done the same. Or rather, he had once thought of doing so. Unfortunately, that fool Hiruzen had insisted on letting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki grow up freely. Otherwise, the fourth Hokage would never have cooperated with Amamiya Kenichi. Minato did not speak, nor did he respond to Danzo. But sometimes, silence was also a stance. You truly are a devil, Amamiya Kenichi. Danzo's tone was strange, as if he were both sighing and reminiscing. Amamiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. This old man talked too much. Thinking this, Amamiya Kenichi picked up his kunai. It seemed Danzo had no intention of cooperating, so there was no value in continuing the conversation. Amamiya Kenichi planned to control Danzo directly and then use him as cannon fodder in Kirigakure. Cannon fodder that could attract hatred. Which village's intelligence do you want to know? Konoha's. Danzo looked at the kunai in Amamiya Kenichi's hand, then revealed a strange smile. Amamiya Kenichi's hand paused. For the moment, he put the kunai away. Naturally, it was best if Danzo was willing to talk. Kirigakure's, Amamiya Kenichi said directly. Kirigakure? Interesting. Root has carried out more than a dozen missions targeting Kirigakure, but that village. Danzo seemed to recall something, speaking with a faint sigh. As Amamiya Kenichi listened, his expression gradually became strange. So, after all this, the rebellion of a certain clan in Kirigakure back then was related to Root. Truly worthy of Konoha's Root, the darkness of the ninja world. However, after Danzo finished speaking, Amamiya Kenichi did not find much useful intelligence. After all, most of the incidents had been carried out by the previous Root, and they had little bearing on the current situation. Do you dare believe what I've told you? Danzo looked at Amamiya Kenichi with a faint smile. He had provided intelligence, but only he knew whether it was true. Amamiya Kenichi had no way to verify it through Root. The nonsense you gave me doesn't have any special value anyway, so whether I believe it or not won't affect anything. Amamiya Kenichi waved his hand. If it helped him unify the ninja world, he would verify the truth of the intelligence. But if it was merely some trivial matter, then whether it was true or false did not matter. Oh. What exactly do you want to do? Perhaps I can provide some information that interests you. Danzo sat down in a chair and leaned back casually, looking rather lazy. Amamiya Kenichi licked his lips. This old man Danzo was acting a little strange. Nothing much. I'm just planning to unify the ninja world, Amamiya Kenichi said casually. Even if Danzo refused to cooperate, Amamiya Kenichi would put the soul restraint device developed by Amato on him and imprison him indefinitely. That way, even if someone else wanted to use Edo Tensei on Danzo, they would be unable to do so. Naturally, there would be no problem of intelligence leaking. Danzo stared at Amamiya Kenichi in confusion. He began to suspect that he had listened to too many of Tobarama's lectures in the Pure Land, to the point that his mind was now malfunctioning. Otherwise, how could he hear such an insane idea? But looking at Amamiya Kenichi's expression, and then at Minato's calm face beside him, Danzo confirmed that Amamiya Kenichi was not joking. In other words, he was serious. Serious? You plan to unify the ninja world? The 5 great nations. Danzo licked his lips and could not help asking. Although he was certain his ears were fine, what if he had misheard? Yes. The 5 great nations, the 5 great ninja villages. In the future, there will be no distinction between nations and hidden villages in the entire ninja world. There will only be one nation in this world. As Danzo listened to Amamiya Kenichi, he took a deep breath. Neither the first Hokage nor his own teacher had ever entertained such a mad idea. He truly did not know how Amamiya Kenichi could have such a wild thought. Worse, Amamiya Kenichi actually seemed to intend to put it into action. But if that was the case, then Amamiya Kenichi asking about Kirigakure's intelligence meant. Danzo fell silent. Amamiya Kenichi was not in a hurry to question him. Reality was reality, after all. No matter how sharp a ninja's mind was, it was difficult to figure out everything at once. This world did not stop time just because someone was thinking. You plan to target Kirigakure first? Danzo narrowed his eyes and asked. Amamiya Kenichi shrugged noncommittally. Seeing that, Danzo could not help rubbing his face with both hands. You are even crazier than I imagined, Amamiya Kenichi. Danzo lowered his hands. His Edo Tensei eyes stared strangely at Amamiya Kenichi. But soon, Danzo seemed to figure something out and shared a rather interesting piece of information. After Amamiya Kenichi heard it, ideas immediately began to form in his mind. But I suggest you first provoke the relationship between Iwagakure and Kimogakure. Let them fall into war. Otherwise, if you attack Kirigakure, you will definitely attract the attention of the other 4 ninja villages, Danzo reminded him. Amamiya Kenichi glanced at him. It seemed Danzo had really figured something out. Or perhaps he had some other scheme. But it did not matter even if he did. Someone of Danzo's level should not be able to release Edo Tensei by himself, so there was no need to worry. As long as Danzo remained under his control, whatever Danzo plotted would not matter. I know a piece of intelligence. Root discovered it during an investigation. It is very interesting. Danzo revealed a sinister smile. Amamiya Kenichi became somewhat interested. What kind of intelligence could make Danzo smile like that? Minato, who stood beside him, was also a little curious. Iwagakure's Tsuchikage, Anoki, and Kimogakure's Reikage, A. Danzo spoke of the intelligence he knew. After hearing it, Amamiya Kenichi froze. Minato, beside him, sucked in a sharp breath. Impossible, right? Amamiya Kenichi could not help retorting. He found it far too absurd. Truly too absurd. It was almost like utter nonsense, the kind of unofficial history people passed around for fun. Why were such stories called unofficial histories? Naturally, because they were not officially recorded and were not recognized. However, many people believed that unofficial histories contained certain truths, so they firmly believed in them. He simply had not expected the ninja world to have unofficial histories too. Believe it or not, that is what the intelligence I collected says. Danzo pouted. When he had first learned this intelligence, he had not believed it either. But because it was far too special, Danzo had never told anyone, and the root ninja who had discovered it had also permanently closed his mouth. So in the entire ninja world, only he, a certain person from Kimogakure, and Anoki from Iwagakure should know about this matter. Amamiya Kenichi rubbed his face. If it was true, then it would truly be the greatest scandal in the ninja world. However, he personally did not quite believe it. It was simply too outrageous. But with this information, his plan did seem more feasible. After all, sometimes people who enjoyed gossip did not care whether the gossip was true or false. The more it involved important figures, the more people were willing to believe it. This was a human flaw, and the people of the ninja world had this trait as well. It seems I need to inform Shirori. No, Shirori isn't very suitable for this kind of work. Then perhaps. Amamiya Kenichi rubbed his hands. He thought of someone. Someone he had planted in Konoha. If he handed this matter to that person, his goal should be achieved. Itachi Nizan, Shisui Nizan seems a bit agitated lately. In the land of rice fields, inside the small village where the Uchiha clan had gathered, Sasuke had just finished his training for the day. He sat on a wooden stake, swinging his short legs. Shisui does seem a little restless lately. Itachi smiled and rubbed his younger brother's hair, but deep in his eyes, a hidden hatred flickered. His father was dead. Killed by Konoha. Even his corpse had been desecrated, and Konoha had even planned to entrap his clan and his mother. If Amamiya Kenichi had not helped, he might never have seen his mother return. But even so, his mother had aged greatly overnight. Itachi remembered this grudge. One day in the future, he would repay it to Konoha. Shisui was right. The Uchiha had never wronged Konoha. It was Konoha that had wronged the Uchiha. Brother, airship. Sasuke pointed at the sky. Itachi looked up, then instantly jumped down. Amamiya Kenichi had arrived. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 385, Chapter 385, New Year's Eve. Chapter 385, New Year's Eve. Amamiya, long time no see. The moment Amamiya Kenichi stepped off the airship, he saw Shisui waiting outside. Two Uchiha ninjas stood beside him, though Amamiya Kenichi did not know their names. Haha, Shisui, have you become the Uchiha clan leader now? Amamiya Kenichi smiled, shook Shisui's hand, and then curiously looked him over. After not seeing him for some time, Shisui's sharp edge seemed to have softened considerably. He now gave off a much calmer air. Yes, thanks to everyone's support. Shisui smiled, looking as if he was in a good mood today. Amamiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. Shisui had actually become the Uchiha clan leader. That was rather surprising. Amamiya Kenichi had originally thought that with Mikoto around, the position of clan leader would probably not fall to Shisui. He had not expected Shisui to truly take up that role. But after remembering that Shisui had been the one to lead part of the Uchiha clan away from Konoha, Amamiya Kenichi was no longer surprised. After all, Shisui's reputation among the current Uchiha was still very high. Most of the Uchiha here were originally those who had wanted to leave the village. Although the other members of the Uchiha clan defected later as well, Shisui's prestige rose precisely because of that. Facts had already proven that staying in Konoha had not been the right choice. Whether it was the faction that wanted to reconcile with Konoha's higher-ups, or the faction that wanted to use force, both had been proven wrong. Only Shisui's choice to leave Konoha had been correct. Under such circumstances, it was not strange for Shisui to be pushed into the position of Uchiha clan leader. But Amamiya, did you come here to celebrate the new year? Shisui asked. Amamiya Kenichi froze for a moment, then suddenly remembered that the new year was indeed approaching. He had been busy with experiments during this period and honestly had no clear sense of time. He truly had not known the new year was almost here. The ninja world naturally had a new year as well, but such a thing felt too beautiful and idealistic for ninja. Even during the new year, many ninja would still die in battle, especially during wartime. New Year. Today. Amamiya Kenichi's thoughts were suddenly interrupted. He had originally come to find Shisui to discuss his plan, but he had not expected it to be almost New Year. No, tomorrow is New Year's Day. Today is the final day of the old year. Shisui looked at Amamiya Kenichi strangely. Almost everyone knew the new year was approaching. Their village had already been decorated with lanterns and festive ornaments, and the atmosphere was growing more and more lively. He had not expected Amamiya Kenichi to be unaware of it. Amamiya Kenichi nodded. If that was the case, then today was equivalent to New Year's Eve. That was quite interesting. If this were his previous life, he would definitely have a New Year's Eve dinner today. However, Amamiya Kenichi was now in the ninja world, and he did not know who he should invite for such a meal. In previous years, Amamiya Kenichi had always spent the new year with his teacher. You came to see me. Do you have something important to discuss? Shisui belatedly realized that Amamiya Kenichi's visit did not seem to be for the new year. After all, Amamiya Kenichi appeared completely unaware that the new year was near, so he certainly had not come here for that. Since he had not come for the new year, his visit could only mean he had something else to say. Yes, there are some matters to discuss. Amamiya Kenichi rubbed his temples. He would have to talk about the beginning of his plan sooner or later, so it was better to tell Shisui early and give him some mental preparation. Shisui looked at Amamiya Kenichi thoughtfully. Then he remembered what Amamiya Kenichi had told him on the airship before. That insane plan. Is it that plan? Shisui licked his lips. Yes. Amamiya Kenichi nodded. It seemed Shisui had already thought of it. The air fell silent. Shisui's pace slowed considerably. He stroked the beard on his chin, lost in thought. Amamiya Kenichi was not in a hurry and simply walked beside him. After all, Shisui was now the leader of a clan. In a sense, the responsibility on his shoulders had grown much heavier. This was not something one person could casually agree to. A single word from Shisui could potentially send dozens, even hundreds, of Uchiha clan members to their deaths on the battlefield. What is your plan? Shisui asked. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the Uchiha ninja following him immediately withdrew. Attack Kirigakure, annex the Land of Water, use the Land of Water as a base, and then plot against the remaining 4 great nations and 4 great ninja villages. Amamiya Kenichi stated his plan plainly. Shisui fell silent after hearing it. As expected, Amamiya Kenichi had not given up on that idea. However, precisely because Amamiya Kenichi had mentioned it before, Shisui was able to accept it more quickly now. What do you need me to do? Shisui took a deep breath. He did not refute it. Nor did he refuse. He knew that this was the fate of a ninja. I need the Uchiha clan to arrange some elite ninja to help me take Kirigakure and the Land of Water. Amamiya Kenichi remained direct. Shisui fell silent again. All right. I promise you. Shisui kept his head lowered for a long time, deep in thought. After a while, he raised his head, looked at Amamiya Kenichi with firm eyes, and agreed. Amamiya Kenichi looked at Shisui with interest. Was Shisui's authority really that great? You don't need to discuss it with your clan members. This is a war to destroy a village. Amamiya Kenichi looked at Shisui playfully. Did Shisui truly understand that his simple, all right, I promise you, would actually send many clan members to their deaths? Isn't this what ninja do? Besides, our Uchiha clan has always owed you a favor, and that favor has been weighing on us. Shisui took a deep breath. His Mangekyo Sharingan briefly flashed in his eyes before fading again. The Uchiha clan, the entire Uchiha clan, owed Amamiya Kenichi a favor. Every clan member carried the weight of that favor. Amamiya Kenichi had shown great kindness to the entire Uchiha clan. When Shisui led those clan members out, it was Amamiya Kenichi's help that allowed them to successfully leave Konoha and gain a stable life. Later, the clan had launched a rebellion, purged those in the clan who had clamored to perish with Konoha, and even sacrificed his own life. His remains had even been taken by Konoha ninja, desecrated, and used to lure out the remaining Uchiha. It was also Amamiya Kenichi who retrieved the clan head's remains and saved the clan head's wife. It could be said that Amamiya Kenichi had made the entire Uchiha clan owe him an enormous debt. Yet Amamiya Kenichi had never asked them to repay that favor. Shisui knew this favor would only be used in a troublesome situation. But since it was a debt owed by the Uchiha clan would naturally do everything in its power to repay it. Even if it meant sacrificing the lives of many clan members, they would not hesitate. Amamiya Kenichi patted Shisui on the shoulder. The second Hokage had been right. The Uchiha clan was indeed a clan ruled by deep emotions. Their hatred was profound, but at the same time, their other emotions were just as intense. Don't worry. It will still take some time. Now is not the time to start a war. Amamiya Kenichi smiled. He did not mind launching a New Year offensive, but the timing was not yet ripe, and some of his backup plans had not taken effect yet. Then when will it be? Shursui licked his lips and asked. The peaceful life during this period had almost made Shursui forget that he had once been a ninja who lived by the blade. But a wolf was still a wolf. It would not stop being one just because it had eaten a few peaceful meals. Well, perhaps that was hard to say. If peace continued long enough, maybe the Uchiha clan truly would forget that they had once been ninja. When the war drums that shake the earth sound once more. Amamiya Kenichi looked at Shursui with a faint smile. Shursui was a little bewildered. What did that mean? Amamiya Kenichi had no intention of explaining. In any case, even if he did not explain, Shursui would eventually know. As long as the plan he had set in motion was officially implemented, the currently calm ninja world would inevitably face a new storm. That was certain. If things went smoothly, it might even trigger the Fourth Great Ninja War. It was hard to say. I always feel like you're thinking something strange. Shursui scrutinized Amamiya Kenichi, feeling as if he were looking at a fox hiding a smirk. By the way, on your airship. Shursui suddenly remembered something. There seemed to be someone else on Amamiya Kenichi's airship, but that person did not appear willing to come down. Oh, that's your great-great-great-great-grandmother, probably. Amamiya Kenichi looked at Shursui with a smile. Shursui blinked in confusion. What did he mean by his great-great-great-great-grandmother? After Amamiya Kenichi briefly explained, Shursui's eyes widened. He was somewhat bewildered and even found it absurd. But seeing Amamiya Kenichi's serious expression, he became hesitant. Are you sure you're not teasing me? Shursui could not help asking. After all, this was far too outrageous. It made Shursui suspect that Amamiya Kenichi was deliberately joking with him. No. Hikari truly lived from the Sengoku period until now. She was sealed away by her own clan members. Amamiya Kenichi glanced at Shursui. Shursui fell silent. It seemed that this ancestor named Uchiha Hikari was indeed his ancestor, many generations removed. So how was he supposed to address her? Aren't you going to bring her down? Shursui rubbed his hands, looking a little nervous and awkward. A knot in the heart can only be untied by the person themselves. I brought Hikari out this time because I hope she can adapt on her own, Amamiya Kenichi said calmly. So many clan members. Meanwhile, in the small Uchiha village, Hikari was curiously looking around, observing her surroundings with equal curiosity. She felt that this place seemed very festive. There were elaborate decorations everywhere, along with lanterns, which made Hikari very curious. What was going on? But then Hikari's attention shifted to a nearby vendor selling a snack brother Amamiya had bought for her before. Dango. Hikari could not help walking over. Although she remained somewhat wary of the surrounding clan members, she still wanted to try the dango. Moreover, brother Amamiya had said this place was safe, and nothing would happen. Hello, one skewer. Hikari extended her hand. One skewer of dango, Uncle Rakichi. A little boy also extended his hand. Hikari turned her head in confusion, then saw a little boy looking at her curiously as well. His distinctive eyes and hair allowed Hikari to conclude that this little boy was likely also one of her clan members. Most importantly, there was the clan crest on his chest. Big sister, you go first. Sasuke politely stepped aside. You go first. Hikari was still not used to being greeted by her clan members, but she politely stepped aside as well. The other party was still young, and she was so much older. Letting him go first was only natural. Sasuke, remember to say thank you. A steady voice sounded. A slightly taller boy walked over. It was Itachi. Itachi ruffled his brother's hair, then glanced at Hikari. He keenly noticed the wariness and vigilance in Hikari's eyes, which puzzled him slightly. Itachi did not remember seeing this clan member in the village before. Yet the other party was clearly an Uchiha, and there was even a strange sense of déjà vu. Thank you, big sister. Sasuke was very obedient to his brother. You're welcome. Hikari was still a little unaccustomed to this. She quietly stood to the side. Although she did not particularly enjoy interacting with her clan members, she still wanted to eat the dango. After Itachi bought the dango with Sasuke, the two turned and left. However, before leaving, Itachi could not help turning back to glance at Hikari, who was paying for her dango. A trace of confusion appeared in his eyes. What was going on with that girl? Brother, it's almost New Year. Sasuke tugged at Itachi's sleeve, happily eating his dango while mumbling indistinctly. Yes. Sasuke, do you have any wishes? Itachi patted Sasuke's head and asked with a smile. Sasuke struggled to swallow the dango in his mouth, then laboriously licked his lips. Good health. Smooth sailing in everything. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 386, Chapter 386, What steps are needed to disrupt the situation? Chapter 386, What steps are needed to disrupt the situation? Hikari, what's your New Year's wish? Amamiya Kenichi yawned as he looked at the warm sunlight outside the window. Then he reached out, ruffled Hikari's hair, and asked with a smile. A night had passed, and a new year had arrived. The festive decorations outside gave Amamiya Kenichi the illusion that he had returned to his previous life to celebrate the new year. The ninja world also had fireworks and firecrackers, but it still lacked some of the traditional atmosphere he remembered. After all, this was the ninja world. Many things were different from his previous life. At the very least, there was no concept of a New Year's Eve dinner here, nor was there a Spring Festival Gala or the custom of pasting couplets. Even the Spring Festival Gala, something he had once disliked, now seemed incredibly precious. I wonder what programs this year's Spring Festival Gala has, Amamiya Kenichi sighed inwardly. He was genuinely curious, but unfortunately, he had no way to watch it. To always stay with big brother Amamiya. Hikari tilted her head in thought, then gave an answer that left Amamiya Kenichi both amused and exasperated. I think it's better to wish for good health, freedom from illness and disaster, and for your family to be healthy and safe as well. Amamiya Kenichi ruffled Hikari's hair. In the past, he had wished for great wealth. Later, he realized that health was the true foundation. So, in later years, Amamiya Kenichi's wishes had always been for good health and freedom from illness and disaster. Then I hope big brother Amamiya stays healthy and free from illness and disaster. Hikari said earnestly. Amamiya Kenichi smiled when he heard that. He did not say much more and instead looked at the busy crowd outside. The entire village was now filled with joy. However, Amamiya Kenichi soon spotted three familiar faces among the bustling crowd. Mikoto and her two sons. Happy New Year, Amamiya-sama. Mikoto looked much older now. There were more wrinkles on her face, and strands of her hair had turned white. It felt as if she had aged more than a decade in an instant. Happy New Year, Amamiya Kenichi greeted her with a chuckle. Sasuke, who was being led by Itachi, curiously looked at Hikari behind Amamiya Kenichi. Wasn't this the girl he had seen yesterday? Hikari clearly recognized the two people in front of her as well. Her face turned slightly red, but she still stood firmly beside Amamiya Kenichi, gently tugging at his sleeve. Mikoto-ne-san, are you going to pay respects? Amamiya Kenichi glanced at the things Mikoto was carrying. They were all offerings used for paying respects, most likely for commemorating Fugaku. Yes. It's New Year's Day, so I plan to take Itachi and Sasuke to pay respects to their father, Mikoto said gently. Although she seemed to be smiling, a trace of sorrow flashed through her eyes. Amamiya Kenichi scratched his head. What should he say at a time like this? After all, this was the kind of situation that left people at a loss for words. Should he say, my condolences, please accept this change with grace? Fortunately, the awkwardness did not last too long. After Mikoto and Amamiya Kenichi exchanged a few polite words, she left with Sasuke and Itachi. They still needed to pay respects to Fugaku. Before leaving, Sasuke turned back several times to look at Hikari. Naturally, Amamiya Kenichi noticed this. Hikari, have you met Sasuke before? Amamiya Kenichi asked, somewhat curious. Yes. I met that little boy yesterday when I was buying dango, Hikari nodded. Amamiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. She had met Sasuke just like that. How interesting. When Amamiya Kenichi first saw Hikari, he had always felt that she looked somewhat similar to Sasuke. Now, looking again, he felt that Hikari and Sasuke truly did share a certain resemblance. If he did not know Hikari's identity, Amamiya Kenichi might have thought Sasuke was her younger brother. Let's go. It's New Year's Day today, so let's eat something good. Amamiya Kenichi smiled happily. Since it was the new year, taking a rare break was fine. Hokage-sama, 5 ninja squads responsible for guarding the border in the direction of the Land of Lightning have been attacked. In the temporary office built among the ruins of Konoha's Hokage building, Hiruzen was puffing on his pipe. After listening to the Umbu's report, Hiruzen sighed. Then he looked at the list of fallen ninja in his hand, his brows furrowing so deeply that they could trap a fly. Tsunade, what do you think? Hiruzen did not answer directly. Instead, he looked at Tsunade, who was sitting nearby. According to the intelligence, this seems to have been done by Kimogakure, but I don't think Kimogakure would be so foolish. We have a cooperation treaty with Kimogakure, and the possibility of them causing trouble for us during the new year is very low. Tsunade frowned as she looked at the report in her hand. She could now read many classified intelligence reports. The Konoha Elder Council, Hamura, and the others had no objections. Everyone knew that Konoha was about to welcome its fifth Hokage, Tsunade Haim. Kimogakure has no reason to do this. It's too obvious, almost as if they're begging people to suspect Kimogakure. But the more they do that, the more it shows that Kimogakure likely knows nothing about this. There must be someone behind the scenes. Hiruzen nodded. The method was too crude. It was almost like openly telling Konoha that Kimogakure had done it. As for Kimogakure, I've already arranged for someone to go and inquire. I imagine they should also have some new. Before Hiruzen could finish speaking, an Umbu hurried in with a rather strange expression. Hokage-sama, there is a piece of intelligence you need to see. The Umbu directly handed over the report. Hiruzen took it and glanced at it. Then he froze completely, almost dropping his pipe. What's wrong? Tsunade asked curiously. Could it really have been Kimogakure? Read it yourself. Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, his expression complicated, then handed the report to Tsunade. Tsunade took it and looked it over. Her eyes also became somewhat vacant. She found it extremely difficult to believe what she had just read. At that moment, inside the Reikage building in Kimogakure, the atmosphere was heavy and suffocating. Who can tell me where this rumor came from? Reikage gripped the cup in his hand, his voice suppressing a furious anger. The more he spoke, the more that anger surged, until the cup in his hand was crushed directly into powder. The Kimogakure higher-ups swallowed. They could see that the Reikage was truly furious. Then again, this rumor was truly outrageous. And according to the intelligence from Konoha, many of their border defense squads stationed in our direction have died. What do you think this means? Slammed his palm onto the table. The metal table let out a loud bang, and a dent appeared under his strike. Reikage-sama, according to intelligence, this rumor seems to have originated from within Iwagakure. A Kimogakure higher-up stood up and reported. Would that old Mononoke dare say something like that? This is clearly meant to provoke the relationship between Kimogakure and those rats in Iwagakure, and even to provoke our relationship with Konoha. Reikage clenched his fist tightly. This morning, an exaggerated rumor had spread. It claimed that he, the fourth Reikage, was actually the illegitimate son of Tsuchikage Inoki. According to the rumor, the third Reikage discovered that he had been cuckolded and wanted to return to abolish this green hat son, but Inoki noticed it in advance and used sheer numbers to kill the third Reikage. All of it had supposedly been done to pave the way for his son's rise to power. When the fourth Reikage first heard the rumor, he was so furious that he almost tore down the Reikage building on the spot. Considering that he and his father had practically identical faces, how could such a rumor possibly spread? Did he look like that bastard Inoki? Not at all. And Inoki had that enormous nose, that red bulbous nose. There was no way he was related to him. But there was nothing he could do. The rumor was spreading in a strangely convincing way. It even claimed that the reason the fourth Reikage's mother cheated was because Inoki's large nose meant he was exceptionally virile, so it was only natural that she became pregnant on the first try, and so on. Although Reikage was furious, he knew there had to be something fishy behind it. The fact that this rumor had originated from within Iwagakure was very suspicious. If he truly were Inoki's son, how could he not know? And even if Inoki knew, he would surely keep such a matter as top secret. He would never allow it to spread casually. Anyone with a brain could tell there was a trick here. However, as the saying went, humans had a natural instinct for gossip. In his previous life, hot searches often involved celebrity scandals or international events. So, even though smart people knew this was impossible, people still loved to spread and discuss it. Because of that, whenever the fourth Reikage walked through the streets of Kimogakure now, he felt somewhat disgraced. The speed of its spread is too fast. This is not right. Another Kimogakure higher-up sighed. He had keenly sensed the scent of conspiracy. Someone seemed dissatisfied with the current peaceful situation in the ninja world and wanted to disrupt it, perhaps even trying to trigger the fourth great ninja war. From the perspective of who benefits, Kirigakure and Sunagakure could both be behind this. Another higher-up offered his thoughts. What if Iwagakure did it themselves? Ultimately, there has been no real communication between us, and even if there is, whether either side can trust the other is another question. If Danzo Shimura hadn't died, I would say Konoha could also be a possibility. In an instant, Kimogakure's higher-ups began arguing. None of them were willing to give ground, which made the fourth Reikage's face grow darker and darker. When they saw the furious Reikage, even electric arcs leaping around his body, the Kimogakure higher-ups finally quieted down. The rumor must be suppressed as quickly as possible. Explain to the outside world that this is completely baseless. My father and I are practically carved from the same mold. How could there be a problem? I decided to clarify his identity first. Otherwise, if some fool believed the rumor, or if someone with ulterior motives used it to stir up trouble, the matter would become extremely troublesome. Then issue a statement to Konoha. Tell them we did not attack Konoha's border defense forces. Order the Umbu to fully investigate the ins and outs of this matter and find the rat hiding in the gutter. Reikage gritted his teeth. Although he was making decisions that benefited the village, anyone would be angry in such a situation. He had better not find out who had done this. Otherwise, he swore he would let that person experience what hell was like. Meanwhile, in Iwagakure, Inoki was looking at the investigation report in his hand with a dark expression. The moment this outrageous rumor appeared, Inoki had known about it. He immediately arranged for people to investigate. But by the time the results came out, the culprit had already left, which gave Inoki a headache. Send out the Umbu to track them down. Iwagakure cannot take the blame for this. Inoki sighed. There was no true peace between the 5 great ninja villages. Sometimes, sufficient evidence was not needed. Mere suspicion was enough for one ninja village to launch a war against another. As Umbu from the various villages were dispatched one after another, the atmosphere throughout the ninja world also grew tense. There was a strong sense of an approaching storm. A shadow was cast over what should have been a happy and peaceful new year. Hikari, do you like sukiyaki? At that moment, Amamiya Kenichi was sitting with Hikari in a sukiyaki restaurant in the small Uchiha village, enjoying a meal. Looking at the ingredients in the pot, which had originally been clearly separated but were now mixed together into a messy stew, Amamiya Kenichi smiled faintly. I like it. It's delicious. Hikari was practically drooling. The aroma of the sukiyaki was rich, and the tender white tofu looked especially appetizing. Amamiya Kenichi smiled. Sukiyaki was similar to hot pot, and at Amamiya Kenichi's request, it had now been transformed into something closer to hot pot. The owner had no objections. After all, Amamiya Kenichi was paying. He had even ordered many expensive ingredients. If Amamiya Kenichi wanted, making it into a dry pot would not be out of the question. Just as Amamiya Kenichi was about to eat, he saw a blonde girl walk into the restaurant. Amamiya Kenichi instantly recognized that face. It was his teacher. Kenichi, you seem to be enjoying your meal quite a lot. His teacher smiled gently. Yet Amamiya Kenichi felt a little nervous. He could naturally tell that his teacher was not in a very good mood. Cough, cough. Teacher, Happy New Year. Are you? Amamiya Kenichi looked at his teacher curiously. He was rather curious about what his teacher had been doing. He remembered that his teacher had gone to Konoha to find his foolish junior sister earlier, but he did not know what the situation was now. I found something interesting. His teacher showed a mysterious smile. Then he walked over, sat beside Hikari, and even ruffled Hikari's hair. About time. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 387, Chapter 387, Minato Namikaze, You've Done Too Many Bad Things. Chapter 387, Minato Namikaze, You've Done Too Many Bad Things. Time. Amamiya Kenichi looked curiously at his teacher, Orochimaru. Of course, he knew that the ninja world contained miraculous techniques known as spacetime ninjutsu. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God, was a spacetime ninjutsu. Or rather, it was one of the more orthodox examples of spacetime ninjutsu. Aside from that, there was Obito's Kamui, and the final villain Otsutsuki Kagaya's Amanamenaka. In theory, that technique was basically invincible. One only needed to drag the enemy into one dimension, then return to the original dimension. The opponent could only be trapped there until they exhausted themselves and died. Unfortunately, it had run into Obito's Kamui. However, most of those techniques involved the concept of space. Ninjutsu involving time was comparatively rare. After all, time was too mysterious. Anyone who could master time was usually no ordinary figure. Even so, there were indeed a few things in the ninja world related to time. For example, the seal that had sealed Hikari was almost equivalent to a time ninjutsu. Unfortunately, because of the wear and tear of time, that seal had now become difficult to distinguish. Otherwise, it would simply be a black tech version of a hibernation pod. Yes, time. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Recently, Orochimaru had discovered that the problems with his body seemed to be growing somewhat serious. Specifically, he found that he was becoming less and less averse to appearing before others in his current form. This made Orochimaru somewhat suspicious. Had some strange ninjutsu been cast on him? But after thinking for a long time, he could not find anything abnormal. If he had to name a possible cause, then his change seemed to have some connection to the Six-Path Sage's appearance back then. Could it be that the Six-Path Sage had merely looked at him at that time and caused him to become like this? That made Orochimaru somewhat anxious. He urgently needed to change bodies and see whether doing so could free him from this influence. However, a body suitable for his living corpse reincarnation was not so easy to find. Is it related to junior sister? Amamiya Kenichi handed Orochimaru a set of bowls and chopsticks. Orochimaru accepted them naturally. Amamiya Kenichi knew what his teacher had done earlier. Now that his teacher had suddenly brought up this matter, it could only mean that it might be related to his junior sister. That little girl had quite an extraordinary encounter. Orochimaru's eyes carried a hint of reminiscence and excitement. Amamiya Kenichi silently mourned for his junior sister in his heart. Every time his teacher showed such an expression, it meant he had discovered an interesting experimental subject. Now, Amamiya Kenichi just did not know how his junior sister was doing. Had she already been sent into the laboratory? Thinking carefully, it did not seem impossible. After all, his junior sister had, in a certain sense, betrayed his teacher. Although his teacher was relatively friendly to his disciples, that friendliness was not without limits. If one wanted to survive after betraying one's teacher, it would be better to hope that one's strength could advance by leaps and bounds and surpass the teacher instead. Just like himself now. That little girl encountered some trouble while carrying out a mission before and was accidentally caught up in an incident. Unexpectedly, she traveled to the past. His teacher's eyes were very excited. Amamiya Kenichi keenly noticed that his teacher's foot was trembling slightly beneath the table. That was proof of his excitement. When his teacher became excited, he seemed to unconsciously shake his leg. This habit had only appeared after he used living corpse reincarnation to take Yuki's body. Traveled to the past. When Amamiya Kenichi heard the word traveled, he almost thought Orochimaru had discovered his true identity. But after hearing to the past, he realized what was going on. Even so, it was still a little hard for him to imagine. Could the ninja world actually allow someone to travel to the past? An ability that overpowered. One had to know that returning to the past was an extremely difficult thing, not even counting the butterfly effect it would cause. Amamiya Kenichi did not remember any ninjutsu that could travel to the past. Yes, she traveled to the past. His teacher stopped there and did not continue. Amamiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. His teacher really had a twisted sense of humor. He had deliberately stirred up his interest, then stopped the story halfway. But after hearing this, Amamiya Kenichi had also formed some guesses. He vaguely remembered that a Naruto movie had mentioned traveling to the past. Because the plot at the time involved a familiar country, Amamiya Kenichi had an unusually deep impression of it. Rorin. The Ryumayaku. Amamiya Kenichi remembered it now. However, he recalled that this incident should have happened after Naruto had grown up. Naruto had even met his father, Minato Namikaze, before returning to his own time. Since it was a movie, it was considered a side story separate from the main Naruto plot and had no special impact on the main storyline. Teacher, is Anko in the lab now, or? Amamiya Kenichi asked tentatively. Hikari blinked beside him. Had the ninja world already advanced to the point where people could travel back in time? The laboratory. That brat, I don't know whether she was brainwashed or what, but she actually thought of pledging loyalty to Konoha. Orochimaru sneered. He had put quite a lot of effort into this disciple of his. Amamiya Kenichi took a deep breath, then rubbed his face. Just as expected. Anko, who had betrayed his teacher, had been sent to the laboratory. This made Amamiya Kenichi feel a little melancholy. If he had not brought Anko out of Konoha back then, perhaps this unfortunate junior sister would not have encountered these things. She might have become a jonin in Konoha according to the original plot and at least lived longer. But entering his teacher's laboratory. Teacher, what do you plan to do? Amamiya Kenichi licked his lips. He was not worried about anyone eavesdropping. He had already used chakra to block the surroundings, cutting off any possibility of others listening in. It was a very simple small ceiling barrier technique. I planned to study her condition and see whether traveling to the past had any effect on her. But so far, there has been no progress. His teacher spoke without holding anything back. During this period, he had been studying his former disciple in another laboratory, but there had been no progress for the time being. If Anko had not been so certain in her claims, and if Orochimaru had not learned through other channels about the mission Minato Namikaze had once carried out, he truly would have suspected that Anko was simply having an episode. Then the force that caused her to travel back may be related to something else. Anko is like a leaf in the current of time, only able to drift with the flow. Amamiya Kenichi gave his opinion. Were there time ninjutsu in the ninja world? Basically none. Such a thing was too powerful. Izanagi merely avoided one's own death and revived the user afterward. It was not the same as foreseeing death and then finding a way to avoid it. Those were two entirely different things. I plan to go take a look. Do you want to come? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, the corners of his lips curving slightly as he looked at his student with an unreadable gaze. No, teacher. I'm at a crucial point right now. Amamiya Kenichi shook his head. He knew what that power was about. According to the setting, there was no way to travel back again. Time travel itself was a low-probability event, a miracle born from countless coincidences. Replicating it would be extremely difficult, so studying it would not produce any results. It was better to focus on what he was doing now. His teacher gave him a deep look but said nothing. Instead, he began eating. Amamiya Kenichi also smiled and ate with Hikari, no longer continuing the topic. After finishing the meal, Amamiya Kenichi paid the bill. Only then did his teacher stand with his hands behind his back, look at Amamiya Kenichi, and ask a question. Do you want to go see your junior sister? Then, teacher, if I go see her, will it change anything? Amamiya Kenichi smiled. He did have some feelings for his junior sister. After all, they had spent so many years together, and he was not made of stone. But he also knew his teacher's personality. Orochimaru was not the type to change his mind casually. If Amamiya Kenichi wanted his teacher to let his junior sister go, he would have to show his teacher a greater return. That was the only way. That depends on what you can offer. His teacher looked at Amamiya Kenichi with a half-smile. Amamiya Kenichi scratched his head. His teacher had kicked the ball back to him again. However, Amamiya Kenichi also understood that it was probably because nothing useful could be dug out of his junior sister anymore. His teacher had basically confirmed that there was no way to extract information related to time ninjutsu from his junior sister, which was why he had relented. For his teacher, if a discarded item like his now valueless junior sister could be exchanged for something useful, that would naturally be best. If not, it did not matter. Then I'll go see junior sister first. Amamiya Kenichi shrugged. After all, Anko had been brought out of Konoha by him. With so many years of shared history, Amamiya Kenichi could not simply ignore her. Orochimaru was not surprised by this answer. He had long seen that although this disciple of his was somewhat cold, he was actually someone who valued emotions. This was also why he had invested more effort into Amamiya Kenichi. After all, even Orochimaru himself did not want to raise a disciple who would betray him. What a pity, Orochimaru licked his lips. After researching living corpse reincarnation, he had tested whether his soul was compatible with this disciple's body. The result had been no. At that time, Amamiya Kenichi's talent had not been particularly outstanding, so Orochimaru had not felt it was a pity. But now, seeing his disciple grow stronger and stronger, that regret had become somewhat greater. Amamiya Kenichi, however, had no idea what his teacher was thinking. After all, he was not a computer that could analyze emotions in another person's eyes. He was merely curious about what the fourth Hokage had said to his junior sister that could have caused such a drastic change in her personality. Or perhaps she had encountered something else. But when he saw his junior sister, even Amamiya Kenichi fell silent for a moment. Because at that moment, Anko could only be described as miserable. Her body was covered with tubes and wires from various instruments. Her face was pale, and it was clear at a glance that a lot of blood had been drawn from her. She had even lost an eye. Amamiya Kenichi did not know what to say. Anko's path was her own choice. If she had not betrayed her teacher and her senior brother, she certainly would not have fallen into such a state. One could only say that when a person chose their own path, there was no room for regret. Good thing Hikari isn't here. Amamiya Kenichi sighed. When he came to see Anko with his teacher, he had specifically sent Hikari back to the land of snow first. After all, there were often terrifying scenes in his teacher's laboratory. Anko also noticed the movement. She raised her head, looked at Amamiya Kenichi with her remaining eye, then lowered her head again without saying anything. Her eye looked dead. You can talk to her first. His teacher left those words behind and departed. Before leaving, he even drew another tube of blood from Anko. Amamiya Kenichi was worried that this draw might directly kill her. After his teacher left, only Amamiya Kenichi and Anko remained in the laboratory. Amamiya Kenichi sighed. He looked at his junior sister, remained silent for a while, then took out the things he had prepared earlier. As Amamiya Kenichi busied himself, a pleasant aroma slowly spread through the laboratory. The scent of curry was rich and fragrant, and it even made the ever-lifeless Anko produce another sound. Her stomach growled. 1 bowl or 2? Amamiya Kenichi glanced at his junior sister and asked. Anko did not speak. She kept her head lowered, as if the person whose stomach had just growled was not her. Amamiya Kenichi pouted. He did not remember the Ryumayaku time travel having any brainwashing effects. You weren't like this when I brought you out of Konoha. Amamiya Kenichi scooped a bowl of beef curry, poured it over rice, and handed it to his junior sister. There was no melodramatic scene of, I won't eat, or knocking over the food. Anko picked up the bowl and ate heartily. Amamiya Kenichi was not in a hurry. He served himself a bowl as well. With garlic, it tasted pretty good. It was just that the curry smell in the laboratory was a bit strong. Senior brother, Anko raised her head. She had eaten 3 bowls in a row. Clearly, she had been very hungry. No. If you're going to apologize, spare me. Amamiya Kenichi waved his hand. Anko immediately fell silent. She had indeed intended to apologize. Tell me, what exactly did you experience when you traveled back in time? Amamiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes and questioned his junior sister. I met the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and then Anko licked her lips, then told him a foolish story about a young girl's budding feelings. As Amamiya Kenichi listened, his expression gradually became subtle. At first, he was calm. Then he grew shocked. Finally, his face resembled an old man on the subway staring at his phone. Minato Namikaze, oh Minato Namikaze. You've done too many bad things. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 388, Chapter 388, An Old-Fashioned Love Story. Chapter 388, An Old-Fashioned Love Story. Amamiya Kenichi's expression became complicated. He truly had not expected this to be the reason Anko betrayed both him and his teacher. So, Amamiya Kenichi pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache coming on. He never imagined that one day, he would personally witness such a strange case of one-sided puppy love in the ninja world. If this kind of plot appeared in some idol drama, Amamiya Kenichi would not be surprised. He might even mock it and wonder how long it had been since he had seen such a cliched story. But for it to happen in the ninja world, right beside him, was genuinely painful. Because Minato Namikaze talked to you about the will of fire and the bonds of the village, you decided to betray me and teacher. Amamiya Kenichi looked at Anko in front of him, his heart full of mixed emotions. Anko lowered her head and said nothing. It was unclear whether she was embarrassed or simply unwilling to speak. But seeing her attitude, Amamiya Kenichi knew that this unfortunate junior sister of his had fallen far too deeply. She was the type to hit a wall and still refuse to turn back. However, considering that the person she liked was named Minato Namikaze, Amamiya Kenichi strangely felt that it was somewhat understandable. After all, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was handsome, charismatic, and powerful. If he had not been devoted to the Scarlet Habanero and possessed decent character, he probably could have easily earned the title of Konoha's #1 playboy. Jiraiya once said that compared to Minato Namikaze, every other genius seemed dimmer. It could be said that Minato's ability to defeat his teacher and become the 4th Hokage had a great deal to do with his personal charisma and character. Strong, handsome, and gentle in temperament. Minato could indeed be called a maiden killer. Amamiya Kenichi just never expected that this time, the one he had killed would be his own junior sister. What was even more ridiculous was that his junior sister had truly fallen for him to this extent. If this were a novel, Amamiya Kenichi would have cursed the author for being too outrageous. Since you know he is Minato Namikaze, you should also know about the deaths of the 4th Hokage and his wife, right? Amamiya Kenichi sighed as he looked at Anko. At the same time, he was curious about something else. Had Anko ever revealed Minato's fate? Although Anko probably did not know much, she only needed to tell him that Minato died not long after becoming the 4th Hokage, along with Kushina. Then Minato would have been able to take precautions. So the question arose. If time was treated as a line, and Anko had traveled back into the past and informed Minato of his death, then normally, the timeline should have changed. But if the timeline changed and Minato did not die, then Anko would not have informed him of his death in the first place. It was like a chicken hatching from an egg, then traveling back in time and laying an egg. Could that egg be the very same egg it had hatched from? Because of that, when it came to the future and time travel, most supplementary explanations suggested that the moment the future was changed, the timeline branched off into a new path and embarked on an entirely different road. Yes, I told him. But Big Brother Minato said the future was full of variables, and knowing about them would only add to his troubles, so he sealed his memories. Anko spoke more than usual for once. Amamiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. This was truly interesting. Perhaps this was also a patch for the movie version. Then how do you still remember? Amamiya Kenichi asked again. When I came back, the seal was broken. Then my memories. Anko lowered her head, but her meaning was clear. Amamiya Kenichi pinched his forehead. He understood now. His junior sister had encountered a strange opportunity of her own. Although he did not know how she had managed to travel through time when that was clearly supposed to be Naruto's opportunity, she had indeed done it. She had even met the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Afterward, it became an old-fashioned story of falling in love during an adventure. Yes, just like how heroes always needed to be defeated first, then rise again to defeat their enemies. It was a very old-fashioned story. When Amamiya Kenichi had watched Hollywood blockbusters in his previous life, he had noticed that this formula applied to nearly every action-adventure film. Superhero works especially followed this pattern. The superhero was defeated by the villain, grew stronger, and finally defeated the villain in return. And in films aimed at young girls, it was completely normal for the girl to fall in love with the righteous hero. If this were a movie world, then it would probably develop into all kinds of melodramatic love, hatred, and entanglement. Unfortunately, this was the ninja world. And as far as the fourth Hokage was concerned, Amamiya Kenichi found that Minato truly had no impression of Anko. That proved one of two possibilities. Either Minato's sealed memories had never been opened, or the Minato that Anko had met and the Minato in this world were not the same person at all. The Minato whom Anko met had already stepped onto another timeline. So you plan to inherit the will of your crush, protect Konoha, and uphold the will of fire. Amamiya Kenichi sighed. This reason truly. It made him want to laugh a little. Amamiya Kenichi looked at his junior sister, a hint of pity in his eyes. In the ninja world, shinobi were relatively pragmatic. After all, no one knew whether death or tomorrow would arrive first. But his junior sister had been blinded by love to the point that she returned to Konoha to uphold the will of fire. Amamiya Kenichi felt that if she had been given a gene from the Uchiha clan, she probably would have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Anko said nothing. She simply kept her head lowered in silence. Amamiya Kenichi took a deep breath, rubbed his face, then walked straight out. Anko still kept her head down and did not move until Amamiya Kenichi closed the door behind him. How was it? Outside the door, his teacher was leaning against the wall, typing something on a computer. He asked without stopping his hands. A bit funny. Amamiya Kenichi shook his head. He truly did not know what to say. His junior sister was actually a hopeless romantic. Perhaps he should have let her stay in Konoha back then and instilled hatred toward his teacher into her. In that case, this junior sister of his might not have gone astray. The current Anko was purely love-struck, to a laughable degree. So what do you think should be done? His teacher asked without raising his head. He, too, had been saddened by Anko's misfortune and angered by her lack of ambition. For Orochimaru, love was simply too illusory. But no matter what, Anko was now like someone poisoned. Her attitude was extremely difficult to deal with. Amamiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. This question was truly chilling. In the current situation, even Amamiya Kenichi did not know how to handle it. It seemed that sealing her memories of this period was the relatively reliable option. However, sealing techniques were inherently unstable. Who knew when the seal might be undone? What if Anko herself undid it? Would that not be a waste of effort? Therefore, physically making her lose her memory seemed like the more reliable option. Or perhaps she could remain in his teacher's laboratory. Although she would lose her freedom, at least she could still live. But for Anko, that choice might be worse than death. Teacher, you can decide. After all, you are the teacher. Amamiya Kenichi wisely chose to pass the problem back. It was better to let someone else worry about this kind of matter. If others worried, then he would not have to. His teacher looked up at Amamiya Kenichi and sneered. He knew this sly brat would say that, but he had already thought of a countermeasure. So now, what needed to be done was. But before Orochimaru could say anything, Amamiya Kenichi directly dispersed in front of him. Orochimaru froze. Then his face turned red. This little brat had actually used a shadow clone in front of him. And then ran away. Did he know what Orochimaru was about to say? Orochimaru admitted that he had indeed been a little careless. After all, that little brat Amamiya Kenichi had always been synonymous with honesty and dutifulness, so Orochimaru's guard against him was not high. In fact, it was very low. Because of that, Orochimaru had not realized that the person standing before him was a shadow clone. It was like Uchiha Madara facing Black Zetsu standing behind him, never imagining that the other party would suddenly use Black Tiger Steals the Heart. Very good, very good. My two wonderful students. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, then licked his lips. So this was how they wanted to play. Teacher really is. But thankfully, I was prepared. I just didn't expect Anko to become like this. Meanwhile, in the land of Waterfall, Amamiya Kenichi rubbed his temples. He had just received the memories transmitted back by his shadow clone, and thus understood his junior sister's recent situation. Amamiya Kenichi had felt that dealing with his junior sister would be troublesome, so he had prepared to pass the burden along. Thus, while bringing Hikari back to the land of snow, Amamiya Kenichi had sent his shadow clone to follow his teacher. Now, it seemed that decision had been absolutely correct. His teacher's expression at the time clearly indicated that he planned to kick the problem back to him. Fortunately, the shadow clone had dispersed. Otherwise, Amamiya Kenichi would be the one agonizing over it now. Amamiya Kenichi shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Now that he was in the land of Waterfall, his teacher could not find him, so he could focus on his own affairs. As for his love-struck junior sister, he would let his teacher worry about her. I remember the leader said the organization's base is currently in the land of Waterfall, but I don't know the exact location. Amamiya Kenichi touched the ring on his hand. He usually did not wear rings. He had long since passed that edgy age. However, without the ring, finding the Akatsuki's new base would not be easy. So he obediently put on the ring and sent out his thought waves. Soon, he learned the location of the Akatsuki's new base. Takigakure. Takigakure. I remember that village is quite hidden. I wonder. Amamiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. That damned place, Takigakure, was rather secretive. Previous wars had rarely affected this country. After Amamiya Kenichi entered the land of Waterfall, he discovered that the people in this small country lived quite happily. Smiles were often visible on their faces, and smiling itself was something that only happened when a person was genuinely happy, unless they suffered from some special illness. But it was impossible for everyone in the land of Waterfall to be ill. Therefore, the happiness index of the people here had to be relatively high. Otherwise, they would not all seem so cheerful. Oh, right. Kakuzu. Amamiya Kenichi thought of the reason. That scoundrel Kakuzu was a rogue ninja from Takigakure. With him around, the Akatsuki could indeed use Takigakure as their base. Amamiya Kenichi did not use an airship. There were not many airships above the land of Waterfall, and using one would easily draw attention. Moreover, this small country itself was not very large. If a ninja had enough stamina, they could cross the border in a short while. Taking an airship would be far too troublesome. Soon, Amamiya Kenichi saw the location of Takigakure. A giant waterfall. Just by looking at the waterfall, no one would think there was a hidden world behind it. But Takigakure was concealed precisely in this place. Oh, right. It probably was not called Takigakure anymore. The current Takigakure had most likely already taken on the shape of the Akatsuki. So it's the water curtain cave, huh? Amamiya Kenichi stretched, then entered. After passing through the waterfall and arriving at Takigakure, Amamiya Kenichi found that it was still the same as before, with no obvious changes. A group of ninja still lived here. However, after Amamiya Kenichi entered, those ninja merely looked at him once, then did nothing. Amamiya Kenichi even saw fear in their eyes. Let's go. The leader is waiting for you. As Amamiya Kenichi was curiously looking around, Konan flew down from the sky. Her paper wings were especially eye-catching. Who are these people? Amamiya Kenichi asked while looking at the fearful Takigakure ninja and residents around him. They are all our captives. Konan swept her gaze around, her eyes cold. She had no special feelings toward this small country or this small ninja village. This was not where she had lived. Keeping these people alive was merely for the Akatsuki's convenient concealment. However, Konan had also not expected that Takigakure possessed a unique secret. Now, that secret belonged to them. Amamiya Kenichi followed Konan to the Akatsuki's base and saw Deva Pathpain sitting on a chair. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 389, Chapter 389, Hero's Water. Chapter 389, Hero's Water. Are you interested in researching this? Nagato glanced at Amamiya Kenichi, then casually tossed him an old-looking paper document. Amamiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. He had originally thought Nagato had called him over to discuss the matter they had spoken about before. He had not expected it to be research instead. However, this might also be Nagato's way of preventing Black Zetsu from sensing anything unusual. Amamiya Kenichi lowered his gaze to the document in his hand. There was not much written on it, but it had a rather unusual name. Hero's Water. It can increase the user's chakra by dozens of times, but drinking it drastically shortens one's lifespan. Amamiya Kenichi instantly became interested. Just based on the words written on the paper, the effect of this thing was terrifyingly powerful. Increasing the user's chakra by dozens of times. What kind of concept was that? If Kakashi took a sip, even if he used his Mangekyo Sharingan all day, his combat power probably would not be depleted too badly. Moreover, for a ninja, chakra itself was one of the standards used to measure strength. If two jonin of equal strength fought, and one of them suddenly had 10 times the chakra of the other, then the battle between the two would become very uneven. Their stamina would no longer be on the same level. Yes. Takigakure has this special water, so I want you to research it and see if you can remove its side effects, Nagato said calmly. Amamiya Kenichi nodded. A substance that allowed someone to unleash power beyond their original strength after use, but caused them to die within a very short time. In essence, this thing could indeed be called Hero's Water. If Hiruzen Sarutobi drank a mouthful of it, then with the Reaper Death Seal, his teacher might truly have been dragged completely into the Shinigami's stomach. Even if Hiruzen died afterward, he would still be worthy of being called a hero of Konoha. What's the yield of this stuff? Amamiya Kenichi became interested. Although Hero's water had obvious side effects, its advantages were equally clear. It greatly boosted combat strength. To some extent, it was quite suitable for suicide squads. After using it, these ninja could unleash stronger power and play a greater role. The current issue was its yield. According to the records, only one batch of Hero's water of this quality can be produced every 100 years. At present, Takigakure only has 2 batches in stock, Nagato said directly. Amamiya Kenichi stroked his chin thoughtfully. 1 batch every 100 years. That yield could only be described as shockingly low. But even so, Takigakure had still managed to preserve 2 batches. That could be considered an outstanding contribution to Amamiya Kenichi's research work. However, 1 sip is enough to gain considerable power. The more you drink, the greater the power unleashed. That's what the so-called Kage here said, Nagato added. When he said the word Kage, his expression became somewhat playful. The Kage of Takigakure had not displayed much strength. When facing the Akatsuki's attack, he had drunk some Hero's water, shouted things like, "For Takigakure," and, "I am the Kage of Takigakure," before charging forward. Then Nagato beat him half to death. "I need 1 batch of Hero's water as research material," Amamiya Kenichi said directly. Nagato did not hesitate. He immediately threw a batch of Hero's water to Amamiya Kenichi. He had already guessed that Amamiya Kenichi would definitely request 1 batch as research material, so he had prepared it in advance. The other batch was currently being carefully preserved and had not been brought out for now. If Amamiya Kenichi failed to make any progress later, that batch would also be given to him for research. After all, within the Akatsuki, it was easy to find ninja who could fight and kill enemies, but finding someone capable of scientific research was not so easy. Amamiya Kenichi could be considered the most outstanding among them. Nagato also trusted Amamiya Kenichi to a relatively high degree. At the very least, compared to Orochimaru, Nagato trusted Amamiya Kenichi more. And if his collaborator grew stronger, it would also benefit their future cooperation. Nagato lowered his eyes. He did not know how much time he had left. During this period, he could feel his body growing worse and worse. Leader, help me exchange my points too. I want to research your weapon, Amamiya Kenichi said with a smile, licking his lips before making another request. Nagato's face darkened. This guy even wanted to research the black rod. But it was not impossible. Amamiya Kenichi's contribution points were indeed enough. Never mind. Let me research that big guy instead. Just a few scraps will do. Amamiya Kenichi's eyes shifted as he suddenly thought of a new research direction. He already had some conjectures about the black rod, so it was not that tempting to him. But the Gedo statue was different. Its essence was the god tree. Researching that thing might bring unimaginable gains. All right. Nagato did not hesitate. The Gedo statue was massive, so letting Amamiya Kenichi research a few fragments was not a problem. However, the Gedo statue's body was extremely hard. He would have to personally handle the matter of scraping off a few fragments. Wait here. Nagato controlled Deva Path Pain to glance at Amamiya Kenichi, then turned and left. Amamiya Kenichi did not mind. He sat down on the chair and looked at the bottle in his hand. Inside was Hero's water. It did not look particularly extraordinary. If there was anything unusual about it, it had a faint silver-white color. Although it did not look especially cloudy, it was still slightly murky. Amamiya Kenichi uncorked the bottle and sniffed it. A peculiar scent drifted through the air. It was hard to describe. There was a hint of fresh herbs, along with a subtle, unidentifiable smell, though it was not unpleasant. Interesting. The more you drink, the stronger the power you unleash. Then what happens if someone drinks all of it? And how does this thing increase a ninja's chakra? Amamiya Kenichi looked at the gourd in his hand with curiosity. The container holding the Hero's water was a gourd, somewhat like a sake gourd. Its weight felt similar to ordinary water, suggesting that its density was also close to that of water. However, Amamiya Kenichi was truly curious about how Hero's water could increase the user's chakra. He had never seen such a strange item before. The chakra levels of ninja varied. Some ninja were naturally gifted, possessing large chakra reserves after refining chakra. Others were born different from ordinary people, such as members of the Uzumaki clan. The gap between ninja could be said to be greater than the gap between humans and dogs. Some ninja might spend their entire lives without ever accumulating as much chakra as a future Konoha genin. Therefore, how to increase chakra had always been something the major ninja villages had been researching. But I remember teacher didn't make much progress in researching how to increase chakra. He focused more on how to use chakra efficiently, Amamiya Kenichi mused while playing with the gourd in his hand. The ninja world's exploration of chakra had never stopped, but unfortunately, there had not been much progress so far. Because of that, ninja research on chakra had shifted toward how to utilize chakra more efficiently. But now, a miraculous item had appeared before Amamiya Kenichi. Once its effects were confirmed to be real, it could instantly turn Takigakure into a strategic location coveted by the 5 great ninja villages. At that point, it would not matter how well Takigakure was hidden. Even if it were hidden in the sky, the Umbu of the 5 great ninja villages would dig it out. Although this thing had major side effects, the combat power it could provide was substantial. And the most intriguing part was that Hero's water could be obtained repeatedly. Although the cycle was extremely long, even if one did not drink it all at once, taking a small sip each time could still enhance a ninja's combat strength. Therefore, the tree that produced Hero's water in Takigakure would likely be uprooted and taken back to one of the great ninja villages. That was how the 5 great ninja villages operated. Amamiya Kenichi looked at the gourd in his hand. He felt that the bottle of Hero's water in his hand was exactly that bait. Because this thing was real. It existed, and according to the records, it was effective. All he needed to do was research exactly how effective Hero's water truly was, since the information recorded might not be accurate. An increase of dozens of times in chakra was simply too terrifying. Amamiya Kenichi needed to confirm how effective this thing was on ninja of different ranks. Then he could release a bait that gave off dazzling light and an alluring scent in the dark forest. At that point, no matter how rational those kage were, they would have to take the bait. After all, if they did not take it, could they guarantee that the other ninja villages would also ignore it? What if their own village fell behind? Here. At that moment, Amamiya Kenichi heard Nagato's voice. He looked up and saw Nagato tossing him a small bottle. Amamiya Kenichi casually caught it and looked inside. It contained a few scraps that seemed to be fragments of the Gedo statue. This made Amamiya Kenichi a little excited. If it were not inconvenient right now, Amamiya Kenichi swore he would open his Mangekyo Sharingan and thoroughly study the elemental composition of this thing. Perhaps he could even directly dismantle the Gedo statue. In that case, Black Zetsu's plan would naturally fail. All right. I'll notify you when I get research results. When that time comes, leader, just pull me into that special space, Amamiya Kenichi said after glancing at Nagato, laying the groundwork for discussing his plan with him later. This would also reduce the chance of the matter being discovered. Nagato nodded, then watched Amamiya Kenichi leave. After Amamiya Kenichi departed, Nagato returned to his room and continued eating. He needed to replenish his stamina. Amamiya Kenichi had wanted to contact him earlier, but it had been inconvenient at the time. Now, the other party's words were clearly preparing for a future meeting. Nagato also needed to adjust his condition as much as possible. Nagato, Zetsu has arrived, Konan said as she walked in. Nagato's face darkened. Zetsu. This guy was the suspicious individual Amamiya Kenichi had mentioned, the one who seemed to possess some kind of extremely powerful intelligence-gathering ability. So what was he doing here? Nagato pondered for a moment, but still controlled pain to walk out. He felt that if Amamiya Kenichi was telling the truth, then his true body might have already been exposed. But before confirming anything, he still had to pretend he knew nothing. So troublesome. One day, I'm going to kill this guy, Nagato said coldly. The other party was hiding himself, concealing that extremely powerful stealth ability he possessed. That alone proved that he had no good intentions. Amamiya Kenichi did not know what happened after he left. He had no idea where Black Zetsu was, so he could not say much in Takigakure. For now, he could only return to the land of snow and research the items in his hand. Currently, he only took a normal sip, about 40 milliliters. Amamiya Kenichi looked at the records in his hand. According to Takigakure's records, the more Hero's water one drank, the greater the burst of power. This could be understood as a greater increase in chakra. However, relatively speaking, the amount of lifespan lost would also increase. To some extent, this could be understood as exchanging lifespan for chakra. Could this be considered equivalent exchange? It's a little difficult to understand. What exactly is the principle behind this thing? Amamiya Kenichi looked curiously at the gourd in his hand. The ninja serving as the experimental subject was currently sitting on the ground, refining chakra to recover what he had depleted. However, judging by his appearance, there were no significant changes. This made Amamiya Kenichi even more curious about how Hero's water consumed lifespan. And what exactly was the concept of lifespan? It could not possibly be that a few lines written in the Book of Life and Death had been altered, could it? If considered from a biological perspective, lifespan might be understood as a large-scale loss of cells. However, most cells in a normal human body were constantly dying and being born, repeating that cycle again and again. The cells in a normal human body were affected by DNA telomeres. When DNA replicated, it consumed a small portion of the telomere, and this telomere did not carry genetic information. In other words, the consumed telomeres did not affect the complete expression of genetic information during DNA replication. It was similar to human fingernails. Cutting off a small part of them would not affect the normal shape of the whole nail. However, the problem was that telomeres had a length limit. Even if only a tiny portion of telomeres was consumed with each DNA replication, once enough was consumed, the total length of the telomeres would continue to decrease. When the telomeres were nearly exhausted, the genetic information replicated by the DNA would begin to develop problems. Problematic genetic information would lead to cell aging and death. This was also what the scientific community generally considered to be one of the human body's biological clocks. If telomeres were seen as a clock, then once the hour hand returned to zero, the person was destined to die. Because once the telomeres were gone, the replicated DNA information would become flawed, and the cells would no longer function properly. They could only die. The human body would no longer be able to produce new, normal cells to perform its necessary functions, and in the end, the person could only gradually walk toward death. If that's the case, is there a possibility that the essence of Hero's Water is actually to promote large-scale DNA replication, thereby increasing the upper limit of certain cells in the body, which then leads to an increase in chakra? And because of that large amount of replication, the rate of telomere shortening accelerates, directly speeding up the ninja's death. The more they drink, the more DNA replicates, the higher the upper limit of certain cells becomes, and the stronger the power they unleash. But for the same reason, more telomeres are consumed, leading to death. Amamiya Kenichi nodded. He felt that this possibility existed, and the likelihood was quite high. After all, this speculation was rather reasonable. However, it still needed support from experimental data. A theory was only a theory. Without proper data, it could not become a conclusion. How do you feel? Amamiya Kenichi asked the genin who was refining chakra. Amamiya Kenichi did not know the other party's name. In Amamiya Kenichi's experimental log, he was merely recorded under a code name, experimental subject genin. Reporting, Lord Amamiya. Right now, I just feel a little tired, and I really want to rest properly. The genin stood up respectfully, lowered his head, and honestly answered Amamiya Kenichi's question. Amamiya Kenichi glanced at the data from the various monitoring instruments attached to the other party. The overall data was relatively normal, with no particular changes. If there was any abnormality, it was probably that the other party's electrocardiogram had changed slightly after drinking Hero's Water. It was roughly like his heart rate had shifted from a normal resting state to the state after a short run. His heartbeat had become slightly faster, but not exceptionally so. Purely from the data, there are no special changes. But perhaps that's also because the amount consumed wasn't large. Amamiya Kenichi frowned in thought, but he quickly dismissed the idea. There was no need to think about that problem right now. What he needed to do now was calculate the maximum chakra multiplier that Genin, Chunin, and Jonin could reach after drinking Hero's Water. As for how Hero's Water achieved this effect, that was not something Amamiya Kenichi needed to research for the moment. Soon, Amamiya Kenichi called in a Chunin and a Jonin from the land of snow who had received the blessing. He first had them cast their most proficient ninjutsu until their chakra was almost depleted. After they refined chakra and recovered, Amamiya Kenichi had them drink 40 milliliters of Hero's Water. Then he tested them again, still having them cast their most proficient ninjutsu. After drinking 40 milliliters of Hero's Water, the Chunin experimental subject's ninjutsu output also reached roughly 10 times its previous level, while the Jonin's increase was roughly 8 times. The Chunin, Jonin, and Genin all drank 40 milliliters of Hero's Water. Although the Jonin's increase did not reach 10 times, the difference was not significant. Hero's Water still had an effect on Jonin. Amamiya Kenichi closed his experimental log. This was enough. Genin, Chunin, and Jonin all experienced an increase in chakra after drinking Hero's Water. From this, it could be seen that Hero's Water was indeed highly effective. Although it was still unknown how it achieved such an effect, that no longer mattered for now. With this item, Amamiya Kenichi could be said to have gained the ability to stir up the ninja world. How do you feel? Amamiya Kenichi glanced at the monitoring data. It was the same as before. Whether it was the Chunin or the Jonin, their current physical data was similar to the previous Genins. Their heart rates had accelerated, but there were no other particularly obvious effects. I feel a little tired. The Chunin rubbed his chest. I'm fine, but my body feels a little strange. The Jonin frowned and squeezed his arm. He always felt that something was off with his body, but he could not pinpoint it. Amamiya Kenichi heard this and looked over the Jonin's physical data a few more times, but he still could not see anything. The other party's data was very normal, with no especially obvious changes. The human body would show subtle changes even under normal conditions, so it was difficult to say whether this slight difference was a sign of reduced lifespan. Although Amamiya Kenichi currently had some conjectures about the lifespan reduction caused by Hero's Water, proving it would still be troublesome. First, he would need to observe the existence of telomeres, but the ninja world did not yet have machines that precise. But perhaps I can prove it through other methods. Amamiya Kenichi pondered. He had already thought of a method. It was relatively simple, and although not particularly accurate, it should still be useful. However, now isn't the time to obsess over this. What I need to do now is spread the news about Hero's Water. Amamiya Kenichi shook his head. This problem could be researched slowly, but wasting time now would not be good. Amamiya Kenichi intended to spread news of Hero's Water while stirring up emotions in the ninja world. At the same time, he would continue conducting research. It seemed he could not research it after all. Once this news spread and the major hidden villages took action, he would need to begin preparing his plan, ignite a war between the four great nations, then launch a lightning strike against Kirigakure while they were stuck in tense confrontation or already embroiled in war. Even if those hidden villages remained somewhat rational and sent elite ninja to investigate, Amamiya Kenichi did not care. At that time, he would have his ninja troops change into the clothes and forehead protectors of other hidden villages to instigate conflict. Then launch a lightning strike against Kirigakure. If that did not work, then these hidden villages would still need to exchange information to avoid misjudgments, right? While their attention was focused on that matter, he would launch a lightning strike against Kirigakure. Well, no matter what happened, he would launch a lightning strike against Kirigakure, just like the lightning attack on Poland back then. So, how should this news be conveyed? Amamiya Kenichi glanced at his sealing scroll. He wondered if Yakushi Kabuto had completed the plan he had arranged earlier. If Kabuto had already completed it, then he should also have time to do something else, right? So, I need to spread this information and make sure the other hidden villages know about it. In a tavern in a remote town, Yakushi Kabuto, who had just been about to rest, was approached by a woman. He looked at the other party helplessly, speaking with some dissatisfaction. Yes. That is the Lord's command. Uchiha Shirori sat upright in her chair, holding a cup of tea in her hand, and took a sip. Yakushi Kabuto rubbed his temples. Why did it feel like he had just escaped from that dreadful place called Root, only to fall into an even deeper pit? The previous matter had been fine. After all, it was just gossip. Yakushi Kabuto himself did not believe it, and there had been no issue spreading it. People loved spreading that sort of gossip, so the process had gone rather smoothly. But this mission. Looking at the scroll in his hand and the 5 small bottles of silver-white liquid, Yakushi Kabuto licked his lips. Although he was not very old, he was already a ninja, so he naturally understood how terrifying it would be if the information about this thing were confirmed after it spread. The most outrageous part was that the Lord had prepared 5 portions of this liquid. According to his request, these 5 portions would separately fall into the hands of the 5 hidden villages. Even if not all 5 could obtain it, at least 3 hidden villages had to get their hands on this miraculous liquid. The danger level here was truly high. The Lord said that Root has been destroyed. He also learned some interesting information from Danzo, such as information about the former director of the Konoha orphanage, a woman named Yakushi Nono, Uchiha Shirori said unhurriedly. Yakushi Kabuto's pupils suddenly contracted. Yakushi Nono. He knew that name all too well. His surname, Yakushi, came from her. The reason he had become a spy was also because of that gentle person. I will complete this mission, Yakushi Kabuto said, his expression becoming resolute. If there was anyone in this world he would sacrifice everything for, it would undoubtedly be that gentle person. If not for Yakushi Nono, Danzo would not have been able to control him so easily. It could only be said that people with bonds always tended to hesitate. Uchiha Shirori nodded noncommittally. This Yakushi Kabuto's ability was indeed outstanding. One had to admit that Lord Amamiya truly had a good eye for talent. He was always able to discover excellent individuals. By the way, the Lord also said that once this mission is complete, you can leave Konoha. Yakushi Nono will also be taken by the Lord to the place you want to go, Uchiha Shirori added. Yakushi Kabuto nodded. He trusted Amamiya Kenichi's words very much, because the other party had basically fulfilled his promises. Of course, he currently had no other choice. He could only keep walking down this path to the end. This is for you. Uchiha Shirori handed over a file bag. Yakushi Kabuto took it and glanced inside, then froze. After a long while, a happy smile appeared on his face, one that did not suit his age. He looked at the photo in his hand, smiling so hard that tears streamed down his cheeks without him even noticing. He let the tears drip onto the photo, but still held it tightly. Uchiha Shirori calmly took another sip of tea. There was a trace of envy in her eyes. Lord Amamiya had personally set off from the land of snow to Konoha to fulfill his promise to Yakushi Kabuto. Given that lord's strength, he should probably have arrived by now, right? Following that lord was truly fortunate. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03 Chapter 391, Reunion with an Old Friend and Return to an Old Place. Chapter 391, Reunion with an Old Friend and Return to an Old Place. When a whale falls, all things live. Amamiya Kenichi looked at Konoha before him. Although Danzo, the leader of Root, had died, his death seemed to have had little impact on this massive behemoth. Konoha was still Konoha, prosperous and lively as ever. It was as if the previous attacks had never affected the village at all. I wonder how Root is being handled now. Was it merged into the Umbu, or did they appoint a new leader? Amamiya Kenichi stood in line, slowly entering Konoha with the people ahead of him. This time, he had taken on the identity of a merchant. His goods were all prepared, and people like him were common in Konoha. After all, although Konoha was currently the strongest ninja village in the ninja world, it still needed merchants. Because of that, merchants were also the most convenient infiltration template for many spies. After inspecting the goods, the Konoha gate guards allowed Amamiya Kenichi to enter. He skillfully brought his goods to Konoha's large trade market and honestly began selling them there, acting no differently from the other merchants. The residents of Konoha continued living their ordinary lives, haggling with merchants over differences of a few ryo. Amamiya Kenichi watched the scene with amusement. He was not in a hurry to deal with Yakushi Nono's matter. Ever since Danzo's death, many of Root's activities had fallen silent. Yakushi Kabuto had not even received any missions. However, Amamiya Kenichi did not believe Konoha would abandon such trained and experienced intelligence personnel. Restarting them was only a matter of time. Since he had promised Yakushi Kabuto and wanted Kabuto to devote himself to him, then this favor had to be done. Hello, can this item be a little cheaper? The arrival of a customer interrupted Amamiya Kenichi's sightseeing. He turned his head and saw a familiar watermelon haircut enter his view. Those large white teeth shone brightly even under the cloudy sky. Ah, esteemed ninja-sama, this price is already the lowest I can offer. Amamiya Kenichi froze for a moment, then chuckled and rubbed his hands together, looking exactly like a petty street vendor. Still, he had not expected to run into Guy here. But this price? Guy looked conflicted. He stared at the item in his hand. It was a weighted pouch, not exactly a bestseller in the ninja world, but still something with a market. There were many taijutsu ninja in the ninja world. Although most of them were concentrated in Kimogakure, the muscular brothers of Kimogakure could be considered representatives of taijutsu ninja, and they loved weighted pouches that helped them train. However, the other ninja villages were not without taijutsu specialists, so weighted pouches generally had no problem selling in any ninja village. After all, ninja training was intense, and the consumption rate of weighted pouches was quite high. Don't you still have weighted pouches? Kakashi walked over. He glanced at Amamiya Kenichi, not recognizing his old friend, then looked at Guy. Amamiya Kenichi smiled obsequiously. His luck today was truly unpredictable. Konoha was so large, yet he could still run into Guy and Kakashi here. Could this be fate? They broke. I was wearing them during a mission, and an enemy damaged them, Guy said as he silently took out his money. Without weighted pouches, his youth would not burn as passionately. Only with weighted pouches could he truly live up to his youth. I really don't understand. Kakashi and Guy walked off while talking. Amamiya Kenichi glanced at Kakashi. Kakashi seemed a little more cheerful now. Had he finally walked out of the shadows of the past? Coming here to cause trouble and still getting paid. Being a spy isn't that hard. Amamiya Kenichi put away the money in his hand. However, he knew this was because he had the face transformation jutsu. This technique would be an absolute divine art even in his previous life, allowing him to live directly with someone else's face. But looking at Kakashi's back, Amamiya Kenichi suddenly had an idea. He knew that Kakashi's Sharingan had now been replaced with a normal 3-tomoe Sharingan, and one that could not be closed. Although Kakashi did not know it, according to the original plot, it would still be some time before Kakashi discovered that his eye was actually a Mangekyo. However, due to Amamiya Kenichi's interference, that part of the plot had completely changed. Kakashi probably would not be able to unlock Kamui. Amamiya Kenichi did not intend to return Obito's Mangekyo to Kakashi either. That would definitely arouse Obito's suspicion. Moreover, if Obito's personality had changed drastically after Amamiya Kenichi's actions during this period, and he directly took his Mangekyo from Kakashi, then Amamiya Kenichi would have to face an Obito with both Kamui eyes. Wouldn't that be inviting trouble for no reason? At that moment, Kakashi seemed to sense someone watching him. He turned his head and looked back, but there was nothing unusual behind him. The boss who had just sold Guy something was enthusiastically introducing his goods to other customers. Was it my imagination? Kakashi shook his head and followed Guy. They had arranged to go to a barbecue restaurant with a few friends today. When the two arrived at the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant, Asuma, Kurenai, Hayate, and Shizun were already waiting there. Kakashi, Guy, you're a little slow. Asuma greeted his old classmates with a lollipop in his mouth, smiling as he spoke. Haha, sorry. I came here while doing a handstand. Guy had already put on his weighted pouches and was sweating heavily, giving them a thumbs up. The others chuckled and shook their heads. They all knew Guy's personality, so none of them minded. Kakashi. Shizen smiled and greeted him. Kakashi nodded, then quietly followed his friends into the barbecue restaurant. Inside, the ninja chatted about many things, but most of the conversation was harmless gossip. For example, the relationship between Asuma and Kurenai, or the embarrassing stories from Guy's school days when he was scolded by their teachers. Kakashi, are you planning to find a girlfriend? Asuma asked, raising his cup. He sat on his cushion, always feeling the urge to pull out a cigarette from his bag and light it. But when he thought of Tsunade's terrifying gaze, he remembered that all his cigarettes had already been destroyed. So now, Asuma could only find ways to distract himself. No. Kakashi shook his head. He had no intention of dating for now. Kakashi is so handsome and still hasn't found anyone, so I have even less of a chance. Hayate sighed. Although the ninja had started off discussing ordinary daily matters, conversations always had a way of drifting into strange topics before anyone noticed. Asuma, speaking of which, why did you quit smoking? Hayate looked at Asuma curiously and asked. He knew Asuma very well. Asuma was a complete chain smoker, the kind who felt uncomfortable without a cigarette. Lady Tsunade said smoking is harmful to the body, so she made Asuma quit, Shizen said. She knew quite a bit about this matter. In fact, she knew even more than that. However, those things could not be said. At present, only Lady Tsunade, herself, and the third Hokage knew. No one else, including Asuma, was aware. Yes, Lady Tsunade is ridiculously strict. She said she would punch me if she saw me smoking. Asuma wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He wanted to smoke too. Quitting was not easy. For Asuma, smoking was already a habit. He felt uncomfortable without it. But when he thought of Tsunade's terrifying monstrous strength, Asuma obediently chose to behave. Soon, the topic shifted to physical health and maintaining the body. Late at night, the ninja bid farewell to one another and returned to their homes. As soon as Kakashi pushed open his bedroom door, he saw a pair of sinister eyes. Caught completely off guard, he instantly fell into a genjutsu. Kakashi, you're still too young. Amamiya Kenichi smiled and took out a prepared syringe, directly stabbing it into Kakashi's neck and injecting the anesthetic. Kakashi's body went limp, collapsing weakly onto the operating table Amamiya Kenichi had prepared. After all, Kakashi was not too familiar with his own eye. Although the Sharingan was powerful, the Mangekyo possessed even greater suppressive power over an ordinary Sharingan. Back then, Kakashi had fallen into Tsukuyomi just by looking at Uchiha Itachi, suffering badly because of his lack of experience. That was why many ninja said that ninja combat was an intelligence war, and Jiraiya was a firm supporter of that idea. Looking at Kakashi lying limply on the operating table, Amamiya Kenichi silently took out several syringes. Although this was not a laboratory, it did not matter. Performing a simple minor surgery was not difficult for Amamiya Kenichi. My friend, let me look forward to how much you can grow without the Sharingan dragging you down. Amamiya Kenichi excitedly rubbed his hands together, then began modifying Kakashi. Kakashi suddenly sprang up from the bed. He cautiously observed his surroundings, but saw nothing. The room was empty, as if the pair of sinister eyes he had seen before losing consciousness had only been an illusion. Even so, Kakashi carefully checked his entire body and indeed found no problems. That was until he saw a note on the table. My friend Kakashi, long time no see. Today, I specially came to give you an opportunity. You can now freely control your Sharingan. I wish you good fortune in battle. Kakashi silently looked at the note in his hand. A moment later, the note burned to ash. Kakashi looked into the mirror. His eyes in the mirror were normal, but with a single thought, 3 tomoe appeared in his eyes. Both eyes had turned into 3 tomoe Sharingan. Amamiya. Kakashi sighed. He was not an idiot. He had already guessed who had done this. What he had not expected was that Amamiya Kenichi actually possessed such a technique. Conflict surfaced in Kakashi's eyes. Out of his responsibility as an Umbu ninja and a ninja of Konoha, he felt that he should report this matter to the third Hokage. But if he did, he might have to undergo inspections, and his friend would probably receive an even higher bounty. A ninja who cannot complete a mission is not a qualified ninja. But a ninja who does not cherish his comrades is even worse. In the dim room, Kakashi lay back on the bed. He would leave this matter alone for now. Meanwhile, at the Konoha orphanage, Amamiya Kenichi propped up his chin and looked at this once familiar place. When he first transmigrated, he had lived in this rundown orphanage. However, the director at that time had not been Yakushi Nono, but an ordinary uncle. Now, that uncle was nowhere to be found, and the director of the orphanage had become Yakushi Nono. There's no need to worry about Kakashi. Although I didn't help him awaken the Mangekyo, I think that with Kakashi's personality, opening the Mangekyo shouldn't be a problem. After all, I've already given him the most important key. Amamiya Kenichi licked his lips. He had considered whether to help Kakashi awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, but after thinking about it, he gave up. He wanted to see what kind of Mangekyo Kakashi could awaken on his own. This talented ninja should be capable of opening the Mangekyo. Amamiya Kenichi walked into the orphanage. Konoha's orphanage had always been a rather peculiar place. It housed many war orphans, but even among war orphans, there were distinctions. For example, children whose parents had been Konoha ninja usually would not end up in this place. They could live off the assets their parents left behind. Konoha's orphanage usually took in civilian war orphans whose parents had died without leaving anything behind, and who had no relatives willing to take them in. Those children could only stay in the orphanage. Because of that, the orphanage was not highly valued. Fortunately, Konoha still had some kind-hearted people who sponsored it with money, so the orphanage could at least maintain a relatively stable state. The orphans' meals were barely acceptable. Amamiya Kenichi strolled through this familiar yet unfamiliar place. He had once been part of it. After being taken away by Orochimaru, Amamiya Kenichi had also donated some of the money he saved to this place, for no reason other than wanting his former little companions to eat a little better. But that was not Amamiya Kenichi's purpose for coming today. He quickly arrived at the orphanage dormitory. The orphanage dormitories were all in one building. The boys slept in one room, the girls slept in another, and the orphanage teachers slept in the middle. Because of that, this was the easiest place to find Yakushi Nono. As soon as he opened the door, a kunai swiftly shot toward Amamiya Kenichi's eyes. He immediately caught it with one hand. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 392, Chapter 392, The Clever Little One in the Orphanage. Chapter 392, The Clever Little One in the Orphanage. Who are you? A blonde woman stood before Amamiya Kenichi, her eyes filled with killing intent as she questioned him. Amamiya Kenichi recognized her at once. She was the main target of his trip, Yakushi Nono. Director Nono, don't be so tense. I was once a child from this orphanage myself, Amamiya Kenichi said with a smile. His voice was soft. After all, it was already the children's bedtime. Yakushi Nono froze slightly. She looked Amamiya Kenichi up and down. Although the lighting was dim, she was certain she did not recognize him. However, considering that she had not worked at the orphanage for a period of time, Yakushi Nono could not be completely sure whether the men before her had indeed once been a child here. Still, he did not seem to carry any malice. I've also donated money to the orphanage before. My name is Amamiya Kenichi. If Director Nono checks the donation records, you should find it, Amamiya Kenichi added with a shrug. Yakushi Nono's pupils contracted. She looked at the men before her in shock. She remembered the name Amamiya Kenichi. He had been taken away by Orochimaru, one of Konoha's legendary Sannin, and became Orochimaru's student. Back then, it had been considered a great success story from the orphanage, and the teachers often brought it up in conversation. Moreover, Amamiya Kenichi had not forgotten where he came from. He often sent money back to the orphanage. Because of that, the orphanage teachers all liked this grateful child and believed he was an excellent person. But all of that changed after Amamiya Kenichi and Orochimaru defected from the village. The names Orochimaru and Amamiya Kenichi became taboo in the orphanage. However, whenever the teachers talked privately, they still felt that Amamiya Kenichi was a good person. They believed his defection had only been an accident, because even after that incident, Amamiya Kenichi had donated another large sum of money to the orphanage. That money had improved the lives of many orphans. Because of this, they did not truly believe Amamiya Kenichi was a bad person. However, due to Konoha's policies, the teachers never said anything openly. Yakushi Nono had also heard about this from the teachers at the time. Even now, Amamiya Kenichi's name occasionally appeared in the teachers' private conversations. And now, he had appeared before her. You, what are you doing here? Yakushi Nono lowered her kunai. She looked at the men before her with vigilance. Although she knew he had once been an outstanding ninja and bore no ill will toward the orphanage, she was still cautious. That was a habit formed from years of life as a spy. Do you still remember an orphan you once took care of, named Yakushi Kabuto? Amamiya Kenichi did not waste time. He had come here to take Yakushi Nono away, so he asked directly. Kabuto. Of course I remember, but... Yakushi Nono froze for a moment, then nodded. Of course she remembered Yakushi Kabuto. She had even been the one to give him his name. Kabuto is working for me now, and the person he values most is you. So, to fulfill my promise to him, come with me and leave Konoha, Amamiya Kenichi said calmly, looking at Yakushi Nono. His Mangekyo Sharingan began to emerge in his eyes. Although Yakushi Nono's strength was not particularly outstanding, she was still a ninja. It would not be good if she caused any unexpected trouble. So Amamiya Kenichi still intended to use his full strength, just as a lion would use its full strength even when hunting a rabbit. Yakushi Nono opened her mouth, unsure what to say. She was a spy assigned by Root. Although Elder Danzo had died and Root was now in chaos, its internal members were being investigated and questioned by the Umbu. Some dirty dealings had even begun during the struggle for Root's leadership. However, none of that had much to do with her as a temporary worker. The Umbu had only questioned her about some past missions, then told her to continue her current work for now and wait for new assignments later. This had let Yakushi Nono breathe a sigh of relief. Working for Danzo and working for the third Hokage were two completely different things. But at this moment, Amamiya Kenichi, a Konoha rogue ninja, had secretly come to her. His purpose was to take her away, make her leave Konoha, make her defect from Konoha, and bring her to Yakushi Kabuto. You don't need to be so restrained. Although you'll be leaving Konoha, there are many things you'll need to do. There are several orphanages in the Land of Snow, but their directors aren't very reliable, and the orphans there are living miserable lives. Amamiya Kenichi said when he saw Yakushi Nono's hesitation, beginning to persuade her. Of course, he was lying. The Land of Snow was a secluded country, isolated from the rest of the world. The Fourth Great Ninja War and the three previous Great Ninja Wars had basically had no impact on the Land of Snow, so the chances of orphans appearing there were not high. The reason orphanages existed there was because of the rebellion in the Land of Snow, combined with Kazuhana Koyuki's merciless purge after she took power, which had created a group of orphans. However, the directors there were actually quite competent. But if he did not make things sound tragic, how could he convince Yakushi Nono to follow him? Although he could directly control her with Mangekyo Sharingan Genjutsu, it was naturally best if she followed willingly. I suppose I don't have much of a choice, Yakushi Nono sighed, looking at Amamiya Kenichi. She was a smart person, and she had some ambition of her own. She knew that since Amamiya Kenichi had come to her like this, it meant that whether she was willing or not, he was going to take her away. Besides, he had already given her a way out, hadn't he? A wise choice. Amamiya Kenichi smiled, understanding what Yakushi Nono meant. Thinking of this, he took out a thick envelope from his clothes. Since he had come to Konoha this time, he still planned to donate some money as usual. Yakushi Nono glanced at it and immediately judged the amount inside from the thickness of the envelope. Seeing it, her heart felt much more at ease. Although she was still defecting from the village, at least she had sold herself for a good price. This much money was enough for the children in the orphanage to eat well for 2 or 3 years without worry. Is Hyuga Suki-sensei still here? Amamiya Kenichi asked casually. Suki-sensei is still here, but she doesn't sleep at the orphanage at night. Her office. Yakushi Nono froze, then subconsciously replied. I understand. Amamiya Kenichi nodded. He walked to Hyuga Suki's office and placed the money on her desk. Hyuga Suki was the first orphanage teacher Amamiya Kenichi had known. She was a ninja from the Hyuga clan and also a teacher at the orphanage. She was not old, only in her 30s, but because of her injuries, she no longer worked as a ninja and instead devoted herself to teaching at the orphanage. She was a good teacher. She would not embezzle the orphanage's donations. After all, she was a ninja of the Hyuga clan. Ninja from prominent clans did not particularly care about money, especially someone like her, who had been injured in war. The Hyuga clan provided her with a decent amount of money. More importantly, her character was impeccable. She was truly a good person. Amamiya Kenichi had once wondered if everyone in the ninja world was good. Later, he learned they were not. Even money donated to orphanages was sometimes embezzled by heartless beasts. So later, Amamiya Kenichi always handed his donations to Hyuga Suki. As for that beast who had embezzled the donations, he became an experimental subject in Amamiya Kenichi's laboratory. Actually, ever since that time, after teacher Fujita went missing, there haven't been any more cases of donation money being embezzled at the orphanage, Yakushi Nono said, understanding Amamiya Kenichi's meaning. With such a large sum of money, plus your disappearance, it's hard to say what might happen. I'd feel more at ease giving it to Suki-sensei, Amamiya Kenichi said, clapping his hands. Then he turned his head and looked back. In the dim hallway, he had just seen a small head flash by. Amamiya Kenichi frowned slightly, then formed a hand seal. He immediately used the body flicker technique to appear behind that person, grabbed them by the collar, and lifted them up. Kobai. Yakushi Nono was a little surprised as she looked at the trembling child in Amamiya Kenichi's hand. Amamiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes and glanced at the child. A child from the orphanage. Amamiya Kenichi looked at the little girl with interest. Yes, her name is Kobai. Because I don't know who her parents are, I named her Yakushi Kobai. Yakushi Nono quickly explained, clearly anxious. Director Big Sister, are you and this big brother on a date? Kobai blinked, looking shy. Yakushi Nono smiled bitterly and began to explain. Amamiya Kenichi silently watched the girl. Then he reached out, grabbed a strand of Kobai's hair, and rubbed it between his fingers. Lord Amamiya, you. Yakushi Nono became anxious. How could Amamiya Kenichi lay a hand on a child? Don't be nervous. I just don't think this little girl forgot her own name, Amamiya Kenichi said with a smile. He looked at the black dye on his fingers, while the little girl trembled all over. Yakushi Nono was confused by Amamiya Kenichi's words until she saw him hand Kobai over to her. Give this Uzumaki Kobai a bath. Why dye her hair at such a young age? Amamiya Kenichi said with a faint smile. Yakushi Nono's pupils constricted. She looked in shock at Kobai, who had lowered her head and was trembling. Among the girl's black hair, a single red strand stood out sharply. Red hair. The most direct symbol of the Uzumaki clan. Although not every Uzumaki had red hair was indeed one of the simplest ways to distinguish the Uzumaki clan. When Amamiya Kenichi grabbed this little brat, he had noticed the somewhat unusual chakra inside her body. Although she was still young, she had already reached the age to attend the ninja academy. The amount of chakra in her body was still rather high, reminding Amamiya Kenichi of Naruto when he was young. Combined with the way her hair looked when he held her up, it was still too abrupt in the eyes of the Mangekyo Sharingan. So Amamiya Kenichi tested it and discovered the secret this little brat was hiding. Yakushi Kobai. This little brat was clearly Uzumaki Kobai. The ninja world truly was the ninja world. Even a child was this precocious, knowing to hide her hair color. It was likely that her previous wandering life had brought her plenty of hardship. But there was no helping it. The Uzumaki clan's physique was quite special. Furthermore, after the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools, there were very few surviving Uzumaki left in the current ninja world. Any Uzumaki would become a golden brick in the eyes of others. The unfortunate thing was that Kobai was a girl. If she were a boy, she would probably be raised by certain people as a bloodline tool. A moment later, Yakushi Nono came out with a complicated expression, leading Kobai by the hand. The child had regained her original hair color. A head of red hair made her look somewhat like Uzumaki Kushina. Lord Amamiya, Kobai, she. Yakushi Nono looked at Amamiya Kenichi, wanting to say something. She has to come with me too. Konoha is not suitable for Kobai, Amamiya Kenichi said, shaking his head. He knew what Nono wanted to say, but he could not agree. For Kobai, staying in Konoha would truly be worse than leaving with him. If she were discovered in Konoha, she might be trained into the next Jinchuriki vessel. Konoha would not give up the Nine Tails. That was their battle deterrent, the key weapon that made them the #1 ninja village in the ninja world. Even a partially unsealed half of the Nine Tails had been troublesome for Nagato back then. A complete Nine Tails would be even more troublesome. It was also a crucial factor in Konoha's position as the #1 ninja village in the ninja world. Now that Naruto had been taken by him, Konoha certainly would not sit idly by. If Kobai were discovered, it would be disastrous. Don't worry. I have an elder from the Uzumaki clan with me. I won't do anything to her. I'll just have that elder help look after her, Amamiya Kenichi said with a shrug. Uzumaki Kushina was the best caretaker. Yakushi Nono sighed. She knew there was nothing she could do, so she led Kobai and followed Amamiya Kenichi out of the orphanage. Her only prayer was that everything Amamiya Kenichi said was true. The orphanage was rather remote, located some distance away from the busier parts of Konoha, so there were very few ninja here. Amamiya Kenichi easily left Konoha with Yakushi Nono and Kobai. Although this would trigger Konoha's defensive barrier warning, Amamiya Kenichi did not care. By the time the Konoha ninja realized something was wrong and rushed over, he would already be gone. Before leaving, Amamiya Kenichi looked back at the scattered lights of Konoha behind him and clicked his tongue lightly. He wondered when they would meet again. He also wondered what kind of reaction the 5 great ninja villages of this world would have once that intelligence spread. Kakashi, I wonder if you'll be able to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan successfully, and what kind of Mangekyo ability you'll awaken then. I'm truly looking forward to it. Amamiya Kenichi smiled and slipped into the dark forest outside Konoha. Behind him, the scattered lights gradually faded from view. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 393, Intelligence Stirring the Ninja World. Chapter 393, Intelligence Stirring the Ninja World. Amamiya-sensei. Naruto rushed out of the room excitedly and threw himself into Amamiya Kenichi's arms. Then he blinked and looked curiously at the little girl standing beside him. Eh? Who's this girl? This is Uzumaki Kobai. You could say she's a distant relative of yours, Amamiya Kenichi said with a chuckle, ruffling Naruto's hair. He had returned to the land of snow this time specifically to bring Kobai and Yakushi Nono back with him. After all, the ninja world might soon descend into chaos again. The shadow of war had once more begun to cover the world, and it was hard to say when the 5 great nations would start fighting. In the current ninja world, there was no place safer than the land of snow. This small country was isolated overseas, and war would not easily reach it. Uzumaki. Naruto blinked. He felt that the name was the same as his own, but he did not dwell on it for long. Soon, he clutched Amamiya Kenichi's clothes and looked up at him with teary eyes. Now that Amamiya-sensei was back, his freedom had finally returned. He could finally escape from his mother's clutches. Naruto, how can you run so fast? Ah, it's Kenichi. How did you, A red-haired woman stormed out of the room. When she saw Amamiya Kenichi, she paused, and her smile quickly brightened. But then she noticed the red-haired little girl standing beside him. Sister Kushina, this is Uzumaki Kobai. I met her at the Konoha orphanage. She's a very smart child, Amamiya Kenichi introduced her with a smile. He did not have time to take care of children. Taking care of Naruto was still manageable, but Kobai was another matter entirely. It was better to hand her over to Kushina. Amamiya Kenichi felt that Kushina would not mind helping a child from her own clan. As he expected, Kushina quickly warmed up to Kobai. The same red hair and the same surname gave the two Uzumaki of different ages a natural sense of closeness. Amamiya Kenichi, meanwhile, took Naruto out to eat. He planned to grab a meal and, at the same time, see what Naruto had learned from Kushina during this period. So, your mother taught you the adamantine sealing chains. And she told you to beat the Ninetales whenever you had nothing to do. Amamiya Kenichi looked at Naruto with a strange expression. As expected of Kushina. Her method of dealing with Kurama was simple, direct, and painfully Uzumaki. Yeah, but I saw that big fox, and it's really fierce. Naruto nodded honestly. Amamiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. Kurama must be very fierce right now. Its shadow, Kushina, had returned. How could it not be fierce? Back then, Kushina had often beaten Kurama down. Facing Kushina, its Jinchuriki, Kurama had been completely suppressed by sealing jutsu. It was truly a bitter history written in fox tears. So, Naruto, what do you think? Amamiya Kenichi asked with a smile. He knew that even though Kurama was only half of its former self, it could still sense certain things. With a little guidance, the relationship between Naruto and Kurama might improve. Perhaps Naruto could even unlock the tailed beast cloak mode earlier than expected. I don't know, but I don't think that big fox is a bad guy. Even though it's fierce, it must be in a bad mood because it's been locked up all the time, Naruto said, scratching his head with a silly grin. Amamiya Kenichi nodded. As expected of Naruto. His way of thinking was truly extraordinary, especially considering how much unfair treatment he had suffered. If Naruto had instead grown up in a happy childhood from the very beginning, who knew what kind of person he would have become? Naruto, what your mother taught you is very useful, but how you choose to act is up to you. Since you don't think the Ninetales is a bad guy, then follow your own thoughts. Just don't casually undo the seal, Amamiya Kenichi said with a smile. With Naruto saying something like that, perhaps Kurama's anger toward him would lessen a little. That said, caution was still necessary. After all, the current Kurama was not the same as the future Kurama. It was better to be careful. Naruto nodded obediently. Amamiya Kenichi happily picked up a piece of roasted pork belly for Naruto, then began eating with him while wondering how things were progressing on Yakushi Kabuto's side. He had brought back Yakushi Nono, fulfilling his promise to Kabuto. He hoped Kabuto would not disappoint him. Hokage-sama, according to the investigation report, 3 nights ago, the orphanage director, Yakushi Nono, and an orphan named Yakushi Kobai disappeared. After that, the orphanage received a generous donation, and there were no signs of a struggle. Inside the newly built Konoha Hokage Tower, an Umbu respectfully delivered his report. However, the origin of that money is unclear. According to the intelligence, it may be related to the person who came out of the orphanage, the Umbu added. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at his desk. The Hokage Tower had been rebuilt, but not on its original site. Instead, it had been constructed beside the old location. The old site had been left untouched. It was still a ruin, desolate and broken. But that was Hiruzen Sarutobi's intention. After the attack, Hiruzen had given a passionate speech about the will of fire. He declared that the old site would remain Konoha's eternal scar until the day that shame was erased. That action had united Konoha's people. The morale of the ninja had soared, and countless ninja now dreamed of washing away Konoha's humiliation, causing the entire village to regain its vigor. I understand. Hiruzen took the intelligence report, glanced at it, and casually set it aside. Then he picked up another report he had placed down earlier. The more he read, the tighter his brows furrowed. Have the Elder Council and the Nara clan head come here, Hiruzen said weakly, taking a deep breath and pinching the bridge of his nose. The Umbu nodded and vanished from the office. Tsunade, who was standing nearby, also looked troubled by the report in her hand. Old man, is another war going to break out? Tsunade asked, her heart conflicted as she looked at the intelligence. I don't know. But this intelligence must be verified. We cannot treat it as a mere rumor, Hiruzen said, licking his lips. He picked up his pipe, took a puff, then leaned back in his chair and fell into deep thought. He was not very concerned about the orphanage incident. He had seen Yakushi Nono's file. Although she was a spy who had carried out missions before, she was only an unofficial member of Root and had not been exposed to too many secrets. The investigation was only meant to determine whether anyone else had interfered with the matter. If not, then she would simply be listed as a rogue ninja. Every village had rogue ninja. S-rank rogue ninja were the ones worth noting and guarding against the most. But a rogue ninja at Yakushi Nono's level was not worth worrying about. Although the intelligence suggested a possible connection to Amamiya Kenichi, there was no evidence. And even if Amamiya Kenichi had truly come to Konoha this time, all he had done was take away Yakushi Nono and a young orphan. Hiruzen did not think this would have much impact. In the past, he would naturally have investigated further to see what Amamiya Kenichi intended to do. But not now. He was more concerned about the intelligence he had received today. Compared to that report, Amamiya Kenichi sneaking into Konoha and taking away an orphanage director was a trivial matter. Completely insignificant. Hokage-sama. Nara Shikaku arrived quickly and bowed respectfully to Hiruzen. Hiruzen handed him the intelligence report. After one glance, Shikaku's expression became much more serious. There was even a trace of disbelief in his eyes. Hamura Mitokado and Udatain Koharu also entered soon after. The intelligence report quickly passed from Shikaku's hands to theirs, and then the entire office fell into silence. What do you think of this intelligence? Hiruzen asked solemnly after taking a puff from his pipe. Although he already had some thoughts of his own, this matter was too important. It still needed to be discussed with everyone. If he made the decision alone, all the blame would fall on him. If the decision was made by a group, the burden would not be as heavy. Whether it is true or false, we must verify it. We must also arrange for elite ninja to lead the team. It may even be necessary. Shikaku glanced at Tsunade, who was sitting beside Hiruzen. He did not finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. I agree with Shikaku. Regardless of whether this intelligence is true or false, Hero's Water, which can increase a ninja's chakra by nearly tenfold, is far too important, Koharu said with a nod. Seconded, Hamura said without objection. A tenfold increase in chakra. What kind of concept was that? Ninja understood it clearly. Although they were members of Konoha's Elder Council, they also understood what such a thing represented. Hiruzen tapped his pipe, knocking the ash into the ashtray. His brows were deeply furrowed, making the wrinkles on his face appear even more pronounced. With his years of political experience, Hiruzen keenly sensed something abnormal about this intelligence. However, as Shikaku said, this report was far too important. If the information was true, then this was a strategic item no less significant than a tailed beast. If it had only been some Hero's Water of unknown origin, then perhaps it would have been one thing. But the problem was that the report claimed this thing had a stable source. That made it impossible for him to sit still. A stable source of something that could increase a ninja's chakra by nearly tenfold. What did that mean? Hiruzen knew better than anyone. It meant a comeback. It meant a sliver of hope in desperate situations. No ninja village would ignore such a thing. Even if it sounded like a false rumor, the 5 great ninja villages could not stand by and do nothing. They would inevitably send ninja to investigate. But since all 5 great ninja villages would send people, the question of who to send became crucial. Elite Jonin. Not enough. Far from enough. An item of this level meant that the assigned ninja squad might determine who ultimately gained control of it. And that was before verification. If the intelligence was verified, if the Hero's Water was proven real, and if its source was found, then a single squad would not be enough to fight for ownership. Hiruzen looked at Tsunade beside him. Tsunade was the future 5th Hokage. Recently, he had already begun considering retirement, and Konoha's authority had gradually begun transitioning to Tsunade. I'll lead the team, Tsunade said, standing up. Although she was gradually taking over authority now, she was not yet Konoha's Hokage. Jiraiya's injuries from his battle with his disciple in the Land of Rain had not healed yet, so he was also unsuitable for intelligence gathering. In all of Konoha, only she, a Kage-level expert, could steadily surpass elite Jonin and qualify to lead the team. Moreover, Tsunade herself was curious. What kind of thing could increase a ninja's chakra tenfold? tenfold was no small number. If it was useful even to her, then it would be a strategic resource that absolutely had to be fought for, even at the cost of blood. This time, 3 ninja squads will be deployed together. Tsunade, choose the team members yourself, Hiruzen made the final decision. Tsunade had no objections. When you return, you will be the 5th Hokage, Hiruzen said with a smile as he looked at his disciple. Once, he had been troubled by this disciple's violence. He had never expected that among his 3 disciples, Tsunade would be the one most suited to succeed him. As for Jiraiya, he had no desire to become Hokage. He spent his days on literary creation, writing things that were far too explicit and violent. Hiruzen Sarutobi strongly criticized such material. Therefore, Hiruzen was also a loyal reader of the story of me and Orochimaru, and had bought every collector's edition. However, whenever he read it, Hiruzen's heart always felt somewhat conflicted. After all, he knew Orochimaru very well. Precisely because he knew him, reading that book always gave him a subtle feeling. But Hiruzen quickly set that aside. It was entertainment, after all. As for Orochimaru, there was no need to say much. The fact that he had become a rogue ninja alone eliminated any possibility of him becoming Hokage, not to mention the things Orochimaru had done before. Otherwise, Hiruzen would not have needed to choose Minato Namikaze. Tsunade nodded and said nothing. She had to carefully select the members of this squad. The same kind of discussion was taking place in the other countries that had successively received the intelligence, with the exception of Hidden Mist Village. Although airships existed, flying still took time. Even so, this was already much better than before. Hidden Mist Village's intelligence was often delayed, and with airships, they could at least receive it while it was still fresh. Suddenly, the atmosphere of the entire ninja world became strange. All at once, the Land of Rain, that remote small country, once again became the focus of the 5 great nations. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 394, Chapter 394, Hero Substance. Chapter 394, Hero Substance. Kakashi, you look distracted. Did something happen? Tsunade asked while chatting with Kakashi as Konoha's ninja team hurried toward the Land of Rain. Thanks to Amamiya Kenichi, the ninja world now had the strange invention known as airships, but Tsunade had no intention of using one for this mission. After all, airships were no longer a secret. The people of the ninja world had already begun studying those huge flying machines themselves. Because of that, running across the ground and moving through the forest was still the more discreet option. It's nothing, Lady Tsunade, Kakashi said, shaking his head. He was the same as ever, with his mask pulled up to cover one eye. Although he could now freely control and activate his Sharingan, and the 3 tomoe Sharingan was no longer a burden to him, he had kept it hidden out of habit. As for the matter of his friend visiting Konoha, ambushing him, and performing surgery on him, Kakashi had no intention of mentioning it for now. After all, he was in Umbu, and he had some suspicions about the actions of Konoha's higher-ups. If they found out, it might not be good for either him or Amamiya. Very troublesome things could happen. For example, what if he were ordered to cooperate with certain experiments? What if they removed his eyes for research? What would he do then? Become a rogue ninja? So Kakashi said nothing. He did not want to invite trouble upon himself. Tsunade did not pay too much attention to it. She was currently moving while thinking about the intelligence they had received. Hero's water that can increase chakra tenfold, the existence of something like that. Tsunade took a deep breath. She had a premonition that this matter would not be settled without bloodshed. At this moment, she was certainly not the only one leading Konoha ninja toward the Land of Rain. It was easy to predict that the other 4 countries would send people as well. Hidden Mist Village would likely arrive last, given how far away it was. However, with airships, they probably would not be delayed for too long. This place, the Land of Rain, really is. Tsunade licked her lips. She was almost traumatized by Amigakure in the Land of Rain. Last time, Jiraiya had nearly died here. His former disciple had shown no mercy at all against his own teacher, which sent a chill through her. Before that, there had also been Hanzo, a powerful ninja, though he had most likely already died at the hands of the Akatsuki organization. Lady Tsunade, we're about to enter the Land of Rain. Should we conceal ourselves? A ninja beside her asked in a low voice. He had a pair of white eyes. Clearly, he was a member of the Hyuga clan. Of course, he was from the branch family. Ever since Ao obtained the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, members of the Hyuga main family no longer appeared on the battlefield. Those sent on missions were branch family members marked with the caged bird seal. Their Byakugan allowed them to observe the battlefield, making them excellent sensory ninja. No need. This place is already overflowing with people, Tsunade said, narrowing her eyes as she looked ahead. The importance of this information to the ninja world went without saying. It could be said that every ninja in the ninja world knew the major villages would come to investigate this intelligence. There was nothing strange about that. Before Hero's Water was found, the ninja of the 5 great ninja villages could still coexist in relative harmony. The conflict would truly erupt the moment Hero's Water was discovered. Thus, Konoha's ninja group openly entered the Land of Rain. And just as Tsunade expected, it did not take long before they encountered ninja from Hidden Cloud Village. Darui. Tsunade raised an eyebrow as she looked at the ninja in front of her. Hidden Cloud Village had actually sent Darui. But he did not seem to be accompanied by another Jinchuriki. That made sense. If they had brought a Jinchuriki, then this would no longer be intelligence gathering, but the beginning of a war. Oh, isn't this Lady Tsunade? Did Konoha receive that intelligence too? Darui asked, yawning lazily. He looked somewhat listless. Behind Darui were 3 ninja squads. It seemed Hidden Cloud Village and Konoha had the same idea, sending out 3 ninja squads. Which of the 5 great ninja villages didn't receive it? Tsunade replied with a smile. Because Hidden Cloud Village and Konoha currently maintained a fragile strategic alliance, the atmosphere between Tsunade and Darui was not too tense. Darui glanced at Tsunade and the ninja team behind her, then narrowed his eyes. Although he still looked lazy, he clearly had some thoughts of his own. Lady Tsunade, I wonder if Konoha intends to work with our Hidden Cloud Village to drive out the other competitors first. Darui asked with a smile. Tsunade shook her head without hesitation. Darui, we're all adults here. There's no need to say meaningless things like that, Tsunade said coldly. Although Konoha and Hidden Cloud Village currently had some cooperative ties, she did not believe that relationship was truly close. As long as there was enough profit involved, Hidden Cloud Village could betray Konoha at any time. Of course, Konoha could also betray Hidden Cloud Village at any time. Cooperating to drive out the other ninja villages. Only children would believe that. Darui shrugged and said nothing more. As they drew closer to Amigakure, Tsunade and Darui split up. They both knew where their destination was, but in the end, ninja could not truly travel together. The rainy Amigakure thus welcomed a group of uninvited guests. What is this substance? Meanwhile, in the land of snow, Amamiya Kenichi stood in his laboratory. His Mangekyo Sharingan rotated faintly in his eyes as he frowned at the Hero's Water before him. After releasing the bait, Amamiya Kenichi only needed to wait patiently for it to bear fruit. Of course, even if it did not achieve the desired effect, he had arranged other backup plans to solve the problem. So now, he had some time to research things that interested him. As for his side mission, Amamiya Kenichi was not in a hurry. Mastering the 8 gates release technique was not simple. He was still tempering his physical strength, and even more heavy-weighted bags while conducting experiments. Even with the sage body of the first Hokage, Amamiya Kenichi was not stingy when it came to training his body. After all, physical strength determined one's combat power after opening the 8 gates. Might Guy had trained for so many years to achieve such an astonishing kick as Night Guy. 99.93% water, 0.04% mysterious substance, 0.03% spiral protein. This was the composition of Hero's Water. It was very simple. Amamiya Kenichi even felt that he could directly decompose the Hero's Water before him. Of course, he did not intend to do so casually. His current curiosity lay with the mysterious substance inside Hero's Water. Protein, naturally, needed no explanation. Although it was spiral-shaped, it was still understandable. But the completely incomprehensible mysterious substance gave Amamiya Kenichi a headache. He knew its constituent elements, but knowing those elements did not mean he knew what it was. It was like having a clump of atoms and electrons thrown in front of his face and being asked to identify the object. But if nothing goes wrong, this should be the fundamental reason Hero's Water has such a miraculous effect, right? So can I extract this substance, and then? Amamiya Kenichi licked his lips. According to his previous speculation, the essence of Hero's Water should be to promote rapid cell division and consume the telomere length in DNA, thereby increasing the user's chakra exponentially. Of course, consuming telomere length would also shorten the user's lifespan. Among the more reliable methods for achieving human immortality, one approach was increasing telomere length, allowing human genetic information to replicate indefinitely and thus extending human life. Of course, transferring consciousness into a computer and becoming a digital life was another possibility. But that method was much more distant, because it involved one key question. What exactly was human consciousness? Brain waves. Something composed of memories and emotions in the brain. This was both a philosophical question and a scientific one. A problem in a person's brain could even cause amnesia. If that person completely forgot their past, even their name, then acquired new memories, was the resulting person still the same individual or a second person? These questions were the key challenges of digital life. Of course, these had nothing to do with what Amamiya Kenichi was currently researching. Deconstruct. With a thought from Amamiya Kenichi, the water within the hero's water dispersed, leaving some silvery white substances in front of him. Amamiya Kenichi quickly placed these substances into a test tube, then injected them into the bloodstream of a test subject. "How do you feel?" Amamiya Kenichi asked, looking at the test subject before him. The subject was a genin who had received his blessing. "I don't feel anything special," the other party said, shaking his head. Amamiya Kenichi fell into thought. It seemed that direct injection into the bloodstream would not cause any immediate problems. Next, Amamiya Kenichi had the other party perform ninjutsu. After purifying the mysterious substance in hero's water and injecting it into the test subject's bloodstream, the test subject showed no obvious physical abnormalities. His chakra volume also increased, but only by about 8 times. The amount of hero's water used for purification this time was still 40 milliliters, but there was a twofold difference. Is this due to loss during purification? Is water necessary for the effect? Or is it due to injecting the substance into the bloodstream? Amamiya Kenichi scratched his head, but he did not dwell on it too much. Experiments were never successful in one attempt, and unexpected results were normal. He had plenty of time and energy to slowly conduct research. So next, Amamiya Kenichi began observing whether the test subject's total chakra volume would remain in its current state, or whether there was a time limit. If it matches my hypothesis, then the increase in total chakra volume should definitely have a time limit. After all, cells themselves are constantly aging, dying, and regenerating. Amamiya Kenichi licked his lips as he had the genin refined chakra to recover his state. If we assume the hero substance in hero's water can stimulate rapid division and proliferation of chakra-producing and chakra-containing cells inside a ninja's body, then when those cells die, the body should return to its normal cellular cycle, restoring the total chakra volume to its original value. Amamiya Kenichi wrote his thoughts into the experimental log. As he wrote, his eyes narrowed. If his hypothesis was correct, then this observation could also confirm another question. Hero's water increased a ninja's chakra by multiple times by stimulating rapid cell division and production. In that case, he would have deciphered the fundamental reason why hero's water caused aging and death. 57 minutes and 36 seconds have passed since the test subject was injected with the hero substance. The test subject reported a sense of loss. After testing, it was found that his chakra was no longer as abundant as before. Amamiya Kenichi checked the time, then looked at the genin, who had become like a salted fish. He could not help frowning slightly. He had not expected that directly injecting the hero substance would only be effective for 57 minutes, not even a full hour. Normally, the lifespan of cells isn't fixed. Some cells can live for several months, but the basic minimum should still be 1 or 2 days. To decay in 1 hour. Could it be that the cells stimulated by the hero substance also age faster? Amamiya Kenichi licked his lips. If that were the case, then it truly did match the name hero quite well. But I still need to conduct several more experiments, and I also need to test whether a large amount of hero's water will cause sudden death. Amamiya Kenichi pinched the bridge of his nose. Conducting experiments was truly not simple. Fortunately, he still had some time. He had already instructed Uchiha Shirori to keep an eye on intelligence from the ninja world, so he could initiate his plan whenever information arrived. During this period, Kazuhana Koyuki had also begun assisting Minato Namikaze in preparing the necessary supplies for the ninja war. With the help of the Edo Tensei Minato, the entire process went very smoothly. The uncooperative nobles in the Land of Snow had already been purged once before, and now they were purged again. It could be said that within the capital of the Land of Snow, Amamiya Kenichi's will was the will of the entire capital. Amamiya Kenichi's words were the law of this country. They were no different from a divine decree. Of course, these matters had nothing to do with Amamiya Kenichi for now. He was still conducting experiments, and he had no desire to worry about anything else at the moment. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 395, Chapter 395, The Wind Rises in Amage Cure. Chapter 395, The Wind Rises in Amage Cure. After adopting 3 methods, direct oral administration, purified oral administration, and purified injection, the 3 genin showed different increases in chakra volume. Direct oral administration increased it by 11 times, purified oral administration by 9 times, and blood injection by 8 times. From this, a preliminary inference can be drawn. If the hero substance itself is directly purified and injected into the blood, it remains effective, but its effect is still inferior to oral administration. Is it possible that oral absorption takes time, leading to a longer period of cell division and resulting in a higher chakra multiplier? Amamiya Kenichi recorded the information with his pen, then looked at the 3 genin in front of him. They were currently refining chakra to recover their condition, while Amamiya Kenichi's shadow clones stood nearby, timing them with stopwatches and continuously monitoring their chakra levels. Still, I didn't expect purified hero's water to have a weaker effect than unpurified hero's water. That's really strange. Amamiya Kenichi shook his head. He truly had not expected purifying the hero's water to have the opposite effect. Generally speaking, after extracting a certain substance from something, its effect should become stronger. It gave people the impression that concentration was the essence. Even if it did not reach that level, the purified substance should usually be able to achieve the original effect. It was like vitamin C tablets. One small pill was enough to provide a sufficient amount of vitamin C, far more convenient than eating a large amount of fruit. But Hero's water was completely different. After the hero substance inside Hero's water was purified, its medicinal effect actually weakened. It could not even match direct oral administration, which was truly mysterious. Amamiya Kenichi stretched lazily, then stood and left. He had not eaten lunch yet. As for when the chakra of these genin would return to normal, that work would be handled by his shadow clones. He could steal a little free time for himself. Just as he arrived at the entrance of a decent yakiniku restaurant in the capital of the land of snow, Amamiya Kenichi saw Naruto and his family of 3 walking out. Eh? Teacher. Naruto happily ran over. Amamiya Kenichi chuckled, picked Naruto up, and ruffled his little head. Naruto looked much happier than he had in Konoha. There were more smiles on his face now, and he no longer walked around with his hands stuffed in his pockets. Minato stood nearby with a gentle smile, while Kushina also greeted Amamiya Kenichi. She had a very good impression of him. Not only had Amamiya Kenichi revived her, he had also taken care of Naruto. If not for him, she would not have been able to see her son again. Naruto, did you come here for a meal too? Amamiya Kenichi asked with a chuckle, then glanced at Minato. Minato was still wearing the soul restraint device developed by Amato on his head, but it was almost time to change Minato's body. Although Edo Tensei could be maintained for a period of time, it could not last too long. 1 month remained the upper limit. Yes. Teacher, are you here to eat too? Naruto asked curiously. He always felt his teacher was a little mysterious, always appearing and disappearing like a phantom. Yes. I almost forgot to eat, Amamiya Kenichi said. He chatted with Naruto for a while, then let Naruto leave with Kushina. Meanwhile, Amamiya Kenichi pulled Minato into the yakiniku restaurant. There were some things he wanted to ask Minato. I don't remember anything, but the matter of Rorin was indeed handled by me. Sitting in a small private room, Minato looked at Amamiya Kenichi in confusion. He truly had not expected Amamiya Kenichi to ask about this. Amamiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. It seemed Minato really did not remember it at the moment. He wondered if there was still some kind of memory-sealing object on him, but normally, after a person died, the seal should have been released. However, if what you said is true, then according to my personality, I should have sealed that memory directly and then destroyed it, leaving no possibility of recovery, Minato said after thinking for a moment. Amamiya Kenichi nodded. If that were the case, then it made sense. No, it still did not. But why does my junior sister, Anko, remember it? Amamiya Kenichi was puzzled. This matter was too absurd. If all their memories had been erased, there was no reason for Anko to still remember. I don't know. But time travel itself is extremely rare. Perhaps something happened during the process, Minato said, shaking his head. He truly had no memory of that period now. He knew about the dragon veins. He knew about Rorin. But he had no memory at all of a person named Anko Madarashi. According to his own personality, Minato felt that the memory should have been sealed and erased by him, and there was no trace of a seal on his body. Amamiya Kenichi sighed. If that were the case, then this matter might forever remain a mystery, impossible to prove. He was now very curious. Was the Minato that Anko met the current Minato, or a Minato who had walked down a different path? And at that time in the ninja world, was there another version of him? I didn't expect you to care about questions like this, Minato said, picking up a cup of water and taking a sip. Although he had no need to drink water, drinking had already become a habit. It was a pity that even drinking alcohol could no longer give him the feeling of becoming drunk. She's still my junior sister, after all. Although she made some mistakes, I can't truly ignore her. Amamiya Kenichi sighed. Fortunately, he had thrown this problem to his teacher. Let his teacher worry about how to handle it. He did not want to deal with it anymore. The supplies for the ninja army's deployment are almost ready. When do you plan to? Minato narrowed his eyes. He was a little nervous. Although he had experienced wars, this time was different. This was a war meant to destroy an entire country and ninja village. The pressure was simply immense. One had to know that in the previous 3 great ninja wars, although Kage-level powerhouses had died, there had never been a situation where one side invaded with the goal of overthrowing an entire regime. Therefore, this war was completely different from all previous wars. When the wind rises, Amamiya Kenichi said with a smile. He was also waiting. waiting for a result from the Amage cure matter. No matter which ninja village the 5 bottles of hero's water fell into, they would only become greedier. This was an open scheme. Even if the smart people in the 5 great ninja villages sensed something was wrong, faced with the bait that was hero's water, they had no choice but to jump in, even if they did not want to. That was why Amamiya Kenichi called it an open scheme. Damn it. In Amage cure, Tsunade wiped the rain from her face and frowned as she looked ahead. Opposite her was a team of Iwagakure ninja. She recognized the leader, Kitsuchi. Kuratsuchi was also with him. Both of them were considered elite ninja within Iwagakure. This isn't good. Sunagakure is led by Lady Chiyo, Shikaka side beside her. He was also part of the accompanying team this time, serving as Tsunade's deputy. But he had not expected that the ninja sent by each village this time would all be major figures. Lady Chiyo, Kitsuchi, Kuratsuchi, and Darui had all come. They had even learned from Darui that Hidden Mist Village's team this time was led by Mei Terumi, who was also no ordinary figure. It could be said that Amagakure had now gathered the high-end combat power of the 5 great ninja villages. The situation was terrible. Fortunately, they had already seen what the intelligence mentioned. 5 test tubes, and a greedy rogue ninja who wanted to sell the hero's water. He claimed it was for money, but no one knew if that was truly the case. The rogue ninja was now surrounded by them in the center, hugging a box with a panicked expression. Inside that box was the hero's water. I didn't expect everyone to come, Lady Chiyo said as she walked out with the Sunagakure ninja. She glanced in Konoha's direction, and a flash of hatred appeared in her eyes. The grudges between Sunagakure and Konoha had a long history, and Lady Chiyo's hatred for Konoha ran deep. The fact that she could restrain herself and not attack now was already because she was considering the bigger picture. Lady Chiyo, for Sunagakure to send you, it seems you're determined to get this hero's water, Darui said with a yawn as he also stepped out. He nodded toward Tsunade. At present, the relationship between Kimogakure and Konoha was relatively stable. It had not reached the point where they would fight fiercely over a matter like this. Of course, that was only because the efficacy of the hero's water had not yet been verified. If it was proven to be real, then things would be different. Lady Chiyo snorted coldly. Everyone really came, Mei Terumi said as she also stepped out with her ninja squad. Her expression was not good. She felt there had to be a problem here. After all, this intelligence was so important, yet it had been made public, as if someone had deliberately lured them all here. But there was no choice. This matter was too important. Hidden Mist Village did not dare gamble that the information was false, so they had to come and see for themselves. Thus, she had been assigned to lead the team. But she had not expected her leadership to seem somewhat insufficient. Just look at who these people were. Mei's expression was very serious. These people were all formidable figures, but no ninja village had sent a Jinchuriki. That was normal. If all the Jinchuriki had been sent, that would have been far too outrageous. It's truly lively. Kitsuchi looked at the ninja before him. Every leader present was a renowned figure in the ninja world. It seemed that every village took this matter seriously. I think something is wrong, Kuratsuchi whispered to her father. Although she was not very old, she wanted to serve her village, so she had followed them here. It is wrong. All 5 ninja villages are here. Kitsuchi pinched the bridge of his nose. There were only 5 tubes of hero's water, and this information had spread to all 5 ninja villages. If someone said this was not deliberate, Kitsuchi would never believe it. But there was no choice. The effect of hero's water was simply too powerful. As for the unlucky rogue ninja in the middle, no one cared about him. His strength was not great. During the previous chase, it had already been confirmed that he was only a chunin. The people from the 5 great ninja villages stood there, surrounding the rogue ninja in the middle. No one spoke. No one moved. At this moment, whoever moved first would easily be attacked by everyone else. Sirs, how about? I give each of you one, the rogue ninja asked awkwardly while hugging the box in his arms. These people were terrifyingly strong. He did not think he had any chance of escaping. He should have known better than to try earning this money. Tsunade and the others exchanged glances, then nodded to one another. Immediately, they each arranged for a deputy to retrieve one. As for money, naturally, there was none. And then, the moment the hero's water was obtained, the ninja from the 5 ninja villages moved at the same time. Their goal was to capture the rogue ninja and interrogate him about the source of the hero's water. This hero's water came from the land of waterfalls, the rogue ninja shouted. The ninja from the 5 ninja villages all paused at the same time. The land of waterfalls. Takigakure. However, the entrance to that village was extremely difficult to find, so no country had ever targeted that small nation before. But now, it seemed. Even though the rogue ninja had already spoken, the 5 ninja villages still acted. They needed to verify the accuracy of this intelligence. The rogue ninja's eyes also hardened. He knew he could not escape no matter what. But that hardness only lasted for a moment. In reality, he could do nothing. Against the elites of the 5 great ninja villages, his resistance was no different from an ant trying to stop a giant. In an instant, countless civilian homes were destroyed by ninjutsu. The wailing residents of Amigakure fled their homes in grief and terror, but even more people were forever buried inside their own houses. Perhaps they had never dreamed that they would be attacked by the ninja of the 5 great nations inside their own village. A chaotic battle erupted. For a moment, the entire scene became somewhat uncontrollable. But the 5 great ninja villages still tried their best to restrain themselves, avoiding excessively heavy losses. Once the situation truly spiraled out of control, it would not be good for any of them. They only needed to bring the hero's water back, verify it, and then locate a stable source. And at that moment, a ninja wearing a Konoha forehead protector silently blended into the chaotic battle. Then, screams began to echo across the battlefield one after another. Raindrops fell endlessly. Blood flowed from the wounds of the ninja, soaking into this unfortunate land and causing the entire battlefield to fall silent for a brief instant. You actually went for the kill. Lady Chiyo's voice was filled with shock and anger. She had just seen a Konoha ninja stab one of Sunegakure's ninja with a blade. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 396, Chapter 396, The Fifth Hokage. Chapter 396, The Fifth Hokage. The situation had gone out of control. Completely out of control. The moment blood was shed, the unspoken agreement between the ninja shattered. Their attacks immediately became ruthless, and powerful ninjutsu began to erupt across the battlefield. Screams grew louder, injuries multiplied, and some ninja even died on the spot. Even though Tsunade and the others began restraining their subordinates, some ninja whose fighting spirit had already been ignited found it difficult to stop. What's going on? Who delivered the fatal blow just now? Tsunade shattered Katsuchi's earth release ninjutsu with a casual strike, then wiped the rain from her face and asked in a low voice. She was confused by the current situation. Before this, she had clearly ordered the Konoha ninja that their main objective was to capture the rogue ninja who knew the truth. They were not to kill the enemy. Yet a fatal blow had still been delivered. Once someone died, the situation changed completely. At that point, even whether the hero's water could be preserved became uncertain. Tsunade understood this, which was why she had restrained her subordinates from the beginning. She believed the others should also understand it and would certainly restrain their own people as well. But the situation had still spiraled out of control. I don't know, Lady Tsunade. The current situation is too chaotic. We can't tell who made the first move, Shikaka said, shaking his head. Although he was a brilliant strategist, even he was helpless in this situation. After all, the 5 great ninja villages had deep grudges against one another. It could be said that every ninja present had a reason to kill someone from an opposing village. Their family or friends might have died at the hands of an enemy village, or even at the hands of a specific ninja from that village. That made it almost impossible for ninja to coexist peacefully. Before a fight began, they might still be able to temporarily stand together. But once the battle started, that became impossible. Battles between ninja were extremely dangerous. A single mistake could cost one's life. At a time like this, asking them to show mercy was impossible. Even someone as powerful as Tsunade could not guarantee that she could spare her opponent every time. What if the enemy made a mistake and failed to dodge? They would still die. That was why Shikaka was helpless. His strength did not vastly surpass ordinary ninja, and he could not multitask in battle while observing the entire battlefield to determine which side had delivered the first lethal blow. The difficulty was simply too high. He could only investigate afterward. However, Shikaka felt it was unlikely they would obtain a clear answer. In battle, it was hard to say whether a fatal blow had been delivered intentionally or as a forced counterattack because the enemy had struck first. It seems the mission is complete. At the edge of the battlefield, Uchiha Shirori quietly withdrew from the bloody battle and hid in the distance, watching the situation unfold. Just now, she had put on a Konoha forehead protector, rushed in, and launched a fierce attack against ninja from other villages. With the help of her Mangekyo Sharingan, Shirori could achieve excellent killing results against ordinary jonin who were unprepared. So she had succeeded. Not necessarily. If only ordinary ninja die, then the various ninja villages might simply swallow their anger. Unless an important person dies, Yakushi Kabuto said cautiously from the side, wearing a mask. His strength was not outstanding. In front of these ninja, he seemed even more insignificant. So he hid in the rear and could only offer advice. Fortunately, his years as a spy had given him some understanding of how to incite conflict. That rogue ninja was the bait he had prepared, and the result proved that the other party had performed well. It also ensured his own safety. Otherwise, the person being surrounded on the battlefield would have been him. An important person. Shirori looked at the battlefield and shook her head. Too difficult. It would also be easy to expose myself if I made a move. Who counted as an important person? Obviously, the leading ninja of each village. Chiyo of Sunagakure and Tsunade of Konoha. At the very least, it would have to be a deputy like Shikaku. Attacking them would certainly prevent the situation from calming down easily. But the problem was that, on the battlefield, these leading ninja were basically fighting one another. They had a tacit understanding and did not interfere with the ordinary battlefield. Under these circumstances, if Shirori intervened, it would be very easy for her to expose herself, which would be detrimental to Lord Amamiya's plan. Kabuto frowned. He had considered whether to seize the hero's water, but the item had already been collected by the leading ninja. To take it now meant attacking those leaders directly, which was no different from openly going after them. Then we can only wait and see, Kabuto said, shaking his head. The current situation could only depend on whether these ninja lost control as the battle continued and directly attacked the leading ninja. If that happened, it would be even better. Unfortunately, things did not develop in the direction he had hoped. After the rogue ninja was accidentally killed at some unknown point, the battle quickly subsided. One by one, the ninja withdrew from the battlefield, taking away the bodies of their comrades. They left behind only ruined houses and bloodstains that even the heavy rain could not wash clean. The body of the rogue ninja was also burned to ashes by a large fire, leaving nothing behind. The ninja were still as ruthless as ever, leaving no opening for anyone else. Sometimes, corpses could reveal information. If they could not take the body away themselves, then other ninja villages should not even dream of taking it either. As the ninja departed, Amigakure slowly fell quiet. All right. Now it's time for the next step of the plan. Shirori stood up. Relying on this alone might not be enough to plunge the ninja world into chaos. With good luck, the 5 great ninja villages would launch a major conflict after verifying the effectiveness of the hero's water. With bad luck, it would only lead to small-scale probing between ninja forces. I hope our luck is better, Kabuto sighed. He sincerely hoped their luck would be better this time, so he could return sooner and see Yakushi no. Entrusting Lord Amamiya's plan to luck is not the thinking of a qualified subordinate, Shirori said, glancing at Kabuto. Kabuto had not yet received the blessing. According to Amamiya Kenichi, he intended to personally grant Kabuto a high-level blessing. A blessing on the same level as Shiori's. Kabuto quickly apologized. His time with Shirori had already made him understand this woman's personality. She was somewhat fanatical toward Amamiya Kenichi, even to an unexpectedly fervent degree. Naturally, Kabuto would not show any reaction to that. Instead, he would work hard to prove his loyalty. That was what a smart person should do. Before leaving Amigakure, Kabuto looked back at the ravaged battlefield behind him and silently sighed. He knew he had taken on new sins. But this was simply what ninja were. There was nothing he could do about it. After leaving Amigakure, the ninja from the 5 villages returned to their respective villages and presented the blood-stained hero's water to their Kage. Is this the hero's water? It looks rather ordinary. Inside the Konoha Hokage building, Hiruzen looked at the hero's water in his hand. Aside from its silvery white color, it looked no different from ordinary water. In any case, each of the 5 ninja villages obtained 1 bottle, Tsunade said, tiredly pinching the bridge of her nose. Thanks to Amamiya Kenichi, traveling through the ninja world had become much easier. Furthermore, the hero's water and its stable source were far too important, so Tsunade had rushed back quickly by airship. She also had to arrange matters for the ninja who had died or been injured in the battle, so she was extremely exhausted at the moment. Hiruzen glanced at Tsunade. He had to admit that Tsunade's efficiency was truly high. She had returned so quickly. It was time for him to fulfill his promise. Then how this matter is handled will be up to you, 5th Hokage. Hiruzen stood up and patted Tsunade on the shoulder. Tsunade froze when she heard this, looking at her teacher in surprise. Although her teacher had indeed mentioned this before, she had not truly taken it seriously. She had not expected him to be serious. Traditionally, Tsunade should have held the Hokage inauguration ceremony first. But because of the importance of the hero's water, her inauguration ceremony had been placed after this matter. Let's test it. Hiruzen stood inside Root's secret base, looking at the Root ninja kneeling respectfully on one knee before him. Although Hiruzen had retired from the position of Hokage, he was old, not useless. He had chosen another way to use his remaining strength. He took over Danzo's position and became the leader of Konoha's Root. Yes, Lord Sarutobi. The Root ninja directly drank the hero's water in front of him. Outside the desolate Root base, the celebration was already lively with gongs and drums. Konoha was preparing to celebrate the inauguration of the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. Tsunade's inauguration was about to usher in a new era, an era belonging to her. The carving of the Hokage rock had already begun to be planned, and soon, Tsunade's face would appear on that most prominent cliff face. But Tsunade was not there. She was currently in the Hokage building, while Hiruzen brought over the test results. "Old man, how many ninja do you think we should send out?" Looking at the test results showing that even a Jonin's chakra had been amplified tenfold, Tsunade's mood sank heavily. The hero's water was real. Although it had the side effect of shortening one's lifespan, having one's lifespan shortened and losing one's life on the spot were two different concepts. Tsunade naturally knew which was more important. It could be said that after this test result came out, Konoha had no way back. Even if Tsunade knew there were many problems and many doubts, she could not retreat. The other 4 ninja villages must also be conducting intense experiments right now. Once they discovered that the hero's water could indeed amplify chakra, then Takigakure in the land of waterfalls would become a strategic point the entire ninja world had to fight over. The effect of the hero's water is real. Although we haven't tested whether it works on someone of my level, if it does, then its importance goes without saying, Hiruzen said, taking a puff from his pipe. He glanced at his student. She was not wearing the Hokage hat. Instead, she had placed it on the table. Looking at that symbol of Konoha's highest authority, Hiruzen's heart felt complicated. Fortunately, he had left himself a way out. Konoha's route was the retreat he had prepared for himself. Too few people certainly won't do. The land of waterfalls is relatively close to Konoha, and we can reach it quickly by airship. But the other ninja villages are also not far from the land of waterfalls, Hamura said with a grave expression. This thing had to fall into Konoha's hands. If it could not, then it had to be destroyed so that the other ninja villages could not obtain it either. I'm worried they might deploy tailed beasts, Kohara said with a frown. Impossible. In the previous wars, tailed beasts only appeared on especially important battlefields, Hiruzen said, shaking his head. Tailed beasts were the foundation of a village. But when he thought of this, Hiruzen's head began to ache. That Amamiya Kenichi had actually taken Naruto away. Tsunade took a deep breath. She suddenly felt that becoming Hokage might not be a good thing. At least, the pressure she was currently facing was far too immense. She was the one who had to make the final decision now, and her decision could cost countless lives. But the hero's water. Then, with Tsunade's command, squads of ninja walked out of Konoha. At the same time, Konoha began celebrating the inauguration of the 5th Hokage. Across the entire ninja world, one airship after another rose into the sky, flying toward the land of waterfalls. Damn it, where in the world is that Uchiha Madara? In the land of Earth, Kakuzu walked along the road with an annoyed expression. Beside him, Obito, wearing his mask, could not help rolling his eyes. Madara? Madara was still lying somewhere else. If he did not come out himself, how could Kakuzu possibly find him? But Obito also had not expected Kakuzu to be so persistent, searching for Uchiha Madara in this godforsaken place, the land of Earth, for so long. Naturally, there were no clues. Obito was gradually losing his patience. He did not have that much time to waste here with Kakuzu's nonsense. Senior Hoku, shouldn't we? Obito finally could not hold back anymore. If he continued wasting time with Kakuzu like this, he felt he was about to become a workaholic. Only the heavens knew how much work he had done with Kakuzu during this period. He could not even refuse. It was suffocating. And it was at that moment that Obito and Kakuzu froze at the same time. They looked down. Their rings were giving off a warm sensation. This meant the leader was contacting them. Obito frowned slightly. Why was Nagato contacting them at a time like this? But that was fine. No matter what Nagato wanted, at least he finally would not have to keep wasting time here with Kakuzu. He really did not want to work anymore. Soon, Obito and Kakuzu entered the Genjutsu projection space. Everyone, the base needs to change location. Nagato's first sentence made every ninja present freeze. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 397, Chapter 397, Wars always start with small triggers. Chapter 397, Wars always start with small triggers. Didn't we just move it to the land of waterfall? Sasori asked, somewhat puzzled. He clearly remembered Nagato saying not long ago that their base would be moved to the land of waterfall. Yet in the blink of an eye, they were changing locations again. Because of certain unexpected incidents, Hidden Waterfall Village is no longer suitable as a hidden base, Nagato said calmly, glancing at Sasori. We will move back to Hidden Rain Village later. He. I heard there's explosive news spreading through the ninja world, Black Zetsu cackled. They say a miraculous hero's water has appeared, something capable of increasing a ninja's chakra by dozens of times. Supposedly, it comes from Hidden Waterfall Village. Nagato did not deny it. This matter could no longer be hidden. The existence of the hero's water had been exposed after they invaded Hidden Waterfall Village. Dozens of times the chakra. Kakuzu immediately showed interest. He smelled money. A vast amount of money. I have already handed it over to Kenichi for research. If there are any results later, they will be shared within the organization, Nagato added. Obito frowned when he heard that, but he could not say anything. After all, his current persona within Akatsuki was someone who greatly admired Amamiya Kenichi. Besides, handing it over to Amamiya Kenichi was the only logical choice. In the entire Akatsuki organization, the only ones capable of researching this field were Amamiya Kenichi and his teacher, Orochimaru. Coincidentally, neither of them had attended this meeting. Who knew what they were busy with? Leader, is there anything else? Kisame asked. He had now successfully joined Akatsuki. There is one more thing. The members currently in Hidden Waterfall Village need to. Nagato's tone became much more serious. They've already started moving toward the land of Waterfall. Amamiya Kenichi sat in his chair, looking at the intelligence in his hand. With the news of the hero's water released, ninja across the entire ninja world had begun to move. The small nation known as the Land of Waterfall had become the focus of the world. However, that was not a good thing for the Land of Waterfall. With such a large-scale mobilization of ninja, it always feels like something else might happen, Minato said from the side. After all, he was a ninja who had participated in wars. He had his own understanding of how wars worked. Amamiya Kenichi nodded. With such a large-scale ninja mobilization, it was hard to say whether some villages would decide to gamble and attack another ninja village. After all, there were always villages that liked to gamble with their own fate. Iwagakure had once entertained such an idea, and the consequences had naturally been dire. But if something like that happened now, it would actually be good for Amamiya Kenichi. He wanted the ninja world to fall into chaos. The more chaotic it became, the easier it would be for him to profit. I think we need to start preparing. The land of snow is still some distance from the land of water. How exactly do you plan to attack Hidden Mist Village and the land of water? Minato asked curiously. Suppress the capital and destroy Hidden Mist Village at the same time. All of this is based on one premise. Amamiya Kenichi scratched his ear. Speed. It has to be fast enough. Although the land of water was not very large in terms of landmass, and could even be described as fragmented, that was precisely why it was extremely difficult to completely block news of an attack. Its coastline was too long. Therefore, Amamiya Kenichi did not expect to completely seal off news of Hidden Mist Village being attacked. He only needed to prevent the other ninja villages from reacting immediately. And this opportunity was very rare. According to Uchiha Shiori's intelligence, the leading ninja dispatched by Hidden Mist Village this time was Mei Terumi. That woman was the future Mizukage of Hidden Mist Village, and her presence would bring some trouble when suppressing Hidden Mist Village. This time, because of the search for the hero's water in the land of Waterfall, Hidden Mist Village had an 80% chance of sending Mei Terumi. In that case, the most troublesome high-end combat power left in Hidden Mist Village would be the Jinchuriki. However, I remember that after the control is released, the opponent's body isn't in very good condition. So the problem shouldn't be too big, Amamiya Kenichi said, licking his lips. As for the Jinchuriki, Amamiya Kenichi could handle that himself. The other high-level combatants of Hidden Mist Village could be left to Minato. With the help of the Uchiha clan, along with the ninja from the Land of Snow whom he had artificially stimulated into awakening 3 tomoe Sharingan or even Mangekyo Sharingan, Amamiya Kenichi felt that suppressing Hidden Mist Village this time would not be too difficult. None of these villages are simple, Minato reminded him. When I was Hokage, I learned that there were certain weapons in the village that could not be used unless absolutely necessary. He was now like a grasshopper tied to the same string as Amamiya Kenichi. He did not want Amamiya Kenichi to fail. Although Hidden Mist Village had rarely been attacked in the ninja world due to its geographical position, it was hard to say whether Hidden Mist Village had any hidden trump cards. Don't worry. I also have a secret weapon, Amamiya Kenichi said, waving his hand. A secret weapon, right? When it came to secret weapons, Hidden Cloud Village was rumored to possess a powerful weapon capable of bombing the moon. Whether that was actually true remained unknown. Amamiya Kenichi vaguely remembered that thing appearing in a movie, and much later in the timeline at that. But considering that even the hero's water existed, he still had to stay wary. However, compared to those weapons that had yet to prove themselves, Amamiya Kenichi's nuclear weapon had already been manufactured and was now safely stored in the warehouse. If not for the concern that nuclear contamination would spread after a nuclear strike, Amamiya Kenichi would have already dropped one directly on Hidden Mist Village. I hope everything goes smoothly, Minato said, taking a deep breath. At this point, all he could do was hope that Amamiya Kenichi's plan would proceed smoothly. Looking at the tiny land of Waterfall on the map, a trace of pity appeared in Minato's eyes. The people of this small nation probably never imagined that one day, because of calculations made far away in the land of snow, they would be dragged into such a dangerous situation. But this was the ninja world. Minato suddenly felt that if Amamiya Kenichi succeeded, perhaps it would be a good thing for the entire ninja world. At the very least, the ninja world would no longer have wars like this in the future. But could Amamiya Kenichi truly achieve it? Minato was not sure. Let's begin preparations. Once conflict breaks out over there, that will be the moment we make our move, Amamiya Kenichi said, standing up. He also had some things to prepare. War was never a simple matter. Remember, even if we fail this time, we must destroy the tree that produces the hero's water. We absolutely cannot let that thing fall into the hands of the other ninja villages. Meanwhile, in the land of Waterfall, Konoha's ninja had already gathered. They had reached the land of Waterfall at extreme speed by airship. After giving his instructions, Shikaku led the team forward. His heart was far from calm. The land of Waterfall was not a large country, but it had possessed little presence in past ninja world wars. Hidden Waterfall Village, this small village, was even more transparent. In Konoha's intelligence system, information about Hidden Waterfall Village was mostly buried in obscure corners. Yet unexpectedly, this small nation had now become the common target of the 5 great nations. It was unclear whether this was fortune or misfortune. This is clearly a trap, Shikaku. Don't tell me you can't see that. A calm voice sounded beside him. Shikaku sighed when he heard it. Jiraiya, I know there's definitely something wrong here, but we have no choice. The effects of the hero's water. Jiraiya pursed his lips, looking at the sighing Shikaku. He had been dragged out of his hospital room by Tsunade. The reason was that a nurse had reported that Jiraiya, who should have been lying in bed recovering, had been found outside the women's bathhouse of the hospital. This immediately enraged Tsunade. She kicked open the door of his hospital room and dragged him out. If you ask me, all of you should go back and let me come alone. It would be easier to retreat or face the enemy that way, Jiraiya said with a yawn. He had not wanted to come, but he still came at Tsunade's request. He had also learned about the effects of the hero's water from Tsunade. Jiraiya could keenly sense how important such a thing was to a ninja village. For this hero's water, it's unlikely the matter can be resolved by relying on just one ninja squad. We don't know how many people the other ninja villages will send, Shikaku said, shaking his head. Tsunade had once considered sending fewer people. After all, ninja valued quality over quantity. Just like when facing the Yellow Flash, the 4th Hokage, even Jonin whose strength was insufficient could only slow down his killing speed. But there was no other way. There was not much communication between the 5 great ninja villages. Even with airships, communicating about such matters was still time-consuming. And even if communication did happen, would they truly dare to trust each other? They might verbally agree to send only one ninja squad, and anyone who sent more would be treated as dishonorable. But when they arrived, each side might have hundreds, or even thousands of people. Such things had happened before. Hoping that these ninja villages, with their blood feuds, could trust one another was less realistic than hoping the first Hokage would suddenly revive. Tisk. Jiraiya shook his head, looking up at the sky with a complicated expression. During this period, he had studied the Great Toad Sage's prophecy, but he could not find any similar prophetic information. The change in the prophecy had also made Jiraiya somewhat restless. He had come this time to see who the mastermind was and what they were planning. But when Konoha's ninja team followed the intelligence and arrived near the suspected entrance of Hidden Waterfall Village, they discovered that the area was already densely packed with people. Hidden Mist Village, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure have all sent people. But where are the people from Kimogakure? Jiraiya asked, looking at the 3 distinct camps before him. His expression grew more serious. Ninja who had survived the wartime era possessed an extraordinary sensitivity toward war. Jiraiya vaguely sensed that something was wrong. They seem to be over there, Shikaku said, narrowing his eyes. He swept his gaze over the ninja camps of the other villages, estimating their numbers. The more he looked, the heavier the pressure became. It seemed Konoha was not the only one hoping to seize the hero's water and that tree for itself. The other ninja villages had the same intention, and they had not sent a small number of people either. For now, only Sunagakure's ninja team seemed smaller. Has the entrance to Hidden Waterfall Village been found? Jiraiya asked, pinching the bridge of his nose. In this situation, war was already on the verge of breaking out. As soon as the entrance to Hidden Waterfall Village was found, or the giant tree that produced the hero's water was located, the current peace would be shattered immediately. Not yet. The village's intelligence has no clues regarding the entrance. Based on past information, Hidden Waterfall Village's entrance has always been a mystery. That is also the fundamental reason this small village has been able to establish itself in the ninja world for so long, Shikaku said helplessly. Hidden Waterfall Village truly had almost no presence. Before departing, the intelligence he had compiled from Konoha about Hidden Waterfall Village was not even 1/10 as thick as the intelligence on Sunagakure. So even he did not know the exact location of Hidden Waterfall Village's entrance. He only knew that it was roughly somewhere in this area. The precise location was unclear. With so many ninja here, if everyone used one ninjutsu each, they could probably plow through this entire country, Jiraiya muttered to himself. He had already seen the ninja emerging from Sunagakure's side. It was undoubtedly Elder Chiyo. At that moment, a ninja team also appeared at the edge of their vision. Judging by their muscular physiques, it was clearly Kimogakure's ninja team. Aren't there fewer ninja from Kimogakure? Jiraiya looked thoughtfully at the Kimogakure team. Although Kimogakure had sent quite a few people this time, they had sent fewer than the other ninja villages. They did not even have as many people as Sunagakure. That was clearly not right. However, despite their curiosity, there was not much communication between the teams from the 5 great ninja villages. A tense atmosphere permeated the air. All 5 ninja villages had arrived, but they could not just stand there forever. Was Hidden Waterfall Village supposed to appear on its own? Therefore, searching for Hidden Waterfall Village's entrance was necessary. But if they searched, they also had to guard against sneak attacks from other villages. It was the kind of thing that gave one a headache just thinking about it. Shikaku, what do you think would be the best course of action in the current situation? Jiraiya asked, troubled, as he looked at the ninja from the other 4 villages before him. I think. Shikaku did not have any particularly good idea either. The land of Waterfall was too small, and based on the collected intelligence, Hidden Waterfall Village's entrance could only be speculated to be somewhere nearby. Searching for it covertly would not be easy. Shikaku felt that Konoha might need to play the role of the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole waited behind, letting the others fight first before they acted. But before he could finish thinking, the sound of an explosion suddenly drew every ninja's attention. In an instant, the battle was ignited. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 398, Chapter 398, Prelude to War. Chapter 398, Prelude to War. My child, when you are born. Amamiya Kenichi abruptly shook his head, realizing he had accidentally changed the channel in his thoughts. The biting cold wind of the land of snow carried flurries of snow against his face. When the flakes touched his body heat, they melted into droplets and slowly slid down his cheeks. Before him, tens of thousands of ninjas stood in the freezing wind, gazing at him with fanatic eyes. Amamiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that the land of snow had far too few ninja. Only a small portion of them could truly become a fighting force capable of conquering the land of water. But this was already enough. It's time. Amamiya Kenichi took a deep breath. Of course, he had not come here merely to strike a pose and pay tribute to a certain filial son. Still, the thought gave him a new idea. Perhaps, when attacking the land of water, he could use other methods to break down the will of Hidden Mist Village's ninja and civilians to resist. Has the wind picked up? Minato suddenly appeared beside Amamiya Kenichi. Amamiya Kenichi glanced at him. He had to admit, the Flying Thunder God technique was truly useful. It was excellent for travel. He nodded, then raised his hand and opened his palm. Snowflakes fell onto it. A moment later, he clenched his fist, and the water droplets evaporated in his palm. Yes. The wind has picked up. Amamiya Kenichi took a deep breath and adjusted his mindset. Although he had planned all of this, the fact that everything was progressing so smoothly still surprised him somewhat. But that was also a good thing. He had already received intelligence from Uchiha Shirori. Fighting had begun near Takigakure in the land of waterfalls. The ninja of the 5 great ninja villages were now fighting tooth and nail over the tree that could produce the hero's water. Moreover, the battlefield showed signs of expanding further. That was enough. Amamiya Kenichi could not wait until the 5 great ninja villages truly plunged into all-out war. The hero's water was indeed a catalyst, but relying on the hero's water alone to make the 5 great ninja villages begin a full-scale war, or even trigger the 4th great ninja war, would require far too much luck. Amamiya Kenichi did not believe in luck. So he would make his move. While the attention of the 5 great ninja villages was focused on the land of waterfalls, Amamiya Kenichi planned to launch a lightning assault on Hidden Mist Village, then seize control of the land of water and Hidden Mist Village. Phew. Minato exhaled slowly, easing the tension in his heart. Although he did not need to breathe, breathing was a habit that made him feel as if he were still alive. Soon, however, Minato's attention fell on the ninja army below. An army of tens of thousands did not seem small, but many of them were genin and chunin. Only a small portion were jonin. However, every ninja village was like this. Even so, Minato felt that the strength of these ninja would not necessarily be inferior to those from the 5 great ninja villages. He looked at the army below. To be honest, the land of snow did not have many ninja. But the more Minato learned about them, the more uneasy he became, because he discovered that these ninja possessed an abnormal degree of worship toward Amamiya Kenichi. That worship even surpassed life and death. Minato felt that he himself could never achieve such a thing. It was too outrageous. Even in Konoha, not everyone liked the third Hokage or him. After becoming the fourth Hokage, he had also discovered that some people did not hold a favorable opinion of him. Making everyone willing to die for him was even more impossible. Yet Amamiya Kenichi had done it. That made everything feel deeply strange. And in battle, such fanatical ninja would trade their lives without hesitation as long as Amamiya Kenichi gave the order. Against the 5 great ninja villages, that might not be enough. But against a hidden mist village that was no longer particularly strong, it would be deadly. This war. Minato hesitated. Amamiya Kenichi had not yet decided who would command this war. Could it be Amamiya Kenichi himself? Minato did not think it would be him. He had no experience commanding large-scale wars. I will lead it. A gentle voice sounded, followed by Orochimaru emerging from the wind and snow. He was using his previous face, a stern and expressionless face, but his eyes were filled with excitement. War. A large-scale war. And it was entirely different from previous wars. This was a war of national conquest. Looking at his disciple, Orochimaru licked his lips. To be honest, even now, whenever he thought back on what had happened before, he still found it somewhat absurd. After all, he truly had not expected his student to harbor such enormous ambition. When Amamiya Kenichi revealed his true intentions to him, Orochimaru admitted that he had been stunned for a moment. He had never imagined that his disciple would think like this. Such a mad idea was something even his own teacher had never possessed. Hiruzen Sarutobi had always thought more about how to preserve Konoha's position as the #1 village in the ninja world. But Amamiya Kenichi actually planned to unify the entire ninja world. Teacher, I'll leave it to you. Among us, you have the most experience in this area, Amamiya Kenichi said with a smile. He had gone to find his teacher before this because Orochimaru was, in his opinion, the most suitable person to serve as battlefield commander. Of course, there were other candidates. Narashikaku, for example, was also very capable. The problem was that only his teacher stood on his side and could be used by him. And the way to persuade his teacher was relatively simple. One sentence was enough. Teacher, after the entire world is unified, won't you be able to learn every ninjutsu in the world? Of course, Amamiya Kenichi felt that there were probably other factors involved as well. When his teacher heard that condition, he did not answer immediately. Instead, he smiled and stared at Amamiya Kenichi for a long while before nodding in agreement. But Amamiya Kenichi did not know what his teacher had been thinking. From beginning to end, he had never considered choosing Minato to direct this war. Although Minato was an excellent ninja, even a Kage, he lacked experience in commanding large-scale warfare. His teacher was the inevitable choice. Fortunately, his teacher had agreed to his request. As the price, Amamiya Kenichi had also paid some other things to make the proposal more convincing. No problem. Ninja who can perfectly carry out every order. He. These are simply the finest cannon fodder, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. A Mangekyo Sharingan flashed in his eyes. Amamiya Kenichi looked at his teacher's eyes and silently picked his nose. His teacher's request had been to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. But the moment Amamiya Kenichi remembered tying his teacher to the operating table, performing genetic programming on him, and the process of awakening his eyes, his expression became extremely subtle. That truly was a peculiar memory. However, Orochimaru's tolerance for pain was extremely high. Throughout the entire process, there had been no obvious cries of pain. Amamiya Kenichi did not ask what kind of Mangekyo Sharingan his teacher had awakened, and his teacher did not ask what kind of Mangekyo Sharingan he possessed. So the goal this time is to suppress the land of water as quickly as possible. Orochimaru looked at the battle-ready ninja army below and frowned slightly. There were still too few ninja here. But there was no helping it. Small countries like the Land of Snow were like this. Yes, teacher. Suppress them as quickly as possible. Of course, if we can block the news, that would be best, Amamiya Kenichi said with a nod. Then he stared distractedly at the ninja army below. He was conceptualizing a ninjutsu, or perhaps an improvement to one. The distinction did not matter much. After using his Mangekyo Sharingan to observe the wondrous scenes of ninja performing ninjutsu, Amamiya Kenichi had developed certain peculiar ideas. Now seemed to be the time to put one of those ideas into practice. Then why not begin by sending people to attack several of the Land of Water's docks? Block the spread of information and kill anyone who tries to escape. Orochimaru said, stroking his chin. He already had an idea. Although the land of water had a very long coastline, there were only a few developed ports. Controlling those ports would, to some extent, control the speed at which information leaked out. Minato frowned slightly, but said nothing. He was not a soft-hearted man. It was not easy to find someone sentimental in the ninja world. Anything is fine, teacher. I'll leave it to you. I'll take Big Brother Minato and the elite ninja squad to raid Hidden Mist Village and suppress all resistance there, Amamiya Kenichi said, neither objecting nor showing concern. At this point, let alone killing those who tried to escape, even directly injecting them with parasitic offspring would be acceptable. All Amamiya Kenichi wanted was time. Enough time for him to convert the ninja of Hidden Mist Village. Amamiya Kenichi touched his eyes. His mastery over wood release and the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan was not yet high enough. He could not replicate the feat of a great Buddha clad in Susanoo, with 2 people destroying 4 nations. When do we depart? Orochimaru asked again. Amamiya Kenichi fell silent at the question. Then he looked at the ninja army of the land of snow beneath the falling snow and smiled. Now. As Amamiya Kenichi handed command to his teacher, the ninja army began to move. Supplies were ready. Airships had been prepared. These ninja would board the airships and quickly head toward the land of water according to Orochimaru's instructions. Amamiya Kenichi also boarded an airship. Beside him were his teacher and Minato, and on the airship were the elite ninja who would serve as the main force in the attack on Hidden Mist Village. Have you thought about how to deal with Hidden Mist Village's Jinchuriki? Orochimaru sat in a chair, holding a cup of tea. After taking a sip, he looked at Amamiya Kenichi and asked. The most troublesome thing in every ninja village was the Jinchuriki. If you could not defeat them, they would fully release the tailed beast, and then no one would have a good time. This was also an important reason why tailed beasts were considered the nuclear weapons of the ninja world. Amamiya Kenichi smiled. The ninja world used to believe tailed beasts were incredibly powerful, but in the eyes of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, tailed beasts were nothing more than oversized action figures. In the later stages of the ninja world, tailed beasts were even captured and sealed one after another. Their strength was completely incomparable to those overpowered ninja. I have a plan. It won't be a big problem, Amamiya Kenichi said, not particularly worried. Hidden Mist Village's tailed beast was the 3 tails, and tailed beasts generally grew stronger with the number of tails they had. The 3 tails' strength was not especially outstanding. The troublesome part was the 3 tails Jinchuriki, Yagura Karatachi. Although Yagura had been controlled by Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan, which made him seem tragic, he was still a man who had become Mizukage. How could his strength be weak? And if he cooperated properly with the 3 tails? Well, that was all. With himself and Minato working together, Amamiya Kenichi truly could not imagine what tricks Yagura could pull. The only thing that made Amamiya Kenichi slightly uneasy was those 2 bastards, Obito and Black Zetsu. That was why he had deliberately caused trouble in the land of waterfalls, in order to draw Obito and Black Zetsu's attention there as much as possible. Minato did not join the conversation between Amamiya Kenichi and Orochimaru. He was unconsciously rubbing the photo in his hand. Kushina had given it to him before he left. It was a family photo of the 3 of them. Minato, with cracks across his face and strange eyes. A sweetly smiling Kushina. And Naruto, held between them with his eyes happily squeezed shut. Minato had never thought that one day, he would be able to take a photo with his son. This was truly. Minato took a deep breath. He was currently in an Edo Tensei body. He would not die, only return to the Pure Land. And in order to let him display as much of his strength as possible, Amamiya Kenichi had specially given him an elite Jonin body as the sacrifice. Although this still could not perfectly unleash his original strength, it was much better than before. Speaking of which, how did you Edo Tensei the 4th? Orochimaru glanced at the dazed Minato and could not help but ask. When he had previously improved Edo Tensei, he had also tried to reincarnate the 4th Hokage. But he discovered that the 4th Hokage could not be reincarnated. Even the 1st and 2nd Hokage had reached the final stage before awakening, but the 4th Hokage could not even condense his appearance. Big Brother Minato used the Reaper Death Seal before, so his soul was inside the Shinigami's stomach, not in the Pure Land, Amamiya Kenichi said. He did not finish, but he knew his teacher understood. Orochimaru nodded. He understood why he had failed to Edo Tensei the 4th Hokage back then. Edo Tensei could not reincarnate a soul that was inside someone else's stomach. But then Orochimaru glanced at his student. If that was the case, how had his student done it? By cutting open the Shinigami's stomach? Or through some other method? Orochimaru was a little curious. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 399, The Brilliant Flash of a Nuclear Explosion. Chapter 399, The Brilliant Flash of a Nuclear Explosion. Hidden Mist Village. Amamiya Kenichi looked at the village ahead. Hidden Mist Village had already entered his field of vision, but the airships flying through the sky above it were indeed a problem. He sighed. When he first introduced airships to the ninja world, he had known it was only a matter of time before the cheats of this world copied them. He just had not expected the technology to be exposed and reproduced this quickly. What do we do now? Minato asked in a low voice. With the help of the airships, they had arrived at the land of water at high speed. Orochimaru had already taken the other airships toward other regions of the land of water. The land of water's territory was not especially large, but it was incredibly troublesome to manage. Amamiya Kenichi had entrusted the task of suppressing those areas to his teacher, while he led Minato and the other elite jonin in a direct raid on Hidden Mist Village. Let me think. Amamiya Kenichi rubbed his brow. Was Hidden Mist Village large? Compared to Konoha, it was certainly smaller. But it was definitely not small. There were many ninja inside, along with a troublesome defensive barrier. Trying to break through such a ninja village with the forces he had on hand would be difficult. Although his elite ninja had all awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, awakening the Mangekyo did not mean they could use Susanoo. Susanoo required an extremely high degree of control over the Mangekyo Sharingan. And current research subject, nuclear fusion, magnetic confinement technology. Research progress, 3.21%. Amamiya Kenichi had already begun researching nuclear fusion, but nuclear fusion was not a simple research project. Even with his cheat-like abilities, he could not directly obtain nuclear fusion technology. He had tried to research nuclear fusion directly, but there had been no reaction. So he could only settle for the next best thing and choose several important research concepts related to nuclear fusion, such as magnetic confinement technology. Should I use it? Amamiya Kenichi looked at Hidden Mist Village ahead. The village still had not detected their arrival. The only thing Amamiya Kenichi was hesitating over was whether to use an atomic bomb and let Hidden Mist Village experience the power of nuclear peace. But using it now felt like an enormous waste. After all, Mei Terumi of Hidden Mist Village was still leading her team in a chaotic battle with the ninja of Takigakure and the other 4 great ninja villages. The only named high-level combatant still left in Hidden Mist Village was the Mizukage, Yagura. Aside from him, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were also famous, but some had defected, some had fled, and a few remained in Hidden Mist Village without much influence. But when he thought of the purpose of this operation, Amamiya Kenichi made up his mind. He had to suppress all of Hidden Mist Village as quickly as possible. He had to crush Hidden Mist Village's will to resist him. Only then could Hidden Mist Village fall into his hands at the fastest speed. As for the pollution left behind after the atomic bomb exploded, Hidden Mist Village would simply have to relocate as a whole. For now, he had no especially good solution for nuclear pollution. Let's go. Get on the airship. Amamiya Kenichi rubbed his nose, then turned and boarded the airship. Minato gave him a strange look. Hidden Mist Village's airships were still flying in the sky. If they boarded an airship now, wouldn't they be directly exposed? However, Minato did not ask further and followed Amamiya Kenichi onto the airship. The next moment, the airship flew directly out of the misty forest and suddenly shot into the sky. That scene immediately attracted Hidden Mist Village's attention. Are there any scheduled airship takeoffs? The Hidden Mist defense team quickly began confirming the situation. With the spread of airship technology, every ninja village had made new arrangements for this convenient form of transportation. They controlled takeoffs and landings, assigned identification numbers to airships, and devised ways to mark their own village's aircraft. Therefore, the defense team of Hidden Mist Village quickly realized that the airship flying outside was not one of their own. The alarm was sounded at once. Several small airships quickly rose into the air and flew toward the unknown vessel. Minato and I'll leave those approaching airships to you. Amamiya Kenichi piloted the airship over Hidden Mist Village and brought it steadily to a hover in the air. Around them, the shadows of other airships slowly appeared. There were even shouts questioning their identity. No problem. Minato glanced at the nearby airships. During this period, he had gained some understanding of these unfamiliar flying vessels. They were indeed peculiar, but destroying them was not too much of a problem. Then let me see it. Amamiya Kenichi looked down at Hidden Mist Village. The village's defensive barrier had already been deployed, and a feverish smile appeared on his face. Let me see whether you have any protection against little fatty. After all, what he held at this moment was definitely a crystallization of the technological civilization from his previous life. A top-tier weapon, one that stood among the very best even in that world. What kind of sparks would be created when it collided with the ninja world? Amamiya Kenichi did not know. But now, he was about to find out. Lord Genji. An unidentified airship has appeared above the village. According to the intelligence team's judgment, it is highly likely to be the Heavenly Demon's airship. A hidden mist ninja rushed into the Mizukage building, his voice hurried and anxious. Genji coughed several times, then frowned and looked to the side. There sat a baby-faced individual with a somewhat pale complexion. It was none other than Hidden Mist Village's fourth Mizukage, Yagura. The Heavenly Demon. Ao's death before seemed to be somewhat related to the Heavenly Demon, right? Yagura's expression was poor. He had once been controlled by a mysterious person and turned into that person's puppet. Under that control, he had issued a series of bloody policies and caused the deaths of many of his own people. That left Yagura filled with guilt. He had even thought of abdicating from the position of Mizukage. But there was no choice. The village had yet to find a more suitable Three-Tails Jinchuriki, so he could only drag his damaged body onward and offer the last of his strength to the village. Has the village's defensive barrier been deployed? I heard the Heavenly Demon excels at launching attacks from the air. Genji gripped his snake-shaped cane, coughed twice, then asked. It has been deployed, Lord Genji, the ninja replied respectfully. Although Genji was not the Mizukage, his status and authority were nearly equivalent to one. Furthermore, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, was in poor health and had not managed village affairs for some time. Be extra cautious. Tell the barrier squad and the sealing squad to remain on the highest alert. The village's defenses are weak right now, and the Heavenly Demon's visit is certainly not well-intentioned, Genji said with a sigh. A portion of the village's combat power had been taken by Mei Terumi to the land of waterfalls. Even he had no way around that. After all, the effect of the hero's water was truly astonishing. Although it was not permanent, it was still an extremely important strategic material. Therefore, Genji could not ignore the hero's water. Fortunately, he had already instructed Mei Terumi that Hidden Mist Village's goal was to destroy the tree that produced the hero's water as much as possible. Genji saw the situation very clearly. Hidden Mist Village was currently one of the weaker great ninja villages. Trying to compete with Kimogakure and Konoha for the hero's water was too difficult. It would be better to destroy the tree directly. If Hidden Mist Village could not have it, no one else should either. But he had not expected the Heavenly Demon to appear now. Cough, cough, cough. I heard the Heavenly Demon has developed some long-range attack methods. We must guard against those as well. No, I'll go myself. Yagura coughed as he stood up. Although the genjutsu placed on his mind had been broken, his loss of control had caused disasters. In order to subdue him while he was rampaging, Hidden Mist Village's ninja had been unable to hold back. That was why Yagura's physical condition had become so poor. However, as the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, his defensive abilities were still outstanding. Against the Heavenly Demon's strange attack methods, he should still be able to perform well. Then I'll leave it to you, fourth Mizukage. If the situation becomes critical, Hidden Mist Village's fate will depend entirely on you. Genji nodded. He truly had no better solution. Hidden Mist Village's strength was now. Some of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had defected. Others had gone missing. The previous bloody mist policy had even led to the Kubikura Bocho falling into Zabuza Momochi's hands, and he had also defected. It could be said that Hidden Mist Village was extremely weak at this moment. The bloody mist policy had sacrificed many ninja. Some ninja clans had risen in rebellion against the fourth Mizukage, but all of them had been forcibly suppressed and eliminated. The continuous internal strife had left the entire village weak and exhausted. Hidden Mist Village was truly too frail now. And with Mei Terumi absent, it was adding frost to snow. Something seems to be falling. When Yagura reached the outskirts of Hidden Mist Village, he noticed something rapidly descending from the sky. Mizukage-sama, according to the intelligence, that should be one of the Heavenly Demon's special attack ninja tools, the Hidden Mist Umbu whispered. Hidden Mist Village did not have much intelligence on the Heavenly Demon, but they did possess some basic information. At that moment, the ninja of Hidden Mist Village were doing everything they could to construct defensive ninjutsu in case the Heavenly Demon's attack broke through the defensive barrier. Although they believed the possibility was not very high, they still had to be cautious and prepare for every possibility. Yagura tentatively used water release to try to destroy the falling weapon. However, it was moving too quickly. Worse, it changed direction with surprising flexibility, dodging Yagura's water release. Then, in Yagura's eyes, that strange, large, round object suddenly bulged along its outer shell. The next instant, a powerful sense of crisis surged through his heart. Yagura's heartbeat accelerated. His breathing became rapid. A feeling that seemed to hover between life and death made his entire body tense. What is this? Why do I feel? Yagura's sharp sixth sense as a ninja was screaming warnings at him. And Yagura trusted that instinct. Three-Tails. I'm counting on you now. Yagura said seriously. His relationship with the Three-Tails was good. The incident in which he had been controlled by a mysterious person using ocular ninjutsu had instead brought the Three-Tails and Yagura closer together. All right. Isabu did not say much, but it was still willing to help this human it got along with rather well. Yagura also began to unleash the strongest ninjutsu he had mastered. But before Aisabu could fully manifest, the strange object above became increasingly ominous. And Yagura saw a ninja sitting on it, holding that strange object, suddenly vanish into thin air. The detonation sequence was activated at the same instant. The explosive force compressed the core inward, forcing the fissile material to reach its critical state. Neutrons collided with the uranium-235, triggering the fission reaction. Everything happened at an unimaginable speed. In less than the blink of an eye, nuclear fission produced terrifying energy. In an instant, above Hidden Mist Village, a blinding light erupted. Powerful heat radiated outward from the center. The violent shockwave instantly destroyed Hidden Mist Village's defensive barrier. And at that exact moment, the three tails successfully manifested inside Hidden Mist Village. However, what greeted Aisabu was a terrifying heat comparable to tens of millions of degrees and intense nuclear radiation. The violent explosion prevented the ninja below the center from even screaming. They were instantly vaporized where they stood. The extreme heat rapidly devoured the surrounding air, making survival difficult even for those hidden in underground shelters. Roar! The three tails, Aisabu, let out a mournful cry. Even a tailed beast with defenses as strong as its own suffered an enormous blow in the face of a nuclear explosion. The blast and shockwave directly tore away part of the shell on its back, while its body was constantly being annihilated within the explosion. What pained the three tails most was that the explosion seemed to contain some strange energy, an energy that ravaged its body and made it suffer immensely. The unbearable agony even made Aisabu feel as if it was about to be reborn. Tailed beasts did not truly die. After death, they would reappear in the ninja world after a period of time. But that period was very long. The three tails would need around 9 to 10 years to revive. Yet the terrible pain tearing through its body made it feel as if its revival might take even longer. The shockwave generated by the nuclear explosion continued to spread at terrifying speed, destroying countless defensive ninjutsu and civilian homes. Even the Mizukage building, heavily protected by the Sealing Squad and Barrier Squad, could not withstand such a violent explosion. What is this? Genji looked at the scene before him in terror. But before he could finish speaking, his body and the bodies of the ninja protecting him vanished in the high heat, leaving behind only humanoid black shadows on the shattered walls. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The already fragile civilian homes of Hidden Mist Village were directly flattened by the explosion. Countless lives vanished in an instant from this once lively village. The shockwave continued to sweep outward, destroying countless trees. On this day, the entire Hidden Mist Village was razed to the ground. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 400, Chapter 400, Hatred is a Cycle. Chapter 400, Hatred is a Cycle. What a peaceful day. Amamiya Kenichi sat aboard the swaying airship, gazing at the mushroom cloud in the distance. He licked his lips. He truly had not expected Little Fatty's explosion to be so shocking. Even from this distance, the mushroom cloud rising into the sky was clearly visible. The most lethal shockwave was still spreading outward, making Amamiya Kenichi's airship rock violently back and forth. If they had not kept enough distance, he even suspected the airship might have been torn apart. What scale of ninjutsu is this? Minato stared at the scene in astonishment. His eyesight was excellent. After that explosion, he had seen Hidden Mist Village, which had been thriving moments ago, nearly reduced to ruins. Nothing remained visible. How many people had died? And why was the power so great? Minato had seen an enormous figure suddenly appear. It should have been Hidden Mist Village's three tails, yet even the three tails had failed to withstand the blast. This isn't ninjutsu, Amamiya Kenichi murmured, standing up and leaning against the railing as he looked at the mushroom cloud above Hidden Mist Village. Nuclear weapons. The crystallization of technology. Their explosive power and radiation effects far surpassed thermobaric bombs. They were regarded as weapons capable of driving humanity towards self-destruction, and in truth, that description was not wrong. It could even be said that if not for the deterrence of nuclear weapons and the strategy of mutual nuclear restraint, the next world war might have already broken out in his previous life. Therefore, nuclear weapons were tools of humanity's self-destruction, but also tools used to maintain peace. However, achieving similar results every time won't be easy. Amamiya Kenichi licked his lips. Hidden Mist Village had been ambushed by him this time. Once the tragedy of Hidden Mist Village spread, the other ninja villages would definitely prepare more cautiously. The next time they faced something falling from the sky, they might even directly send out a Jinchuriki to release a tailed beast and destroy it in advance with a tailed beast ball. If a nuclear weapon was destroyed before detonation, then it would indeed have no special effect. I wonder how many people in Hidden Mist Village are still alive now, Amamiya Kenichi sighed. Under the atomic bomb's explosion, even Amamiya Kenichi did not know how many people in Hidden Mist Village could survive. But it certainly would not be many. This was also one of the points that had made Amamiya Kenichi hesitate. Initially, he had planned to use Hidden Mist Village and the Land of Water as places to replenish his reserve forces. However, considering that he now possessed nuclear weapons, and that ordinary human wave tactics would be difficult to use against him, Amamiya Kenichi became much calmer. Now, he only needed to arrange for Ninja to investigate whether the Land of Water had sufficient uranium or reserves. Then another atomic bomb could be made. With this successful experience, Amamiya Kenichi felt that he might be able to try other things, such as a hydrogen bomb. However, making a hydrogen bomb was not an easy task. Of course, the reward for such difficulty was astonishing. It could be said that the hydrogen bomb had essentially become one of humanity's most powerful technological crystallizations. As for whether something even stronger existed, that was an unsolved mystery. At least Amamiya Kenichi did not know. And he did not want to know. Because he understood that if he did know, it would most likely be when the next world war broke out. Suddenly, I feel like I'm a bit out of touch with the times, Minato sighed. Amamiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. That was far too modest. Amamiya Kenichi was still very clear about the strength of these overpowered individuals. For example, Uchiha Madara, especially Six Paths Madara at his peak, was an almost unsolvable existence. For technological civilization to defeat such a transcendent being, it would likely need to advance much further. Although Minato was not as terrifying as Madara, he was still the fourth Hokage. His strength had advanced by leaps and bounds after unlocking the tailed beast cloak. He was also a powerful man who had dealt with Obito and sealed the Nine Tails. Naturally, his strength could not be underestimated. Brother Minato, you're being too humble. Amamiya Kenichi shrugged, then glanced at Hidden Mist Village. His body swayed, and a shadow clone walked out. After an atomic bomb exploded, it would produce radiation. The radiation generated during the explosion would last anywhere from several dozen minutes to several hours, while some long-term radiation could persist for years. No matter how one looked at it, Hidden Mist Village was now uninhabitable. Furthermore, the surviving ninja inside Hidden Mist Village needed to be brought out for anti-radiation treatment. Related books on nuclear physics had mentioned some basic anti-radiation treatment methods, but unfortunately, Amamiya Kenichi did not have those medicines. However, those invaded by nuclear radiation would become excellent experimental subjects for Amamiya Kenichi's research into the impact of nuclear radiation on ninja. That said, Amamiya Kenichi had no intention of going himself. This time, he only sent his shadow clone to handle it. After all, he did not know whether he himself would be affected by nuclear radiation. A gentleman did not stand beneath a crumbling wall. That was the wisdom of the ancestors. I'll go take a look, Minato said. Amamiya Kenichi had no objection. After all, Minato was still a dead man in an Edo Tensei body, so it did not matter if he went. Damn it, cough, 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 what kind of ninjutsu is this? The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, spat out a mouthful of blood in a miserable state, then looked ahead in horror. The Three Tails was now breathing weakly, looking as if it was about to die. One had to understand, this was the Three Tails. Yagura and the Three Tails had a relatively friendly relationship, and he knew very well just how astonishing the old fellow's defensive power was. Yet even against such a creature, that attack had nearly killed it. There was also a strange smell in the air. Yagura looked around. He clenched his fists in grief and rage, his nails digging into his palms without him even realizing it. Blood slowly flowed down and dripped onto the charred ground. It was gone. Everything was gone. Hidden Mist Village was gone. The Hidden Mist Village that countless ancestors had spent their lives building had been completely annihilated beneath that terrifying attack. The once lively village was now utterly silent. Only occasional painful groans came from a few lucky surviving ninja. Although they had survived, the high temperature had burned their skin and respiratory tracts, making every breath agony. Heavenly demon! Ah! Yagura let out a mournful cry. He had already confirmed that the ninja who survived inside Hidden Mist Village were basically those who happened to be shielded beneath the Three Tails' enormous body. As for whether there were any surviving ninja farther away, Yagura did not know. But then, he suddenly turned his head and looked to the side with hatred. Two ninjas stood there. Heavy losses. Amamiya Kenichi sighed as he looked at the tragic scene before him. His heart did not feel good either. These were all excellent soldiers. They should have become his subordinates and contributed to his unification of the ninja world. But unexpectedly, Hidden Mist Village now had only a few survivors, and most of them were in poor physical condition. He did not even know if they could continue living. Konoha. Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. Is this your Konoha's doing? Yagura instantly recognized the yellow-haired man in front of him. After all, Minato's identity was extremely easy to distinguish. That realization instantly ignited the anger in Yagura's heart, causing him to ignore even his injuries. Calm down, Yagura, Amamiya Kenichi said, waving his hand. But his words were clearly useless against Yagura, who had just experienced the pain of his village's destruction. Yagura directly activated ninjutsu, only to be stopped by Minato. Amamiya Kenichi, meanwhile, watched with interest as the trembling ninja of Hidden Mist Village struggled to stand and tried to fight him. He also looked at the Three Tails, which was now too weak to support itself and could only lie on the ground, slowly reverting to its original size. Its condition was very poor. Amamiya Kenichi could tell that the Three Tails before him was dying. Amamiya Kenichi remained indifferent. He did not care whether the Three Tails lived or died. Or rather, the Three Tails dying would be a good thing for him. After all, if the Three Tails died, Black Zetsu would be unable to create the Ten Tails Divine Tree. At the very least, he would have to wait for the Three Tails to revive. And how many years would it take for the Three Tails to revive? Those few years would be enough for Amamiya Kenichi to crush Black Zetsu into oblivion. You're going to die, Amamiya Kenichi said as he looked at the Three Tails, which had already lost half its head. Its state was miserable, but its death was undoubtedly a good thing. This was also why Amamiya Kenichi said transmigrators themselves were the greatest destroyers of the Naruto plot. After all, as long as a transmigrator had a certain level of strength and killed a tailed beast, Black Zetsu's plan would be delayed. The power of foresight was simply too terrifying. I don't fear death, but it hurts too much. Can you help me? The Three Tails looked wearily at the men before it. It knew this man was the one who had reduced it to this state, but it truly had no strength left to resist. Resisting would only make it suffer more. It would be better to die sooner and enter its revival period. That's naturally not a problem. Amamiya Kenichi rubbed his nose. In the Three Tails' current state, the only difference was whether it died sooner or later. Life and death. These were unavoidable topics for all living beings. Fortunately, the Three Tails could revive. But I need to use your chakra for something. Amamiya Kenichi was just about to extract a portion of chakra from the Three Tails when a burst of water vapor rushed toward him. Huge trees erupted from the soil, blocking the great waterfall technique. Amamiya Kenichi frowned slightly and turned his head. It was a ninjutsu cast by the surviving ninja of Hidden Mist Village. They were looking at him with hatred. Feel pain, experience pain, accept pain, and understand pain, ninja of Hidden Mist Village. Amamiya Kenichi showed a gentle smile. Beside him, the Three Tails looked at the large tree with a sense of relief. Would release. If it was would release, then dying at this man's hands was not unacceptable. At the same time, Amamiya Kenichi's Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in his eyes. Under his Mangekyo Genjutsu, these ninja, whose bodies were already riddled with injuries, naturally could not resist. They all fell unconscious. Those eyes. The Three Tails looked at Amamiya Kenichi in shock. It recalled the tragic experience of being casually captured and beaten like a pet by two monsters. But now, those two monsters seemed to have merged into one. Then I'll send you on your way, Three Tails. Amamiya Kenichi smiled and extended his hand. The Three Tails calmly closed its eyes. The strange energy in its body had been eroding it all this time. Amamiya Kenichi glanced at Yagura. Yagura was already at the end of his rope. Although Amamiya Kenichi did not know how Yagura had temporarily separated from the Three Tails, once the Three Tails died, Yagura would inevitably die as well. Amamiya Kenichi shook his head. Would release pierced through the Three Tails' body and began absorbing its chakra. At last, the Three Tails went still. Yagura also spat out a mouthful of blood and was pressed to the ground by Minato. He raised his head and looked at the Three Tails. His old companion had now turned into a tree. Branches sprouted from its body, and beneath that large tree stood a ninja with strange eyes, looking at him. Those eyes. Those eyes. Yagura lowered his head, his gaze still fixed on Amamiya Kenichi. In the sky, dark clouds gathered, and a light rain began to fall. Rainwater slid down the corners of Yagura's eyes, soaking the land that had given birth to him. What about these people? Minato touched his face. He felt a strange discomfort standing in this place. It was truly odd. His Edo Tensei body should not have such sensations at all. Take them away. Find any survivors and take them all away. Staying in this place will only lead to death, Amamiya Kenichi said calmly. He was a shadow clone, but even so, he felt a strange sensation. It seemed nuclear radiation actually had some effect on shadow clones. But then again, even the Three Tails had been affected. Minato had no objections. So, under the search efforts of Amamiya Kenichi and Minato, some lucky surviving ninja and civilians were urgently sent to the location of Amamiya Kenichi's main body. After doing this, Amamiya Kenichi's shadow clone deliberately collected some of the Three Tails' body tissue. Then he took Yagura's corpse as well, because this fourth Mizukage still had other uses. In front of Amamiya Kenichi, death was never an end. It was a beginning. A new beginning. Whether the other party was willing to cooperate was another matter. Then let's begin. Amamiya Kenichi looked at Yugura's corpse, which had been delivered by the shadow clone, and smiled faintly. Try to obtain some information from him. That will also make my actions easier. His teacher's calm voice sounded from the phone. Amamiya Kenichi acknowledged it, then hung up. Revive, Yugura. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 401, Chapter 401, I am the fourth Mizukage. Chapter 401, I am the fourth Mizukage. Sigh. I don't know why, but I keep feeling like we're the real villains here. Minato rested his chin on one hand and sighed as he watched the scene unfold before him. Although there was no such thing as absolute justice or absolute evil among ninja, people standing on different sides naturally viewed matters differently. Even so, Minato still felt that what Amamiya Kenichi was doing was more than a little wicked. This is also to minimize further losses, Amamiya Kenichi said, not particularly bothered. He was preparing a sacrifice for the Edo Tensei of the fourth Mizukage, Yugura. However, in order to prevent Yugura from displaying his full strength, Amamiya Kenichi had only prepared an ordinary genin as the sacrifice. Minato hesitated for a moment, then chose to remain silent. He knew there was no point in saying anything. Since that was the case, it was better not to speak. After all, war had always been like this. A kind-hearted person simply could not bear to look at it directly. Soon, as the Edo Tensei was completed, Yugura opened his eyes. He looked around in confusion, then saw Minato leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, as well as Amamiya Kenichi standing nearby. A Konoha man. Yugura suddenly sprang up, but immediately realized something was wrong with his body. As a ninja, he had strong control over his own body. His current physical condition was definitely abnormal. More importantly, he remembered that he had already died. After using that secret ninjutsu, he had died because of the Three Tails' death. Don't be so agitated, fourth Mizukage-sama, Amamiya Kenichi said indifferently. A genin's body could not allow Yugura to display much of his original strength. Without the Three Tails, Yugura might not even be a match for Minato. That made Amamiya Kenichi even less worried. You desecrated the dead. Yugura glared furiously at Amamiya Kenichi. Amamiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. Was this really the time to be talking about that? Why did it feel as though people in the ninja world placed such great importance on the dead? If the ninjutsu he was developing succeeded, would Yugura suffer a brain hemorrhage just from seeing it? Fourth Mizukage, come. Tell me about the distribution of Hidden Mist Village's forces throughout the Land of Water. That will also make it easier for your village's people to survive, Amamiya Kenichi said, looking at Yugura. He had not activated his Mangekyo Sharingan yet. Yugura, meanwhile, cautiously observed his surroundings. He remembered Minato. He also remembered the strange figure with the Sharingan he had seen before. That person. I won't say a single word. Don't even dream about it. Yugura sneered. He would never cooperate with Amamiya Kenichi and reveal the distribution of Hidden Mist Village's forces in the Land of Water. However, Amamiya Kenichi's words still made anxiety stab through his chest. After all, Yugura was not a fool. He naturally understood the implication behind those words. This man intended to seize the entire Land of Water. In the past, Yugura would never have believed anyone could have such a vast appetite. But after experiencing the atomic bomb explosion, Yugura no longer had much confidence. If Hidden Mist Village could not withstand it, and even the Three Tails could not withstand that attack, then how could the capital of the Land of Water possibly resist? Would the daimyo of the Land of Water not become a prisoner immediately? Don't you want to save your child? Amamiya Kenichi asked with a smile. His Mangekyo Sharingan quietly appeared in his eyes. Yugura froze when he heard those words, then instinctively looked up at Amamiya Kenichi. The moment he saw Amamiya Kenichi's eyes, Yugura's pupils widened in shock. He had not expected that the person with the Sharingan was actually this man. Amamiya Kenichi clicked his tongue. He had been thinking of using genjutsu to see whether he could make Yugura fall for it and obediently reveal the intelligence he knew. However, he had not expected Edo Tensei bodies to possess such extraordinary resistance to genjutsu. The genjutsu failed. My child. Yugura's pupils constricted. There was no greater love in the world than a parent's love for their child. Although Yugura was the fourth Mizukage, was he not also a father? Your child is still alive, for now. But if they don't receive treatment soon, they'll die, Amamiya Kenichi added, seeing that there was still a chance. As the fourth Mizukage, Yugura certainly knew a great deal. With his intelligence, it would become even easier for Orochimaru to suppress the entire Land of Water. Hidden Mist Village had already been destroyed by the nuclear explosion. Under these circumstances, it was only a matter of time before Orochimaru took over the entire Land of Water. Still, obtaining the fourth Mizuki's intelligence would naturally speed up the process greatly. What Amamiya Kenichi needed was to seize control of the land of water before the other four great ninja villages noticed what was happening. He also had to handle Mei Terumi carefully. She would definitely fight to the death. I am the fourth Mizuki. Yagura sneered, then formed hand signs without hesitation and cast a ninjutsu. Amamiya Kenichi frowned slightly. It seemed negotiations had broken down. However, Yagura's choice could only be described as reckless. What could he do in his current state? Even if Amamiya Kenichi stood still, Yagura could not possibly harm him. Unexpectedly, Yagura slapped his own chest directly, unleashing a ninjutsu that shattered his torso. Such an injury could not be ignored even with Edo Tensei. He chose to commit suicide. Amamiya Kenichi truly had not expected Yagura to choose this path. He had thought the other party intended to fight to the death and drag him down with him. But if you're unwilling to speak, there's nothing I can do. What about the others, then? Amamiya Kenichi looked at Yagura's body as it began to crumble, then chuckled and patted his face. Yagura looked at Amamiya Kenichi indifferently, a hint of mockery appearing on his face. What others say has nothing to do with me. I can only control myself. Yagura looked at Amamiya Kenichi mockingly. Although he did not know why this man wanted information about the land of water, he would certainly never cooperate. However, he had not expected the dead to be capable of resisting such genjutsu. If he had known earlier, perhaps he should have died back then. At least then, he would not have brought such disaster upon the village. He hoped that, in the Pure Land, everyone would not blame him. This useless Kage. Watching Yagura return to the Pure Land with a smile, Amamiya Kenichi's expression turned ugly. That guy had actually dared to mock him before returning. Interesting. Truly interesting. However, Amamiya Kenichi would not get angry at a dead man. After all, the other party had originally been doing fine as the Mizuki of Hidden Mist Village. If not for Amamiya Kenichi's interference, even though Yagura would still die in the future, he likely could have lived for a while longer. Amamiya Kenichi shook his head and went to examine the Hidden Mist survivors who had lived through the nuclear explosion. These people were still alive. Coupled with their weakened bodies, they naturally could not resist Amamiya Kenichi's genjutsu. Soon, Amamiya Kenichi learned who held the highest rank among them. Hidden Mist Village Umbu Commander, Ozawa Sora. That name truly commands respect. Amamiya Kenichi looked at Ozawa Sora, who was struggling in pain, then began treating him. He first tried the chakra scalpel technique. This ninjutsu could extract harmful substances from the body. However, it only allowed Amamiya Kenichi to find some debris inside the man's body, while seeming to have no effect on his actual injuries. But then again, some of Elder Chiyo's poisons can't be resolved with a single ninjutsu either. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many poison-using ninja in the ninja world. Amamiya Kenichi did not pay too much attention to it. He knew the probability of extracting nuclear radiation through this method was low, but he had to try. For now, he could only resort to some crude anti-radiation treatment methods. Some chemically synthesized agents naturally can't be produced right now, but perhaps I can try using some traditional medicine. Amamiya Kenichi began treating Ozawa Sora. This world itself did not understand what radiation was. Although the ninja world's technology tree had developed in a strange direction, making the people of this world aware of the existence of radiation was still far too difficult. Therefore, Amamiya Kenichi did not expect to find a specific antidote for radiation. Fortunately, traditional medicine existed. As for a special antidote, that could only wait until he had stabilized the land of water. Amamiya Kenichi had read books on nuclear physics. They mentioned that iodine could help ease radiation symptoms to a certain extent. However, whether it was because ninja had strong physical constitutions or because Ozawa Sora was simply lucky, after drinking some traditional medicine, his bodily functions stabilized significantly. Amamiya Kenichi took this opportunity to implant a developed parasite into him. After all, implanting eggs and waiting for them to grow from larvae into adults would take a certain amount of time. That amount of time might be enough for Orochimaru to end the war in the land of water. So Amamiya Kenichi chose to directly implant an adult parasite. As the adult parasite attached itself to Ozawa Sora's brainstem, Amamiya Kenichi gained control over him. Can he answer questions honestly now? Amamiya Kenichi asked his offspring. He could sense the offspring's presence and establish basic communication. Will damage the brain, yes. The offspring's answer was somewhat inverted, but that did not matter. As long as it worked. Soon, Amamiya Kenichi extracted some intelligence from Ozawa Sora's mouth, then quickly reported it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru also began dividing his forces based on the situation in the land of water, while he himself arrived at the capital of the land of water. The two most important places in a country were the capital and the village. The capital of the land of water was where the theoretical highest authority of the country resided, while Hidden Mist Village was the country's military guarantee. Now that the battle in Hidden Mist Village had ended, it was time to suppress this place as well. But I'm truly curious. How exactly did my student do it? Orochimaru glanced toward the distant direction of Hidden Mist Village. A mushroom-shaped black cloud could be seen standing there. Orochimaru felt that it resembled the weapon his disciple had called a thermobaric bomb, but it appeared far larger. This made Orochimaru somewhat curious. According to his disciple, he seemed to have suppressed Hidden Mist Village very quickly. That was an entire village. Had his disciple grown to this extent? However, Orochimaru immediately focused his attention on the chaotic capital of the land of water below. His Mangekyo Sharingan flashed in his eyes. My disciple is so outstanding. As his teacher, I cannot fall behind. Orochimaru looked down at the land of water below. Then, one after another, Land of Snow Ninja jumped down. Orochimaru followed closely behind them. As one of the power centers of the land of water, the capital naturally had some jonin responsible for its protection. In order to reduce casualties and quickly suppress the country, Orochimaru also needed to end the battle quickly. According to Orochimaru's own preference, simply killing everyone in the capital of the land of water would eliminate any concerns about intelligence leaks, since many ninja spies were gathered there. But there was no helping it. His disciple's ambition was too great, and it required sufficient population support. So he, as the teacher, had to help. Hidden Mist Village became history today. Amamiya Kenichi looked at Hidden Mist Village before him, then wrote that line down on paper. Minato had already led his team to assist Orochimaru in suppressing the land of water, while Amamiya Kenichi remained here. He needed to observe the effects of nuclear radiation on the environment, and incidentally experiment with the ninjutsu he had in mind. So many people died. What a pity. Amamiya Kenichi looked at Hidden Mist Village. It was as if he could hear countless wronged souls wailing there. Yet his heart did not ripple. This broken world had always been like this. Countless innocent people had spilled their blood and lives upon this land. The 3 previous great ninja wars had caused countless casualties, and the Sengoku period before that had been even worse. Now, it was merely the people of Hidden Mist Village who had died. Only when true peace arrived could this world return to normal. Then let's try it. Amamiya Kenichi was still some distance away from Hidden Mist Village, because he did not want to be affected by nuclear radiation. Let me see. According to my previous conjecture, the improved reanimation ninjutsu uses the concept of Edo Tensei but does not require a sacrifice. Because of that, it cannot revive the dead into a form with sufficient combat power. So, what if I add the theory of one's own life reincarnation? Amamiya Kenichi closed his eyes in thought. Resurrection of the dead. If it followed the principle of equivalent exchange, then to give the dead a certain amount of combat power, one should also have to pay more. Only then could one obtain the deserved result. Sage art. Amamiya Kenichi opened his eyes, lightning-like patterns densely covering the corners of his eyes. Immediately afterward, massive chakra condensed and surged through his body, beginning to form a specific shape according to Amamiya Kenichi's conception and hand signs. If Amamiya Kenichi had his Mangekyo Sharingan active at this moment, he would notice that his chakra was constructing a door. The prototype of a profound door. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trian. p@trian.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 402, Chapter 402, The Fall of the Land of Water. Chapter 402, The Fall of the Land of Water. Hokage-sama. Urgent intelligence. Inside the Konoha Hokage building, Tsunade, the newly appointed 5th Hokage, was seated behind her desk and handling Konoha's political affairs when an Umbu rushed in. His eyes were filled with anxiety. That alone made Tsunade realize something major had happened. Otherwise, an Umbu would never be this agitated. The report was quickly handed to her. Tsunade opened it and took a look. With just that one glance, she froze. She stared at the intelligence in disbelief, then even rubbed her eyes to make sure she had not misread it. Only after confirming the contents did she lower the report with an extremely complicated expression. This world has changed. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, feeling slightly dazed. Even as the 5th Hokage, the contents of this intelligence felt almost impossible for her to comprehend. After all, that was Hidden Mist Village. Hidden Mist Village of the Land of Water, one of the 5 great nations and one of the 5 great ninja villages, had actually been breached by someone. No. This intelligence must be discussed with the old men. The battle in the Land of Waterfall has also ended, so we need. Tsunade slammed one hand onto the desk and stood up. Right. Summon the Elder Council. She had a premonition. This incident would become a major event that the entire ninja world could not ignore. And reality proved that her instincts were correct. When the intelligence slowly reached the other 3 countries, whether it was Kimogakure, Sunagakure, or Iwagakure, all of them erupted into great turmoil. None of them had expected that Hidden Mist Village, which shared their fame as one of the 5 great nations and 5 great ninja villages, would actually be breached by another force. This matter, according to the intelligence, Hidden Mist Village has been almost completely destroyed. The 4th Mizukage is dead. The Three Tails is dead. The capital of the Land of Water has been breached, but the daimyo seems to be unharmed. In Kumogakure, Reikage looked at the intelligence in his hand with a grave expression. It was too shocking. This intelligence was simply too shocking. It even made a feel that the previous intelligence about Mei Terumi of Hidden Mist Village burning down the giant tree in the Land of Waterfall, the tree that could produce hero water, had become insignificant. I knew very well that preserving the giant tree in the Land of Waterfall would be difficult. The people from all 5 great ninja villages would act. What could not be obtained would be destroyed. That was a common tactic among ninja. Although the effects of hero water were powerful, even he, the Reikage, could not directly decide to send his ninja army to seize it. Doing so could easily trigger the 4th Great Ninja War. Unexpectedly, although Mei Terumi had successfully destroyed that giant tree, her own home had been raided. Right now, the one in the most trouble should be Mei Terumi, right? Darui yawned, looking as listless as ever. After all, while the fall of Hidden Mist Village was serious, it had not reached the point where Kumogakure needed to mobilize for total war. It was someone else's village, not their own. In addition, Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water had always been distant from the other 4 great nations and had no real allies in previous wars. Of course, if there were benefits to be gained, there might still be room for discussion. But would those parasites living in the capital really declare war on behalf of Kumogakure? That was an interesting question. Reikage-sama, the daimyo wishes to meet with you. Just then, a Kumogakure umbu entered. Darui's eyes sharpened slightly. A glanced at the umbu, then nodded. Although the daimyo was not particularly useful, he was still the nominal supreme ruler. The proper attitude still had to be shown. You're not planning to kill the daimyo of the Land of Water? Orochimaru asked curiously. In the capital of the Land of Water, the chaotic situation from the day of the breach had stabilized at an astonishing speed. At this moment, Orochimaru was standing in the laboratory, watching with interest as Amamiya Kenichi performed genetic modifications on the surviving ninja of the Land of Water. Not yet. Amamiya Kenichi shook his head. It was not that he did not want to kill the daimyo. Rather, he could not kill him yet. The reason was simple. This world was somewhat different from his previous life. During the Sengoku period, the essence of ninja warfare was basically a chaotic cricket fight played by wealthy patrons. The Uchiha clan and the Senju clan became mortal enemies after being hired by others. Later, although Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara stepped forward and jointly founded Konoha, leading to the establishment of the 5 great ninja villages, the 5 great ninja villages still received financial support from their respective daimyo. Under these circumstances, it was hard to say whether those wealthy individuals had any private connections, such as offensive and defensive alliances. If Amamiya Kenichi killed the daimyo, would the other 4 daimyo react and frantically pour money into having the 4 great ninja villages jointly attack him? Although that possibility was not very high, it still had to be guarded against. Better safe than sorry. Are you worried about the other 4 daimyo? Orochimaru instantly saw through Amamiya Kenichi's concerns. He glanced toward a certain location inside the daimyo's mansion. The daimyo of the Land of Water was currently eating peacefully under the close protection of 2 jonin from the Land of Snow. At present, all political affairs in the Land of Water were in Amamiya Kenichi's hands. That daimyo could only sign documents. He kept signing and stamping, living like a seal stamping machine. After all, I don't know whether there are any unspeakable alliances of interest among these daimyo. Amamiya Kenichi clapped his hands. Today's modification plan was complete. Now, they only needed to adapt. Once they did, they would be able to activate their Sharingan. Orochimaru shrugged noncommittally. The position of daimyo was indeed quite peculiar, but he felt his disciple was overthinking things. If this were the Sengoku period, those wealthy individuals would indeed have some unspoken consensus. But now, this was the era of ninja villages. The Kage determined the overall direction of a country's policies, while the daimyo was more of a tool. At most, the daimyo handled matters concerning ordinary people. The concentration of ninja and the recognition of a shared village identity had already made ninja far less fearful of daimyo than before. It could be said that the current ninja world operated somewhat like a constitutional monarchy. The daimyo was the nominal supreme ruler, but actual political affairs were handled by the Kage. What is that bug you implanted in them? Orochimaru no longer cared about the daimyo issue. Anyway, those problems could be left for his student to worry about. What interested him more was the method Amamiya Kenichi used to control these people. It's that ancient parasite you mentioned before, teacher. I accidentally found one while I was out earlier, and this is what came of it, Amamiya Kenichi casually explained. The existence of the parasite could not be hidden. As long as someone possessed certain detection methods, they could detect it. The Byakugan could even easily see where the parasite was located. So Amamiya Kenichi did not intend to conceal it. In the future, he would even popularize the parasite's existence to a certain extent. After all, this thing, combined with genetic improvement, could allow ordinary people to become ninja. Amamiya Kenichi felt that many ordinary people who could not become ninja would voluntarily accept this grace. But would this lead to future conflict between native ninja and parasite-born ninja? Would it become something like the magical duels from his previous life? However, Amamiya Kenichi was not particularly worried about this problem. After all, those magical duels were built on a foundation of abundant material resources. Only when people had enough to eat and nothing urgent to do would they have the energy to debate such things. If they were struggling for 3 meals a day, who would have time to think about power or magical duels? The first thing they would think about every morning would be how to fill their stomachs. Parasite. You found that thing. Orochimaru became interested. Although he knew it was an egg, he had not truly thought of it as a parasite. This, unusually, piqued his curiosity. By the way, teacher, do you have any research on crop improvement? Amamiya Kenichi suddenly remembered something important. Now that he had occupied the land of water, he had immediately dispatched shadow clones to search for uranium ore. But there was another matter he had to deal with. Crop improvement. The cold-resistant crops previously cultivated in the land of snow were not especially suitable for the land of water. The climate of the land of water was not that harsh, so the crops needed to be improved again. No. But you can ask Amato Sanzu about it. He has more research in genetics, Orochimaru said, shaking his head. He truly had no research in crop improvement. Only then did Amamiya Kenichi remember that he still had the great Amato Sanzu. So he hurriedly left the laboratory and went to find Amato, who was setting up his own laboratory. You want to improve crops? Amato asked when Amamiya Kenichi found him. He was having a meal with his daughter, Akabe Sanzu, and seemed to be in a good mood. Yes. After all, if the number of ninja increases, food consumption will also increase. It's always good to prepare in advance, Amamiya Kenichi nodded. Unless the people of the ninja world evolved into life forms that did not need to eat, having more food was always better. Ninja were gluttons. They ate a lot. This problem had not been mentioned much in the original work, but it was a real issue that had to be faced. Oh, that. I remember you did some research on it before. Amato frowned slightly. His scientific research in genetic programming and improvement focused more on humans. He was not especially knowledgeable about crops. This is my previous experimental log. You can take a look. Amamiya Kenichi handed the experimental log to Amato. Amato accepted it, but did not immediately open it. Amamiya Kenichi was not in a hurry. After entrusting the task to Amato, he left. After all, the man was still eating with his daughter. He could not keep talking business there. That would be too tactless. By now, the news that I breached Hidden Mist Village and took the land of water has probably spread throughout the ninja world, right? Amamiya Kenichi yawned, then slowly walked along the streets of the land of water. Minato was not here. He had taken an airship back to the land of snow to find Naruto and Kushina, seemingly to discuss something related to the Nine Tails. Amamiya Kenichi had no objection to this. He had originally asked Minato whether he wanted to bring Naruto and Kushina over, but Minato had refused. Amamiya Kenichi understood Minato's concerns. After all, although the land of water was currently occupied by them, it was not particularly stable yet. It would be troublesome if the war spread here, so it was safer for them to remain in the land of snow. As Amamiya Kenichi was thinking, he suddenly felt a subtle chakra fluctuation. In the next instant, he instinctively turned his head. A long needle pierced into the ground in front of him. Amamiya Kenichi's body vanished from the spot. The next second, he stood behind 2 people. Where are you going? Amamiya Kenichi asked. He looked at the 2 figures in front of him, one large and one small. The pair seemed rather harmonious. However, after seeing the kubikurabocho in one of their hands, Amamiya Kenichi's lips curled into a playful smile. Combined with the delicate features of the smaller one, Amamiya Kenichi already knew who these 2 were. Zabuza Momochi and Haku. There was nothing much to say about Zabuza. He was Naruto's first leveling target after becoming a ninja, and he had also caused Naruto's Nine Tails power to erupt for the first time. If Sasuke had not been male, he might have been able to take the female lead position. As for Haku, he was a typical case of being drawn like a girl while explicitly stated to be male. However, Haku and Zabuza were both quite popular. You killed Yagura? Zabuza asked. Although Zabuza had not yet become the bandage-faced man he would be in the future, he was already quite close to that image. Yes, I did, Amamiya Kenichi answered. He was not worried about anything happening. Zabuza and Haku's strength was merely SOSO. There was no need for him to be cautious. Zabuza tightened his grip around the Kubikurabocho. After learning of Hidden Mist Village's destruction, he had returned, then come to the capital. The reason he had targeted Amamiya Kenichi was very simple. At present, Amamiya Kenichi was the only ninja in the capital of the Land of Water. The other ninja were nowhere to be seen. After a brief test, Zabuza immediately realized that the men before him possessed terrifying strength. He was definitely no match for this man. Hidden Mist Village's rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi, right? And who is this beside you? Amamiya Kenichi looked at Zabuza and Haku with interest. These two little guys were quite interesting. This is Haku. Zabuza cautiously watched the men before him. Someone capable of killing Yagura and even destroying Hidden Mist Village possessed power beyond ordinary understanding. What are you doing here? And attacking me? Are you planning to avenge Hidden Mist Village? Amamiya Kenichi asked, amusement flickering in his eyes. Zabuza's strength was fairly average, but he could serve as the captain or a member of an assassination squad. After all, he specialized in silent killing, which was quite useful for assassinations. As for Haku, although his Kekkei Genkai was ice release, Amamiya Kenichi was not particularly concerned. He might have decent talent in medical ninjutsu. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 403, Chapter 403, Constitutional Monarchy. Chapter 403, Constitutional Monarchy. Hearing Amamiya Kenichi's words, a trace of confusion appeared in Zabuza's eyes. His purpose in life had been to kill Yagura, the fourth Mizukage who had started the Bloody Mist policy. Yet he had never expected that the Mizukage would already be dead by the hand of the ninja standing before him. Not only that, but all of Hidden Mist Village had been destroyed. Zabuza had not found a single survivor there. For some reason, merely approaching the area had made his body feel deeply uncomfortable, so he had not stayed long. He had soon left with Haku. Do you want to work for me? Amamiya Kenichi asked. For once, he extended an olive branch. Was Zabuza strong? That was hard to say. Although Zabuza was an S-rank rogue ninja and a jonin, his first appearance had not conveyed an overwhelming sense of pressure. This was probably related to Kishimoto's early settings. At that time, Zabuza had only used a few ninjutsu, and even his water clone had been broken by newly graduated genin. Although Sasuke had already begun walking the path of cheating, his strength at that point was indeed very ordinary. Naruto and Sasuke had not truly started using their cheats when they broke the water clone. It was clear that Zabuza's strength then had been relatively low. He had even been hit by kunai and shuriken. However, jonin in the later stages of Naruto had explosive combat power, which was probably why Zabuza had been strengthened after being brought back through Edo Tensei. There was no helping it. The settings between the early and later parts of Naruto had clear inconsistencies. After too many patches, some characters naturally became clowns, such as the third Hokage. I don't seem to have the ability to refuse. Zabuza licked his lips. Although he was a rogue ninja, the most important thing for a rogue ninja who wanted to survive in this world was knowing when to bow his head. Zabuza did not know exactly how terrifyingly strong the man before him was. But he only needed to know one thing. The other party was stronger than him. Much stronger. Very good. You. Amamiya Kenichi looked at Zabuza. His strength seemed suitable only for becoming a member of the ninja forces. As for Haku, Amamiya Kenichi decided to assign him to the medical ninja unit. However, that would likely make Haku uneasy, since Haku possessed deep loyalty towards Zabuza. Amamiya Kenichi was also curious. Now that their destinies had been changed, what path would these two take? What would their final outcome become? You and Haku should go to this place to register. From now on, you will serve as one of the protectors, Amamiya Kenichi decided. Medical ninja generally had decent combat ability, since medical ninjutsu required precise chakra control. Even so, he still planned to form a unit specifically responsible for protecting medical ninja, maximizing the safety of the injured. Understood. Zabuza nodded. Amamiya Kenichi glanced at him, then took out 2 parasite pills he had made earlier and handed them to Zabuza and Haku. Eat them. Once you do, you will gain my trust, Amamiya Kenichi said in a tone that allowed no refusal. Zabuza's expression darkened. Was this some kind of poison? Something meant to control him and Haku. But when under someone else's roof, one had to lower one's head. Zabuza still swallowed the parasite egg Amamiya Kenichi had given him. Seeing Zabuza take it, Haku swallowed his own without hesitation as well. Amamiya Kenichi smiled. What he gave Zabuza and Haku were advanced parasite eggs. These eggs had the highest autonomy and could provide the greatest assistance to ninja, even allowing them to attempt sage mode to a certain extent. However, the yield was not high. So far, he had only given them to very few people. Giving them to Zabuza and Haku was merely a way to pay for the memories he had of them from the past. Don't worry. You'll like this thing, Amamiya Kenichi said with a smile. Advanced parasite eggs could help the host greatly. Apart from ensuring 100% loyalty to him, there were no drawbacks. But in the ninja world, loyalty was both the cheapest and most expensive commodity. Zabuza's expression still looked unpleasant, but he said nothing. Amamiya Kenichi had no intention of explaining. They would understand in the future. After Amamiya Kenichi left, Zabuza's expression shifted several times. He checked his body and found nothing abnormal. Then he glanced at Haku and gave up. Although Haku was kind-hearted and possessed the ice-release Kekkei Genkai, his strength was very ordinary, and he had not learned any medical ninjutsu. Naturally, he could not help Zabuza examine the problem. Let's go. Zabuza sighed. He had considered escaping. What if the other party had only given him some kind of sugar pill? But when he remembered that the other party could casually flatten the entire Hidden Mist village, Zabuza abandoned the idea. Amamiya Kenichi did not track Haku and Zabuza. If those two ran away, it did not matter. They were insignificant characters who would not affect the overall situation. They had not even reached their destined moments of glory, nor had they met Naruto, so they had no special significance for now. The detection device found 2 ore deposits. That's good news. Amamiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had just received memories transmitted back from a shadow clone that had dispersed on its own. That shadow clone had successfully found 2 ore deposits while searching for uranium ore. Both locations were in the Land of Water, and the closer one was only a short distance from the capital. Then the pace needs to be accelerated. I need to make the second atomic bomb as soon as possible so I'll have enough confidence to face the possible ninja allied forces. Amamiya Kenichi twisted his neck, then returned to the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Water and issued a mining order. After the order was given, the ninja controlled by Amamiya Kenichi voluntarily set out. Amamiya Kenichi watched these ninja affected by his parasites. Their bodies looked fine, but he knew that after prolonged uranium mining, their bodies had already undergone subtle changes. When I drew blood for testing earlier, these ninja had reduced white blood cell counts. Was it caused by radiation exposure? I wonder what will happen after this mining operation ends. Amamiya Kenichi twisted his neck, then carried a tube of parasite eggs to a side room in the daimyo's mansion. He pushed open the door. The daimyo of the Land of Water appeared before Amamiya Kenichi. The man was stamping documents with a grim expression. It seems you're not convinced. Amamiya Kenichi waved his hand, dismissing the 2 ninja who had been about to salute him. He then looked at the daimyo before him and asked calmly. The daimyo said nothing. That made Amamiya Kenichi want to laugh. He truly did not understand where this daimyo found the confidence to put on such an arrogant display in front of him. The daimyo was not a ninja. Amamiya Kenichi had confirmed that. The daimyo before him was just an ordinary person, one whose body was well maintained, but there was nothing special about him. There was no need to compare him to Konoha's ninja. Even compared to Hidden Mist ninja, the daimyo before him could only be considered a weakling. Amamiya Kenichi casually walked over and kicked the daimyo to the ground. He had already held back a great deal of strength. During this period, he had been wearing heavy weights while training for the 8 gates. Even so, Amamiya Kenichi still underestimated the daimyo's physical condition. Looking at the daimyo, whose chest had caved in and who was coughing up blood, Amamiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. He could only helplessly use medical ninjutsu to treat the daimyo's injuries. Unfortunately, that action seemed to cause the daimyo to misunderstand something. If you want to become Mizukage, you must have my support, the daimyo coughed. The smell of blood surged up with every cough, pungent and unpleasant. Amamiya Kenichi looked at the daimyo with a strange expression. He was now a little curious whether this person had something wrong with his brain. Otherwise, how could he dare say such words? However, considering the creative background of Naruto, Amamiya Kenichi was not too surprised. After all, in his previous life, a certain country had implemented a constitutional monarchy, preserving the symbol of the monarch. Therefore, it was not strange for the daimyo, an ordinary person in Naruto, to have such a status. It seems I'll let you sleep forever after you reveal your secrets. Amamiya Kenichi shoved the reagent in his hand into the daimyo's mouth. What did you feed me? The daimyo stared at Amamiya Kenichi in horror. He felt as though he had drunk something, but after swallowing it, there was no special sensation. That terrified him even more, because the greatest fear often came from the unknown. Amamiya Kenichi folded his arms and looked at the daimyo. He was not in a hurry. His silence made the daimyo increasingly uneasy. The daimyo tried to induce vomiting by clawing at his throat, but it was useless. After entering his body, the parasite eggs had already burrowed into his blood vessels. The daimyo also tried to call for help from his servants. But at this moment, there were no servants left in the daimyo's mansion. Even the ninja responsible for protecting the daimyo were all lying in the laboratory, receiving Amamiya Kenichi's blessing. Amamiya Kenichi paused for a moment. He subconsciously glanced out the window, then withdrew his gaze. Please, what exactly do you want to do? The daimyo lost all trace of his previous arrogance. He cried and begged, tears and snot running down his face as he clutched Amamiya Kenichi's leg. Originally, he had thought Hidden Mist Village would learn of this and send people over. But he had never expected that even now, Hidden Mist Village still had not made any move. Amamiya Kenichi yawned, then kicked the daimyo away from his feet. He propped up his chin and watched with interest as the daimyo begged and wailed before him. A moment later, however, he lost interest. Because the daimyo had become incontinent. With a dark expression, Amamiya Kenichi had his subordinates come in to clean up the mess. Meanwhile, he patiently waited for the parasites to climb up the daimyo's spinal cord before beginning his questioning. Do you have any agreements with the daimyo of the other 4 great nations? Amamiya Kenichi asked. No, the daimyo answered blankly, shaking his head. Then, given the current situation in the Land of Water, what reaction do you think the daimyo of the other countries will have? Amamiya Kenichi asked with interest. This was the question he was most curious about. If the daimyo of these countries were not fools and understood the principle of mutual dependence, then Amamiya Kenichi's next step would face certain obstacles. I don't know. But if another country suffered such a destructive attack, I would probably probe them first and see whether the other side had the qualifications to occupy it. If they didn't have enough strength, then we would divide it among ourselves. The daimyo of the Land of Water had no resistance to the parasites. He honestly stated everything he knew. Amamiya Kenichi stroked his chin. The daimyo of the other countries might not think the same way as the daimyo of the Land of Water, but this proved that the private connections among these daimyo were not that close. Amamiya Kenichi believed that the daimyo possessing such status in this superhuman world was a problem with the author's own setting. That was why the daimyo held such a nominally exalted position. If that was the case, then this was much easier to handle. However, looking at the daimyo controlled by the parasites before him, Amamiya Kenichi hesitated for a moment before deciding not to kill him directly. Instead, he let the men continue his daily stamping work. I thought you'd kill him. Orochimaru emerged from the nearby shadows. Amamiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. He had already sensed his teacher's presence, and his teacher had not intended to hide it in the first place. This world, this country, is already sick. Amamiya Kenichi shook his head. Killing him now would be simple, but it wouldn't be easy for me to maintain stability in the Land of Water. I need his existence to keep the Land of Water relatively stable. Once certain policies are gradually implemented, then it will be time for a public trial. Amamiya Kenichi glanced at the blank-faced daimyo. After a war, stabilization was naturally necessary. A chaotic Land of Water would be detrimental to Amamiya Kenichi's rule. Moreover, the daimyo's exalted status in this world meant that abolishing him at will would not be easy. This world was not like Amamiya Kenichi's previous life. The people in his previous life had experienced an explosion of information and held more complicated views toward monarchs. But this world was different. To the common people of this country, the daimyo was the absolute king. Therefore, Amamiya Kenichi could not kill him directly. He needed to subtly change and reverse that belief first. Only then could he hang the daimyo from a lamppost. The attack on Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water had gone more smoothly than he expected, so smoothly that Amamiya Kenichi had not even had time to tell Nagato. Amamiya Kenichi had considered involving Nagato before, but ever since Nagato's last meeting, Amamiya Kenichi knew Black Zetsu was likely near Nagato during this period. Because of that, Amamiya Kenichi chose not to ask Nagato for help. However, now that his attack on the Land of Water had been exposed, he was genuinely curious. What would Obito and Black Zetsu think? If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 404, Chapter 404, SSS Rank Mission. Chapter 404, SSS Rank Mission. The Three Tails is dead. Obito sat in his chair, his expression dark as he spoke to Black Zetsu. His hand gripped the armrest so tightly that cracks spread across it. He didn't just kill the Three Tails. He killed the Mizukage, annihilated Hidden Mist Village, and seized control of the entire Land of Water. Black Zetsu fell silent for a moment before speaking, his voice carrying a rare trace of exhaustion. Black Zetsu had never imagined that after he went to monitor Nagato's movements in the Land of Waterfall, that lunatic Amamiya Kenichi would destroy Hidden Mist Village and conquer the Land of Water in the blink of an eye. Now, the Land of Water had become Amamiya Kenichi's territory. The white Zetsu Black Zetsu had left and Hidden Mist Village had been there to gather intelligence. Yet for some unknown reason, they had all died without sending back any useful information. Because of that, Black Zetsu had no idea how Amamiya Kenichi had done it. Did you go there and check? How exactly did he destroy Hidden Mist Village? Obito bit his finger, clearly agitated. To carry out the Eye of the Moon plan, the Ten Tails had to be revived. To revive the Ten Tails, the tailed beasts had to be captured one by one, and in a specific order. For example, the One Tail had to be captured first, then the Nine Tails later. But now the Three Tails was dead. The death of the Three Tails meant that if he wanted to proceed with the Eye of the Moon plan, he would have to wait for the Three Tails to revive. But how long would a tailed beast take to revive? And during such a long wait, what kind of unforeseen changes might occur? The moment Obito thought of how he could not create a world with Rin, he wanted to rush to the land of water immediately and kill that bastard Amamiya Kenichi. However, Obito still had concerns. He did not know how Amamiya Kenichi had destroyed Hidden Mist Village, but it must have been extremely fast. Otherwise, Hidden Mist Village would not have failed to send out detailed intelligence. This made Obito deeply puzzled. How had Amamiya Kenichi done it? Back when Obito had caused trouble for his former teacher in Konoha, he had only managed to release the Nine Tails. Even then, his teacher had taught him a brutal lesson. Completely destroying Konoha. Preventing Konoha from even sending out intelligence. He probably would not be able to attempt such a thing unless he obtained the Rinnegan. I don't know. The white Zetsu I planted there also died, leaving behind no usable intelligence. And for some reason, the soil and plants in Hidden Mist Village are filled with a very strange energy. I felt extremely uncomfortable the moment I got close. Black Zetsu shook his head. He truly did not know how Amamiya Kenichi had done it. But Hidden Mist Village had indeed been destroyed. That strange energy still lingered there, and it made Black Zetsu certain that there could not be any survivors inside. Because that powerful energy was constantly stripping away the life force of anything within it. To confirm his thoughts, Black Zetsu had even kidnapped someone from a nearby small village and thrown them in. At first, the person seemed fine, but as time passed, their body gradually began to show abnormalities. The Three Tails is dead, so what about our plan? The Eye of the Moon can't be carried out without the Three Tails. Obito gnashed his teeth in rage. He had waited for so many years. He had never expected that he would have to wait even longer. Tailed beasts can all revive, but it takes a long time. The Three Tails should take about 8 or 9 years, Black Zetsu sighed. He was not in a hurry. Ever since his mother gave birth to him, Black Zetsu's only reason for existing in this world had been to unseal his mother and help her gain freedom. Over the long ages, he had done countless things. He had altered the Uchiha clan's stone tablet and led the Uchiha clan down the wrong path. He had manipulated the history of the ninja world. He had deceived that fool Madara, making Madara believe Black Zetsu was the incarnation of his will. He had done far too much. After all these years, he had finally seen a glimmer of hope. He had patiently guided Madara and Obito, leading them step by step down the path he desired. Yet he had never expected all of this to be ruined by a nameless nobody he had once dismissed. The moment Black Zetsu thought back to his first encounter with Amamiya Kenichi, he wished he could travel back in time and have Obito kill the then weak Amamiya Kenichi directly. If that had happened, the Eye of the Moon plan could have continued smoothly. But the Three Tails was already dead, so he could only keep waiting. Fortunately, he had lived through countless ages. If there was one thing he had never lacked, it was patience. Obito did not want to speak. He leaned back in his chair, his single eye staring blankly at the stone wall. Waiting 8 or 9 years for the Three Tails to revive felt like it might kill him. Then how can you be sure that Madman will be satisfied with only Hidden Mist Village and the Land of Water? What if he targets Konoha next? What if he targets the Land of Earth or somewhere else? If the One Tail and Two Tails die too, how much longer will we have to wait? Obito looked at Black Zetsu with a gloomy expression. Black Zetsu said nothing. He understood Obito's meaning. He knew Obito had always held a grudge against Amamiya Kenichi. After all, Amamiya Kenichi had desecrated Rin's corpse and nearly killed Obito. If not for the Sharingan Obito happened to have installed at the time, Obito would most likely be truly dead by now. Black Zetsu also knew that Obito wanted to deal with Amamiya Kenichi. Previously, however, Black Zetsu had always disagreed. His reasoning was simple. As long as the Eye of the Moon plan was successfully carried out, any schemes or tricks Amamiya Kenichi had would become meaningless. No one could resist the infinite Tsukuyomi. No one could resist his mother, the ancestor of chakra. Black Zetsu had absolute confidence in that. Moreover, dealing with Amamiya Kenichi might complicate the plan, so Black Zetsu had always opposed Obito's desire to hunt him down. In Black Zetsu's view, Amamiya Kenichi was also a useful tool. In the future, when they collected the tailed beasts, he could even be thrown out as bait. But now, thinking of what Obito had just said, and of Amamiya Kenichi swallowing Hidden Mist Village and the Land of Water whole, Black Zetsu's eyes sharpened. Just the two of us won't be enough to deal with him. Black Zetsu narrowed his eyes. He had observed the ninja world for so many years. Based on Amamiya Kenichi's unknown method of destroying Hidden Mist Village, Black Zetsu knew he had already reached a position above ordinary Kage. His strength might even be approaching the level of those abnormal monsters, Madara and Hashirama. Under such circumstances, Black Zetsu did not believe Obito, with only one eye, could confront Amamiya Kenichi. Unless Obito dug out Nagato's Rinnegan. But Nagato was still very useful to their plan right now. They could not touch him yet. In that case. At the border of the Land of Fire, Mei Terumi glared at the Konoha ninja before her. The ninja was smiling at her, but every word that came from his mouth ignited endless fury in her heart. Mei Terumi, you should already know that Hidden Mist Village and the Land of Water have been conquered. They have been annihilated. Akimichi Choza stroked his belly. He was the one sent this time to persuade Mei Terumi. Hidden Mist Village had been destroyed, and the Land of Water was controlled by an unknown force. This naturally shocked and angered the four great nations and the four great ninja villages. However, they soon realized that Hidden Mist Village still had a team of ninja active outside. There were even some hidden spies operating within various ninja villages. Now that Hidden Mist Village had been annihilated, would these scattered Hidden Mist ninja lose their village? If so, could they be used by others? Everyone knew Mei Terumi was no ordinary woman. Those who had fought her knew she possessed the qualifications to become the next Kage. Her strength was excellent, and she even possessed a Kekkei Genkai. Though she was a woman, if she had children in the future, there was a chance that this bloodline could be passed down. Thus, Mei Terumi instantly became a talent that the four great ninja villages sought to recruit. In any case, Hidden Mist Village was already gone. The fact that the opposing force could conquer Hidden Mist Village and annihilate the Land of Water proved their power was immense. Anyone with a bit of insight could tell that Mei Terumi's team of ninja had no right to challenge them alone. So, you want to recruit me too? You want me to join Konoha? Mei Terumi sneered. The team behind her was utterly silent. The Hidden Mist ninja still had not accepted the fact that Hidden Mist Village had been destroyed. After all, they were one of the proud 5 great ninja villages. Unless the 4 great ninja villages had attacked together, they simply could not understand how their village could have been annihilated. It made no sense at all. The former Land of Water was very close to the Land of Fire. Since they swallowed the Land of Water, that proves they are very likely to continue their actions. If you stay in Konoha, you'll have a chance to avenge your village. Narashikaku also stepped forward. Recruiting Mei Terumi was certainly not simple. However, persuading her to remain in Konoha and cooperate against the madman who annexed the Land of Water had some chance of success. And as long as she was willing to stay in Konoha, more methods would become available. Resolving the matter would naturally become much easier and more convenient then. Mei Terumi said nothing. She was weighing the pros and cons. A qualified ninja had to know how to do that. If this had happened at the very beginning, Mei Terumi might have recklessly returned to the Land of Water, confronted the villain who destroyed her village, and died a heroic death. But what good would that do? Mei Terumi also knew that if she cooperated with Konoha, there might be a chance to make that bastard pay. After all, although Konoha was somewhat weakened, it was still undoubtedly the strongest ninja village in the ninja world, and it had many powerful individuals. The retired 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The 5th Hokage, Tsunade. The Toad Sage, Jiraiya. Even Orochimaru could still be considered potential combat strength in certain calculations, not to mention the heads of Konoha's various great clans. All of those clan heads possessed at least elite ninja strength. But Mei Terumi had spent time beside the elder, and she knew that the higher levels of the ninja world, the Kage, often thought differently from ordinary ninja. She hesitated. Would Konoha truly go to war against a newly emerged major power for the sake of a destroyed Land of Water and a destroyed Hidden Mist Village? If Konoha chose not to go to war, would she and her companions become bargaining chips in negotiations between the two sides? Perhaps you don't know yet, Mei Terumi. This is a large-scale mission. Because it is extremely rare, and because the mission reward is so high, its rank is. Narashikaku noticed Mei Terumi's concerns. He took out a mission request and handed it to her. Mei Terumi took it and glanced over it. Then her pupils contracted. An SSS rank mission. Issued jointly by the 4 great ninja villages, commissioned by the daimyo of the 4 great nations, with the mission objective being the elimination of the ninja force occupying the Land of Water. The reward. Looking at the long string of zeros, Mei Terumi felt a little dizzy trying to count them. But without question, the appeal of this mission had reached its peak. An unprecedented SSS rank mission. Ordinary missions only went up to S rank, and that was already considered very high. Yet now, an SSS rank mission had appeared. And the reward offered was 3 times the annual financial support Hidden Mist Village had received from the daimyo of the Land of Water. 3 times. That meant that completing this mission would instantly make a village wealthy from the bounty alone. Even Konoha, as the #1 ninja village in the ninja world, would probably be unable to refuse such a mission reward. However, what made Terumi cared about more was the issuer of the mission. The daimyo of the 4 great nations had actually issued this mission together. But after thinking about it, such a generous reward could probably not be funded by a single daimyo alone. If the daimyo of the 4 great nations contributed together, then it would no longer be a problem. And this mission also meant that the seemingly calm 4 great ninja villages had already begun mobilizing their forces. Countless ninja were about to step onto her homeland, her country, her village, and eliminate the madman occupying it. Mei Terumi licked her lips. If the 4 great nations acted together, Mei Terumi felt that her chances of revenge had indeed increased. In that case, fine. I will follow Konoha and help subjugate that man. Mei Terumi pondered for a long time before nodding solemnly. She had made her decision. If she was going to seek revenge, she naturally had to choose a reliable collaborator. In her view, Konoha was the best choice. Any long-standing and stable power would not tolerate deeply established rules being casually broken. Clearly, the 4 great nations, which had spent years scheming against one another, had chosen to unite boldly and respond with the strongest means after the annihilation of the Land of Water, the disappearance of the Land of Water's daimyo from public view, and the destruction of Hidden Mist Village. This was also a warning to every ambitious person in the ninja world. If they wished to replicate what had happened in the Land of Water, they had better first weigh whether they possessed the ability to withstand the daimyo's retaliation. However, if this action failed, then it would also become a raging inferno. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 405, Beyond the Sea Lies the Enemy. Chapter 405, Beyond the Sea Lies the Enemy. Without enough intelligent sources, I feel like a blind man right now. Amamiya Kenichi licked his lips. He was sitting inside the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Water, while the daimyo silently stamped one document after another beside him. When you destroyed Hidden Mist Village, you didn't consider preserving any of their intelligence personnel. It's only natural that things turned out this way, his teacher said calmly, sipping tea. The Land of Water was like an isolated island drifting overseas. Amamiya Kenichi had no idea what was happening outside. The spies from Hidden Mist Village certainly would not relay information to him either. This was within his expectations. He could not possibly expect the Hidden Mist ninja, who hated him to the bone, to obediently cooperate with him. To be frank, even if they were willing to cooperate, Amamiya Kenichi would still have to think carefully about whether he could trust them. After all, it was hard to say whether some ninja, willing to sacrifice themselves for their village and country, might deliberately feed him false intelligence to lead him into a trap. I didn't expect the new weapon's effect to be that good either. Amamiya Kenichi sighed. He had originally thought that Hidden Mist Village would not be completely defenseless against the atomic bomb. It should have been possible for them to preserve at least some strength. At that point, he would bring Minato to deal with the surviving ninja of Hidden Mist Village, then decide whether to let Nagato join the battle depending on the situation. After that, he would appeal to Yagura's emotions and reason, persuading the Mizukage of Hidden Mist Village to abandon the narrow prejudices of small nations and clans, and work together to build a unified ninja world empire. That way, he would have been able to obtain most of the Land of Water's intelligence network. With that, Amamiya Kenichi could adjust his next moves based on the reactions of the other 4 nations, which would have been more useful for his goal of unification. But he had not expected the 3 tails to be killed directly by the explosion. There had been very few lucky survivors, and their bodies had been severely affected by radiation. Even after Amamiya Kenichi carried out anti-radiation treatment, and even with help from medical ninja found in the Land of Snow and the Land of Water, most of those ninja still suffered multiple organ failure. It could be said that even if those ninja survived, they probably would not be able to participate in the next battle. Their final fate was to cling to life while enduring the long torment of radiation sickness. Amamiya Kenichi felt that for those ninja, living in pain might be worse than dying outright. At least death would spare them the suffering. But there was no choice. Those ninja were extremely valuable test subjects. They had suffered close-range radiation exposure from the atomic bomb, which made them very useful for studying the effects of radiation on a ninja's body. Therefore, Amamiya Kenichi chose to implant them with parasitic offspring and numb their pain nerves, allowing those ninja to at least stop feeling physical pain, continue living in this world, and provide long-term experimental material for his radiation research. Your new weapon is very interesting. However, I recently received intelligence that Iwagakure in the Land of Earth seems to be mobilizing on a large scale. Reportedly, it's for a major mission. His teacher looked at Amamiya Kenichi with a half-smile. Orochimaru was genuinely interested in Amamiya Kenichi's nuclear weapon. Although he had not personally witnessed the entire nuclear explosion, just by looking at the destroyed Hidden Mist Village, he knew how powerful that weapon was. When Orochimaru was attacking the capital of the Land of Water, he had even wondered whether Amamiya Kenichi would need his help. After all, the capital of the Land of Water was mostly filled with ordinary people, and there were not many ninja stationed there. But Orochimaru had not expected Amamiya Kenichi to finish even faster than him. After news of Hidden Mist Village's destruction spread, resistance across the entire Land of Water collapsed almost instantly. Many people who had been resisting lost the courage to fight and surrendered directly. That was also one of the key reasons why Amamiya Kenichi and Orochimaru were able to control the Land of Water so quickly. A major mission. It wouldn't happen to be targeting me, would it? Amamiya Kenichi frowned slightly. He knew his teacher had his own intelligence network. After all, he did not even know how many experimental bases Orochimaru had. For example, Amamiya Kenichi had not yet seen people like Yugo, and after meeting Kimimaro once, the boy had disappeared again. So Amamiya Kenichi did not doubt his teacher's intelligence source. His only concern was whether Iwagakure's large-scale mobilization was aimed at him. It is targeting you. According to intelligence from Konoha, the daimyo of the four great nations seem to have jointly issued a super-large mission. The main objective is to overthrow the tyrant occupying Hidden Mist Village, his teacher said calmly, drinking tea. Orochimaru was not particularly worried about this matter. It was not that he did not fear the four great nations joining forces. After all, that would mean the elite ninja of four great villages, and the sheer numbers alone would be considerable. He was not worried for one simple reason. Even if they failed, Orochimaru was confident that the people of the four hidden villages would not be able to find him. His experimental bases were spread throughout the entire ninja world, even in remote places few people knew about. Amamiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. He truly had not expected the four great nations to react so intensely. That made him glance at the Land of Water daimyo, who was stamping documents like a tool. The daimyo was currently controlled by parasites and could only obediently do the work Amamiya Kenichi demanded. It seems even daimyo can make misjudgments. Amamiya Kenichi felt somewhat dispirited. The four great nations' intense reaction was still somewhat within his expectations. After all, when he first decided to attack the Land of Water, Amamiya Kenichi had considered three possibilities. The best possibility was for the four great nations to ignore him, giving him time to develop and accumulate strength before attacking the next country. It would be like the appeasement policy Britain and France used during World War II, which ultimately allowed Germany to rise. If Britain and France had reacted fiercely from the beginning and sent troops directly, Germany might not have been able to sweep across Europe. If the four great nations ignored him, Amamiya Kenichi was confident he could develop, grow, and eventually annex the remaining four countries. Unfortunately, the four great nations had reacted strongly this time. That meant the worst possibility had become reality. This is really troublesome. Amamiya Kenichi leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. He was thinking about how to solve this problem. But no matter how much he thought about it, he could not come up with any particularly good solution. Of course, while the four great nations were acting together, it was absolutely impossible for them to coordinate perfectly in battle. Only when facing a top-level threat that endangered all of them, like the Fourth Great Ninja War, would the ninja of those four countries possibly unite. If he showed the potential to threaten each of their ninja villages, then they might unite. But if he did not, the most likely outcome was that the four ninja villages would fight separately. Of course, it was not impossible for them to launch a joint attack while each side fought its own battle, just to avoid taking excessive losses. What are you planning to do? Can you hold out with just these few ninja? His teacher asked after swallowing his tea. A joint attack from four ninja villages. The number alone would reach a terrifying scale. Teacher, war isn't won just because one side has more people. Amamiya Kenichi glanced toward the section of the daimyo's mansion where his nuclear weapons were being manufactured. Under Amamiya Kenichi's command, ninja from the Land of Snow and civilians from the Land of Water were mining day and night, providing enough raw materials for Amamiya Kenichi's second atomic bomb. The arrival of the atomic bomb had changed the form of warfare. Simple numbers were no longer enough to determine victory or defeat. And frankly, numerical advantage in the ninja world had always been useless against true monsters. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, without Naruto and Sasuke, Madara was basically unstoppable. Amamiya Kenichi's real concern was the strong individuals from the four ninja villages, as well as Obito, who was hiding in the shadows. For some reason, Amamiya Kenichi always felt that Obito would not let him easily digest the Land of Water. That man was definitely planning something significant. Orochimaru thought of Amamiya Kenichi's terrifying weapon and nodded. Indeed. A weapon capable of destroying Hidden Mist Village, with such a wide range of impact, truly could not be countered by simple numbers. As long as that thing was used, and as long as the opponent failed to stop it beforehand, the ninja of an entire ninja village might be annihilated by that weapon. If those guys weren't coming, I would have planned to research the hydrogen bomb. That thing's explosive power is even stronger. Amamiya Kenichi sighed as he looked at the busy crowd transporting uranium ore. Nuclear physics books contained some historical development and related knowledge about hydrogen bombs. Amamiya Kenichi felt that if he had enough time, he should be able to make a hydrogen bomb. However, it would likely take a long time because the technical difficulty was very high. The key was the configuration. If the configuration was good enough, it would save materials and achieve the same result with fewer resources. Amamiya Kenichi had some confidence in this. Although there were many difficulties involved, they could always be overcome one by one. Unfortunately, he did not have that time now. Facing the formidable ninja armies of the 4 ninja villages, Amamiya Kenichi could only settle for the next best option and use atomic bombs to deter them first. The refinement of uranium-235 isn't a problem, but this time we're facing a united ninja army, and their numbers will certainly be large. However, if the war spreads to the land of water, then no matter how I fight, it will be very disadvantageous for me. Amamiya Kenichi fell into deep thought as he looked at the uranium enrichment machine continuously enriching and refining uranium-235. The war theories and history books he had read in his previous life had taught him one thing. Once a war occurred on home soil, it would have an enormous impact on that homeland, because war was extremely destructive. The reason a certain nation in his previous life had been able to maintain its top position for so long was that the flames of war had basically never reached its homeland, except for the Pearl Harbor incident. And if Amamiya Kenichi wanted to stabilize his rule over the land of water and strengthen his foundation, the best method was to make the flames of war burn in. Amamiya Kenichi looked into the distance. Beyond the sea was the land of fire. Amamiya Kenichi took out a map. The land of water is closest to the land of fire. Although the ninja world has airships now, there are also various ninjutsu and weapons designed to counter them. That means large-scale transport of ninja by air won't be easy. Under these circumstances, the Allied forces are very likely to gather in the land of fire, Amamiya Kenichi said while looking at the map. Konoha in the land of fire had conflicts with other countries, but if Konoha refused to allow those ninja armies to enter, it would become very slow for the armies of other ninja villages to reach the land of water. It might even lead to deliberate delay. For example, they could use the excuse that their airships were too slow and arrive very late, allowing the ninja of other villages to go first. Especially Konoha's ninja. That way, the mission could be completed while weakening Konoha's strength at the same time. Why would they not do it? The ninja from other villages would certainly have such concerns. They were only accepting a mission, not truly acting as a unified allied force. They would naturally hope others went first to die and test the enemy's intelligence, allowing them to take advantage afterward. This was human nature. It was unavoidable. Therefore, in the end, the ninja from each ninja village would likely choose to move together. That would minimize this problem. Konoha had Narashikaku. There was no way he would fail to see that, so. Amamiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes. What if he brought the war to the land of fire instead? While the ninja allied forces were gathering, he could directly send a shadow clone carrying an atomic bomb into their midst and detonate it there. If that succeeded, wouldn't he be able to occupy the entire ninja world directly? How are those old geezers' discussions going? Tsunade rubbed her temples as she sat in the Hokage's seat, basking in the sunlight. Hokage-sama, the elders said that ninja from the other ninja villages should gather at designated locations under supervision, Shizen said softly while holding the documents. She knew how exhausted Lady Tsunade had been lately. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, together with the daimyo of the other 3 nations, had issued a super-large bounty mission. That should have been a good thing. The problem was that this mission had been issued to 4 ninja villages, and all 4 had accepted it. That created a very simple problem. Who would go first? No one wanted to suffer losses. Everyone wanted to know the opponent's intelligence, and probing for intelligence meant casualties. Although Konoha had vast resources and was close to the land of water, that did not mean they were willing to be the first to probe the enemy. Kumogakure thought the same way. I might become the first Hokage to let ninja from the other 3 villages enter deep into the land of fire, Tsunade sneered. But she had no better solution. The facts were right in front of her. Unless Konoha wanted to confront that mysterious force alone, it had no choice but to offer the town closest to the land of water as a stationing point for the ninja of the other villages. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 406, Chapter 406, The Ninja's Destiny. Chapter 406, The Ninja's Destiny. These people are reacting quite intensely, Amamiya Kenichi said, looking at Yakushi Kabuto, who stood respectfully before him. Then he glanced down at the intelligence report in his hand and could not help pinching the bridge of his nose. Although Amamiya Kenichi had already learned from his teacher that the 4 great nations had jointly issued a bounty mission, after receiving more detailed information from Yakushi Kabuto, he still could not help marveling at how decisive the daimyo of the ninja world were. Amamiya Kenichi had originally thought such a high bounty reward was already incredible, but he had never expected there to be an additional reward. After the mission was completed, the mission shares originally belonging to the Land of Water would also be divided among the 4 ninja villages. That was a long-term benefit. Wealth moved people's hearts. There was no way the kage of those ninja villages would not be tempted. My lord, according to the intelligence gathered so far, Iwagakure has dispatched a large number of ninja, but they have also left some ninja behind, Yakushi Kabuto said with his head lowered, relaying the information he had gathered earlier. Before, when he had tried to cause trouble and make the major figures of the ninja world focus their attention on the Land of Waterfall, he had thought his actions were already daring. But after completing the mission and preparing to leave, Yakushi Kabuto realized that what he had done was actually quite childish. Yakushi Kabuto had also wondered what Amamiya Kenichi intended to do by bringing out the hero's water. After all, if it were him, he would never reveal such a powerful item to others. He would guard it strictly and prevent other ninja villages from prying into it. As a ninja, he understood very well how important the hero's water was to a ninja village. So he had thought Amamiya Kenichi might want to sell it for a good price, or perhaps use it to join a certain ninja village, or maybe even lure out an enemy to complete his revenge. But he truly had not expected Amamiya Kenichi to use the hero's water to attract everyone's attention, then take that chance to annex the Land of Water directly. One had to remember that this was a great nation. Since becoming a spy, Yakushi Kabuto had gained some understanding of the ninja world's history. Ever since the establishment of the ninja villages, the 5 great nations had always stood at the top of this world. They were true colossal powers. Even after 3 great ninja wars, the status of the 5 great nations had never changed. They had never declined and had always been the absolute rulers of this world. But now, the Land of Water had been annexed, and Hidden Mist Village had been annihilated. This was an enormous upheaval. However, for now, this news was only known among the ninja of the various ninja villages. Civilians and small countries still seemed unaware. It's only natural they'd leave some people behind. After all, who knows if these people will gamble their nation's fate? Amamiya Kenichi licked his lips. If there was a lunatic who chose to preserve their strength in this situation, waited until the front lines opened up, and then launched an attack from behind, then. Amamiya Kenichi looked thoughtfully at the intelligence report in his hand. Indeed, the 4 great nations had jointly issued a bounty mission targeting him, and the 4 ninja villages had, to a certain extent, chosen to cooperate. But Amamiya Kenichi understood the malicious nature of these people very well. They would scheme against each other during battle, haggle endlessly over the spoils afterward, and even while fighting, they would still worry that their neighbors might steal their homes. If that was the case, perhaps he could try something. There was no need to actually fight. He just had to send some ninja wearing the clothes of other ninja villages to attack one of those villages. It did not matter whether they could break in. As long as they made it clear which ninja village had supposedly done it, that would be enough. It might look unlikely to succeed, but in reality, it was sufficient. For ninja who could not cooperate completely, that level of provocation was already enough. Have you gathered intelligence on the other ninja villages? Amamiya Kenichi asked Yakushi Kabuto. He was not particularly expectant. After all, he knew it would be difficult for Kabuto to gather intelligence on so many ninja villages. Only some intelligence on Konoha. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, has retired, and the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, has taken office. Also, Root has been rebuilt, and its current leader is Hiruzen Sarutobi, Yakushi Kabuto said, surprisingly revealing another piece of information. Amamiya Kenichi froze after hearing this. The 3rd Hokage's retirement was within his expectations. Although under his influence, his teacher probably no longer had any intention of carrying out the Konoha Crush plan, the 3rd Hokage's health was not good. Since Tsunade had returned, it proved that the 3rd Hokage had already considered retiring and passing on the torch. What Amamiya Kenichi had not expected was that the 3rd Hokage had now become the leader of Root. That was truly interesting. One had to know that Danzo had previously provided some interesting intelligence. Although there had not been much useful information mixed in, considering all the evil deeds Danzo had committed, it could be said that Danzo had only stayed alive because Konoha stood behind him. Amamiya Kenichi had previously thought that with Danzo dead, Root would likely be disbanded. He had never expected Root to be rebuilt, and for its leader to be the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. How do you know? Did Root issue a summons? Amamiya Kenichi looked at Yakushi Kabuto with interest. He felt that this was the only possibility. Root issued a summons to me, ordering me to return to Root and report within 7 days. Otherwise, I will be treated as a rogue ninja, Yakushi Kabuto said honestly. Amamiya Kenichi nodded. It seemed Hiruzen Sarutobi intended to do something. However, Yakushi Kabuto was quite talented, whether as a ninja or as a spy. Kabuto performed well in both fields. Later, he had even infiltrated Konoha and colluded with Orochimaru to successfully deceive Konoha. He could be considered a versatile talent who had developed in two directions. However, as for how to arrange Yakushi Kabuto, Amamiya Kenichi did not know yet. Kabuto seemed to have taken his teacher's place in the future, triggering the Fourth Great Ninja War. It also seemed that Madara was revived by Yakushi Kabuto using Edo Tensei. Then Madara himself released Edo Tensei's control and gained something close to infinite chakra. That was absurdly overpowered. You've already met Yakushi Nono, right? Amamiya Kenichi made his decision. Yakushi Kabuto revealed a gentle smile. He had indeed met Yakushi Nono, though she had not recognized him immediately when they first met. Fortunately, after they exchanged a few words, Nono remembered him. That made Yakushi Kabuto feel deeply happy inside. Is there still time for you to return to Konoha now? Amamiya Kenichi continued asking. Although Yakushi Kabuto was indeed someone with some talent in senjutsu training, Amamiya Kenichi had already met plenty of such people. And even if Yakushi Kabuto had talent, it would take time, possibly years, for him to grow into a combat force. Several years. Amamiya Kenichi did not even know whether he would still need Yakushi Kabuto's help by then. So Amamiya Kenichi decided to let Yakushi Kabuto return to his old profession. Being a spy. Yes, my lord. There is still time, Yakushi Kabuto said respectfully. He already understood what Amamiya Kenichi intended for him to do. Sister Nono. Yakushi Kabuto looked at the busy Yakushi Nono in the orphanage. After a long pause, he finally spoke. He had always felt that Yakushi Nono was more like his mother, but he was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Kabuto. Are you going on a mission? Yakushi Nono wiped the sweat from her forehead, then turned and saw the smiling Yakushi Kabuto. She had forgotten who he was before, but after hearing his name and surname, Nono remembered him. However, seeing Yakushi Kabuto's attire, she knew this unfortunate child still had his own affairs to attend to. Although she felt reluctant and thought it was a bit too much, she could not say anything. Because in this terrible world, Nono deeply understood that this was the destiny of ninja. An unavoidable destiny. Yes, I have a mission to carry out, Yakushi Kabuto said. He looked at Nono, then at the starting point orphanage behind her, and a gentle light appeared in his eyes as he thought of the past. He truly had not expected Yakushi Nono to be brought to the land of water and allowed to do what she loved most, caring for orphans in an orphanage. Although he did not know why that lord had named this orphanage Starting Point Orphanage, Kabuto thought the name was quite nice. Nono's expression was somewhat complicated. After being brought to the land of water, she had been anxious at first. But once she truly started working as the orphanage director, her heart gradually settled down. From what she could see, the land of water, which should now be considered part of Amamiya Kenichi's territory, had actually become more comfortable for the people living there despite being annexed. Taxes were no longer as heavy, and the people seemed happier. When she went out to buy ingredients, she also noticed that food and other goods had become cheaper. She had once wondered why Amamiya Kenichi, a child who had come from the Konoha orphanage, named this orphanage Starting Point. But he had only told her that this orphanage would surely become famous throughout the world in the future. Nono did not quite understand, but she did not ask further. She was very happy to be doing what she loved most. But looking at Kabuto, whom she had once brought into the orphanage and personally named, now having to go out on another mission, Nono's heart was still conflicted. I'll be fine, Sister Nono, Yakushi Kabuto said when he saw her worry. He smiled and waved his hand. As a ninja, he never believed he could stay out of things. Compared to serving Root and Danzo, Yakushi Kabuto felt that serving Amamiya Kenichi had more promise. At the very least, Amamiya Kenichi had truly allowed him to see Nono, and Nono was living very peacefully. He was a lord who kept his word. Yakushi Kabuto and Nono chatted for a while before he turned and left. Although Amamiya Kenichi had not set a specific departure time for him, as a spy, Yakushi Kabuto knew the value of time. After you complete this mission, you can do what you like. The lord's words still echoed in his mind. When he heard those words, Yakushi Kabuto's first reaction had been disbelief. After all, as a spy, he had countless missions every day, one mission after another. It was almost impossible for him to have his own time to do what he liked. At that moment, Yakushi Kabuto had not believed it. But thinking about how the Lord had fulfilled every promise he had made, hope still rose in Kabuto's heart. Perhaps after this, he really would not have to be a spy anymore. He could work together with Sister Nono at the orphanage. What do you think of Yakushi Kabuto? Amamiya Kenichi stood in the laboratory, currently making an atomic bomb according to the proportions. The ninja world did not have technical lathes or similar equipment. Everything had to be processed by hand. Every time he wanted to achieve perfection, Amamiya Kenichi had to use his Mangekyo Sharingan to polish the details. Capable, but not very ambitious, Uchiha Shirori said while pouring Amamiya Kenichi a cup of hot tea. Amamiya Kenichi nodded. Although he knew Yakushi Kabuto, he was not particularly clear about Kabuto's personality. He needed to learn more from Uchiha Shirori. He had not implanted a parasite in Yakushi Kabuto even now because Kabuto was involved in espionage, and implanting a parasite would make him easier to discover. Therefore, Amamiya Kenichi could only control him through other means. The only thing Amamiya Kenichi knew for certain was that Yakushi Kabuto cared deeply about Yakushi Nono. That was why he had brought Yakushi Nono over. Take this letter and place it 5 kilometers west and 300 meters north of the experimental base, Amamiya Kenichi said casually, handing the letter on the table to Uchiha Shirori. During this period, Uchiha Shiori's ability had been developed quite well. This woman had actually started a delivery service. Although Amamiya Kenichi felt this ability seemed useless in battle, it was very useful in daily life. Understood. Uchiha Shirori did not ask why. She took the letter and delivered it exactly as Amamiya Kenichi requested. Along the way, she did not even think of opening it to take a look. This was what satisfied Amamiya Kenichi most about Uchiha Shirori. She was a smart person who knew what she should look at and what she should not. Lord Amamiya, Miss Hikari has been waiting outside the laboratory for you for a long time, Uchiha Shirori said while watching Amamiya Kenichi carry out his experiment. After some thought, she still reminded him. Amamiya Kenichi froze when he heard this. Hikari? All right. I understand. Amamiya Kenichi looked at the atomic bomb slowly taking shape before him, then stretched and walked out. Although making atomic bombs was important, balancing work and rest was also necessary. Besides, Amamiya Kenichi did not want Hikari to wait too long. Hikari, what's wrong? Amamiya Kenichi asked with a smile, looking at Hikari standing not far from the doorway. Brother Amamiya. Hikari looked at Amamiya Kenichi with joy and waved happily. Immediately after, Amamiya Kenichi saw a golden giant appear before him. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 407, Chapter 407, War is an Intelligence War. Chapter 407, War is an Intelligence War. Susanoo. Amamiya Kenichi stared at the golden skeletal giant before him, momentarily stunned. He had not expected Hikari to have mastered Susanoo as well. But after recalling Hikari's miraculous Mangekyo abilities and the experiments she had undergone, Amamiya Kenichi realized it was not that strange after all. Hikari, you're amazing. Amamiya Kenichi was still a little confused as to why Hikari had suddenly used Susanoo in front of him, but he praised her anyway. Immediately afterward, Hikari cancelled Susanoo and trotted over to him, gently tugging at his clothes. Big brother Amamiya, is there anything I can help with? Hikari looked up at him expectantly. Only then did Amamiya Kenichi understand why Hikari had used Susanoo. This clever little girl had clearly sensed the smell of war and wanted to help him. To prove that she could truly be useful instead of becoming a burden, she had deliberately used Susanoo to show her strength. Amamiya Kenichi felt a little touched. He looked at Hikari, and the obvious dependence in her eyes showed him just how deep her feelings for him truly were. No need, Hikari. I can still handle the current situation, Amamiya Kenichi said with a chuckle, ruffling her hair. Although Hikari's desire to help him was touching, her abilities were far too special. Amamiya Kenichi would not send Hikari to the battlefield, nor would he let her carry out any dangerous missions. Hikari lowered her head in disappointment, looking visibly dejected. She truly wanted to help him. Hikari, your ability is incredibly powerful and useful. It can bring a huge revolution to this world. That's why I don't want you on the battlefield, understand? Your ability should be used to benefit the ninja world, Amamiya Kenichi said, looking at the dejected Hikari. Then he smiled and pinched her cheek. Hikari looked up in surprise, her large watery eyes fixed on Amamiya Kenichi, as if silently asking whether what he had said was really true. Of course it's true. Don't worry. Later, you'll understand what your ability truly means, Amamiya Kenichi said, patting his chest with great confidence. Throughout human history, the invention of the steam engine during the First Industrial Revolution had deeply changed the world's structure, allowing certain nations to rise into world-renowned powers. In modern times, the Internet era had become a new symbol. The appearance of the Internet made the entire world even stranger, connecting every country together. The information explosion began. Without leaving their homes, people could buy goods from foreign countries and browse knowledge they would never normally have encountered. The information explosion also nurtured more academic fields and gave birth to more scientists. Therefore, to Amamiya Kenichi, if the ninja world's current technology wanted to achieve a revolutionary leap, the Internet era was essential. And to open the door to the Internet era, Hikari was the key. Hikari happily narrowed her eyes. She believed her brother would not lie to her, and her mood improved greatly. After Hikari stopped obsessing over going to the battlefield to help him, Amamiya Kenichi took her to a barbecue restaurant in the capital for lunch. Afterward, he sent Hikari back home before returning to his laboratory to continue assembling the atomic bomb. He needed to complete the second atomic bomb before the combined forces of the 4 great ninja villages attacked him. With a second atomic bomb, Amamiya Kenichi would have more options. He could also show those people from the 4 great ninja villages the cutting-edge weapons of the technological side. Given the current technological level of the ninja world, excluding Kumogakure's unverified moon cannon, Amamiya Kenichi felt that his atomic bomb was unmatched. One blast would be difficult for even a tailed beast to withstand. And if it could withstand one, then there was still the hydrogen bomb. Even if he faced the Ten Tails, Amamiya Kenichi had his own countermeasure. Perhaps the Tsar hydrogen bomb. Against a hydrogen bomb capable of shaking continents, the Ten Tails would likely struggle as well. Of course, Kaguya was an exception. She could simply retreat into another dimension and avoid the destructive effects of the Tsar hydrogen bomb. However, whether Kaguya could be successfully unsealed was still another question. At the very least, before the Three Tails revived, Amamiya Kenichi did not need to worry about Kaguya at all. Lord Amamiya, Lord Minato Namikaze has returned, Uchiha Shirori said after knocking on the door. Hearing this, Amamiya Kenichi had no choice but to temporarily abandon the idea of continuing to assemble the atomic bomb. After leaving a shadow clone behind to assist with the work, Amamiya Kenichi walked out. The matter of where the ninja from the other 3 villages would gather in the Land of Fire before attacking the Land of Water still needed to be discussed with Minato. If only I had satellites, it wouldn't be this troublesome, Amamiya Kenichi sighed. In the ninja world, gathering intelligence still relied mainly on people. If there were satellites, all the secrets of the ninja world would no longer be secrets. However, Amamiya Kenichi felt that creating satellites in the current ninja world, where the technology tree had become increasingly bizarre, would probably be an extremely torturous problem. Amamiya, is there something urgent you needed me for? Minato looked the same as ever, but the smile on his face had grown much brighter. It seemed returning to see Naruto and Kushina had healed Minato's heart. Big brother Minato, I wanted to ask you something. If you were Hokage, and allied ninja forces from the other 3 countries intended to attack us, where would you choose to let them make camp? Amamiya Kenichi asked humbly. After all, Minato had served as Hokage. Although his time as Hokage had not been long, he should still have some personal experience to offer. Allied ninja forces from 3 countries. Minato froze. During this period, he had been living a happy and fulfilling family life with Kushina and Naruto. Everything had been fine, except for the helplessness he felt every night when facing Kushina's watery eyes. So Minato truly did not know much about what had been happening in the ninja world recently. Fortunately, Amamiya Kenichi already knew this. After his explanation, Minato understood the situation. Minato frowned, looking at the map Amamiya Kenichi had spread out. This map showed the Land of Water, but it also included part of the Land of Fire's territory. However, there were no detailed markings on the Land of Fire side, only basic information about mountains and towns. This information had been gathered when the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had previously carried out missions in the Land of Fire, and whether it had changed since then was unknown. Logically speaking, this place called Hiba Town is the most suitable encampment site. It's the closest, and the conditions for going out to sea are also good. There aren't many undercurrents or reefs, Minato said, studying the map before pointing at one location. As the 4th Hokage of Konoha, Minato naturally had some understanding of the Land of Fire. After all, as a Kage, it would be absurd if he did not understand his own country and village. And Hiba Town was the closest place in the Land of Fire to the Land of Water. It was also the most suitable place to launch a sea crossing. However, from a military perspective, they would generally choose this location instead. It's relatively more concealed, and it was also a bridgehead Konoha once prepared for attacking the Land of Water. Minato's finger slid to another spot, an inconspicuous blind corner on the map. Amamiya Kenichi looked at it. According to the topographical map, it seemed to be a cliff. Actually, Konoha has always had war plans against the other countries. Back then, the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobarama, believed that if Konoha wanted to attack another country, the first target would definitely be the Land of Water. So he personally oversaw the construction of a hidden base there, Minato explained after seeing Amamiya Kenichi's confusion. Amamiya Kenichi understood. It seemed Konoha was not a pushover. Or rather, the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobarama, had never been one. His political skill was excellent, and his military vision was outstanding as well. Of course, if Amamiya Kenichi were Hokage, he would also choose the Land of Water as the first place to attack without hesitation, because it was concealed enough. I see. Amamiya Kenichi nodded. He felt that he could investigate those 2 locations based on Minato's suggestion. However, I think you could use Edo Tensei on Danzo Shimura and ask him, Minato added. Although he had been Hokage, he had too many matters to deal with every day, and there were some things he had never fully understood. Danzo Shimura was different. As a member of Konoha's Elder Council, Danzo knew many things. Even Root, during Minato's time as Hokage, had remained a relatively independent intelligence agency. It was hard to say whether Root knew additional information. Amamiya Kenichi felt Minato's words made sense, so he used Edo Tensei to summon Danzo Shimura. "What do you want with this old man?" Danzo opened his eyes, looked around, and asked. He knew Amamiya Kenichi's attitude toward him was not friendly. Unless it was for something special, he probably would not have been summoned. "I want to ask." Amamiya Kenichi repeated the question he had asked Minato earlier. Danzo narrowed his eyes after hearing it. He curiously surveyed his surroundings, then looked at Amamiya Kenichi in surprise. "This old man thought you were only dreaming before. I didn't expect you to actually take down Hidden Mist Village and the Land of Water." Danzo sighed, looking at Amamiya Kenichi while feeling some regret. He regretted that when he had still been in Konoha, he had not forcefully taken Amamiya Kenichi under his command and made him serve him. Such a talented ninja with full execution ability had been wasted under Orochimaru. Amamiya Kenichi shrugged noncommittally. Frankly, even he had not expected the atomic bomb's power to be that astonishing. If it had not directly annihilated Hidden Mist Village and allowed some of its people to escape, he would probably still be hunting those ninja down now. Fortunately, Mei Terumi was still outside. Amamiya Kenichi was very interested in a special genius ninja like Mei Terumi. He wanted to study her genes and see how they differed from those of other ninja. The daimyo of the four great nations have indeed formed an alliance. I told Hiruzen before that those daimyo were not the type to simply sit still and wait for death. If we had controlled them, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Danzo sighed again. Amamiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. This old man really could talk. However, I do have some thoughts on your question. Danzo picked up the map on the table. He glanced at it and immediately recognized it as a map of the Land of Water. Seeing this, he sneered. Heh. The Land of Water's ambitions never died. Danzo licked his lips. He naturally understood the meaning behind the Land of Water drawing this map. Wasn't it because they hoped to attack the Land of Fire in the future and seize vast territories? If it were me, I would have the allied ninja forces make camp here. Danzo placed his hand on one location. Amamiya Kenichi glanced at it. It was different from the two places Minato had mentioned, and it was even farther from the Land of Water. What month is it now? Danzo asked. Now. March, Amamiya Kenichi answered directly. He did not know why Danzo was asking this. Then it's here, Danzo said with certainty. Amamiya Kenichi looked at Minato, but Minato seemed unaware of the inside story. In March, the southeast winds are common, and strong winds are frequent. The normal locations near the Land of Water will definitely be thoroughly investigated by you. Don't treat Narashikaku like a fool. As for this location, if they use the wind, they can easily reach the Land of Water, and their landing point will not be easy to detect, Danzo explained calmly. Amamiya Kenichi nodded after hearing this. If that was the case, then it was indeed possible. However, Amamiya Kenichi still planned to investigate all three locations and confirm where the allied ninja forces were actually encamped. That would be safer. Having obtained the intelligence, Amamiya Kenichi intended to send Danzo back to the Pure Land. The other party was of no further use to him, and keeping him around could easily cause conflict between him and Nagato. I want to ask one thing. Who is Hokage in Konoha now? What happened to my root? Danzo also understood Amamiya Kenichi's intention and asked. Amamiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. However, considering Danzo's contribution just now, he still answered. After hearing that Hiruzen Sarutobi had retired and Tsunade had taken over as Hokage, Danzo remained expressionless. That was within his expectations. When Tsunade returned, he already knew he had no chance. But after hearing that Hiruzen Sarutobi had taken over as Root's leader, Danzo suddenly burst into mad laughter. His laughter only faded into the air after he returned to the Pure Land. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 408, Chapter 408, The Lone Souls of Hidden Mist Village. Chapter 408, The Lone Souls of Hidden Mist Village. Elder Danzo seems to have changed a lot, Minato said, unable to hold back a sigh as he watched Danzo dissipate. He remembered the days when he had been the fourth Hokage. Back then, Danzo had always been two-faced. On the surface, he cooperated well enough, but in practice, the information he provided was always perfunctory and half-hearted. Minato had not been too angry at the time. After all, Danzo was Konoha's shadow and one of its elders. Some special treatment was expected. Besides, Minato had been buried under countless matters during that period, and he had originally planned to deal with Root's affairs later. But before he could free his hands, he died. He had not expected that after Danzo's death, the men would seem to have made peace with many things. He had become much more composed, and in some ways, he now vaguely resembled the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. After all, he's already dead. Maybe he met the second Hokage and many others in the Pure Land. Once people die, only a handful of them keep obsessing over making trouble in the world of the living. Amamiya Kenichi swept up the ashes left behind by Edo Tensei and poured them into a trash can. Edo Tensei was a useful technique, but people in the ninja world did not seem fond of interfering with the living world after death. Even powerful figures like the first and second Hokage had never thought of continuously remaining in the living world through Edo Tensei. Even the fourth Hokage and his wife would have been the same. If Amamiya Kenichi had not used Naruto as a bargaining chip, Minato would never have planned to stay in the present world, and neither would Kushina. The living and the dead belong to two different worlds. Those who have died shouldn't continue interfering with the living. Minato glanced at Amamiya Kenichi. This child, whom he had watched grow up, had changed far too much. He had even used Naruto to bind him here. Minato had once considered refusing to be influenced by Amamiya Kenichi, but he simply could not do it. Once he saw the kind of life Naruto had lived, Minato could not bear to let Naruto continue suffering like that. Who knows? Amamiya Kenichi smiled. That was not necessarily true. That old man, Uchiha Madara, had still been obsessed with the Eye of the Moon plan even after death. After being brought back by Edo Tensei, he had shown no attachment to the world of the dead whatsoever. It had to be said that Madara was a firm idealist, and his infinite Tsukuyomi plan was quite peculiar. If the infinite Tsukuyomi did not ultimately turn the people trapped inside the Genjutsu into white Zetsu, then Amamiya Kenichi felt that the debate around that part of the plot would have been even more intense. But now, the entire plot had completely collapsed. The Three Tails was dead. The Ten Tails could not be revived. The Geto statue could only remain the Geto statue. Without the Ten Tails, could Uchiha Madara still display such overwhelming power? Moreover, the Rinnegan was currently with Nagato. Without retrieving the Rinnegan, Madara's strength could not reach the heights he had achieved during the Fourth Great Ninja War. How do you plan to scout the Ninja Allied Forces encampment this time? Minato always felt there was some hidden meaning in Amamiya Kenichi's words, but he truly could not think of what the problem might be, so he simply asked about another matter. In any case, he would leave those things for Amamiya Kenichi to worry about himself. He had promised Amamiya Kenichi that he would help, so he would simply do what he was best at. When it came to scouting intelligence, Minato still had confidence. I plan to scout all three locations. Although Danzo said it might be that one location, what if Narashikaka chooses an unconventional route? So scouting all three locations at the same time is necessary. Amamiya Kenichi pointed at the three marked spots on the map. He planned to assign the scouting of these three locations to different people, while he himself would remain in the laboratory in the Land of Water's capital to continue preparing his atomic bombs. The more of those he prepared, the better. Only then could he truly deter the ninja allied forces. Once they witnessed the power of an atomic bomb, their confidence would surely be shaken. Of course, doing so might also provoke a more intense response from them, even causing them to launch a reckless attack. There were pros and cons. I thought you'd have your own idea, Minato said with a smile as he looked at Amamiya Kenichi. Amamiya Kenichi shrugged after hearing that. What idea could he have? I've always believed in leaving professional matters to professionals. Outsiders shouldn't meddle blindly. Amamiya Kenichi had never seriously considered trying to figure out where Konoha would attack from by himself. In terms of familiarity with the geography of the Land of Fire, he was far inferior to Minato and Danzo. Moreover, Minato and Danzo's former positions meant that they knew many things Amamiya Kenichi did not. For example, that secret base, or the assembly point Danzo had pointed out. So matters of intelligence gathering should be left to professionals. Minato and Danzo had already provided their judgment, so he did not need to interfere further. Compared with those matters, he might as well consider how to face a possible Uchiha Madara and what Madara might do. Alright. Then I'll lead a team to scout that secret base. Minato was very satisfied. He liked Amamiya Kenichi's way of handling things. What he disliked most was someone who knew nothing but insisted on giving reckless orders. Amamiya Kenichi nodded, then let Minato select the squad members he needed himself. However, before that, he first released Minato from Edo Tensei and then prepared a new body for him. Otherwise, the previous body had already been used for 11 days. If the Edo Tensei body suddenly disintegrated during an intelligence mission, that would be a little too entertaining. After seeing Minato off, Amamiya Kenichi sighed and looked at the gloomy weather outside the window. Although the Land of Water was much better than the Land of Snow, the destruction of Hidden Mist Village had greatly reduced the number of ninja he could use. After scouring the entire Land of Water, only a handful of ninja had been found. Now, there were even reports of former Hidden Mist ninja attacking cities. These were ninja who had originally been outside on missions for Hidden Mist Village. After completing their missions, they returned only to find their village gone, and so they became rogue ninja. Only a small number of them were willing to serve the new nation. Most of them had bonds in Hidden Mist Village. Amamiya Kenichi's atomic bomb had killed their friends and families, making him their mortal enemy. It could be said that while the atomic bomb had helped him sweep through Hidden Mist Village quickly, it had also brought extremely serious aftereffects. He still needed to keep part of his forces behind to ensure the stability of the Land of Water. All captured Hidden Mist ninja were injected with parasite eggs by the Jonin of the Land of Snow. They were being continuously transformed from vengeful people filled with rage into Amamiya Kenichi's most loyal military hounds. I have to admit, the Six-Path Sage was right to choose to eliminate this parasite. Its existence is truly a little. Amamiya Kenichi clicked his tongue. This parasite was indeed too powerful. Even the most enraged Avengers, after being implanted with the parasite and before finding a way to remove it, would become his military hounds. Whatever Amamiya Kenichi told them to do, they would do it. They showed almost no humanity at all. And the number of Avengers throughout the Land of Water was constantly decreasing. Their numbers dwindled while the enemy's forces continuously increased. Even some hidden residential areas were attacked and wiped out by Land of Snow Jonin squads after being reported by traitorous ninja. Lord Amamiya, there's a stronghold that may require. Uchiha Shirori pushed open the door and entered, speaking in a low and urgent voice. Why? Why did you betray us? Hozuki Rei stared in shock and anger at the person before him. The person standing there was his clansman, one of the few geniuses of the Hozuki clan, and once the pride of the clan, Hozuki Suigetsu. But now, that person wore the forehead protector of the self-proclaimed United Nation and had led a large squad of ninja to surround them. This was the final resting place of the lone souls of Hidden Mist Village. Uncle, times have changed. The backward and rotten Hidden Mist Village of the Land of Water has already become scorched earth. Joining the United Nation, led by that great being, is our only destination. Hozuki Suigetsu spoke fanatically, his eyes filled with reverence toward Amamiya Kenichi. This made Rei's heart ache. He fell silent for a moment, then quietly picked up his weapon and held it across his chest, cutting open his palm. Blood slowly slid down the blade and dripped onto the ground. The Hozuki clan has protected Hidden Mist Village for generations. As one of Hidden Mist Village's great clans, how can we bow our heads to the enemy? Suigetsu, from today onward, you are no longer a member of my Hozuki clan. Rei glared hatefully at Hozuki Suigetsu before him. The Hozuki clan had once produced a Misukage. And now, someone from that same clan had actually become a traitor. The stunned and disbelieving gazes of his companions behind him sent a chill down his spine. He had never dreamed that he would one day be betrayed by his own nephew. Heh. The Hozuki clan will rise again under my leadership. Old fossil, you should just die. Hozuki Suigetsu charged forward with his weapon. The United Nation ninja behind him also began casting ninjutsu. The encirclement operation against the remnants of Hidden Mist Village began. The clash of blades, the collision of ninjutsu, wails, and screams became the main theme of this swampy land. Rei gasped for breath as he looked at the nephew before him. He sadly realized that he was no match for this traitorous nephew at all. But then again, the other party was, after all, the second genius of the Hozuki clan after Hozuki Mangetsu, a genius once carefully nurtured by the clan. How could a useless old man like him possibly be his opponent? For a moment, an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. Looking at his proud and talented nephew before him, Rei did not know whether he should feel happy or sad. Old man, you're old. Pledge allegiance to that great being, and you still have a chance to live. Hozuki Suigetsu put away his weapon and looked coldly at his uncle. Rei spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned his head and saw that the battle had already ended. Facing the attacks of 5 Mangekyo Sharingan Jonin, these ghosts of Hidden Mist Village had no power to resist. Many had been subdued, while some had already died, their blood soaking into the swamp. By this time next year, the plants here should grow especially well. Rei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at his desperate and unwilling Hidden Mist clansmen, then at his companions, and finally back at his nephew. The other party was waiting for his answer. Beside Hozuki Suigetsu, 2 United Nation Jonin with strange patterns in their eyes were watching him. Only death. Rei stood up. He bit down on the pill he had hidden in his mouth. This item could briefly grant him greater power, but he would die soon after. A powerful force instantly filled his body. At that moment, Suigetsu felt as though he had even reached the Jonin level, a level he, as a Chunin, had never dared to dream of. Hidden Mist will never become slaves. Suigetsu roared, raising his long sword high before charging toward Hozuki Suigetsu. But then, he saw 2 pairs of eyes looking at him at the same time. Those strange patterns. Those peculiar designs. An ungrateful old man. Hozuki Suigetsu raised his long sword expressionlessly and pierced his uncle's chest. The breath of life drained from Rei's eyes as he fell weakly to the ground. At that same moment, the Mangekyo Sharingan Genjutsu was released. Everything before Rei's eyes began to blur. He trembled and tried to raise his hand, just as he had once caressed Hozuki Suigetsu's cheek when he was a child. Then his hand fell limply to the ground. So, a jonin is nothing more than a chicken waiting to be slaughtered. Rei thought of the eyes he had just seen. He had taken the pill and burned his life to unleash power, yet he still could not do anything. Suigetsu. Rei's breathing slowly weakened, and his chest gradually stopped moving. Surrender, or die. Hozuki Suigetsu casually flicked his sword, scattering blood onto the ground. Then he looked at the hidden mist remnants before him and spoke. Evasive gazes met one another. Then more and more people knelt on the ground, bowing their once proud heads into the mud. We are willing to surrender to the great being. Scattered voices sounded one after another. You have made a wise choice, Hozuki Suigetsu said calmly. Soon, these remnants of Hidden Mist Village put down their weapons. Then they lowered their heads and, according to the United Nation Ninja's instructions, headed to a designated location where they were injected with parasite eggs. Hozuki Suigetsu watched silently and said nothing. Is this the last major resistance point? The United Nation Jonin beside him asked. Hozuki Suigetsu remembered that his name was Ruji Kuroki, a strange name. Yes. It's the only one I know of, Hozuki Suigetsu nodded. He did not know of any other resistance points. Oh, then. Ruji Kuroki suddenly paused. Then a trace of fanaticism flashed in his eyes. Hurry and prepare. That lord is coming. Ruji Kuroki let out a sharp cry filled with joy. Hozuki Suigetsu's heart trembled, and a strange emotion flashed through his eyes. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 409, Chapter 409, The Blade of Rebellion. Chapter 409, The Blade of Rebellion. So, where are the ruins? Amamiya Kenichi asked, looking curiously at the swamp before him. He had been assembling his atomic bomb at the experimental base when Uchiha Shirori reported that she had discovered an interesting ruin. Not only that, it apparently resembled some of the pictures in the books Amamiya Kenichi had given her before. Only after hearing that did Amamiya Kenichi decide to come with Shirori. Otherwise, he would not have bothered leaving. Even so, Amamiya Kenichi chose to send a shadow clone rather than come in person. With shadow clones available, there was no need to handle every matter personally. It is inside this swamp, Lord Amamiya. This place is also a base for members of a resistance organization in the Land of Water, Shirori said respectfully. Amamiya Kenichi nodded. It was not surprising that there were resistance forces. After all, Amamiya Kenichi had never expected everyone to submit the moment he showed his power. That was unrealistic. He only needed to control these resistors with parasites, and over time, the trouble would naturally disappear. So Amamiya Kenichi's idea was to slowly use time to erase the national memories of these countries, then make their people identify as citizens of one nation. Once that happened, disputes would naturally decrease. However, all of this required time. Following Shirori, Amamiya Kenichi soon saw a group of fanatical ninjas standing before him. Many were ninja from the Land of Snow, but there were also some ninja from the Land of Water among them. Amamiya Kenichi nodded and was about to continue toward the ruins. But as he passed one ninja, he could not help stopping and turning his head to look. White hair, purple eyes. Such a face was relatively rare even in the ninja world. From the Hozuki clan? Amamiya Kenichi asked, looking at the ninja before him. He had recently been reviewing some information about the Land of Water, including details about the Hozuki clan. This person's face had been listed among the ninja to watch, and Amamiya Kenichi remembered his name. Suigetsu Hozuki. In the Land of Water, he seemed to be a genius ninja, someone the daimyo of the Land of Water had been eager to recruit. Clearly, the daimyo of the Land of Water still had some degree of control over Hidden Mist Village. The daimyo's mansion even had information on certain Hidden Mist ninja. Amamiya Kenichi did not know how the daimyo of the Land of Water had managed that, but now it had all benefited him. He had not expected to see Suigetsu Hozuki here, much less as one of his subordinates. Just by looking into his eyes, Amamiya Kenichi knew the men before him had been infested by a parasite. Although the daimyo of the Land of Water had valued this ninja named Suigetsu Hozuki highly, to Amamiya Kenichi, he was merely another person. After all, he had seen many geniuses, and plenty of them had failed to realize their potential. Yes, Lord. My name is Suigetsu Hozuki. Suigetsu looked excited, his eyes filled with fanaticism. He even seemed eager to shake Amamiya Kenichi's hand. Amamiya Kenichi nodded. He remembered that this ninja seemed to be a character who had appeared in the plot, but he could not quite recall where. In any case, he seemed to have followed Sasuke later. The current Suigetsu looked very young. Amamiya Kenichi extended his hand and shook Soijetsu's hand. For characters who appeared in the plot, Amamiya Kenichi still valued them somewhat. Those who could appear in the plot were often geniuses among geniuses. But then, he looked down. A long sword had been driven into his abdomen. The attacker had even twisted it several times. Amamiya Kenichi looked at Soijetsu in front of him with interest. Of course, he had noticed that something was off about this person. Even when Soijetsu made his move, Amamiya Kenichi had sensed it. If he had wanted to, he could have dodged instantly or simply used a defensive ninjutsu to protect himself. The reason he had not acted was because he wanted to see how far this man could go. Did the parasite's infestation fail? Amamiya Kenichi asked with interest, looking at Soijetsu, who had already been restrained by a group of furious ninja. To be honest, ever since he obtained the parasites, every attempt Amamiya Kenichi had made had shown the same result. Once a parasite reached a certain stage of infestation, it was basically impossible to break free without external help. Lord Amamiya. For the first time, Shiori's face showed another emotion. She looked at Amamiya Kenichi in panic. Under her leadership, the Lord had actually been assassinated. In that instant, Shiori had already started thinking about where she should be buried. It's fine. Amamiya Kenichi pulled out the long sword. His shadow clone was about to dissipate. After all, it was only a shadow clone and had no physical body. Enduring a stab like this was already impressive. Bring him back to me, Amamiya Kenichi said before disappearing. The atmosphere across the entire swamp grew even tenser. Shiori gritted her teeth and looked at Soijetsu. Then she quickly stepped forward and slapped him on the chest, sealing his chakra. The other party had just tried to do something else. Although she did not know whether he had intended to commit suicide or continue attacking, Shiori would not let him succeed. Thankfully, he had been restrained now, but Shiori still felt a chill down her spine. Fortunately, Amamiya Kenichi had sent a shadow clone when he came out, not his real body. Otherwise, Shiori would have been entirely responsible. But even so, Shiori knew she was definitely in trouble. And when she thought that this trouble had been caused by the person before her, she wanted to tear him into 1,000 pieces. Are there any survivors of the Hozuki clan? Shiori took a deep breath. Soijetsu was someone Amamiya Kenichi wanted, so she could not injure him or beat him, but she had many ways to solve problems from another angle. Soijetsu's pupils constricted. There are 23 women and children, and 3 males who have received the grace, a jonin from the land of snow said respectfully. Imprison those 3 and seal their chakra with sealing ninjutsu. Kill anyone who resists without mercy. Bring those 23 women and children here. Shiori's voice was thick with suppressed anger. She quickly gave her orders, then left with Soijetsu, who could no longer move. Although she desperately wanted to retaliate right now, she also knew what could not be delayed. No matter what, Amamiya Kenichi's orders had to be completed first. Your threats won't work on me. Soijetsu tried to calm himself, forcing a disdainful expression onto his face. Because of your actions, 23 people will die. Shiori looked coldly at Soijetsu beside her. She wanted to stab him to death, but she could not. Soijetsu sneered. And I will dig up your Hozuki clan's graves and feed their bones to dogs, Shiori continued. This time, Soijetsu finally broke. What are you trying to do? Kill me. If you have the guts, kill me. Soijetsu roared hysterically. Looking at Soijetsu, Shiori showed a faint smile. Then she sealed Soijetsu's mouth with a sealing ninjutsu. She had clearly seen that he intended to bite off his tongue and kill himself. Strictly speaking, biting off one's tongue was not enough to cause death. The tongue had abundant nerves, and the pain was intense. Moreover, the tongue was long. Even if an ordinary person truly managed to do it, they would only bite off part of their tongue and would not die. The true cause of death was usually asphyxiation caused by the severed tongue blocking the throat. But the ninja world was still the ninja world. If ninja truly wanted to bite off their tongues and kill themselves, they could do it. So, to avoid trouble, Shiori made it so Soijetsu could not even move his mouth. All he could do was glare furiously with his eyes. However, everything he did was meaningless. Soon, Soijetsu was brought to the capital of the land of water and met Amamiya Kenichi. The parasite is still there, so how did he break free from control? Amamiya Kenichi curiously examined Soijetsu's body. Soijetsu looked no different from a normal person, and the parasite was indeed present. But the stab he had delivered had also been real. So the question was, how had Soijetsu broken free from the parasite's control? How did you break free from control? Amamiya Kenichi asked directly. Soijetsu's expression instantly twisted in pain. He was trying to resist the parasite's influence on him, but it was useless. Soon, a miraculous scene occurred. A wriggling parasite was slowly expelled from the back of Soijetsu's head. I see. Amamiya Kenichi looked at Soijetsu, who was still unwilling to cooperate, and suddenly understood why he had been able to avoid the parasite's control. You truly are a genius of the Hozuki clan. You've already mastered the ability to liquefy your body. Amamiya Kenichi looked at the silent Soijetsu, interest flickering in his eyes. He understood now. Soijetsu possessed a very unique ability, he could liquefy his body. When he liquefied, his brain and organs would naturally become liquid as well. Under those conditions, the parasite naturally could not control him. After all, the parasite controlled the human brain, not water. If the parasite possessed even that kind of ability, then its power would be far too absurd. Amamiya Kenichi paced around the laboratory a few times. After learning that the shadow clone had dissipated, he had been thinking about how Soijetsu had managed it. He had not expected the truth to be so simple, liquefaction. However, liquefaction was, to a certain extent, an excellent countermeasure against tangible foreign objects. After all, if the body's tissues liquefied, external objects could not possibly liquefy along with them. Being expelled by the liquid was not strange at all. I suppose very few people from your Hozuki clan ever suffer from parasites. Amamiya Kenichi smacked his lips. Let alone parasites, even losing weight would become simple. After eating their fill, they could liquefy their bodies and expel undigested food residue. In extreme cases, they might not even need to use the bathroom. Soijetsu said nothing. He wanted to commit suicide now, but he sadly found that he could not. I read in the intel that you even led a team to kill your own uncle. So, were you planning to endure humiliation just to kill me? Amamiya Kenichi looked at Soijetsu. He was not very old, yet he had such a scheme. That proved Soijetsu was indeed a significant figure. If his talent could be realized and his strength rapidly improved, becoming Mizukage in the future would not be impossible. Soijetsu still did not speak. Amamiya Kenichi found that rather boring. Although he remembered Soijetsu as a character who appeared in the plot, his natural talent did not seem especially outstanding. Otherwise, Amamiya Kenichi should have seen him appear multiple times. So Amamiya Kenichi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and controlled Soijetsu directly. Then he looked at Shirori, who was kneeling on the ground in a flustered state. Frankly, Amamiya Kenichi was not very angry. No one had expected Soijetsu's liquefaction ability. The parasite had always been in his brain, so Shirori clearly was not responsible for this matter. However, someone had to take the blame, and that could only be Shirori. Don't let it happen again, Amamiya Kenichi said with a wave of his hand. He truly did not care much about this matter, but there was nothing else he could do. Shirori herself seemed to care deeply. If he did not say something, Shirori probably would not be able to get past it, so Amamiya Kenichi could only say that. Thank you, Lord. Shirori breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the Lord was not very angry. That was good. But then, Shirori glanced at Soijetsu. He stood there with vacant eyes. Shirori took a deep breath. She felt she probably would not see Soijetsu again. His future would likely be miserable. However, Shirori did not say anything more. Instead, she asked whether the remaining members of the Hozuki clan needed to be punished. Amamiya Kenichi thought for a moment and decided not to let Shirori do so. After all, the Hozuki clan was quite interesting, and their liquefaction ability was clearly not something ordinary people could master. As long as they could not master liquefaction, they could not escape the parasite's control, which meant they posed no threat to Amamiya Kenichi. Looking at the vacant-eyed Soijetsu, Amamiya Kenichi led him into the laboratory. Amamiya Kenichi wanted to figure out one question. Was the liquefaction ability unique to Soijetsu himself, or was it a bloodline trait of the Hozuki clan? However, that question would have to wait until after he dealt with the ninja world's allied forces. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 410, Chapter 410, Ninja Allied Forces. Chapter 410, Ninja Allied Forces. Have the ninja from the other 3 villages reached that location? Tsunade asked from behind her desk in the Hokage Tower, lifting her head from the mountain of Konoha's complicated affairs. At present, Konoha's attention was almost entirely focused on this SSS rank mission. Intelligence, supplies, high-level combat power, and even strategic planning had all been poured into it. Lady Tsunade, Elder Hiruzen has already gone to receive them with Jiraiya. According to the latest report, they are nearly at the destination, Shizune answered, a stack of documents in her arms. She had been about to take those documents to the Umbu, but since Tsunade had asked, she naturally stopped to answer. Tsunade nodded. This SSS rank mission was not only the first super-large mission in the ninja world's history, it was also the first mission that forcibly required cooperation between 4 great ninja villages. Behind those 4 villages stood the 4 great nations, and Tsunade knew very well what the daimyo of those nations were thinking. To put it bluntly, the occupation of the land of water was a slap to their faces. At the same time, it made them covet that rich piece of meat like starving wolves desperate for a full meal. Ordinary small countries could not satisfy their appetites. That was why, during the 3 Great Ninja Wars, the wars initiated by the 5 great nations usually targeted other great nations, not the small countries caught between them as buffer zones. The purpose of those small countries was to serve as strategic cushions for the 5 great nations, reducing the chance of accidental conflict between them. But now, the land of water had fallen and been occupied by an outside force. Naturally, the daimyo of the 4 great nations wanted to extend their sphere of influence into that land. After all, if such a large territory could be seized, it would be an honor worthy of its own page in a daimyo's family records. However, immense honor also came with immense trouble. For example, how exactly should the land of water be divided? Dividing it between 4 nations was no easy task. Those people. Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose. The enemy conquered the land of water, occupied Hidden Mist Village, and even prevented the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, from escaping. Are they really that confident? Compared with this matter, the suspected discovery of one of Orochimaru's bases and the collusion between Ninja Academy teachers and Orochimaru seemed far less important. Tsunade felt uneasy. She had once served as Konoha's war commander, so she knew very well that although the ninja of Hidden Mist Village had grown somewhat weaker, they were still excellent shinobi. On top of that, Hidden Mist had the 3 tails, a tailed beast. But now, the intelligence only mentioned Hidden Mist Village's destruction, using vague phrases like, people nearby heard a massive explosion, and, a giant mushroom cloud was seen. There was not a single living spy who had transmitted information explaining how Hidden Mist Village had been destroyed. That proved the force that conquered Hidden Mist Village was enormous and possessed enough powerful individuals. Even more terrifying was another possibility. The enemy might have suppressed Hidden Mist Village instantly, so quickly that even the spies hidden inside the village had no time to escape. It could even be said that this force had directly suppressed the tailed beast. Otherwise, if the 3 tails had managed to delay the enemy even briefly, the spies from the various villages would definitely have seized the chance to escape, even at the risk of exposing their identities. Every ninja village knew that there were foreign spies inside their own village, and the number was definitely not small. Yet under such circumstances, neither Konoha nor Hidden Cloud had managed to get even one spy out alive. Although the intelligence from the other ninja villages had not been mentioned, judging from their behavior, they probably had not obtained any useful information either. And just how terrifying were the methods of a force that could suppress both a tailed beast and a giant like Hidden Mist Village? It reminded Tsunade of her grandfather, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the man known as the god of shinobi. Although her teacher, Hiruzen, had once been praised as the strongest Hokage in history, Tsunade knew the truth. Her grandfather was the real god of shinobi, a man who could treat tailed beasts like pets. I hope this goes smoothly. Tsunade stood and looked out the window at the bustling streets of Konoha, her thoughts drifting. If they could not contend with the force that had occupied the land of water this time, then something truly serious might happen. At a temporary base, Hiruzen sat smoking his pipe, while Jiraiya sat beside him, yawning. Old woman Chiyo, you're the last person qualified to say that here, Kitsuchi said with a yawn. He had only glanced at Jiraiya, but somehow he had been infected by the man's yawning. Chiyo's expression darkened, but she merely snorted and said nothing. After all, she was also quite old. If they were being serious, she indeed had no right to criticize Hiruzen on that point. Enough. Everyone is here to carry out a mission, not to argue, Hiruzen said calmly, tapping his pipe against the table. He was old, and his health was not what it used to be. This time, he had come to contribute one last time to Konoha and pass on the will of fire. That's right. But didn't Mei Terumi join your Konoha? Why not let her come out and tell us about the land of water first? Darui said lazily, his eyes narrowed as if he had not fully woken up. Even so, every ninja present could not help glancing at him. Because Darui represented Hidden Cloud Village. According to their intelligence, when Darui and his ninja corps set out, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, had also left the village. His destination remained unknown. It could not be ruled out that Killer Bee was also preparing to head for the land of water. Mei walked out. She looked far more haggard than before. During this period, the news that her homeland and village had been destroyed had pressed on her heart like a 10,000-pound boulder, leaving her gasping for breath day and night. Whenever she closed her eyes, she seemed to see the vengeful spirits of Hidden Mist Village questioning why she had not yet taken revenge. Moreover, Mei still had relatives in the village. Now that Hidden Mist Village had been destroyed, those relatives were probably already dead. That emotion had been spreading through the remaining Hidden Mist ninja during this time. Pain, brewed over days and nights, had turned into a thick wine of vengeance. For Mei now, revenge was the only thing on her mind. Hidden Mist Village has been destroyed. I don't know if there are any survivors, but I can provide intelligence on the land of water, Mei said, dark circles heavy beneath her eyes. The ninja present looked at her haggard face and could not help remembering the triumphant smile she had worn when she burned down the great tree that produced hero water. Not much time had passed. Yet when they met again, she had become like this. The former 5 great nations had become the 4 great nations, and Mei had gone from being a ninja of Hidden Mist Village to a homeless wanderer who had now joined Konoha. However, Mei had once been a ninja of the Land of Water. She did indeed understand the details of that land very well, and she even provided a piece of important intelligence. In the northern region of the Land of Water, there was a secret base that could only be accessed once a month due to the tides and wind conditions. It had originally been used as a special Umbu training base for Hidden Mist Village, but later, due to maintenance costs and other problems, it had been abandoned. Although abandoned, the base still had 2 old secret passages that led directly near Hidden Mist Village. So, we travel by boat, then when we approach that base, we go underwater and sneak into the interior of the Land of Water through that location. Kitsuchi asked, immediately understanding Mei's meaning. But that requires confirming that the abandoned base hasn't been discovered by the force that conquered Hidden Mist Village. We also need to secure a retreat route, Darui added. The biggest problem with Hidden Mist Village now was that no one knew how it had been destroyed, whether there were survivors, or what the enemy had taken from it. If the enemy already knew about this secret base, then entering through it would be no different from walking into a trap. For a time, the ninja present fell into heated discussion. After all, this mission was too important to decide casually. As for whether they should act together, every ninja present tacitly avoided bringing it up. They all knew that unless one village was extremely confident in its own strength, no ninja village would willingly take the lead. But when facing an unknown force that had conquered Hidden Mist Village at terrifying speed, no village dared to be that confident. Every side hoped the other ninja villages would go ahead as trailblazers while they followed behind, observed the enemy's strength, and then decided how to attack. Unless Konoha sends out a Jinchuriki. Chiyo glanced at Hiruzen, who was silently smoking and not speaking. On Konoha's side, Mei and Jiraiya were the ones doing most of the talking, while Hiruzen rarely spoke. This unusual scene made Chiyo somewhat wary. What exactly was Konoha planning? Had Konoha sent out the Ninetales Jinchuriki? It should be known that the great nation closest to the Land of Water was the Land of Fire. The Land of Lightning was relatively farther away. Facing meat placed right in front of him, Chiyo did not believe Hiruzen would not be tempted. The more capable a ninja was, the more unwilling they were to let their later years pass ordinarily. For Hiruzen, if he could lead Konoha to conquer and occupy the Land of Water, turning it into Konoha's sphere of influence, it would undoubtedly be the best funeral gift for his career. It seems to be here. On a small hill not far away, several ninja dressed in black carefully observed the movement below. They did not dare look too closely. They only took a brief glance to confirm the number of people gathered there, then immediately lowered their heads. A ninja's sixth sense was extremely sharp. Some sensory ninja could detect when they were being watched. Because of that, the scouts only dared one glance. But that one glance was enough to confirm one thing. The ninja from the 4 great nations should be stationed here. After all, there were no towns marked on the map in this area. In theory, no one should be living here. Yet at this moment, so many people had gathered in one place. That was clearly abnormal. Disperse and relay this intelligence to the Lord. The ninja exchanged glances. Then one of them dissolved into bubbles and vanished. Danzo was right. Those people really did choose that place as the ninja allied forces encampment. Amamiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow as he looked at the intelligence in his hand. He had not expected that old man Danzo to be one step ahead and actually guess the location of the ninja allied forces camp. Minato had also sent back intelligence saying that no large-scale troop movements had been discovered near the secret base, and he was preparing to investigate the small town close to the Land of Water. However, there was no need to investigate now. Amamiya Kenichi had already sent Shirori to deliver the message. The location Danzo had pointed out was real. Now that he had this intelligence, it was time to move. He was not the sort of person who would sit still and wait for the enemy to attack him. The war could not be allowed to burn into the Land of Water, since that would be harmful to his rule there. Only by making the flames of war burn in the Land of Fire would the situation align with his interests. I wonder if they've taken action yet. Amamiya Kenichi glanced toward the Land of Rice Fields. Previously, he had sent Shirori to deliver a letter to a certain place in the Land of Rice Fields. That letter had naturally been sent to the Uchiha clan. He had some plans that required the Uchiha clan's cooperation. The atomic bomb here will still take a little more time. Amamiya Kenichi looked at the atomic bomb before him. Time was tight. To ensure that the atomic bomb would not have any problems, Amamiya Kenichi had to refine it meticulously, which made the process slower. However, when he thought about the current situation in the Land of Water, Amamiya Kenichi felt a headache coming on. The Land of Water was larger than the Land of Snow, with many scattered islands. Those islands had towns, which required the ninja of the Land of Snow to garrison them and maintain order. Originally, Amamiya Kenichi had planned to attack the Land of Water and preserve part of Hidden Mist Village's combat power, which would have helped him avoid falling into a ruling dilemma as much as possible. However, the power of the atomic bomb had somewhat exceeded his expectations. This led Amamiya Kenichi to face a new problem. He did not have enough manpower. The ninja brought from the Land of Snow, along with a portion of the surviving spirits of Hidden Mist Village, were already struggling to manage the entire Land of Water. On top of that, they had to deal with the Hidden Mist Avengers who occasionally emerged from unknown corners. Therefore, defense was necessary. Not enough manpower. Should I go with Minato myself? Should I call on? Amamiya Kenichi rubbed his temples. But with the atomic bomb, it should not be a big problem, right? If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 411, Prelude. Chapter 411, Prelude. Large numbers had their advantages, and small numbers had theirs. However, in the ninja world, where extraordinary power existed, numbers did not guarantee absolute superiority. If a few people possessed strength beyond common sense, then a large army was little more than fodder in a Musa-style battlefield. Because of that, Amamiya Kenichi ultimately chose not to take the ninja maintaining order in the Land of Water with him to the Land of Fire. I never thought I would set foot on the Land of Fire again under circumstances like these, Danzo said with some emotion as he looked down at the dim ground beneath the airship. Amamiya Kenichi also looked below. There were no lights in sight. Although electric lights existed in the ninja world, the world often still looked like some retro medieval era. The one benefit was that the night sky remained bright with stars. The only pity was that he could not see the Milky Way. Then again, that was probably for the best. If he could see the Milky Way or some famous stars from his previous life, Amamiya Kenichi would only become more conflicted. After all, if he could see the Milky Way or constellations he recognized, he would begin wondering where the ninja world's planet was located in the universe. And then, naturally, he would start thinking about whether he could develop interstellar spacecraft and return to his old home for a visit. Elder Shimura, the location you mentioned was correct. According to our intelligence, the ninja allied forces are indeed stationed there, Minato said. He had already returned from the area he had been sent to investigate, and the method of his return had been extremely simple. Amamiya Kenichi released Minato from Edo Tensei, prepared a new living sacrifice for him, and then reanimated him again in the Land of Water. The soul restraint device on Minato's head had also been retrieved by Uchiha Shirori. This allowed them to avoid waiting for Minato to travel back normally. It had to be said that Edo Tensei ninja, if they were willing to cooperate, were truly a powerful and flexible force. They could advance with an army without worrying about attacks on the rear. If the enemy wanted to strike the base camp, the user could simply release the Edo Tensei and then summon them again elsewhere. Of course, Uchiha Madara seemed to know how to undo Edo Tensei himself, which made him a massive problem. This must have been suggested by Hiruzen. The town and the secret base you mentioned are not suitable enough. Both are too easy to expose. In that case, it is better to set up camp directly there. Concealment is guaranteed, and most importantly, there are no important strategic facilities in the area, Danzo said with his arms crossed. This time, he had also been brought back through Amamiya Kenichi's Edo Tensei. The main purpose of reanimating Danzo was to make him contribute to the upcoming war. Although Danzo was unwilling to act against Konoha's ninja, he naturally had no psychological burden when it came to attacking the allied forces of the other three villages. Amamiya Kenichi was not entirely sure how strong Danzo was, but at the very least, he should be an elite jonin. On top of that, the nature of an Edo Tensei body meant Danzo could fight fearlessly, which would help avoid unnecessary casualties among Amamiya Kenichi's own ninja. Danzo gazed at the distant lights. He did not know whether they belonged to Konoha or somewhere else. For a moment, his emotions became complicated. After contending with that old man Hiruzen for so long, he had never expected that Hiruzen would ultimately inherit his position as the leader of Root. Would Konoha's light also begin to experience life in the shadows of Root? He wondered what kind of ending his old friend Hiruzen would eventually meet. Although he had never asked how Konoha treated him after his death, Danzo knew very well that many people had probably applauded. So, what is the plan for this operation? Minato could not help asking. He looked around and saw no one. Not even a single extra person. That made him feel somewhat uneasy. There were not many people on the airship now. Only Amamiya Kenichi, Danzo, and Minato. For 3 people to directly confront the allied forces of 4 ninja villages was truly insane. Even Danzo could not help looking at Amamiya Kenichi strangely after hearing the plan, before directly calling him a madman for having such a deranged idea. Amamiya Kenichi did not mind. Strictly speaking, he did not even need to bring Minato and Danzo. He could have come alone. All he had to do was use the face-copying technique on the outskirts, change his appearance, infiltrate the center of the ninja allied forces, set up the atomic bomb, leave behind a shadow clone, and withdraw his main body. Once the atomic bomb detonated, the ninja allied forces would basically be wiped out. Amamiya Kenichi now had a much clearer understanding of the atomic bomb's power. He had to admit that the crystallization of technology from his previous life was truly extraordinary. It had torn through Hidden Mist Village with ease and even severely wounded a tailed beast. If the ninja allied forces had brought the 8 tails, 7 tails, or something similar, their casualties might be lower. But if they had not, then aside from a handful of high-level combatants, most of them would probably die. Bringing Minato and Danzo was merely a precaution against possible crises. Having backup would make things more convenient. This operation is simple. After I infiltrate, I'll detonate my weapon. After that. Amamiya Kenichi stroked his chin. He could already see firelight in the distance. That meant the airship had to descend now. With the development of airships during this period, the various ninja villages had certainly begun developing specialized detection and countermeasures against them. Amamiya Kenichi did not want to alert the enemy. If the allied ninja discovered his airship, sneaking in would become much harder. Let's descend. If you see fireworks exploding in the sky, then I'll have to trouble you, Minato and I and Danzo, to harass them from the outside and draw their attention, Amamiya Kenichi said as he controlled the airship downward. He still decided to prepare a backup plan. If any problem occurred, he would need Minato and Danzo to draw fire from the outside and create an opening for him. But as he looked at the dark forest below, an inexplicable unease rose in Amamiya Kenichi's heart. He scanned the surroundings, yet found nothing abnormal. What's wrong? Amamiya Kenichi frowned in thought. This really is rare. It seems that bastard Amamiya Kenichi has truly provoked public anger this time. In an unknown cave within the Land of Fire, Obito looked at the intelligence Black Zetsu had collected, revealing a gloomy smile. He. That guy killed the 3 tails and destroyed Hidden Mist Village. Now he's provoked the daimyo of the 4 great nations into jointly issuing a mission. He brought this on himself, Black Zetsu laughed wildly. He had been thinking about how to deal with Amamiya Kenichi before. He had even considered directly using Edo Tensei to bring back Uchiha Madara for help. But he had never expected Amamiya Kenichi to destroy Hidden Mist Village, conquer the Land of Water, and then draw out the ninja allied forces of the 4 great nations to attack him together. In Black Zetsu's view, this was simply excellent news. This way, he would not need to do anything himself. He could watch Amamiya Kenichi be attacked by the ninja of the 4 great villages. Then, he could use some tricks to temporarily restrict Amamiya Kenichi's movements and eliminate this troublesome man once and for all. That guy. Obito's eye gleamed with hatred. He still remembered how Amamiya Kenichi had desecrated Rin's remains back in Konoha. That was something Obito absolutely could not tolerate. But how exactly did that bastard kill the 3 tails? I know Yagura's strength wasn't at its peak, and he was badly injured after breaking free from control, but there's no reason for him to be that weak. Obito still could not understand it. He had once controlled Yagura, the 4th Mizukage of Hidden Mist Village. He knew Hidden Mist Village's strength very well. Although Hidden Mist Village was considered relatively weak among the 5 great ninja villages, and although its strength had continued to decline because of Obito's Bloody Mist policy, causing many of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist to defect, it was still a great ninja village. It was not impossible for Obito to destroy Hidden Mist Village, but it would be extremely troublesome, difficult, and time-consuming. It would also be impossible to prevent every spy from escaping. I don't know. But I think we need to be cautious. Considering Amamiya Kenichi's previous methods, I suspect he created something similar to that strange weapon from before, except with even greater power. Perhaps powerful enough to destroy the entire Hidden Mist Village, Black Zetsu said, thinking of the miserable state of the village. He had arranged for White Zetsu to monitor and gather intelligence in Hidden Mist Village. But on that day, not a single White Zetsu survived. Those were White Zetsu. Their concealment was extremely strong, and their ability to escape was not weak either. Even so, none of them had escaped. If that's the case, do you think it's possible that Amamiya Kenichi found the location of the ninja allied forces and plans to detonate that weapon there? Obito could no longer sit still. He stood up, paced back and forth twice, then asked. He was becoming less and less confident in dealing with Amamiya Kenichi. That man's strength was growing more and more terrifying, and without a proper reason, Obito could not get Nagato to deal with him. Now, the ninja allied forces were the hope Obito considered most likely to succeed. Possible. But I've already had. Black Zetsu fell silent for a while. Although he wanted to say that ninja should not be so useless, he still felt that this possibility existed. As he spoke, Black Zetsu suddenly froze. He stood up and looked into the distance. You guessed right. Someone has arrived near the allied forces. Black Zetsu rubbed his hands, then sank into the ground. He needed to gather intelligence and confirm whether it was truly Amamiya Kenichi. Obito also stood up. So he really came. But Amamiya Kenichi, you no longer have any chance to ambush the ninja allied forces. I will expose your plan. Prepare to face the encirclement and pursuit of the powerhouses from the 4 great villages. Brother, when are Big Brother Shisui and the others coming back? In Magatama village, land of rice fields, Uchiha Sasuke could not help asking his older brother. Itachi withdrew his gaze. He looked at his younger brother, then reached out and ruffled Sasuke's hair. His eyes were filled with gentle affection. They'll come back once the mission is complete, Itachi said, looking at the village that had become much emptier. His mood was complicated. The Uchiha clan had fled Konoha, leaving behind the village they had lived in for generations, and arrived in the land of rice fields. Their original purpose had been to escape the threat of war and the cruelty of the ninja world. But with the arrival of that letter, the Uchiha clan once again stepped onto the road of conflict. Magatama village, once lively and noisy, had become much quieter. Before leaving, Shisui had taken many of the clan's strong members with him. He had also come to see Uchiha Mikoto and the 2 brothers. Itachi had seen the determination in Shisui's eyes, so he said nothing. Just as Shisui had said, this was a debt the Uchiha clan owed and had to repay. They did not want to live while owing favors. Otherwise, every night, whenever they thought of that debt, they would feel uneasy and unable to sleep. What kind of mission is it? Sasuke asked curiously. When Mikoto heard this, she walked over, fed Sasuke a piece of candy, then picked him up and looked at her eldest son. Itachi's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. There was hesitation. There was also eagerness. If you want to go, then go, Mikoto said gently, holding Sasuke in her arms. Mikoto now looked much older. There were more white strands in her hair, and the wrinkles on her face had become more obvious. Ever since Fugaku died, Mikoto had aged greatly. Itachi froze. For a moment, he even wondered if he had misheard her. Mother, I. Itachi looked conflicted. Looking at his mother, who had aged before her time, and his young, innocent younger brother, Itachi felt pain twist inside him. Go, Itachi, Mikoto said with a gentle smile. The tenderness in her eyes silenced Itachi completely. Then Itachi nodded, pinched Sasuke's cheek, and told him to wait for the dango he would bring back. After that, Itachi picked up the backpack he had prepared long ago and left the house. Watching his brother leave in such a hurry, Sasuke fell silent. Although he was still very young, he knew that his brother seemed to be going to do something dangerous. Mother. Sasuke gripped Mikoto's clothes. He was a little scared. Sasuke, this is what it means to be a ninja, Mikoto said. She still wore that gentle smile, but her eyes were filled with tears. After losing her husband, Mikoto's only pillars left in this world were her 2 sons. But she could not stop her sons. In this terrible world, no one could stay out of the storm. As long as they were ninja, they had to fight, kill, and risk their lives for all kinds of reasons. This was what it meant to be a ninja. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 412, Chapter 412, High Altitude Hot Air Balloon. Chapter 412, High Altitude Hot Air Balloon. A scorching, dazzling light tore across the night sky, illuminating Amamiya Kenichi's face. 6 or 7 roaring fire dragons burst from the dark forest and charged toward the ninja allied forces encampment. They were quickly intercepted, but the attack still succeeded in putting the entire camp on high alert. Could someone else be trying to attack the ninja allied forces here? Minato found it difficult to understand. This was a place where ninja from 4 major villages were stationed. Who would still think of attacking such a place? Danzo narrowed his eyes and stared ahead. He did not think this was an attack. It looked more like a warning, a way of informing the ninja allied forces that they should be on guard. But that made no sense. Their arrival should not have alerted anyone. Could it be that a Hyuga clan ninja had observed them? But if a Hyuga clan ninja had seen them, then the enemy should have issued a direct warning before launching an attack against them. Why release a fire release ninjutsu toward the encampment instead? Unless the attacker has something wrong with their brain, Danzo said, looking in the direction the attack had come from. There had only been that one fire dragon jutsu. Nothing else followed. Even so, the ninja allied forces encampment was already brightly lit, and dense groups of ninja had begun searching the surroundings. How interesting. Amamiya Kenichi laughed softly. Although he did not know the exact situation, he already had a likely suspect in mind. The person most likely to use a fire dragon jutsu of that scale to attack, or rather, to warn the ninja allied forces, was Obito. Aside from Obito, Amamiya Kenichi could not think of anyone else who would do something like this for no reason. Their arrival was supposed to be secret. Furthermore, unless Konoha had gone insane, they would never choose to attack ninja from the other 3 great villages. That would be no different from digging their own grave. Even if Konoha's ninja wanted to attack Sunagakure or Iwagakure, that would still be far more reasonable than attacking here. After eliminating those possibilities, Amamiya Kenichi knew who would do such a wicked thing. It had to be that bastard Uchiha Obito. And the one who discovered them was most likely Black Zetsu. Thinking of this, Amamiya Kenichi quickly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and scanned the surrounding area. The composition of the soil, rocks, minerals, the tiny creatures crawling through the darkness, and all sorts of other information flooded into Amamiya Kenichi's mind in an instant. Amamiya Kenichi frowned slightly, then deactivated his Mangekyo Sharingan. His development of his dojutsu was still not comprehensive enough. He felt that if his dojutsu were fully developed, it could not only be used to analyze the essence of things, but also to scout enemies. After all, if the constituent elements of a human body were detected in complete darkness, then there had to be someone there. That was why he had tried just now. He wanted to see if he could detect any strange constituent elements and use them to determine Black Zetsu's hiding place. Unfortunately, before he could finish, his eyes had already begun to feel extremely uncomfortable. A patch of ground might look like nothing but dirt, yet it contained an overwhelming number of things, including microorganisms and tiny insects. Let's go. We'll leave this place first. They're already on alert now. Amamiya Kenichi was somewhat annoyed, but he could only temporarily withdraw. He had already seen several ninja squads approaching. I think we can directly kill one of those squads, then replace their identities and infiltrate, Danzo said, offering a different opinion. Amamiya Kenichi glanced at him. With the 3 of them acting together, it would not be difficult. He had the Mangekyo Sharingan and could use Genjutsu for strong control. With Minato and Danzo assisting, they could indeed achieve that. However, Amamiya Kenichi had other concerns. Killing those ninja squads and replacing them was not the real problem. The transformation jutsu could accomplish that. The troublesome part was not those ninja. No. Retreat first. Amamiya Kenichi's decision remained firm. Seeing this, Danzo said nothing more and followed Amamiya Kenichi away from the area. What Amamiya Kenichi truly feared was never the ninja allied forces. It was Black Zetsu and Obito, who were hiding somewhere unknown. Especially Black Zetsu. His stealth ability was exceptional, and he also seemed to possess some strange and powerful control ability. Even Obito, with his Mangekyo Sharingan activated, could be controlled by Black Zetsu for a short time. Although the duration was brief, it was enough to be fatal. If Black Zetsu suddenly rushed out and controlled him, things would become troublesome. Amamiya Kenichi pinched the bridge of his nose. Until he found a way to locate Black Zetsu, he had to admit that Black Zetsu was simply the most disgusting fellow in the world. If that ability were used in his previous life by a paparazzi reporter, it would definitely make a fortune. I wonder if Sensei's research has yielded any results yet, Amamiya Kenichi sighed inwardly. After conquering the land of water, Amamiya Kenichi had casually mentioned Black Zetsu to his sensei during an experiment, using him as an example in a hypothetical question. Who would have thought that this would immediately spark his sensei's interest? Ever since then, his sensei had remained in the laboratory and had not come out. Watching the forest below descend into chaos, Amamiya Kenichi felt somewhat depressed. This plan had originally been highly feasible. He had not expected that, as soon as they arrived in the forest and prepared to infiltrate, the whole thing would fall apart. This was probably what people meant when they said plans could never keep up with changes. What do we do now? Minato asked. They were already here, and the ninja allied forces might remain on high alert for a long time. It would no longer be easy to infiltrate. Amamiya Kenichi rubbed his temples. After Obito's little disturbance, the possibility of infiltration had decreased. Konoha would definitely have the Hyuga clan conduct a thorough inspection, and it was very likely that the searching ninja squads would also have to undergo re-inspection when they returned. However, Amamiya Kenichi still had another method. He could fly an airship to the highest possible altitude and drop the bomb from above. But that meant facing potential anti-air ninjutsu. If the stationed allied forces destroyed the atomic bomb before it exploded, then the bomb would be wasted. If he wanted to avoid alerting them, the best method was to increase the flight altitude, making the airship fly higher than conventional models. This would minimize the chance of detection. Then, he would paint the atomic bomb black to reduce the possibility of it being discovered. That should create a similar effect. With that in mind, Amamiya Kenichi decided to try it. However, the airship could not fly that high. Any higher, and it would exceed the limits of its materials. Fortunately, Amamiya Kenichi had another option. For example, the hot air balloon he had brought out first. Strictly speaking, airships could generally fly higher than hot air balloons. But this was the ninja world. The ninja world's material technology meant that this airship could not fly higher than a hot air balloon. If he made an airship using hot air balloon materials, tiny air holes would appear. That was why, when Amamiya Kenichi made airships, he always chose other materials and had to apply a special layer of oil for protection. Hot air balloons did not have as many restrictions. A hot air balloon built purely for altitude could fly extremely high, and shadow clones could also solve the issue of test pilots. He could even stay here himself and attract the attention of Obito and Black Zetsu. Although he could not detect Obito right now, he only needed to know that Obito and Black Zetsu were definitely watching him. Let me think first. Amamiya Kenichi took Minato and Danzo onto the airship, then temporarily moved away from the forest below. At the same time, he began preparing to construct a high-altitude hot air balloon. High-altitude hot air balloons were somewhat different from ordinary ones. However, Amamiya Kenichi himself was not confident that he could make one properly, because even the most common and practical zero-pressure balloons could not be created with the current technology of the ninja world. He could only do his best to make a balloon with a stable material structure and a certain degree of stretch and elasticity. As for inflation, that could only be handled by shadow clones. The problem with this approach was that the balloon would be a single-use item. Even the person riding the high-altitude hot air balloon would be expendable. Basically, it was the type that went up and usually did not come down. After all, the higher one flew, the more treacherous and unpredictable the weather conditions became. Whether the weather in the ninja world followed the same principles as in his previous life was also another question. Fortunately, the one riding the high-altitude hot air balloon would be a shadow clone, so the problem was not too serious. Luckily, Amamiya Kenichi's scrolls contained plenty of materials, allowing him to create a pure black hot air balloon. A hot air balloon like this was only suitable for nighttime use. It definitely could not be used during the day. Under direct sunlight, the balloon's temperature would rise too quickly, making it prone to bursting. Though it isn't exactly safe right now either. Amamiya Kenichi muttered, looking at the hot air balloon in front of him. Getting it to fly would not be much of a problem. The question was how high it could go. With that in mind, Amamiya Kenichi had a shadow clone board the hot air balloon, then watched as it vanished into the night sky. After a while, a memory returned to his mind. Amamiya Kenichi fell into thought. According to the memory transmitted by the shadow clone, the high-altitude hot air balloon had indeed flown higher. Although the increase was not huge, it was still about 200 meters higher than the hot air balloons Amamiya Kenichi had made before. He did not know whether the other ninja villages could make hot air balloons that flew even higher, but Amamiya Kenichi felt the possibility was not very high. Besides, he did not have any better options now. He could only make another high-altitude hot air balloon, paint it black, and have a shadow clone carry the scroll containing the atomic bomb up with it. Meanwhile, Amamiya Kenichi took the airship to a nearby forest and stood atop the trees, observing the ninja allied forces encampment. On the way, Amamiya Kenichi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan again and scanned the surroundings, but still found nothing. He even saw drifting protein traces rising from the soil where insects were moving, but he did not see anything that seemed to be Black Zetsu. I should have chopped Black Zetsu back then and taken a piece of his flesh. That way, I could directly analyze the flesh, then. Amamiya Kenichi paused. He thought of something. When the Mangekyo Sharingan observed matter, it analyzed the constituent elements of that matter. Although there were no two identical leaves in the world, and everyone's composition was different, one person might have more fat while another might have less, things of the same type should still have roughly similar basic constituent elements. For example, the metasequoia-like plant beneath his feet. At the very least, it would be significantly different from humans, soil insects, and so on. So, could he try to directly analyze the complete constituent elements of a metasequoia all at once, archive it, and then skip over metasequoia when distinguishing things the next time? It doesn't seem impossible. Amamiya Kenichi became somewhat interested. In any case, he had to pretend to attract Black Zetsu's attention now, so researching something else was fine. The only problem was that Amamiya Kenichi was not sure whether his idea would succeed. Still, he felt that his Mangekyo Sharingan ability should not be limited to only this much. So Amamiya Kenichi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and stared at the metasequoia beneath his feet, constantly analyzing its composition while intentionally omitting some wriggling protein traces from the analysis. Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo looked at Amamiya Kenichi's eerie eyes, his gaze carrying both shock and a trace of greed. The Mangekyo Sharingan truly was a good thing. He had once used his Anaji to successfully escape pursuit from the remnants of the Akatsuki. That power was incredibly useful, and Danzo was confident he could reach Kage-level strength relying on it. What are you planning to do? Minato narrowed his eyes at Danzo, then stepped forward. With this, no matter what Danzo intended, he would not be able to threaten Amamiya Kenichi behind him. Don't worry, fourth Hokage. I no longer have those desires. Danzo's eyes returned to clarity, and he calmly shook his head. He admitted that, when he first saw the Mangekyo Sharingan, he had indeed been tempted. But he quickly calmed down. he was already dead. What use would the Mangekyo Sharingan be to him now? Most importantly, he could not defeat Amamiya Kenichi anyway. Amamiya Kenichi looked up. His Mangekyo Sharingan had already deactivated. Observing Edo Tensei placed a heavy burden on his dojutsu. Before advancing to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he did not intend to overuse his abilities. He had naturally noticed the dispute just now, but he did not care. Danzo had no chance to act. Amamiya Kenichi could dispel Edo Tensei with a single thought, so naturally, he did not need to worry about Danzo attacking him. The Metasequoia analysis is complete. As for whether my idea can actually work, Amamiya Kenichi was a little excited. And at that moment, a roaring fire dragon rushed toward the ninja base not far ahead. Amamiya Kenichi's eyes narrowed. But Minato was even faster than him, instantly rushing toward the location where the ninjutsu had been released. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 413, Nuclear Explosion. Chapter 413, Nuclear Explosion. Minato Namikaze was known as the fastest man in the ninja world. With his peerless mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan in his hand, he had earned the terrifying name of the Yellow Flash. However, that did not mean Minato was equally fast in every situation. His speed depended on the existence of a Flying Thunder God mark. Just now, when Minato saw the attack, he immediately rushed down, hoping to capture the troublemaker. But while he was moving, he unexpectedly sensed a familiar mark. A Flying Thunder God mark. Is this my Flying Thunder God mark? Minato was somewhat surprised, but his speed increased instead of slowing down. He knew what that mark might mean. After all, the last time he had used the Flying Thunder God technique, he had left a mark on that attacker. Could this attacker be the same person who had once attacked Konoha? Minato had used the Flying Thunder God technique many times, but very few people who had been marked by him had survived. The one who had left the deepest impression on him was naturally the mysterious masked man who had attacked Konoha. Thinking of this, Minato's pace became even faster. Soon, Minato arrived in the forest and saw a black-robed figure preparing to leave. The person wore a mask, revealing only one eye. The instant he saw him, Minato was certain. This was the same person who had attacked Konoha. Minato directly threw two kunai, which embedded themselves in front of the masked man. In the next instant, Minato teleported to the kunai's position and pressed the Rasengan in his hand straight toward the mask of the man before him. Minato had no intention of greeting him. This person was the culprit who had caused his and Kushina's deaths. If there was anything to say, it could wait until they reached the Pure Land. It's you. Obito sensed that something was wrong the moment he saw the familiar kunai, but when he actually saw Minato appear, he was still stunned for a second. He truly had not expected to see his former teacher here. Despite his surprise, Obito activated his ability in the face of the close-range attack. Although his body seemed to be standing there, Minato passed straight through him. The Rasengan blasted a massive crater into the ground. You were the one who attacked Konoha last time. What are you doing here this time? Minato looked sternly at Obito behind him. He still was not certain of this person's identity, but he knew that this man was troublesome. His strange ability had caused Minato quite a bit of trouble before. However, that had been the previous encounter. With that experience behind him, Minato now understood this person's ability much better. Obito silently looked at Minato. This was his teacher. The person who had once been one of the most important people in his life. But his teacher had not recognized him. Nor had he saved Rin. The fastest man in the ninja world. Heh. Edo Tensei. I didn't expect the esteemed fourth Hokage to have a day when he would be brought back by Edo Tensei. Obito saw Minato's strange state and sneered. At the same time, a new plan formed in his mind. Obito had no intention of continuing to argue with Minato. His recent attack had clearly drawn the attention of the allied shinobi forces, and Amamiya Kenichi might arrive from behind at any moment. Obito needed to leave quickly. But before Obito could do anything, Minato rushed forward again. The Rasengan in his hand lit up the surrounding vegetation and reflected in Obito's eye. See you next time. Obito glanced at Minato, then turned and left without hesitation. Minato was slightly confused, but in the next instant, he felt something grab his feet. His body suddenly seemed to lose the ability to move. He could only watch as Obito disappeared into the dark forest. Minato's body soon returned to normal, and he fell to the ground. He threw the Rasengan in his hand toward the direction Obito had left, but it hit nothing. Minato could sense that the Flying Thunder God mark he had left had disappeared. Why do I feel such a strange sense of familiarity? Minato lowered his head. There was nothing on the ground. What had that pulling sensation been? He was a ninja. It could not have been a tree root or something similar catching him by accident. Besides, that pulling sensation had been extremely strong. He could not have misjudged it. Minato was somewhat puzzled, but when he looked toward the distant firelight, he still left the area. If he stayed any longer, he would be discovered by the ninja squads. If he appeared before any ninja now, it would be troublesome. Fortunately, the other party had not discovered the flying thunder god mark he had left on him. The next time they met, Minato would definitely give him a surprise. I think we need to relocate immediately. This place has already been exposed. Katsuchi frowned, his expression grim. Since the previous attack, the entire allied shinobi forces base had been awakened. After searching the surrounding area, they had found no especially useful clues, but unexpectedly, another attack had occurred. Hiruzen, old man, you should be able to tell this isn't an attack. It's more like a warning, Chiyo said, looking at the ninja present. The people here were all important figures who could determine the direction of the allied shinobi forces. Of course, they could only make decisions for their own villages. They could not restrain the ninja of the other villages. They were an allied force in name, but the four great villages had not appointed a single universally recognized commander. Hiruzen nodded. He also felt that this was not an attack. The attacker had not continued using ninjutsu, and the attack had been launched from a location very far away from the base. That was not logical. Clearly, this was not a real assault. If it were, then the attacker's skill and intelligence would truly be worrying. I agree with Chiyo's view. This isn't an attack. It's a warning. Someone is telling us that we are about to be attacked, Darui said, agreeing with Chiyo's judgment. Although he still looked as if he had not fully woken up, there was a faint confidence in his tone. Hiruzen glanced at Darui, then took a puff from his pipe. Darui was this confident. Could it be that the Eight Tails Jinchuriki was already with Kumogakure's ninja unit? If that were true, was Kumogakure planning to send out the Eight Tails Jinchuriki to seize the land of water? I think we should arrange a rapid retreat. If this really is a warning, then an attack could come at any moment. And the ones preparing to attack us are clearly the forces that occupied Kirigakure. Jiraiya's expression was ugly. He had just been woken from a deep sleep, but he also knew the urgency of the situation, so he did not complain. Is there enough time? Evacuating this many ninja isn't easy. Mei immediately refuted him. She had also considered evacuation, but it was not simple. The surroundings were pitch black. Who knew where the attack might come from? During the previous search, Konoha had even dispatched a sensory squad led by members of the Hyuga clan, yet they had found nothing. Just as the ninja were debating whether to evacuate, a Konoha Umbu rushed in and whispered a few words into Hiruzen's ear. Evacuate immediately. Hiruzen suddenly stood up. His voice made every ninja present turn to look at him. We just received intelligence. Our hot air balloon observers spotted what appeared to be flying hot air balloons at high altitude, and they have already flown higher than our own. Hiruzen understood the urgency of the situation. He spoke quickly, then immediately walked out with Jiraiya and Mei. The ninja present reacted at once. Although it was only a suspected sighting, under the current circumstances, an attack could come at any moment. They had to retreat. And high-altitude hot air balloons meant the enemy's attack might come from the sky. This made every ninja present think of one name. Heavenly Demon. That person liked launching attacks from the air, and those attacks were unbelievably powerful. If it truly was Heavenly Demon, then they would be in serious trouble here. In an instant, all kinds of defensive barriers lit up around the allied shinobi forces' encampment. Large groups of ninja began to evacuate quickly, not even bothering with their tents. As for the defensive barriers, they did not expect too much from them. Kirigakure also had defensive barriers. As one of the great ninja villages, it had even more personnel responsible for establishing and maintaining such barriers. Yet Kirigakure had still been annihilated without a single detailed message escaping. If a great village's long-established defensive barriers were useless, temporary ones were even less reliable. Is it really Heavenly Demon? Jiraiya ran quickly. He already knew some things about Heavenly Demon. For example, Konoha had basically confirmed that this Heavenly Demon was the rogue ninja from Konoha, Amamiya Kenichi. Although there was still a margin of error, based on all kinds of intelligence, that person was very likely Heavenly Demon. We're not certain, but it's possible. Hiruzen observed the sky above. He knew that Heavenly Demon liked attacking from the air. If they could detect the attack in advance, there might still be a way to counter it. Moreover, this time, the allied shinobi forces from the four villages were stationed at a certain distance from one another. After all, expecting these ninja to truly trust each other was too difficult. Unexpectedly, this arrangement reduced the possibility of them being wiped out by Heavenly Demon in one strike. There. Hiruzen's pupils contracted. He saw something rapidly falling through the dark night sky. Hiruzen did not have time to create a shadow clone. The object was falling far too fast. He opened his mouth directly and released a thunderous sound wave, launching a high-speed attack toward the unidentified falling object. At the same time, he saw several other ninjutsu flying toward the unidentified object from different directions. Deploy defensive barriers. Use your strongest defensive ninjutsu. Jiraiya shouted. Destroying the object would be his teacher's responsibility. His own task was to ensure that Konoha's ninja avoided as many casualties as possible. But in the next second, everything around them suddenly fell silent. Then, a piercing blast roared across the night. At the same time, not far away, a scorching light expanded outward and transformed into red flames rising into the sky. A tremendous force instantly shattered the defensive barriers. Scorching heat swept over them. Jiraiya's pupils contracted. Such terrifying power from this distance. But he had no time to think. He immediately used the most comprehensive water release ninjutsu he could cast in his normal state. Then, without hesitation, he followed it with earth release, raising a tall wall in an attempt to protect the Konoha ninja behind him. But it was too fast. The high temperature instantly vaporized Jiraiya's water release ninjutsu. The shockwave swept forward, destroying one defensive ninjutsu after another. The hastily constructed defenses of the ninja vanished without a trace beneath the brilliance of the atomic bomb. At the same time, a powerful sense of discomfort surged into Jiraiya's heart. The dazzling mushroom cloud continued to rise. Nuclear radiation, extreme heat, and violent shockwaves raged across the land. For a time, nothing could be heard. The ninja's ears were almost deafened. The surrounding trees were flattened. Trees near the center of the blast were either charred black or had vanished entirely, their remains blown somewhere no one could see. This is... Obito's pupils contracted. What exactly was this unbelievably powerful thing? Was this ninjutsu? What scale of ninjutsu could possibly be like this? And why, even while standing here, could he still feel that uncomfortable sensation? Why could he still feel a hot wind sweeping over him? This should be the thing that destroyed Kirigakure, Black Zetsu said, also looking at the scene in astonishment. However, the shock in his heart was not as deep, because he had once witnessed even more terrifying power. Although this power was frightening, it was not absolutely invincible compared to what he had seen before. Even so, he now understood why Kirigakure had been destroyed and why the white Zetsu he had hidden there had failed to send back any information. This thing was truly awe-inspiring. The instantaneous explosion, the unimaginable high temperature, and the massive destructive force. The white Zetsu and those spies were likely destroyed the moment they tried to flee. The Three Tails had probably been killed or severely wounded when facing this thing, then taken away by Amamiya Kenichi afterward. Obito could not help but take a step back. The uncomfortable sensation weakened slightly. He looked at the red mushroom cloud in the distance and the firelight illuminating the forest, his expression growing increasingly grim. That guy is still getting stronger. This can't continue. Obito clenched his fists. If Amamiya Kenichi was determined to oppose him, then how long would he have to wait before he could create a world with Rin? Thinking of the idea he had recently formed, Obito felt more and more that it was feasible. After all, this world was full of the remains of powerful individuals. He only needed to find those remains to create an army strong enough to suppress Amamiya Kenichi. He could even bring that person back to this world. Let's try it. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 414, The Death of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Chapter 414, The Death of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Cough, cough. Pfft. Jiraiya spat out a mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest, but even then, a suffocating discomfort pressed down on him, making him want to cough up another mouthful. Worse, that discomfort was still growing stronger. Injuries. Jiraiya turned his head and looked back. The violent explosion had finally quieted down. Behind him, the mushroom cloud still towered into the sky, its shape strangely calm, giving no hint that it had taken the lives of countless ninja only moments earlier. But what entered Jiraiya's eyes was a hellish scene that even a seasoned ninja like him could hardly bear to look at. Most of the original forest was gone. In its place were burning trees, blackened trunks, and human figures charred into silhouettes. They remained standing in their final postures, as if still trying to avoid something, but that world-destroying explosion had already taken their lives and shattered their defensive ninjutsu. Wailing ninja struggled painfully on the ground. The explosion had ended, but the deadly nuclear radiation was still eroding the cells in their bodies. Ninja were superhuman beings with tenacious vitality, but at this moment, that very toughness only brought them greater suffering. Ordinary people exposed to this degree of nuclear radiation would have long since lost all hope of survival, but ninja possessed excellent physical qualities. This meant that radiation on this scale did not kill them instantly. Instead, it began continuously destroying the life force within their bodies. Jiraiya. An old and exhausted voice sounded. Jiraiya turned his head and saw a small, broken hill behind him. His sensei's voice had come from behind that hill. Jiraiya naturally recognized it as Earth-release ninjutsu, and a high-level one at that. Even defensive ninjutsu of the scale had failed to protect many people. At that moment, anger surged up in Jiraiya's heart. If Heavenly Demon truly was Amamiya Kenichi, then what exactly had that guy done? Although Jiraiya had not had time to count the casualties, a single glance was enough for him to know that the losses were enormous. Sensei. Jiraiya hurried over. Hiruzen Sarutobi was lying weakly on the hill. He quietly looked at Jiraiya, at his disciple, with a gentle light in his eyes. His sacrifice had not been entirely meaningless. As Jiraiya moved closer to the center of the explosion, the discomfort grew stronger and stronger, making his entire body feel uneasy. Jiraiya walked over, and the closer he got to Hiruzen, the more he realized something was wrong. His sensei's back was pitch black, just like those charred human silhouettes. Jiraiya fell silent for a moment. He gently helped his sensei up with a tenderness he had never shown before. But when his hand touched Hiruzen's back, it sank in as if pressing into a brittle biscuit. There was no flesh beneath. Only a charcoal-like substance. Jiraiya gritted his teeth. He slowly carried his sensei onto his back. Only then did he realize that his sensei had become so light. Terrifyingly light. The powerful man who had once dragged him underground with the mind-body disturbance jutsu just to tease him was now so light it frightened him. Jiraiya slowly carried Hiruzen away. Along the way, whenever he saw a Konoha ninja who still had a breath left, he dragged them out as well. The farther they moved from the mushroom-like cloud, the more that discomfort gradually weakened. Jiraiya. Hiruzen's weak voice sounded. Jiraiya's nose stung. He widened his eyes, then softly replied. Try to bring out, bring out as many ninja from the village as you can. Hiruzen was very tired. He lay on Jiraiya's back as if all his strength had been drained away. A deep weariness washed over him. He could feel Jiraiya's hand on his back, but it did not hurt. Not at all. Jiraiya responded. Then he took a deep breath and continued walking through the hell of charcoal and destruction with his sensei on his back. Only when the discomfort had completely vanished did Jiraiya finally put his sensei and the Konoha ninja down. Then he took a deep breath and rushed back in. There were still many Konoha ninja he needed to save. Or perhaps, he simply wanted to avoid something. To avoid a future he knew was coming but did not want to arrive. Cough. Shikaku. Shikaku, are you there? Hiruzen coughed twice, then asked. Soon, Shikaku slowly walked over. When the explosion happened, he had been performing a defensive ninjutsu, water release, water wall. At that time, he had also noticed Hiruzen using earth release ninjutsu, so he had naturally positioned himself behind that defense. Although he was severely injured now, he had at least survived, even if he occasionally coughed up blood. Smart people generally lived well in any world. Shikaku, later, tally the casualties, then quickly send someone for Tsunade. Ugh. Hiruzen could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest. An intense burning sensation irritated his chest and abdomen until he spat out blood, and only then did he feel slightly better. Black blood flowed onto the ground, some of it dripping onto Hiruzen's torn clothes. The blood spread across the fabric like a small flower blooming. Hiruzen knew that under these circumstances, seeking help from a medical ninja was the most appropriate course of action. And if there was any medical ninja who could treat so many injured people at once, then aside from Tsunade, Hiruzen truly could not think of anyone else. I'm already doing it, Elder Sarutobi. Shikaku looked at Hiruzen, who was coughing up black blood, and a strange sadness welled up in his heart. Hiruzen was old. After suffering injuries this severe, he probably would not be able to hold on for much longer. Although Hiruzen's actions as Hokage had received mixed evaluations, and their prominent clans had held some criticism toward his policies, Hiruzen's actions just now were deeply etched into Shikaku's heart. No matter what, Hiruzen had truly been willing to sacrifice everything for Konoha. He had even created a massive earth-release defensive ninjutsu to protect the ninja behind him, while using only a small defensive ninjutsu to protect himself. Then, Hiruzen spat out another mouthful of blood. His vision blurred for a moment. He knew his body was giving out. When he had used Earth Release, Earth-style wall to protect the Konoha ninja behind him, he had not thought too much. He had directly poured a huge amount of chakra into it. By the time he wanted to use Earth Release, Earth Wall to protect himself, he no longer had much chakra left. At that moment, facing the dazzling white light of destruction, Hiruzen had been briefly stunned. Then he had smiled in relief. Elder Sarutobi. Shikaku grabbed Hiruzen's hand. He could tell that the old man before him had reached his final breath. Where the leaves dance, cough, the fire will burn, on and on. Hiruzen reached out with great effort. He did not know whether what he, a Kage, had done for the village was enough. In an instant, countless scenes flashed before his eyes. Learning ninjutsu from a young age. Studying under his sensei, Senju Tobirama. Competing with Danzo. Marrying Biwako. Having a summa. Then his face appeared on the Hokage rock. He became the third Hokage, leading Konoha down another path. Restricting the Uchiha. The Ninja World War. Abdicating to the fourth Hokage. Biwako's death. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru. Their faces appeared before his eyes, from childhood to adulthood. Finally, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sacrificed himself, and Hiruzen silently attended Minato's funeral while holding the young Naruto in his arms. And now, it was his funeral. Shikaku. Hiruzen suddenly seemed to regain a little strength. He showed a relieved smile, one that seemed to carry both ease and reluctance. Elder Sarutobi. Shikaku looked at Hiruzen before him. He knew that Hiruzen was experiencing a final brief surge of vitality. This professor who had once dominated the ninja world was finally about to return to the Pure Land. Tell that scoundrel Jiraiya that when his new book comes out next time, he should remember to burn a copy for me. Hiruzen laughed heartily. But that loud laughter quickly turned into violent coughing. Then Hiruzen coughed up several mouthfuls of fresh blood, and his entire body slumped onto the soft cushion. His hands fell limply. Shikaku's eyes widened. He clenched his fists tightly, but even so, tears could not help streaming down his face. He had never expected that a mission aimed at the land of water and Kirigakure would end with Hiruzen Sarutobi dying here. I'll burn every hardcover collector's edition for you, sensei. Jiraiya walked out, his head tilted toward the sky, refusing to look at his sensei. But Shikaku still saw the tear stains on Jiraiya's cheeks. When that happens, if big sister Biwako beats you, don't blame me, alright? Jiraiya smiled and sat down cross-legged, with the black-red mushroom cloud behind him. Looking at the old man who had raised him since childhood, Jiraiya could not help but laugh. And as he laughed, tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes, dripping onto the ground. The surviving Konoha ninja who could still move slowly gathered around. They all knew who had protected them. Hiruzen Sarutobi's earth-style wall had been cast behind him. No matter what, the third Hokage had fulfilled the words he had often spoken. Where the leaves dance, the fire will burn on and on. Mei Terumi stood off to the side. She had also survived. Looking at the tragic state of the Konoha ninja before her, Mei felt a trace of pity. She knew her village had most likely been destroyed by the same kind of attack. But they had at least received a warning. If there had been no warning, if Heavenly Demon's attack had erupted directly, how many people would have died? Mei did not know. She also wondered whether there had been anyone in Kirigakure at that time who, like Hiruzen, had sacrificed himself to protect the flame. Perhaps it was because of this spirit that Konoha had become the strongest ninja village in the ninja world. You Konoha, what exactly? A furious voice sounded. Jiraiya turned his head with a cold expression, his entire body trembling with rage that he barely suppressed. Kitsuchi stood not far away with Darui. Their originally furious expressions instantly quieted when they noticed the lifeless old man lying in the center. Iwagakure had suffered heavy losses. Although they were extremely skilled in earth-release ninjutsu, they had still lost many people in the face of the atomic bomb explosion. Kitsuchi was also in pain. His friend had died protecting him. That friend's body could not be found. Only a black silhouette remained on a damaged stone wall. Kitsuchi had been silent for a long time back then before cutting down the entire section of wall. He knew that was the only evidence his friend had left in this world. After rescuing the wounded, Kitsuchi had angrily led his team to find Konoha. Along the way, they had encountered Kimogakure, who had also suffered heavy losses. Sunagakure had wanted to send people as well, but Chiyo was dead, and they were still too busy dealing with their own casualties. So, in the end, only Darui and Kitsuchi came. They came to demand an explanation. After all, this location had been provided by Konoha. Konoha would definitely have to take responsibility. But looking at the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, lying on the soft cushion, and then seeing the enraged Konoha ninja, Darui and Kitsuchi immediately fell silent. Something big had happened. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was dead. One had to remember that this was the Kage of a village, an absolute top-tier powerhouse among all the ninja of a village. And now, the third Hokage was dead. Just by looking at the Konoha ninja, it was clear that their rage was no less than anyone else's. If they demanded accountability from Konoha at this moment, then the fourth great ninja war might truly begin. For a time, the entire forest fell silent. I always feel like if I go down now, I'll become a supervillain. Amamiya Kenichi looked at the mushroom cloud in the distance. If the atomic bomb had detonated directly in the center without warning, then almost all those ninja would have died. But now, because Obito had interfered, the atomic bomb's explosion was destined not to wipe everyone out. That meant there would inevitably be survivors here. Not feel like. Definitely, Minato glanced at Amamiya Kenichi. Although this was not the first time he had seen Amamiya Kenichi's terrifying weapon, seeing it a second time still made him feel as though he had grown old. Danzo looked at Amamiya Kenichi, then at the mushroom cloud ahead. He now deeply doubted whether Amamiya Kenichi had even needed to use Edo Tensei to bring him out to help. It seemed like the other party could handle things perfectly well on his own. Amamiya Kenichi stroked his chin. He really wanted to go down and see the results of the battle, but after such a massive commotion, who knew when Konoha would send people over? What would happen if he used that ninjutsu at this moment? For a moment, the scales of morality swayed back and forth in Amamiya Kenichi's heart, making him greatly troubled. War has no morality to speak of. Amamiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes. He had made his decision. Thinking this, Amamiya Kenichi opened the airship hatch and jumped down, disappearing into the night. Minato and Danzo followed after him. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 415, Sage Art. Slaying King Yama. Chapter 415, Sage Art. Slaying King Yama. I also feel deeply saddened by the passing of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Darui said in a low voice. The attacker went far beyond the line this time. I have every reason to suspect that Heavenly Demon was involved in the attack on Kirigakure and the Land of Water. He may even be the mastermind behind it. Originally, he had come to demand an explanation. After all, Kumogakure had suffered a devastating attack at an outpost provided by Konoha, and the casualties were severe. To be honest, even if this had triggered the Fourth Great Ninja War, it would not have been surprising. However, this matter had to be viewed from two sides. Konoha had also been attacked. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had died, and Konoha's casualties were just as heavy. In other words, Konoha was also a victim, and their losses were even greater than those of the other villages. After all, Konoha had truly lost a Hokage. If the other ninja villages wanted to express dissatisfaction now, they would have to put forward the death of their own Kage first. Otherwise, their standing simply would not be equal. Even Chiyo, the powerful elder of Sunagakure who possessed Kage-level strength, still lacked Hiruzen Sarutobi's seniority and reputation. Yes. This kind of attack method is Heavenly Demon's specialty. Kitsuchi nodded. That demon's strength keeps improving. Kitsuchi was considered the next Tsuchigage's successor. Although he himself had no interest in the position, he still understood much of the ninja world's intelligence. Naturally, Kitsuchi knew about Heavenly Demon, the ninja who had recently become the most prominent figure in the ninja world. Moreover, his old man had once entrusted Heavenly Demon with a mission. Jiraiya listened as they spoke so highly of Makuro, and for a moment, his heart was complicated. He did not know whether he should feel happy, sad, or perhaps both. Heavenly Demon was most likely Amamiya Kenichi. That guy was Orochimaru's disciple, and he had once been a member of Konoha. But now, he was a rogue ninja of Konoha, and his hands were stained with the blood of countless Konoha ninja. At that moment, Jiraiya had already entered Sage mode. After all, the attack had only just ended, and no one knew whether the attacker would strike again. If the enemy truly launched another attack, the situation would become extremely dangerous. Jiraiya had to ensure that he remained at his peak combat power. Shikaku had already sent a distress team back to Konoha. They only needed to buy enough time until Tsunade arrived. With airships and hot air balloons, requesting aid had become much faster. They only needed to use wind release ninjutsu to accelerate their speed and hurry back to Konoha. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, it would take several days for Tsunade to arrive, and by then, many of the wounded would likely be dead. I have a suggestion. Darui looked at Jiraiya. Now that Hiruzen Sarutobi was dead, the highest command authority on Konoha's side fell to Jiraiya. Shikaku was not unsuitable, but he was severely injured and recovering. Mei was strong enough, but she was from Kirigakure and had not fully pledged allegiance to Konoha. That meant Jiraiya was the only one who could be approached. What? Jiraiya glanced at Darui. At the same time, he frowned and looked around. For some reason, an inexplicable sense of crisis was prickling at him, forcing him to raise his guard. I want to discuss bringing Killer Bee, Kumogakure's Eight Tails Jinchuriki, here. Otherwise, I'm worried. Darui did not finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. Right now, Konoha, Kumogakure, and Sunagakure had all completely dispersed their teams to avoid a second attack of the same kind. One strike had already killed so many people. Who could withstand another? Ninja were still ninja. After suffering from the earlier disaster, they quickly analyzed that the powerful attack had exploded from the center of impact and spread outward in a circular range. The farther one was from the center, the weaker its destructive effect became. Because of that, all the ninja were relocating. Meanwhile, the high-level combatants of each ninja village gathered together to deal with a possible attack from Heavenly Demon. With those powerful fighters assembled, they would at least have some chance of resisting. Killer Bee. A voice suddenly sounded. The ninja present looked up at the same time. Under the moonlight, 3 figures crouched on the treetops. All 3 wore strange spiral-patterned masks. The person in the middle had a highly recognizable mask, and everyone present immediately knew who he was. Heavenly Demon. This guy actually dared to come down and attack them. If you mean that loud, strange big guy, he might already be here. Amamiya Kenichi glanced into the distance. When he had jumped down just now, he had noticed fallen trees in the distant forest, as if something was approaching. Heavenly Demon. Kitsuchi furiously thrust a stone spear toward Amamiya Kenichi, but the attack was blocked by the masked man beside him. Cough, cough. Kitsuchi of Iwagakure, right. Danzo jumped down and looked at Kitsuchi with a trace of amusement in his eyes. I'll be your opponent. As the former leader of Root, Danzo had done many things. Among them, Kitsuchi of Iwagakure had left quite an impression on him. This opponent was no simple character, and Danzo wanted to test how much strength he could exert without the Sharingan. Jiraiya frowned. That masked man's tone sounded so familiar. But then he had no time to think further. Looking at Heavenly Demon and the other masked figure still crouching above, Jiraiya immediately launched a fire dragon flame bullet without another word. If Heavenly Demon truly was that little bastard Amamiya Kenichi, then Jiraiya believed he still knew a thing or two about him. After all, he knew Amamiya Kenichi's teacher, Orochimaru, very well. And Orochimaru's student. The fire dragon flame bullet struck the treetop at high speed, and the massive tree burst into flames. However, Amamiya Kenichi and Minato had already shifted to another location. The moment they appeared, Darui's lightning release and Mei's water dragon bullet were unleashed at the same time. The attack was blocked. A kunai flew over and embedded itself into the ground. Immediately afterward, a masked man strangely flickered in front of them, the kunai in his hand slashing swiftly toward their necks. I am your opponent. Minato looked at his teacher, Jiraiya, with complicated eyes. He truly did not want to attack his benefactor. In that sense, Mei and Darui's attacks had actually helped him get away from Jiraiya. Flying Thunder God. Who are you? Darui looked at the ninja who had appeared before him in astonishment, then glanced at Jiraiya. Was this really not a Konoha conspiracy meant to wipe them all out? Jiraiya stared blankly at the masked man in front of him. Flying Thunder God. That familiar way of moving. That familiar presence. Jiraiya might mistake many people, but he would never mistake his own student, Minato Namikaze. He instantly recognized Minato's voice. But wasn't Minato already dead? He still remembered that his student had died during the Ninetales attack. He had returned too late back then and had regretted it for a very long time. But now. Jiraiya hesitated. He felt that the person was Minato, but because the man was wearing a mask, could he truly be certain? Just as Jiraiya hesitated, the Rasengan that Minato instinctively used completely exposed his identity. Jiraiya's face instantly flushed. With anger. However, just as Jiraiya was about to say something, he suddenly noticed something wrong. Why had that little bastard Heavenly Demon not made a move yet? He glanced toward the treetop. Amamiya Kenichi had already stood up and was forming hand signs at extreme speed. The hand signs were fast and complex, which left Jiraiya momentarily unable to determine what ninjutsu Amamiya Kenichi was preparing. After all, for ninja at their level, many ordinary ninjutsu could already be performed with a single hand sign, or even without any hand signs at all. But even though he was puzzled, Jiraiya still acted immediately. A qualified ninja would never calmly watch an enemy prepare a ninjutsu. Jiraiya whipped his hair, then opened his mouth and spat a stream of yellow oil toward Amamiya Kenichi. Summoning Jutsu, Triple Rashomon. A shadow clone rushed out from the side and slammed its hands onto the ground. A single Rashomon gate rose high from the earth. In the next instant, the gate was pierced through by countless white spikes, and the oil splashed across its surface. Isn't that just one Rashomon? Jiraiya could not help but comment. He was now even more certain that the person in front of him was Amamiya Kenichi. Rashomon was a defensive ninjutsu that Orochimaru was very fond of using. But Jiraiya did not hesitate. He immediately unleashed fire release ninjutsu. Combined with the toad oil he had spat out earlier, the flames directly shattered the Rashomon. At the same time, a giant Rasengan appeared in Jiraiya's hand, and he threw it toward Amamiya Kenichi's location. However, a masked man suddenly appeared in the giant Rasengan's path and directly blocked the attack. The giant Rasengan blasted away a large portion of Minato's body, but Minato was unharmed. His body was even rapidly regenerating. Edo Tensei. Jiraiya, who had fought Orochimaru before, instantly recognized the ninjutsu. He looked at Minato, who had once again flown back to hold off Mei and Darui, and finally understood what was going on. Amamiya Kenichi had clearly used Edo Tensei to reanimate his student, Minato Namikaze. That was why he could use the Flying Thunder God so flawlessly, along with those familiar ninjutsu. Then who was the other one? Was that person also an Edo Tensei reanimation? At that moment, Amamiya Kenichi's hand signs finally stopped. His Mangekyo Sharingan quietly observed the air. In front of Amamiya Kenichi, chakra formed a profound gate. This was a ninjutsu Amamiya Kenichi had adapted from his previous research into one's own life reincarnation and Edo Tensei. However, it had only existed at the theoretical experimental stage before this. Now, Amamiya Kenichi used this untested ninjutsu on the land where countless people had just died. Sage art, slaying the Lord of Death. Amamiya Kenichi shouted with a touch of theatrics, instantly drawing the attention of all the ninja present. For a moment, the entire battlefield became eerily quiet. Then, pairs of withered bones crawled out of the ground, covered in dirt and forming the shapes of animals. The entire forest instantly came alive. Jiraiya could even hear the startled gasps of other ninja. Countless deceased ninja, whose skeletons still remained, opened their eyes. At Konoha's outpost, a ninja who was mournfully preparing Hiruzen Sarutobi's body watched in horror as the third Hokage opened his eyes. In the same instant, Hiruzen spewed scorching flames from his mouth, igniting that ninja into a human torch. The gathered corpses, which had been prepared for a joint burial, also rose one after another and began attacking every living person around them without restraint. Although Jiraiya could not see what was happening at the outpost, he understood what this guy had done. This madman. This absolute madman. He had actually desecrated so many dead. He had actually made the dead rise again to fight. Darui and Katsuchi also realized that something was wrong. They wanted to return and check on their own village's ninja, but they were held back. The beasts made of bone and mud bared their fangs at them and lunged forward without fear. Even if one kick could shatter their bones, as long as bones remained, these beasts would continue to interfere with them. Danzo looked at the scene and could not help but sigh in admiration. Compared to Amamiya Kenichi, Danzo felt as pure and innocent as a small white flower. The effect seems pretty good. Amamiya Kenichi looked down. He had not expected this ninjutsu to even use the corpses of these beasts. But were there really beast souls in the Pure Land? Amamiya Kenichi honestly did not know. As for why it was called Slaying the King of Death, the reason was simple. This was a large-scale resurrection-type ninjutsu, so he had originally named it 10,000 Banners Slaying the King of Death. But saying that whole name was too troublesome, so he shortened it. Before Amamiya Kenichi could continue admiring his results, two toads had already appeared on Jiraiya's shoulders. The fury in Jiraiya's heart could no longer be restrained. Even if this guy truly was Amamiya Kenichi, Jiraiya would make sure he was buried here. Sage art, Gomen. Oil, wind, and fire merged into a sea of terrifying heat. With an extremely high temperature, a massive range of diffusion, and the acceleration provided by wind release, the overwhelming flames of Gomen engulfed Amamiya Kenichi in an instant. But under Jiraiya's shocked gaze, a giant wood golem slowly emerged from the flames and let out a thunderous roar toward him. Wood golem jutsu. However, a closer look would reveal that this wood golem was somewhat different from the wood golem jutsu recorded in legend. But what shocked Jiraiya the most was that Amamiya Kenichi could actually use wood release ninjutsu at this level. Wood golem jutsu. Tsunade, who was on the airship, looked at the giant standing in the forest with surprise. Check out my newly released fanfic on my second account, Fanfic Lord. I became the alien god in Tokyo. Chapter 416, Chapter 416, Why No One Dares to Marry Mei Terumi. Chapter 416, Why No One Dares to Marry Mei Terumi. Wood release, Wood Golem Jutsu was one of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama's signature ninjutsu. Above it stood Sage Art Wood release, true several thousand hands, a ninjutsu capable of smashing Uchiha Madara's perfect Susanoo. However, Kenichi's wood release was still in its developmental stage. So far, the most advanced technique he could use was Wood Golem Jutsu. That said, Kenichi had also done some research into true several thousand hands and top transformed Buddha. In his view, that ninjutsu was far too wasteful. Perhaps it could be improved. Watching the giant wood golem swing a fist toward him, Jiraiya no longer had time to stay astonished. He opened his mouth and once again used Sage Art, Gomen. However, the reason the first Hokage had been called the god of shinobi was precisely because wood release was not countered by fire release. Otherwise, for the Uchiha clan, who loved fire-style techniques, Hashirama would never have been so troublesome. Looking at the giant wood golem, whose surface had been set ablaze but still came smashing down with its fist, helplessness flashed through Jiraiya's eyes. This ninjutsu was too strong. He could now truly understand how powerless others must have felt when facing the first Hokage. A ninjutsu of this scale is way too unfair. Jiraiya could only dodge. The wood golem's fist slammed into the ground, stirring up massive amounts of dirt and scattering debris in every direction. But before Jiraiya could find a better position, Kenichi controlled the wood golem to smash down another fist. At the same time, it kicked toward Kitsuchi's position. Jiraiya leaped up sharply, then slammed the super great ball Rasengan in his hand into the wood golem's fist. The Rasengan's powerful twisting force instantly tore apart the wood golem's fist and shredded all the way up to its forearm. But that was all. If this had been an ordinary person, such an injury would have basically decided the outcome. After all, losing one hand made forming hand signs inconvenient, while the pain and blood loss would expose even more openings. However, Jiraiya was facing the wood golem jutsu. This level of injury was no problem for the wood golem. Jiraiya could only helplessly dodge the wood golem's second incoming punch. At the same time, a large amount of chakra surged from the wood golem's wrist, instantly repairing the destroyed hand. How are you supposed to fight something this big? Jiraiya felt a headache coming on. Kitsuchi, meanwhile, was in an even worse state. Facing the massive foot that came down with flying dirt and overwhelming force, Kitsuchi's eyes nearly split as he desperately tried to dodge. But the masked man opposite him clung to him with everything he had, as if he did not care about his own life at all. Left with no choice, Kitsuchi hardened his resolve and pierced the masked man's chest with an earth spear. Even so, the opponent still held on tightly. Then, accompanied by the other party's hearty laughter, Kitsuchi and the masked man were kicked away together. The masked man's lower body was completely gone. Kitsuchi spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward, snapping several trees before finally stopping. These lunatics. Kitsuchi coughed up blood. That guy had no intention of holding back. Did he not even see his own teammate as human? But thankfully, Just as Kitsuchi was about to check the result of his attack, he saw the masked man who had just been blasted away slowly standing up again. The lower half of his body, which should have been shattered, had already returned to normal. Kitsuchi's pupils shrank. However, the tremendous impact had also shattered the masked man's mask. As the fragments broke apart and fell, a familiar face appeared before him. You are Danzo Shimura. Kitsuchi stared at Danzo in shock. Of course he knew that face. For every ninja village in the ninja world, gathering intelligence on other villages had always been a top priority. When it came to Konoha, the organization known as Root always appeared in intelligence reports. As Root's leader, Danzo naturally entered the sights of the higher-ups of every major ninja village. Moreover, he had done plenty of dirty work. Today, he could cooperate with the Wagakure to trip up Kimogakure. Tomorrow, he could cooperate with Kimogakure to set a trap for Iwagakure. He had truly committed all sorts of evil. When Danzo died before, the various ninja villages had been pleased for quite some time, thinking that with one less old bastard around, heaven had finally opened its eyes. But now, Kitsuchi never expected to meet him again. Danzo had no intention of chatting with Kitsuchi. He had come out this time to test his current strength, but overall, there were still some problems. Without sufficient preparation, he could not take down Kitsuchi in a short period of time. Now that Kitsuchi was heavily injured, it would be far too embarrassing if Danzo still could not finish him off. Danzo formed hand signs, then opened his mouth and fired vacuum great sphere directly at Kitsuchi. Kitsuchi's expression turned grim. He had just been kicked by the wood golem, and several bones in his legs were now broken. Dodging this vacuum great sphere would be extremely difficult. He could only hurriedly form hand signs and use earth release, earth-style wall to protect himself. But then, a figure suddenly dropped from the sky in front of him. She stomped one foot onto the ground, and the overwhelming force instantly stirred up a massive amount of earth, combining with the earth-style wall to successfully block Danzo's vacuum great sphere. Tsunade. Danzo was somewhat surprised. He had not expected Tsunade to arrive so quickly. Tsunade's expression was dark. She stared at Danzo before her. He had died. She had even attended his funeral. That meant the Danzo standing in front of her was clearly not a normal living person. It had to be that bastard Kenichi using Edo Tensei. So Killer Bee entered the land of fire because of this. Tsunade glanced at the chaotic battlefield and the wood golem that was brutally chasing Jiraiya, then took a deep breath. As the strongest ninja village in the ninja world, when had Konoha ever suffered such a heavy loss? Earlier, while Tsunade had still been stationed in Konoha, she received intelligence from the Umbu that Killer Bee had directly entered the land of fire. That was a major incident. Killer Bee was the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Kimogakure's trump card. His status was second only to the fourth Raikage, A. For him to trespass directly into the land of fire was, frankly speaking, enough to provoke a war. Because of that, Tsunade had hurried toward the allied shinobi forces' gathering point. On the way, she encountered Konoha ninja who had come requesting aid. Only then did she learn that the allied shinobi forces had been attacked by the heavenly demon, that they had suffered heavy casualties, and that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was not long for this world. When she arrived, the first thing she noticed was the wood golem chasing and beating Jiraiya. Then she saw Kitsuchi, who was on the verge of death, so she immediately jumped down. Kitsuchi could not die. Neither could Darui. If all these people were wiped out inside the Land of Fire, Tsunade could already imagine the immense pressure Konoha would face. Only these high-ranking ninja speaking out could clear Konoha of suspicion. Elder Danzo, are you planning to betray the village? Tsunade asked with an ugly expression as she stared at Danzo, who had stopped attacking. Danzo had once been a powerful elder of Konoha, and his funeral had been held with great ceremony. The third Hokage had allowed Danzo to die with dignity. But now, Danzo was standing on Konoha's opposite side, and Kitsuchi had seen his face. Was this not pushing Konoha straight onto a burning stove? Edo Tensei. You should know this ninjutsu, shouldn't you? Danzo looked at Tsunade. This old man is simply doing what he can. Tsunade's arrival made things troublesome. Danzo knew very well that there was a gap between himself and Tsunade. Even when he had the Sharingan, he needed to be extremely cautious when facing her. Now, without the Sharingan, he was at an even greater disadvantage. While Tsunade and Danzo faced each other, Mei was doing something significant on the other side of the battlefield. This won't do. Mei dodged Minato's Rasengan, then awkwardly used the body flicker technique to evade the wood golem's massive kick, barely catching her breath. This guy should be Minato Namikaze. You. Darui dodged the wood golem's foot and landed in a tree canopy. Before he could finish speaking, Minato's kunai embedded itself into the tree trunk beside him. You hold off the yellow flash, Mei said, glancing at the giant wood golem as cold light flashed in her eyes. I have a ninjutsu that might work against this big guy. Mei was a powerful ninja who could succeed as Mizukage at any time. Darui's strength and intelligence were also outstanding, and the fourth Raikage, A, had already been training him as the next Raikage. With two Kage-level fighters dealing with Minato, they should have held a clear advantage. If not for the unpredictability of the Flying Thunder God technique, it would not have been easy for Minato to hold both of them back. Fortunately, after Kenichi used the wood golem jutsu, the situation changed. Facing the wood golem's massive attacks, even Mei and Darui could not afford to be careless. With Minato interfering as well, they were instantly forced into a disadvantage. Darui nodded. Then, when Minato appeared beside him and launched a Rasengan, Darui directly used taijutsu to forcefully grab Minato's wrist before striking him with Black Panther. In exchange, Minato kicked him in the stomach, but Darui still held on. The effect of Black Panther temporarily restricted Minato, though it would not last long. But Mei was a Kage-level fighter. She seized that opening and launched two ninjutsu, one after another, at the wood golem. A large amount of viscous acid directly covered half of the wood golem's body. Its powerful corrosiveness released a foul smell, and under the effect of lava release, melting apparition jutsu, huge amounts of smoke rose from the wood golem's enormous body. Mei did not stop there. She opened her mouth and sprayed out a large amount of high-temperature mist, enveloping the wood golem. In an instant, the mist was filled with fierce corrosion. The sizzling sounds alone were enough to make one's scalp tingle. Jiraiya, who had been the main target of the wood golem's pursuit, naturally did not waste the opportunity Mei had created. Without hesitation, he used Rasengan to blow off one of the wood golem's legs, restricting its mobility. Combined with Mei's two ninjutsu, the wood golem was instantly corroded black. Its huge body stiffened and stopped moving. This is seriously disgusting. As soon as lava release, melting apparition jutsu spread over the wood golem, Kenichi had already jumped onto a nearby tree canopy. Clearly, against the combined attacks of Mei and Jiraiya, the wood golem was at a disadvantage. Kenichi could naturally continue infusing chakra to fix the problem, but he did not want to jump over there. Even from here, he could smell that pungent odor. Seeing this, Kenichi could not help but look at Mei a few more times. The current Mei was still fair-skinned and beautiful, with a striking figure. Her exaggerated curves were especially eye-catching. I suddenly understand why Mei Terumi can't find anyone to marry. If it were me, I wouldn't dare either. If that ever. The image of a corroded banana flashed through Kenichi's mind, and he instantly understood why Mei could not find a partner. Under normal circumstances, a powerful woman like Mei, good-looking, strong, and with such a stunning figure while young, should not lack suitors. Yet Mei had always been unable to marry. Now, after seeing her constantly spit out corrosive substances, Kenichi understood. That's enough. If this keeps going. Kenichi glanced at Tsunade, who had joined the battle and was brutally beating Danzo, then stroked his chin. His purpose this time was simple, to demonstrate his deterrent power to the four great ninja villages and inflict casualties on their ninja. If he continued pursuing and attacking, he might end up facing encirclement by four Kage-level fighters. Moreover, his chakra was not infinite. Slaying the King of Death and Wood Golem Jutsu had nearly drained him dry, especially slaying the King of Death. This was his first time using it, and to maximize its range, the chakra he consumed was enough to exhaust several jonin. Continuing the battle would be meaningless, and he would be surrounded. So, thinking of this, Kenichi stepped on the tree canopy and quickly left the battlefield. As for Danzo and Minato, he was not worried. He only needed to release the Edo Tensei, and there would be no problem. As for whether the four great ninja villages would unite, Kenichi's gaze turned toward the distance. That would depend on whether Konoha could wash this stench off itself. Are you trying to start a war? Anoki looked at the ninja in front of him with shock and anger. They wore uniform clothing, all concealing their identities. Retreat. Clearly, these ninja had no intention of fighting Anoki. They immediately fled. Anoki wanted to pursue, but the moment he chased after them, the leader of the group suddenly turned his head. A pair of strange eyes appeared in Anoki's sight. Anoki's body stiffened. He immediately broke free from the Genjutsu, but by then, the enemy had already escaped. Tsukikage-sama, we found a Kimogakure forehead protector. A blood-covered Umbu ran over and handed him a forehead protector. Anoki looked at the forehead protector in his hand, then thought back to the pair of eyes he had just seen. His expression darkened. Was someone deliberately trying to provoke them? Check out my newly released fanfic on my second account, Fanfic Lord. I became the alien god in Tokyo. Chapter 417, Chapter 417, what? I changed classes into a necromancer. Chapter 417, what? I changed classes into a necromancer. The clouds of war pressed down upon the ninja world once again. This damned bastard. Tsunade glared furiously at her teacher. Hiruzen was already dead, yet his body was still struggling, still trying to resist, still attempting to cast ninjutsu and attack her even after being subdued. At that moment, Tsunade wished she could slap Kenichi to death with her own hands. Although the heavenly demon had never publicly revealed his true identity, Tsunade was now almost certain that he was Amamiya Kenichi. All the clues pointed to him. If it was not him, then Tsunade truly could not imagine what else was going on. Even before this, Tsunade had not been pleased with Kenichi. Back when he was still by Orochimaru's side, he had helped cure her hemophobia, and that was indeed a good thing. But that one favor could not make up for the increasingly outrageous things he had done recently. He had attacked Konoha before. Now he had attacked the four village allied forces, killing a large number of ninja. What was even more unforgivable was that her teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had also fallen in this battle. For Konoha, this was an enormous loss. Moreover, Hiruzen had been the head of the Sarutobi clan and the current leader of Root. With him dead, Asuma would definitely not let this matter go once he found out. And with Root's leader position vacant, certain people in Konoha would inevitably begin fighting over power again. Unless she abolished Root entirely. Sensei is dead. How do you plan to deal with Amamiya Kenichi? Jiraiya asked Tsunade, his expression difficult to describe. He had survived the nuclear explosion and personally carried his teacher out of that hell. The consequence was that even now, he could still feel the sensation of his hand pressing into Hiruzen's back. Kill him, if there's an opportunity. Tsunade took a deep breath. She looked at her old friend and understood what he meant. Jiraiya nodded. If he had previously hesitated because of some lingering old connection when facing Kenichi, then now, only hatred remained in his heart. The other party had become someone he could no longer forgive. If Orochimaru knew about this. Jiraiya said hesitantly. After all, Hiruzen had been their teacher. If Orochimaru learned about his death, would it bring some trouble to Kenichi? I understand. Tsunade froze for a moment, then nodded. She understood what Jiraiya meant. They only needed to say that Hiruzen had died at the hands of the heavenly demon. That would be enough. There was no need to say that the heavenly demon was Amamiya Kenichi. Konoha intended to keep the possibility that Kenichi was the heavenly demon a secret, because Konoha's current situation was already very bad. The four village allied forces had been attacked inside the Land of Fire, and every village had suffered heavy casualties. Chiyo of Sunagakure had also died there. Reportedly, when she died, her hand had still been stretched forward as if she were manipulating puppets. Kumogakure and Iwagakure had also suffered heavy losses. It was suffocating. At the time, they had even planned to come and demand an explanation. If they had not seen Hiruzen die there as well, Tsunade felt that the four major villages might have started fighting among themselves before they even reached the former Hidden Mist village. If it was revealed now that Kenichi was the heavenly demon, then without question, Konoha would become the target of hatred from the other three ninja villages. Even Mei Terumi would probably leave Konoha and join another village. Although Kenichi had long since been listed as a Konoha rogue ninja, that would not matter under the current circumstances. The major ninja villages would not care whether Kenichi was a rogue ninja or not. Even if he was, they still needed somewhere to vent their anger. And was there any target more suitable than Konoha? In the end, everything in this world came down to self-interest. Looking at her teacher, who was still struggling and trying to attack her, Tsunade sighed. There was nothing she could do now except forcibly let her teacher rest in peace. It was a difficult process. Kenichi's ninjutsu, slaying the King of Death, was clearly a self-created technique. Its effect seemed to be forcing the deceased within a certain range to fight for him, and it also appeared to preserve some of their original strength. Although the dead could not return to their peak, it was still extremely troublesome. Hiruzen had displayed the strength of a special jonin. If not for the severe damage to his body, subduing him would probably have taken even more effort. Fortunately, that problem had now been resolved. Just as Tsunade was about to say something, an Umbu rushed in and handed over a piece of intelligence. Tsunade glanced at it, then angrily crumpled the paper in her hand. The intelligence report was crushed into shredded fragments, impossible to piece back together. What happened? Jiraiya asked, a bad feeling rising in his chest. The Tsuchikage sent ninja to ask whether Konoha intends to provoke the Fourth Great Ninja War. Tsunade was furious. What did Iwagakure being attacked have to do with Konoha? Even if the attacker had a Sharingan, it could have been done by those rogue Uchiha. But there was no helping it. Inoki needed an explanation. It was not just one Iwagakure ninja who had seen the tomoe in the enemy's eyes. With the later eyewitness accounts added in, it could be said that in the eyes of Iwagakure's ninja, Konoha was the culprit. Unless Konoha could produce irrefutable evidence. The entire ninja world knew that the Uchiha clan originated from Konoha. Although it was also known that some Uchiha had defected, in the minds of many people, Konoha still stood behind the Uchiha. I remember those rogue Uchiha seemed to be connected to the heavenly demon, Jiraiya said, thinking of intelligence he had read before. When the Uchiha clan defected, an airship had been seen. From that moment onward, Konoha had begun developing airships. And airships were invented by the heavenly demon. Everyone knew that. Later, the heavenly demon had even sold airship technology to other ninja villages, causing Konoha's hope of recovering its investment to collapse completely. Do you think there's a possibility that the one who attacked the hidden mist village and occupied the land of water was the heavenly demon? Tsunade asked Jiraiya. Although she phrased it as a question, her tone sounded more like a statement. Tsunade was very smart. From Jiraiya's description, she knew that Kenichi's attacks could explode instantly with terrifying power, which matched the mysterious destruction of Hidden Mist Village. Moreover, this incident involved a mission jointly issued by the 4 great ninja villages. If it had not been done by the heavenly demon, then there was no reason for the other party to attack the 4 village allied forces, unless one village had secretly contacted the Akatsuki and tried to create an advantage for itself. But all 4 ninja villages had suffered heavy losses this time. Unless the mastermind was extremely ruthless and willing to sacrifice the ninja of their own village to create an opening, Tsunade still felt it was far more likely that Kenichi had done it himself. After all, Konoha had been smeared with such a massive bucket of filth, and the attacker just happened to be an Uchiha. Although Konoha still had some Sharingan ninja, they were secretly confined in prison as breeding stock and could not possibly go out. However, this time, the heavenly demon had truly incurred public wrath. Even. Tsunade glanced toward the other end of the forest. A man with a mouth full of rap was fiercely rapping there. Killer Bee had also come to Konoha, and that was the reason Tsunade had rushed over in the first place. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki entering the land of fire was no small matter. But after arriving, Tsunade understood why Killer Bee had come. Now that things had developed to this point, no one knew what the ninja world would become next. The world would not stop moving because of the death of a great figure like Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kenichi had already left that forest filled with death. He had also released Edo Tensei, allowing Minato and Danzo to return to the Pure Land. He himself did not immediately return to the Land of Water. He still needed to continue gathering intelligence here and observe whether the backup plan he had arranged had taken effect. If it had, that would be good. If not, he would have to reconsider how to deal with the current problem. The explosion of nuclear weapons must have alarmed these people. Although the current power of these things can basically leave them without any ability to resist, having only one method of deterrence is still a little lacking. Kenichi sat inside an airship. He had already switched to a new airship. There was no helping it. He did not know whether that bastard Black Zetsu was hiding nearby. For his own safety, he had blown up his previous airship and changed to another one. Atomic bombs were powerful. That was good. But they were also difficult to make. For some reason, there was not much uranium in the ninja world. Of course, it might also be because the Land of Water had a small land area and was made up of many islands. After occupying the Land of Water, the enriched uranium refined there was only enough to produce 1.5 atomic bombs. When combined with the enriched uranium previously found in the Land of Snow, a total of 2 could be made. One of them had already been used against the 4 village allied forces. And it seemed to have killed a major figure. Judging from Uncle Jiraiya's grief-stricken appearance, the one who died was probably the third Hokage. That was a huge mess. Kenichi wondered what his teacher would think. One atomic bomb was too few. It could be used as deterrence, but relying on just one atomic bomb to subdue the ninja world was impossible. Who knew whether some ancient relic might pop out from some forgotten corner of the ninja world? Or perhaps some unwilling Uchiha remnant would try to kill him. So Kenichi needed to develop new weapons to deal with the increasingly dangerous situation in the ninja world. Perhaps the development of new weapons can proceed toward hydrogen bombs. Kenichi casually wrote down his thought on paper, then stroked his chin. Was the power of a hydrogen bomb great? Very great. Compared to an atomic bomb, it represented another leap in scale. If an atomic bomb could wipe out a village, then a hydrogen bomb might be able to sink the islands of the land of water. If a hydrogen bomb had exploded among the 4 village allied forces this time, very few of the ninja present would probably have survived. It could be said that hydrogen bombs were extremely powerful and carried enough deterrence. They were not without a chance even against Uchiha Madara. But the difficulty lay in production. For the ninja world, and for the current Kenichi, the technical difficulty of a hydrogen bomb was extremely high. However, with atomic bombs already available, very few weapons could surpass their deterrent effect. Among conventional weapons, he still had thermobaric bombs. If he wanted to continue developing his arsenal, he either had to accumulate quantity or pursue a qualitative change. As he thought about this, Kenichi saw the grassland below. The airship's altitude was not particularly high, but even so, the lawn below looked vast. This instantly made Kenichi think of something interesting. Once, at a United Nations meeting, a certain Mr. World Lighthouse, who wished not to be named, took out a small tube of white laundry detergent to justify cruel atrocities, claiming it as the reason for their violence. Of course, that matter later became widely known. After that unfortunate country was destroyed, nothing of the sort was ever found. So that certain Mr. World Lighthouse, who wished not to be named, completely exposed his brutal side. Of course, because the other party was powerful enough and shameless enough, they completely ignored all criticism. When many people discussed how shameless that certain Mr. was, they rarely cared about what he had actually taken out back then, or why that thing could provide enough excuse for violence. That thing was anthrax. Viruses, bacteria. Kenichi swallowed. Was the power of such things great? Very great. Just like the anthrax he remembered, it had strong vitality and was generally difficult to eliminate. Once the right opportunity appeared, it could multiply wildly and then destroy the host. The illness caused by inhalation was especially deadly. But this kind of thing was too cruel and filled with unknown risks. Who knew whether a pathogen might mutate into a superpathogen that even the one who released it could not defend against? Although bacteria were relatively stable, what if something unexpected happened? Who would dare to gamble on that? As for whether such a thing would be effective, Kenichi was not too worried. The ninja of the ninja world possessed powerful physiques and were exceptionally strong, but were ninja truly invincible? How could that be possible? If they were truly that powerful, then what meaning would Konoha Hospital have? What meaning would medical ninja have? And one had to remember that quite a few ninja in the world of Naruto had died from incurable diseases. The most famous example was Uchiha Itachi, who suffered from an incurable illness and did not have long to live. If ninja truly never became sick, how would Itachi have died? So ninja were not truly immune to illness. They could still get sick. Their tolerance for disease was simply higher than ordinary people's. However, some diseases could still destroy them. Kenichi only needed to find that sort of pathogen, whether virus, bacterium, or something else, and then... Hiss. Kenichi scratched his head. When a plague broke out, if he then used slaying the king of death, would he directly change classes into a necromancer in the ninja world? Thinking about it, it did not seem impossible. Compared with nuclear weapons, this method of attack was more covert and less easily detected. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 418, Chapter 418, Patients in Konoha Hospital. Chapter 418, Patients in Konoha Hospital. Kenichi found himself caught in a difficult choice. Should he develop biological weapons or not? However, he quickly stopped agonizing over it. No matter how much he thought about it, he currently had no way to create such weapons. In that case, perhaps he could first try to find something suitable, then decide later whether to use it. Having a weapon and choosing not to use it was one thing. Having no weapon to use was another. But how am I supposed to find that kind of virus or bacteria? Kenichi scratched his head. He had to admit, this question troubled him a little. But soon, he thought of a good place. A hospital. Everyone knew that if a person was healthy, and their family was healthy too, then their understanding of illness would usually be very limited. They might only know about common colds and fevers. Some might even think that not many people got sick, and that a shortage of medical resources was complete nonsense. But anyone who had been to a hospital would never think that way. Just as one would go to a gym to find people who liked exercise, or to a bar to find people who liked drinking, if one wanted to find sick people, then naturally, one had to go to a hospital. Since arriving in the ninja world, Kenichi had never been sick. Even now, he had never seen a doctor or visited a hospital as a patient. But other people certainly got sick. He only needed to go to a hospital and find the people he was looking for. As for which hospital should be his first choice, Kenichi had already made up his mind. This also lets me avoid meeting Sensei for now. I'm still not sure what Sensei thinks of me. Kenichi scratched his head. His teacher was, after all, Hiruzen's disciple, even if he was one of the more filial kinds. But Kenichi did not know whether his own existence had caused any changes. At the very least, his teacher had not shown as much hatred toward Konoha and Hiruzen as before. That was truly troublesome. I hope things go smoothly. If I find it, then. Kenichi stretched, then guided the airship toward Konoha. Konoha Hospital. This was perhaps the place in all of Konoha that had heard the most confessions and the most desperate prayers. Northwest other place could compare. Every day, countless patients and their families rushed into this building. Some wore anxious expressions, while others left with relieved smiles. Life was passed on here. Life also faded here. Kenichi licked his lips as he looked at Konoha Hospital. He had lived in Konoha for quite some time, but he had almost never visited this place. The only visit that barely counted was when, at his teacher's request, he had taken some materials from Konoha's morgue for research. So to Kenichi, the morgue was the most familiar part of Konoha Hospital. Not anywhere else. But the moment he entered the hospital, the atmosphere made Kenichi feel as if he had returned to his previous life. When he had visited friends in the hospital back then, the atmosphere had been almost exactly the same. "Hello, is something wrong?" a nurse asked gently. In any other place, asking that might earn a beating. But in a hospital, such a question was perfectly normal. "Where is the intensive care unit?" Kenichi asked with a smile. The young nurse quickly pointed him toward the location of the intensive care unit. Kenichi thanked her, then followed her directions to the second floor of Konoha Hospital. The moment he arrived on the second floor, Kenichi clearly sensed that the atmosphere here was completely different from the first floor. He did not linger. Instead, he looked into the wards one by one. The patients here were not in good condition. Among them, he even saw ninja lying on their beds, emaciated and weak, wearing breathing equipment while connected to monitoring devices. Kenichi frowned slightly. Although there were many critically ill patients here, he was neither a doctor nor a nurse, and the beds here did not list the patient's symptoms. He had no way of knowing how to find the targets he needed. "Hello, are you looking for someone?" A somewhat familiar voice sounded. Kenichi turned his head and saw Shizune. She stood there holding a medical record book, scrutinizing him carefully. Kenichi did not panic. This time, he had borrowed the face of a genin. When he found that genin, the boy had been helping local villagers harvest sweet potatoes. This was a common mission for genin. Many ninja who had no hope of becoming chunin would take more missions, save money, and try to exchange it for higher-level ninjutsu. However, Shizune's appearance was actually a great help to Kenichi. The Mangekyo Sharingan surfaced in Kenichi's eyes. Caught completely off guard, Shizune looked straight into his Mangekyo, and her eyes immediately went blank. The Mangekyo Sharingan was extremely powerful. In the field of Jinjutsu, it could almost be called unique. Even Jinchuriki could be controlled by the Mangekyo Sharingan, such as the bravely sacrificed fourth Mizukage, Yagura. He had been both a Mizukage and a Jinchuriki, yet he had still become a puppet before Obito's eyes. If Ao had not possessed the Byakugan and seen through the abnormality in his mind, Yagura might have remained a puppet until the end. "Tell me, are there any ninja here suffering from incurable diseases?" Kenichi asked gently. He looked at Shizune. If he wanted, Shizune could be carrying a child right now, but he was more concerned with his research project. Romance only slowed down his journey toward the stars. Moreover, Kenichi also knew that once technology developed to a certain level in the future, the pleasure brought by such things would become minimal. If he wanted, he could constantly interact with different beauties in a virtual space. It would not affect his physical body. Only his mind would experience pleasure. "Yes," Shizune said calmly. She then led Kenichi to Konoha Hospital's archive room. As the hospital's vice director, she naturally had the authority to enter this archive. One could even say that when Tsunade was absent, Shizune was the acting director. "They're all here." Shizune placed all the files in front of Kenichi. There were not many. A little over 300 files. However, many of them belonged to patients who had already died. Among the living cases, only 23 ninja were still alive. Kenichi paid no further attention to Shizune and let her handle her daily work. He picked up the files and began flipping through them one by one. Yamashita Nagakawa, Chunin, male, 54 years old. Unexplained organ failure. According to experimental data, diagnosed with Fialga syndrome. No available treatment at present. Estimated remaining lifespan, 5 months. Data under continued observation. Kenichi pinched the bridge of his nose. What in the world was this so-called Fialga syndrome? Left with no choice, Kenichi called Shizune back. If he were researching other things, he would be very interested. But not medicine. Medicine was an extremely complex discipline. In his previous life, medical university specially trained medical students, and even then, most medical students had specialties. Training an all-around doctor was extremely difficult. Even in the ninja world, where chakra existed and a ninja's physical fitness and cognitive ability were enhanced, becoming a medical ninja was still incredibly difficult. Fialga syndrome occurs when a patient is infected with the Fialga virus, resulting in organ failure. Chakra scalpels are ineffective against it, and conventional medical ninjutsu is also ineffective. Lady Tsunade has examined it and found no way to completely remove the virus from the body, Shizune explained patiently. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. His luck was surprisingly good. The very first patient he saw had met part of his criteria. Is it easily contagious? What's the fatality rate? Kenichi asked again. There had been many viruses and bacteria in his previous life, some with very high fatality rates. But why were they not used as biological weapons? Naturally, because they did not meet the necessary requirements. High short-term lethality and rapid transmission. It is not airborne. It only spreads through bites from animals carrying the Fialga virus. The fatality rate is extremely high, almost 100%, Shizune continued. Kenichi frowned slightly. That did not meet his requirements. He did not need this kind of virus. It had to be transmitted through bites. That sounded a little like biohazard, but the T-virus in biohazard was airborne, which was how it spread to so many people. So Kenichi picked up another file and continued reading. Bohai Manjo, systemic autoimmune disease. This is an undiagnosed disease. The patient. Kenichi shook his head. This also did not meet his requirements. No virus could be found inside the patient's body. Even Tsunade did not know how the patient had fallen ill. All she knew was that the patient's immune system eventually collapsed completely and began actively attacking organs that were normally not detected, such as the eyeballs. At the same time, even the smallest virus could flourish wildly in the patient's body. In other words, the ninja's body had been turned into a virus culture medium. The downside was that no one knew when the infection occurred. By the time symptoms appeared, the immune collapse had often already begun. The only clear sign was unbearable eye pain. That was when the immune system began attacking the eyeballs. The human immune system was strange. Although the eyeball was also an important organ, the immune system normally did not detect it. If the immune system discovered the eye, it would treat the eye as an invading virus or foreign object and attack it. This situation often happened in patients with damaged eyeballs. If doctors judged that the damaged eye could not be saved, they often recommended removal. Otherwise, once the body's immune system detected the damaged eyeball, it would attack it, and might also attack the other healthy eye. Kenichi had not expected such a condition to appear even among ninja. Then what about this one? Kenichi asked patiently. But the viruses and bacteria recorded here either failed to meet the requirement for a high transmission rate, or took too long between onset and death. He basically could not find even a single case that perfectly matched his requirements. This gave Kenichi a headache. Hyuga Hanaki, Jonin, female, 27 years old. Chakra abnormality, severe dehydration, multiple organ failure, respiratory system failure, ineffective rehydration, viscous blood. Symptoms consistent with nanovirus infection. Admitted to intensive care unit for treatment. Estimated remaining lifespan, 3 days. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. Good heavens. A Jonin from the Hyuga clan. A 27-year-old Jonin. She was undoubtedly a genius. After all, becoming a Jonin was not something just anyone could do. That was why there were so few Jonin to begin with. And at 27, she had already experienced the Ninja World War and survived. She truly was a genius. What is nanovirus? Kenichi asked Shizune curiously. Nanovirus is a virus Lady Tsunade discovered. Shizune continued explaining, acting like an emotionless answering machine. Kenichi stroked his chin. This virus matched his requirements quite well. Rapid onset. High fatality rate. He simply did not know whether it was contagious. Take me to see her. Kenichi stood up. Shizune led him to the patient's room. It was still on the second floor, but this ward was clearly of a much higher standard. After all, the patient was a ninja of the Hyuga clan, and a jonin at that. Differential treatment was quite normal. Is it contagious? Kenichi asked as he looked at the emaciated Hyuga Hanaki inside the ward. At present, there are no cases proving that it is. The Hyuga clan has not reported any additional infections either, Shizun said, shaking her head. Kenichi was a little disappointed. However, this virus was already quite good. He truly did not want to give up on it. So Kenichi created a shadow clone and had it walk inside. His main body naturally would not go in. The other party was a patient, and who knew how this thing spread. If he walked in and became infected, that would be far too ridiculous. While he waited for the shadow clone's examination, doctors and nurses occasionally came looking for Shizun. Kenichi also let Shizun handle her own work while he waited for the shadow clone to bring out the disinfected report. Then he sat to the side with the report in hand, while the shadow clone continued examining the patient inside. High body temperature. Persistent high fever. Temperature has reached 42 degrees. Kenichi looked at the examination report in his hand and raised an eyebrow. 42 degrees. At that point, either the person had to go, or the virus had to go. Blood is extremely viscous. Body is severely dehydrated. Breathing is abnormally difficult. Intubation required. Kenichi fell into thought. This virus should not have airborne transmission ability. Otherwise, the Hyuga clan would have been wiped out long ago. So, bodily fluid transmission. Kenichi planned to conduct an experiment. He also planned to take some of her blood clots. There was no helping it. Her blood had almost congealed into blood pudding. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 419, Chapter 419, Modes of Virus Transmission. Chapter 419, Modes of Virus Transmission. Kenichi looked at the test tube in his hand. Inside was a mass of viscous plasma. To be honest, at this stage, it could no longer be called blood. It was closer to plasma, with a consistency somewhat like blood curd soup. It had not quite reached that level, but it was close. It's normal for blood to clot after exposure to the outside air. That's how blood curd dishes are made. Even in real life, when a large amount of blood spills onto the ground, it can visibly coagulate. Kenichi fell into deep thought as he looked at the plasma in his hand. He had once witnessed a traffic accident in his previous life, where the victim's blood had pooled on the ground and visibly clotted. But that had happened outside the body. If such a thing happened inside the human body, inside the blood vessels, it would be extremely dangerous. In medicine, there was a term called embolism, and thrombosis was an even deadlier cause. If a thrombus traveled into the lungs and caused a pulmonary embolism, it could become a life-threatening event. At that point, the clot was no longer liquid, but closer to something like blood curd. Even a small thrombus could be fatal. In his previous life, it was something that absolutely required treatment. In the ninja world, however, such cases were not very common. Ninja generally had excellent physical constitutions. After contracting his incurable illness, he had survived for a long time before finally dying. That did not meet Kenichi's requirements. 3.5 hours later, Kenichi, who had been reading, keenly noticed a change in the body monitor beside him. The ninja's heart rate had accelerated, and his overall condition had become abnormal. His face began turning pale, and his breathing grew faster and faster. However, she showed no abnormalities. This proved that the disease was indeed not airborne. Otherwise, this woman should already be dead, rather than still alive like this. Final time of death, 7 hours and 53 minutes after injection of infected blood. Mortality rate is extremely high. Conventional rescue methods are ineffective. Kenichi continued writing. Earlier, he had ordered Shizun to organize a rescue attempt, but Shizun had used every method available and still failed to do anything for the subject. Medical ninjutsu such as the delicate illness extraction technique are ineffective. Not airborne. Requires. Kenichi took out a test tube and extracted some bodily fluid from the deceased ninja, then had Shizun apply it to a specific area. Next, he cut open the subject's abdomen and instructed Shizun to isolate the area using medical gloves. Then he had her collect a fresh fecal sample. After that, he controlled another genin from outside, had him lie on the bed beside the corpse, and fed it into his mouth. A bit disgusting. Kenichi's mouth twitched. It had to be said that medical research was not an easy field. These dangerous pathogens and viruses were extremely perilous and pervasive. Some forms of research inevitably involved dealing with excrement and other bodily waste. Many people felt embarrassed when going to the hospital, especially for things like hemorrhoid surgery or urine and stool tests. They found such matters difficult to speak about. Some could not even accept handling their own samples. But for doctors, these were materials they needed to collect for examination. Nurses could even suction phlegm without batting an eye. Of course, that did not mean they never felt disgusted or uncomfortable. It was simply their sacred sense of mission as medical professionals that allowed them to suppress that discomfort. Because of this, Kenichi held a sufficient amount of respect for doctors and nurses. Of course, the premise was that they were qualified medical personnel, not unscrupulous ones looking to grow rich by extorting red envelopes. Conventional disease transmission usually follows a few routes. Airborne transmission has already been proven ineffective. This disease does not have the ability to spread through the air. So next, I need to verify bodily fluid transmission and fecal-oral transmission. Kenichi stroked his chin. Disease transmission usually occurred through only a few major routes. Among them, airborne transmission was the most virulent. It was pervasive, difficult to guard against, and hard to prevent. Fecal-oral transmission often appeared in areas with poor hygiene. Bodily fluid transmission was even more specific. Blood could transmit certain diseases, and fluids from other areas could also transmit them, so those also needed to be tested. If a virus possessed all three transmission routes, its infectivity would be terrifying. In his previous life, the infamous Black Death, which had nearly turned Europe into a wasteland and spurred theological thought, was a disease capable of spreading through multiple routes. Kenichi observed patiently. Experiments were never something that could be completed quickly. He had enough patience to slowly observe whether these two unfortunate individuals would become infected. Before that, however, Kenichi first took some tissue samples from the ninja who had died of the disease. He needed them for research, to determine where exactly the nanovirus was hiding. Only then could he find the virus's true form. "Where is the laboratory?" Kenichi asked casually. Shizun, still controlled by the Mangekyo Genjutsu, honestly told him. Immediately afterward, Kenichi created several shadow clones. One stayed in the ward to observe. Another took the pathological tissue to the laboratory to see if the research equipment there could detect anything. If it could not be found here, he would have to take the samples back to the Land of Snow. Kenichi intended to make the Land of Snow his scientific research base. That place had a sparse population, and its cold temperatures were conducive to certain experiments. The Land of Water was also good, but the problem was that it still faced the risk of war. Kenichi was not sure how the other 4 ninja villages planned to deal with him. As for Kenichi's main body, he had his own matters to handle. "How are things now?" Tsunade rubbed her temples, her voice exhausted. She was very tired. A large number of injured needed her treatment, and she had not hesitated to treat them. For this, she had even borrowed the power of the Slug Sage. Only with that could she treat the injured ninja from all 4 villages. However, even the Slug Sage showed considerable caution toward the injuries these ninja had sustained. Especially in the case of certain ninja. Their bodies contained a strange energy, or perhaps something else, that continued to affect them, causing severe physical damage that worsened over time. Tsunade could only do her best to alleviate their conditions. Even while physically and mentally exhausted, Tsunade gritted her teeth and finished treating them. Kumogakure has relented, and Sunagakure hasn't said anything for now, but it's obvious they're in a terrible mood. Jiraiya looked at the exhausted Tsunade. A trace of distress flashed through his eyes, and he silently poured her a cup of hot tea. Kumogakure's casualties weren't too severe. With my treatment, most of them have largely recovered, so that was expected. But Sunagakure probably still holds considerable resentment. Tsunade snorted. Looking at the 3 ninja villages, Konoha had suffered the most severe damage. The 3rd Hokage was dead, and most of their ninja were seriously injured. On top of that, the reanimated corpse of the 3rd Hokage had caused chaos and killed several more ninja. For the sake of the bigger picture, she had still treated the people from the other ninja villages. Yet even so, those people still refused to fully back down. That was unacceptable. The main issue is Iwagakure. Kitsuchi hasn't received the intelligence yet. Once he does, I think. Jiraiya rubbed his temples. Iwagakure had been attacked by Konoha, and the attackers were even Uchiha. This was practically nailing the blame directly onto them. They could not simply ignore it. In any case, Konoha didn't do it. If they don't accept that, then they don't accept it. Tsunade waved her hand helplessly. She did not have any better ideas. However, Tsunade believed Inoki was not a fool. He should not fall for such a simple frame-up. To be old and not die was to become a thief. Inoki, that old geezer, had lived for so long and seen countless schemes and tricks. He should not believe such a straightforward frame-up. Jiraiya nodded. He also felt the frame-up was far too obvious. Anyone with eyes could see through it. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 420, Obito, you brought this upon yourself. Chapter 420, Obito, you brought this upon yourself. Research log, after studying the nano disease, it can currently be confirmed that the nanovirus is transmitted through bodily fluids and fecal-oral routes. The only mitigating factor is that it cannot be transmitted through the air. It can't be transmitted through the air. Can this be changed through genetic programming? But that would be far too difficult. Kenichi's shadow clone sat on a laboratory chair, deeply engrossed in the documents in his hand. The core question was, how exactly was a virus's ability to be airborne determined? Which specific genes dictated it? Moreover, viruses and bacteria possessed relatively simple DNA structures. Would his genetic modifications inadvertently create a completely different, uncontrollable new strain? These were all critical issues that required careful consideration. After an entire night of intensive research, Kenichi now had a much better understanding of the nano disease. This plague was indeed horrifyingly absolute. Once a person was infected, it was basically incurable, and traditional medical treatment methods were utterly ineffective. However, Kenichi could not yet definitively determine whether the nano disease was caused by a virus or a bacterium. Strangely enough, he had found absolutely no trace of any suspicious pathogens within the patient's body. Logically speaking, if it causes rapid organ failure and even leads to severe blood thickening, then its presence should be easily detected in the bloodstream. But currently, the lab results show nothing. Kenichi's shadow clone sighed, rubbing his temples. He was the one responsible for handling this specific branch of the nano disease research. As for the main body's extreme caution regarding this matter, the shadow clone understood completely. After all, if the main body ever became infected, it would be an incredibly troublesome situation. Although the power of shinobi in this world was astonishing, they were far from completely invincible. Didn't Itachi, that unlucky prodigy, suffer from a terminal illness? It eventually killed him, so Kenichi knew he needed to be exceptionally careful. Laboratory analysis: after thoroughly examining the patient's blood, no suspicious viruses or bacteria were found. However, red blood cells and other common blood cells showed signs of severe coagulation. It is initially suspected that this disease triggers an aggressive cellular coagulation response. Pathology report: lung and brain tissue sections were subsequently examined, but no structural abnormalities were found. However, a massive number of cells across all samples showed signs of coagulation and necrosis. Conclusion: this effect is completely opposite to certain snake venoms that cause blood anticoagulation. This disease causes multiple cell types to coagulate and die rapidly, yet no existing pathogen can be isolated within them. The shadow clone pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. Konoha Hospital could only facilitate basic experiments with its current equipment. To go any further, he would need to take the biological samples back to the Land of Snow's specialized laboratory for advanced experimentation. That's about all I can do here. Now I just need to deliver the remains of these deceased patients to the main body, and then I can make my exit. The shadow clone stood up. Although Tsunade and Jiraiya had not yet returned to Konoha, staying in the village any longer would eventually lead to him being cornered by the two legendary Sannin. He was merely a shadow clone, so being surrounded and intercepted by enemy forces wasn't a big deal. He could just dispel himself, leaving Jiraiya and Tsunade with nothing to catch. However, these patients who had died from the nano disease were incredibly valuable experimental materials. If he lost them, Kenichi would have to go out into the world and find entirely new test subjects. To be absolutely safe, he extracted several vials of coagulated blood and various tissue samples from the nano patients before hastily slipping out of Konoha Hospital, taking the corpses of a few unlucky individuals along with him. Shortly after Kenichi's shadow clone left the perimeter of Konoha, small black dots slowly materialized in the distant sky, flying toward the village. Tsunade and Jiraiya had finally returned. Sasori, is your Unit 01 finished? Kenichi stared at the giant mechanical creation looming in front of him, then glanced at Sasori, who stood proudly to the side. How is it? Isn't it excellent? Sasori smiled with genuine satisfaction, patting the massive foot of the construct beside him. Due to his short stature, he could only reach its toes. Kenichi's mouth twitched slightly. He looked up at the colossal machine. Its body was incredibly tall and large, giving it a somewhat clumsy appearance. However, the steel plates lining its chassis felt incredibly thick, a design choice that certainly maximized its defensive capabilities. But why did he always feel like Sasori had climbed the completely wrong technology tree? I just feel like it's right, but also completely wrong. Kenichi rubbed his temples, a headache brewing. He had originally thought Unit 01 would look like the mech from his past memories, or perhaps something sleek like a unicorn Gundam. What Sasori had actually built, however, was hard to describe politely. It was a super-large robot, and the materials used in its construction were undeniably solid. Kenichi had just tried pressing a standard Rasengan directly onto its thick metal plating, and the jutsu couldn't even breach its outer defense. One could easily imagine how astonishing its overall durability was. Although it was just a very ordinary Rasengan, normal metal would have been completely pulverized by the impact. However, precisely because the armor plating was so excessively solid, the entire robot looked incredibly bulky. Did you ever consider making it a bit more aesthetically pleasing? Kenichi asked, staring at the machine. Its appearance was truly indescribable. Although Kenichi wasn't one to judge purely by looks, this was the first time he had ever seen a mech constructed to be so profoundly ugly. If he had to describe it, it looked like a magnified, even uglier version of the Ironmonger armor. I did consider aesthetics, but making the frame too streamlined or elegant isn't conducive to deflecting heavy ninjutsu attacks. Sasori scratched his head. He also secretly felt that his Unit 01 looked a bit visually crude, but he had prioritized sheer practicality above all else during the engineering phase. What a pity, Kenichi sighed. He understood that aesthetics and practicality often clashed, especially since their current technological development hadn't fully caught up to his vision. If they could manufacture high-strength, lightweight alloys that achieved the same defensive output with less mass, then they could finally afford to care about looks. If this thing could be redesigned to look like an Imperial Knight, that would be truly amazing. Kenichi stared at the mechanical giant. Despite his criticisms, he still felt a strong urge to pilot it. After all, it was a giant mech. What man could honestly say no to a giant robot? There will be plenty of opportunities to improve its design in the future. Sasori gazed at the work in front of him, which embodied his absolute highest engineering efforts, his eyes turning somewhat dazed. From the initial blueprint to the final weld, he didn't even know how much money or effort this Unit 01 had cost him. Virtually all of his personal funds had been poured directly into its development. Even for someone of Sasori's status, purchasing such rare, expensive metals and specialized materials had become difficult to sustain. Because of this, he had been forced to take Deidara out on multiple mercenary missions just to earn enough funds to keep building this massive machine. Now, this construct stood as the absolute pinnacle of his artistic achievement. As a result, he currently didn't have a single coin left to buy other supplies and was already worrying about whether he needed to go out and take on more contracts to replenish his wallet. "Where's Deidara?" Kenichi asked casually. He had traveled to this experimental base to collect the biological samples from his clone and to check on Sasori and Deidara's progress. He fully planned to include his two companions in his upcoming strategic campaign. Both Sasori and Deidara were exceptionally capable shinobi, and most importantly, they possessed unparalleled talent in their respective fields. In fact, Sasori was an absolutely essential piece for the next phase of Kenichi's grand plan. Deidara. That brat is still out in the wasteland experimenting with his new strategic bomber, Sasori pouted, gesturing toward the sky. Kenichi looked up but saw nothing in the vast expanse above. However, from the sound of it, Deidara had invented a clay creation capable of sustained flight and high-altitude carpet bombing. That sounded quite promising. Sasori, do you remember the dream I shared with you before? Kenichi turned to look at his companion. After defecting from his original home alongside his master, Sasori had become Kenichi's very first true friend, and he valued that bond immensely. He hadn't officially brought Sasori into the core of his operations earlier because the puppeteer hadn't finished his masterpiece. But now that Sasori possessed this giant Unit 01, he finally had the necessary firepower to protect himself on a changing battlefield, allowing Kenichi to confidently bring his friend out into the open. Sasori was stunned for a moment, and then a sincere, eager smile broke across his face. Of course I remember. Is your grand plan finally ready to begin? Sasori looked at Kenichi excitedly. He remembered every detail of what Kenichi had proposed back then, a plan that sounded completely insane to the average shinobi. Yes, the first gears have already started turning. You already know about the fall of Kirigakure, right? Kenichi nodded. Sasori looked at Kenichi with a flash of surprise, followed by a look of sudden realization. He was indeed well aware of that news. After all, the total destruction of Kirigakure in the Land of Water was far too shocking for the other shinobi nations to fully cover up. Now, the entire shinobi world was in an uproar, discussing the event incessantly. You were the one who did it. Sasori licked his lips excitedly. He had spent weeks wondering what shadowy force could have pulled off such a feat, assuming the world was simply plunging into chaos on its own. He never expected the mastermind to be sitting right in front of him. Then again, considering it was Kenichi, achieving such a catastrophic level of destruction wasn't entirely surprising. Yes, I engineered it. But Sasori, I need your specific expertise to help me with something right now. Kenichi smiled, a dark, sinister glint appearing in his eyes. That damned Obito. That absolute dog of a shinobi. Instead of staying hidden in his miserable gutter, plotting his dirty little schemes and obsessing over his dead goddess, he actually dared to come out and interfere with Kenichi's operations. If Kenichi could simply swallow that kind of insult, he wouldn't be Kenichi. Although he still didn't have a clear method to pin down Black Zetsu or Obito's slippery movements, Kenichi had his own unique philosophy regarding retaliation. Whoever said revenge had to inflict immediate physical harm? Psychological warfare was clearly far more devastating. It was like having a bitter grudge against someone. If you simply rushed forward to angrily beat them up in public, all you would achieve was a swift arrest. If your enemy was clever, they could just sit back, play the victim, and force you to pay heavy financial compensation, leaving you bursting with absolute frustration. But if you silently endured the slight, meticulously improved yourself, built up in flawless physical appearance, and then actively seduced away everything they held dear, you could leave your enemy utterly broken, furious, and miserable. That was true vengeance. What do you need me to make? Sasori asked, looking at his friend with a hint of confusion. However, he didn't mind helping at all. They were old comrades, so he would assist regardless of the request. It's quite simple, really. I know you are the undisputed master of puppet craftsmanship. I want to know if you can construct a human puppet that replicates the exact tactile feel of a real human body. Kenichi rubbed his hands together, a wicked grin spreading across his face. That is incredibly easy to do, but a puppet designed with those specifications wouldn't possess any practical combat capabilities, Sasori replied without the slightest hesitation. A request like that was absolute child's play for Sasori of the Red Sand. Even ordinary puppet makers in Sunagakure could manage basic biological replication if pushed. Kenichi quickly waved his hand, clarifying that combat capability was completely unnecessary. What kind of joke was that? Was he designing this puppet to fight on the front lines? Well, in a highly specific sense, it was indeed meant for combat, but the battlefield was entirely different. I need a female puppet modeled precisely after this specific girl. I need the anatomical details perfected to the absolute highest degree, ensuring that every single customer who purchases one is completely satisfied. Can you handle that? Kenichi pulled out a detailed photograph and handed it over. It was a picture of Rin Noera. This is entirely feasible. Sasori looked at his friend with an increasingly bizarre expression. Kenichi was immensely powerful. Logically speaking, if he had those kinds of personal desires, couldn't he easily obtain any woman he wanted? He certainly didn't seem like the type to lack options. Perfect, that works beautifully. And as for the explicit structural details, I want them to be as hyper-realistic as humanly possible. I'm sure you take my meaning. Kenichi rubbed his hands together in anticipation. That miserable Obito, didn't he betray his own master, his village, and the entire world all for the sake of one girl? If Kenichi simply desecrated Rin's actual grave, Obito would just fly into a murderous rage and try to kill him. But if Kenichi mass-produced a life-sized, anatomically perfect pleasure doll of his precious goddess and distributed it commercially throughout the entire shinobi world, wouldn't Obito be so overwhelmingly consumed by pure, unadulterated fury that he might actually drop dead on the spot? It was almost a pity, really. The Mangekyo Sharingan was an eye awakened through the absolute peak of negative emotional despair. If Kenichi pushed the scheme far enough, it wouldn't be completely impossible to force Obito's intense agony to evolve his eyes straight into the Rinnegan. After all, breaking the psychological stability of the shinobi world's most infatuated simp was incredibly easy. Kenichi knew a vast array of effective psychological tactics to maximize that torment. I understand the parameters. Do you require the inclusion of an artificial hymen structure? Sasori asked entirely casually, his tone clinical. As a master puppeteer who had personally dissected countless human bodies over his career, his medical understanding of human anatomy was absolute, even if he didn't care for human flesh himself. Of course. Preferably the specific kind that triggers an engineered vocal mechanism to make the puppet cry out when it breaks. Kenichi patted his old friend heavily on the shoulder. As expected of Sasori, he caught on to the requirements immediately. This girl, is she some sort of mortal enemy of yours? Sasori couldn't help but ask, staring at the photo. He had no recollection of ever seeing this particular kunoichi in any bingo book. No, she isn't my enemy. She happens to be the dead lover of one of my most irritating adversaries. He is completely, pathologically infatuated with this woman, even though she has been rotting in the ground for years, Kenichi sneered coldly. But as the thought lingered, a brilliant, even more twisted idea suddenly sparked in Kenichi's mind. Rin Noera was dead, yes, but he currently possessed the absolute mastery of the outer path samsara of heavenly life jutsu. If he actually resurrected the real Rin right in front of Obito's eyes, and then... Now that would probably cause Obito's mind to completely snap, wouldn't it? Kenichi mused to himself, a dark chuckle echoing in the laboratory. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 421, Sasori's Rin Noera Puppet. Chapter 421, Sasori's Rin Noera Puppet. Kenichi decided to begin implementing his plan immediately. Although this scheme might lead to Obito discovering his tracks, Kenichi didn't care in the slightest. Ever since Obito had frantically snatched away Rin's remains during their last encounter, Kenichi had all the leverage he needed to move forward. The logic behind his deduction was incredibly simple. Among all the remains present at the scene back then, only Rin's were missing. Based on that glaring clue alone, it required no great leap of faith for him to deduce that Rin's body held immense significance to Obito. Of course, whether Obito chose to believe the connection was his own business. After all, Kenichi and Obito had already torn off all pretenses of civility. "My dear friend, I'll be leaving this task in your hands," Kenichi said, patting Sasori on the shoulder. To bring this plan to fruition, Sasori's unique talents were absolutely essential. Only a master puppeteer like Sasori could construct puppets that precisely met Kenichi's stringent specifications. However, merely deploying life-size dolls might not be enough to completely drive Obito over the edge. Kenichi had already devised a definitive way to push Obito into a state of absolute fury. He just needed to use the one-foot-on-life reincarnation to reincarnate Rin, thereby obtaining a fully revived version of the girl. The only drawback to this method was that it required sacrificing two shinobi. First, one shinobi would serve as the sacrifice for the jutsu to provide a physical vessel for Rin's soul. Then, a second shinobi, having been forced to learn the one-foot-on-life reincarnation, would cast the jutsu on Rin's reanimated body, allowing her to be fully resurrected into the living world. Kenichi had already utilized this exact operational procedure when he revived Kushina in the past. Because he already possessed first-hand experience with the process, reviving Rin would be even easier. Furthermore, Rin possessed a distinct advantage over Kushina. Rin's overall strength during her lifetime had not been particularly outstanding. Consequently, the shinobi chosen as the second sacrifice wouldn't even need to be a jonin. Kushina's revival had demanded a jonin-level sacrifice. While the reanimation jutsu itself was lenient with its sacrifices, the one-foot-on-life reincarnation was incredibly strict, which had caused quite a bit of trouble back then. "How many do you need?" Sasori asked. If it was just a single puppet, he could finish it in no time, but if Kenichi required a large batch. "A lot. I plan to market and distribute this as a commercial commodity. If business takes off, I can even grant you a cut of the dividends," Kenichi replied, scratching his head. To be honest, he wasn't entirely certain if a lucrative market existed for this specific type of product. But he was determined to go through with it anyway, purely out of a desire to discuss Obito. The shinobi world was filled with various entertainment districts. The hot spring resorts in particular specialized in these kinds of services, even offering mixed-gender baths and similar amenities at various price points. Kenichi, naturally, had never frequented such places himself, but Jiraiya certainly had. Jiraiya had not only frequented them, but he had also published comprehensive guides to these entertainment establishments in certain adult magazines. He had meticulously listed the prices, ranging from exorbitant high-class establishments costing hundreds of thousands of ryo to cheap roadside venues for a mere few dozen ryo. It was clear that these establishments did everything in their power to cater to the diverse desires of their clientele. Therefore, while Kenichi couldn't predict whether this particular puppet would become popular, he felt it was worth a shot. "A large amount. My personal funds are currently a bit tight," Sasori admitted, sounding slightly embarrassed. One-foot-on-life reincarnation construction of Unit 01, as he had invested every resource he possessed into that project. If it were just a single puppet meant for Kenichi's personal amusement, Sasori would have crafted it without a second thought. But now Kenichi wanted a massive production run with the intent of exporting them to other hidden villages, and Sasori's current budget simply couldn't cover the raw material costs. "Don't worry about it, I'll foot the bill. Let's start with a test batch of 100 for each of the great villages, making a grand total of 400 puppets. How much will that run me?" Kenichi asked, confidently patting his chest with the swagger of a man possessing vast wealth. One had to remember that he had recently seized control of the Land of Water, effectively turning the Mist Daimyo into a soulless, compliant rubber stamp. The daimyo, having been parasitized by Kenichi's mind-controlling worms, no longer possessed any of his former hedonistic desires or materialistic greed. As a result, the national treasury had naturally fallen under Kenichi's complete control. While Kenichi might not be wealthy enough to buy out an entire continent, his personal funds could easily rival the entire financial reserves of the hidden sand or hidden stone villages without breaking a sweat. Sasori's estimated production cost wasn't actually that high. In fact, the total figure he proposed felt rather conservative to Kenichi. After all, in Kenichi's previous life, the prices of high-end anime figures and life-sized dolls were often astronomical. While cheap alternatives existed, you always got exactly what you paid for. Some of the rarest, premium-grade figures could easily equal the down payment on a house. In regions where real estate was cheap, a single top-tier collectible could be worth an entire house, if not more. Yet, he hadn't expected that commissioning a master like Sasori to craft a life-sized, hyper-realistic puppet would be so inexpensive. Without hesitation, Kenichi decisively paid double the requested amount, instructing Sasori to manufacture a few extra units so he could use them to promote the product to the other shinobi villages later on. The mere thought of Obito's absolutely furious reaction upon witnessing these dolls made Kenichi feel that every single ryo was exceptionally well spent. In ancient legends, powerful monarchs would wage catastrophic wars just to win a beautiful woman's smile. Now, here I am, Amamiya Kenichi, spending a fortune just to trigger Obito's blind rage. Wait, why does that phrasing sound so incredibly weird? Kenichi muttered, scratching his head. Oh well, there was no point in dwelling on the semantics. He planned to return to the land of water shortly to prepare a massive surprise for Obito. Just as Kenichi turned around to make his departure, a peculiar noise echoed through the air, sounding faintly like an old-fashioned airplane flying at a low altitude. The strange sound instinctively caused him to look up toward the sky. High above, a dark silhouette was swooping down rapidly from the clouds. Amamiya-senpai. Ah! Accompanied by Deidara's incredibly excited, voice-cracking screech, Kenichi instantly realized who it was. However, noting Deidara's wild, overly enthusiastic expression and the violently wobbling construct beneath him, Kenichi proactively utilized his wood release to manifest a dense, cushioned wooden structure on the ground, intending to give Deidara a safe place to land. Before he could even step back, Kenichi was violently yanked behind the massive frame of Unit 01 by Sasori. Before Kenichi could voice his confusion and ask why he had been pulled away, a deafening explosion erupted. A violent shockwave accompanied by roaring flames spewed out across the immediate area. Kenichi's mouth twitched in sheer disbelief. Hadn't he just constructed a perfectly soft cushion? Why on earth did Deidara still manage to explode? That defied all logical explanation. Deidara's flight experiments always end like this. Ever since he figured out how to take to the skies, he invariably triggers an explosion the moment he touches down. You'll get used to it. Sasori remarked calmly. Seeing the utter bewilderment reflecting in Kenichi's eyes, he offered the explanation dryly, though the clarification only left Kenichi even more dumbfounded. What kind of ridiculous operational routine was that? Amamiya-senpai. It's been way too long. A completely blackened, soot-covered Deidara excitedly squeezed his way out of the smoke, eagerly extending a soot-stained hand. Kenichi let out a soft chuckle and reached out to shake Deidara's hand. He couldn't help but notice that the young artist seemed to have grown a bit taller since their last meeting. Deidara, why exactly did your flying machine detonate just now? Kenichi couldn't resist asking. He hadn't been able to get a perfectly clear look at the aircraft before the crash, but he had definitely noticed that its structural design closely resembled an old-fashioned propeller plane. Hee, Amamiya-senpai, I had a sudden burst of inspiration after studying those artistic masterpieces of yours. But as for the specific mechanics I was researching. Deidara rubbed the back of his neck, looking a bit too embarrassed to finish his sentence. The aircraft wasn't actually supposed to explode upon landing. However, because he had spotted Kenichi from the air, Deidara had become overly excited. That momentary lapse in focus led to a critical operational error, which promptly triggered the volatile clay and caused the machine to blow up. Kenichi didn't know the exact details behind the mishap, but seeing Deidara's profound embarrassment, he merely smiled and chose not to press the issue further. Instead, he casually chatted with Deidara about everyday matters while Sasori quietly slipped back into the main laboratory. Sasori had already invested a vast majority of his premium components into the construction of Unit 01, but he had intentionally set aside a modest stockpile of materials for crafting standard puppet frames. Now presented an ideal opportunity to assemble a quick prototype, allowing Kenichi to inspect the quality firsthand before leaving the base. He wanted his associate to evaluate the design and determine if there were any areas that required refinement, which would greatly streamline the upcoming mass production process. Deidara, you're already aware of what happened to the Hidden Mist Village and the Land of Water, right? I was the one responsible for that entire operation. Tell me, are you interested in formally working alongside me? Kenichi inquired. Deidara's current combat capabilities were already quite formidable. Though he hadn't yet reached the pinnacle of strength he would achieve in the future, he was still an incredibly versatile and lethal shinobi. Incorporating Deidara into his ranks would significantly enrich Kenichi's tactical options. Although he couldn't predict exactly how the remaining 4 great shinobi villages would react to his recent actions, Kenichi was well aware that conducting aerial assaults would become significantly more difficult moving forward. Even executing covert infiltrations using the vanishing facial copy technique wouldn't be nearly as simple as before. He had never underestimated the Kage of the 4 great villages or viewed them as fools. Shinobi warfare was fundamentally a war of information. Having undoubtedly analyzed the intelligence gathered from the Mist Village disaster, those leaders would inevitably implement highly targeted countermeasures based on their respective village defenses. The Hidden Mist Village? Deidara muttered, looking briefly confused. He was well aware of the massive geopolitical upheaval that had rocked the Land of Water, but he had never imagined that his own senior was the mastermind behind the entire event. That was simply too magnificent. Deidara agreed to the proposition without a single shred of hesitation. To his mind, only by following Kenichi could he truly pursue the absolute pinnacle of art. However, in his current state, Deidara didn't fully comprehend what the ultimate form of his art was meant to be. At times, Deidara even felt that transforming his own physical body into a permanent work of art might be the ultimate choice. Oh, that's right, Deidara. When the timing is appropriate, I'll show you a brand new concept I've been developing. Kenichi said, looking at the young shinobi while keeping Deidara's specific interests in mind. For someone who firmly believed that art was an explosion, a nuclear weapon would undoubtedly represent the absolute, undeniable pinnacle of artistic expression, wouldn't it? Granted, while the hydrogen bomb existed as an even higher tier of destruction, Kenichi lacked the capability to manufacture that supreme crystallization of devastation just yet. For the time being, he would have to suffice with standard atomic weaponry. Really? Deidara asked, eagerly rubbing his hands together. He knew full well that Kenichi wouldn't make such a statement without a good reason. Since he had brought it up, the project was almost certainly tailored to his explosive style. The only things Deidara could envision were the various advanced firearms and ballistic weapons Kenichi had previously demonstrated. The sheer destructive force of those armaments was breathtaking, making them exquisite works of art in their own right. Heavily influenced by Kenichi's designs, Deidara had subconsciously begun shaping his explosive clay creations to mimic the appearance of Kenichi's modern weaponry. Yes, but the explosive yield of this particular weapon is overwhelmingly massive, so I can't simply demonstrate it for you on a whim. However, I am confident that I will be able to show you its full glory on the battlefield. Kenichi promised, nodding firmly. As the wielder of the explosion release Kekkai Genkai, Deidara possessed an incredibly unique and profound insight into the nature of detonations. Kenichi was highly curious to see what kind of magnificent inspiration Deidara would unleash after witnessing the apocalyptic brilliance of an atomic blast. Deidara's eyes practically illuminated with unbridled excitement. Looking at the ecstatic youth, Kenichi felt that if he hadn't explicitly established those boundaries beforehand, Deidara would likely be pestering him to detonate a nuclear weapon right then and there. Just as Kenichi opened his mouth to advise Deidara to calm down, he noticed Sasori walking out from the adjacent laboratory facility. Emerging directly behind the puppeteer was a remarkably familiar female figure. Kenichi froze in place, completely stunned. It was Rin Noera. The girl calmly following behind Sasori looked exactly like Rin. Kenichi vigorously rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Had Sasori somehow managed to master the one-foot-on-life reincarnation without his knowledge? But a moment of careful observation quickly corrected his initial shock. This wasn't a reanimated corpse brought back by the Edo Tensei at all, it was an exquisitely crafted puppet built entirely by Sasori's own hands. Kenichi, take a look and see if this model satisfies your requirements. Sasori said, presenting the puppet. The Rin puppet stood gracefully before Kenichi. The face was utterly identical to the original girl, down to the precise purple markings painted on her cheeks. She was dressed in a delicate, translucent silk garment that draped half hidden and half revealed over her form, a design choice specifically calculated to provoke the viewer's curiosity to see what lay beneath. Kenichi instinctively lifted the edge of the sheer fabric to conduct a thorough inspection, before silently giving Sasori a definitive thumbs up. He had to openly concede that Sasori's craftsmanship was nothing short of miraculous. An artisan of this caliber would have amassed an absolute fortune in his previous world. He had even lightly touched the synthetic skin just now, and the tactile feedback was remarkably realistic. The internal engineering was so sophisticated that it could even simulate natural sensations in specific anatomical areas. If this Rin replica hadn't remained perfectly frozen in her default pose, Kenichi might have genuinely believed she had been restored to life. Incredibly well made. This is exactly what I was looking for. Kenichi praised, thoroughly satisfied. A customized puppet of this extraordinary caliber would easily command a seven-figure price tag back home. If one were to incorporate advanced mechanical features or tailored individual specifications, breaking into the eight-figure range would be an absolute guarantee. However, this was the shinobi world, and Kenichi needed to first gauge the actual market demand for these specialized constructs among the local population. Deidara stood off to the side, quietly swallowing hard. Having witnessed the entire inspection firsthand, he couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. For a wild moment, he had genuinely thought his senior was about to personally test out the puppet's physical functions right then and there. In that case, Sasori, I'll trouble you to begin mass-producing these dolls. I'll personally transport this initial batch to the other shinobi villages to test the waters of the market. Kenichi instructed, casting a final appreciative glance at the masterpiece. There was genuinely no flaw to criticize, the creation was flawless. The most astonishing detail was that Sasori had even meticulously applied fine, microscopic texturing to the skin's surface, elevating the realism to an uncanny degree. If this basic configuration is all that's required, then mass production will be an incredibly simple task. Sasori replied, nodding in agreement. Crafting a puppet of this simplified nature was nothing more than a casual pastime to pass the time. He had previously contemplated implementing several advanced upgrades, such as integrating vocal cord mechanisms, dynamic facial expressions, variable skin textures, and automated temperature regulation systems. He could even calibrate internal lubrication levels. While those additions would have required a bit more technical effort, he hadn't expected Kenichi's parameters to be so straightforward, which significantly reduced the overall manufacturing time. Deidara secretly let out a massive sigh of relief, profoundly grateful that his senior wasn't the kind of degenerate he had briefly feared. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Amamiya-senpai truly is a pure, dedicated artist through and through. Compared to the eternal pursuit of true art, what use do we have for mere women? If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. patreon.com/fanficlord03. Chapter 422, Chapter 422, The Mystery of the Ninja World, Why Obito Didn't Revive Rin no Era. Chapter 422, The Mystery of the Ninja World, Why Obito Didn't Revive Rin no Era. In the end, Amamiya Kenichi brought Sasori and Deidara with him. The only troublesome part was taking Sasori to the land of water. The unit, 01 he had created was simply too large, making it difficult to transport through ordinary means. Fortunately, Sasori had his own methods. Kenichi had no idea how he did it, but somehow, Sasori put Unit 01 away. After that, he boarded the airship with Kenichi. Are we leaving now? Sasori looked down at the experimental base below as it gradually shrank into the distance. A faint trace of emotion appeared in his eyes. That place held too many of his memories. He had not expected that the time to leave would come so suddenly. Yes. I originally had a few things I wanted to investigate, but now there is something more important. Kenichi glanced at the scroll in his hand. Inside the scroll was a portion of Rin Nohara's remains, which he had dug up during the grave robbery. With this, he could use Edo Tensei on Rin. After that, he only needed a parasite-controlled genin to use 1 foot on life reincarnation on Rin's Edo Tensei body. In doing so, he would hold Obito's greatest weakness in the palm of his hand. But what exactly is Obito thinking? Kenichi shook his head, still unable to fully understand him. There are so many ways to create a world with Rin in it. Wouldn't the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique or one own life reincarnation both work? Yet he had to choose infinite Tsukuyomi. If one said Obito was deeply devoted, then he truly was devoted to Rin. He had practically earned the title of the #1 devoted man in the ninja world. But even though there were methods in the ninja world to bring the dead back to life, Obito simply refused to use them. Instead, he stubbornly pursued infinite Tsukuyomi, even planning to send his close friend Kakashi into that dream world as well. And he had been working hard toward that goal all this time. After thinking it over, Kenichi felt that perhaps Obito blamed Rin's death on this twisted ninja world itself. After all, in the ninja world, shinobi were a kind of expendable resource. As long as one was a shinobi, one had to accept missions. Konoha lost shinobi every year. Many died during wartime, but even after the war ended, shinobi still died on missions. Perhaps Obito believed that even if Rin were revived, she would still face this infuriating ninja world. One day, she might die again. That was why he chose not to revive her and instead turned to infinite Tsukuyomi, hoping to create a world where everyone could live happily. However, the greatest flaw of infinite Tsukuyomi was that its beauty was false and temporary. When the time came, the people trapped inside it would die, transforming into white Zetsu and becoming war machines for Otsutsuki Kagaya to use against the Otsutsuki clan. If not for the side effect of producing white Zetsu, Uchiha Madara's starting point and position might have seemed far more noble. You know about the attack launched against you by the 4 great ninja villages, don't you? Sasori asked, looking at Kenichi. During a previous mission with Deidara, he had seen a bounty jointly issued by the 4 great daimyo, targeting the land of water and Kirigakure. Anyone who brought back the heads of the shinobi occupying Kirigakure and the land of water would receive a reward. Recently, that had become the most popular mission at the bounty station. It had far surpassed the previous bounty on Uchiha Madara issued by that mysterious person. That's right, Senior Amamiya, Deidara added. Many shinobi at the bounty station accepted those missions and planned to go to the land of water to capture some shinobi for the reward. Deidara knew about this as well. He had even considered going to the land of water to make some money. At the time, it had sounded like an easy way to earn a fortune. Who would have thought that Kirigakure and the land of water had been occupied by the senior he admired? Deidara was very glad he had not actually gone. Otherwise, he would not know how to face Kenichi now. I know. But I drove them all away. As for what they plan to do to me next, I don't know. Kenichi nodded calmly. How could he not know? If not for the alliance of the 4 great ninja villages, Kenichi might still be conducting production work in the land of water. As for those bounty shinobi, unless Kakuzu personally takes action, I'm really not worried about ordinary shinobi, Kenichi said calmly. Although he was not currently in the land of water, his teacher was still there. However, the moment he thought about facing his teacher after returning, Kenichi nervously rubbed his nose. He did not know whether news of his attack on the 4 great ninja allied forces had already spread. But Hiruzen Sarutobi's death was probably impossible to hide, since shinobi from the other 2 villages had been present as well. He only wondered what his teacher would think after learning that he had killed Hiruzen. With that uneasy feeling in his chest, Kenichi accelerated the airship toward the land of water. Along the way, he even had time to capture a few Konoha shinobi from an airship that intercepted him. Weren't these ready-made bodies for Edo-tensei? A benevolent smile appeared on Kenichi's face. Damn Obito. Although Kenichi did not know why Obito had never used Edo-tensei on Rin, nor why he had never thought about reviving Rin now, the situation clearly benefited him. So, while the airship was still flying, Kenichi used a captured Konoha Chunin as the sacrifice. Then he took out part of Rin's remains and placed them nearby. Edo-tensei. A moment later, the sacrifice slowly transformed into Rin's appearance. Then she slowly opened her eyes. Where is this? Rin opened her eyes in confusion. Before she could see her surroundings clearly, Kenichi drove a kunai into the back of her head. Rin immediately went still. Is this Edo-tensei? Sasori and Deidara stood nearby, witnessing the entire process. Deidara was merely surprised, but Sasori's heart stirred slightly. Yes. Edo-tensei. As long as you have the remains of the deceased, you can bring the dead back to the world. Kenichi glanced at Sasori. Suddenly, he thought of something. He remembered some of Sasori's past. For example, Sasori had once made a pair of puppets named Father and Mother, which proved that, deep in his heart, he still felt some longing for his parents. Sasori, do you want to? Kenichi looked at him and asked in a low voice. He knew some of Sasori's story. After all, Sasori could be considered his friend. If Sasori wanted it, Kenichi could arrange for his parents to be revived. It would not be a difficult matter. I'll pass. This form of revival isn't permanent, is it? Sasori looked at Rin, whose face still carried the cracks of Edo-tensei. This girl looked very similar to the puppet he had made. But when Rin had opened her eyes earlier, Sasori realized that his own work seemed to be missing something. Indeed, Edo-tensei alone can only last for a year at most. But when combined with 1-foot-own life reincarnation, it can achieve perfect resurrection, Kenichi said with a nod. Sasori was quite powerful, so he could naturally see the drawbacks of Edo-tensei. However, those drawbacks already belonged to the past. Now, Edo-tensei combined with 1-foot-own life reincarnation could achieve perfect resurrection. Of course, that also had something to do with the age of the revived person at the time of death. Lifespan remained an unconquered problem even now. Using Edo-tensei and 1-foot-own life reincarnation together could only return the dead to their state before death. It could not revive them in their childhood or restore them to a younger appearance. Otherwise, if he went around digging up the graves of old deceased powerhouses, wouldn't he be able to create a shinobi army in minutes? Perfect resurrection. Sasori suddenly looked up, his eyes shining as he stared at Kenichi. Deidara, standing beside him, also gasped in surprise. This was resurrection. Yes. Sasori, you are my close friend. Helping you is no big deal. Do you have your parents' remains? Kenichi nodded. 1-foot-own life reincarnation was very powerful. Its only drawback was that the user had to sacrifice himself. But for Kenichi, that was not much of a problem. Under the control of his parasites, the greatest weakness of 1-foot-own life reincarnation had already been overcome. Kenichi was no longer worried about the deaths of his important subordinates. If they died, then they died. He could simply revive them. However, that did not mean Kenichi intended to send his subordinates to their deaths. Sending them to die was impossible. Absolutely impossible. 1-foot-own life reincarnation could revive the dead, but in the end, it was still a 1-for-1 exchange. If a jonin died, then another jonin had to be sacrificed. That was far too uneconomical. My parents' remains are buried in the village. I would need to make a trip. Sasori endured for a while, but in the end, he could not suppress the thought. He had longed for his parents' love since childhood. Otherwise, he would never have made the two puppets, Father and Mother. Those two puppets had always been Sasori's most cherished possessions. Resurrection itself is not a problem. But Sasori, if your parents are revived and learn what you have done, can you guarantee they won't be angry? Kenichi did not immediately change course. The airship was already flying over the sea, and the remaining two Konoha shinobi had been restrained. Kenichi did not mind reviving Sasori's parents, but he had just thought of a problem. Reviving them was easy. But what about after they came back? There would still be many problems. After all, Sasori had defected from his village. He had even killed the village's Kazekage and turned him into a puppet. In a sense, Sasori's actions could be said to have completely severed his path back to Sunagakure. That was probably also why Chiyo cared so much about Sasori but had never been able to bring him back. She knew Sasori would not return. And she also knew he could not return. Sasori fell silent. He had been swept up by the joy of knowing his parents could potentially be revived. But now that he thought about it carefully, Kenichi was right. Even if he revived his parents, could they accept the person he had become? Sasori's parents had died when he was young. But as he grew up, he had heard from Granny Chio that his parents died for the village. That meant his parents must have been loyal to Tsunegakure. Yet he had betrayed that same village. Perhaps he could hide it at first. But what about later? Could he truly endure his parents' hostility in the future? Sasori stopped speaking. Kenichi also did not change direction, continuing to fly toward the land of water. Deidara sensed the heavy silence in the air and quietly shut his mouth as well. Senior Amamiya was someone he respected, and Sasori was also his friend and senior. In a situation like this, Deidara did not know what he should say. However, speaking of resurrection, Deidara felt that he did not have anyone in particular he wanted to revive. That was good. At least he did not have to be as conflicted as brother Sasori. Kenichi glanced at Rin, who was sitting motionless. Speaking of which, how many years older was Obito than Rin now? But with Obito's current ghost-like appearance, it was truly hard to tell. At that moment, Kenichi felt his pants pocket vibrate. He swallowed, then took out his phone. It was his teacher calling. Only a red light was flashing, and only his teacher had his phone number. That meant the one contacting him could only be his teacher. Kenichi, I found something very interesting. Hurry to the experimental base on Seabreeze Island in the land of water. His teacher's excited voice came through the phone. Kenichi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his teacher still did not know that Hiruzen was already dead. Understood, teacher. I'll be there soon. As soon as Kenichi finished speaking, his teacher hung up. That made Kenichi a little curious. What had his teacher researched that made him so excited? He would know once he went to see it. That bastard heavenly demon. Tsunade angrily smashed a table. The Umbu beside her silently lowered his head. Here we go again. Ever since Lady Tsunade became Hokage, he had no idea how many tables she had smashed. He had only heard from a colleague in the finance department that, during this period, the finance department had learned from Kimogakure's advanced experience and specifically established a table damage compensation special fund. After that, they even formed a cooperative relationship with a furniture workshop in Konoha. Shizun, tell me. What exactly did that guy do? Tsunade looked angrily at the subordinate in front of her. Shizun lowered her head, her eyes red. She had only been discovered when Tsunade brought the injured back to Konoha Hospital for treatment and recovery. I don't know, Lady Tsunade, Shizun said in a strained voice. But afterward, I checked everything in the hospital and found that some disease research data was missing from the archives. Then Hyuga Hanabi and 2 genin disappeared. Shizun lowered her head even further. She did not even know when she had been controlled. Her memory stopped at a pair of red eyes. After that, the next thing she remembered was Tsunade urgently waking her up. Hyuga Hanabi. You mean the patient with nano disease? Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Although she was the Hokage, she was also a medical ninja, and she was very familiar with several diseases recorded in Konoha. Especially Hyuga Hanabi, who was a genius ninja of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan head had even invited Tsunade to examine her before. But those infected with nano disease were basically beyond saving. The fact that Hanabi was still alive was due to her special constitution. Nano disease. What does Heavenly Demon want to do? A bad feeling rose in Tsunade's heart. That Heavenly Demon was not planning to develop something strange again, was he? If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. p@patreon.com/fanficlord03